Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto had full night harem with Robin? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Naruto ran as fast as his little 5-year-old legs could carry him. He kept running, not even looking back. "Release me, and I will make them go away," whispered a soothing voice. "Who said that?" said Naruto as a beer bottle hit the ground right in front of him. He surprised himself as he was able to jump a clear foot into the air over the glass and continue running. "Trust me, if you release me then I will make sure no one ever bothers you again. You will be free, trust me," said the voice. "It's a dead end up ahead, that demon has nowhere to go." Okay, I release you. Please help me get out of here," shouted Naruto. His body froze as dark crimson chakra swirled around him. "Ah!" the little boy screamed as his body was ripped to pieces by the vile chakra. That is all he could remember before everything went black. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. He blinked a few times wondering where he was. Strange, he couldn't remember anything except for his name. Uzumaki Naruto. Nothing else. Not what he was doing here, how he got here, or anything else for that matter. "I wonder what happened to me," he thought as he stared down at his heavily bandaged chest. Strange, he didn't feel hurt or anything. He hopped out of bed and grimaced a bit. Okay, maybe he is injured a bit. Still, he wanted to find out where he was. Like all children his age, he had the inability to stay still and a huge deal of curiosity. Opening the door, he headed into the next room. It was a nice living room area. A curious look appeared in his eyes as he realized no one was home. Did he live here? The sounds of something coming outside made him turn around just as the door opened and in walked a tall handsome man wearing a white jacket. Naruto tilted his head curiously as the man had short black hair, a bit on the thin side, and brown eyes. "Oh, I see you are awake," smiled the man. "I am Dr. Higurashi. I don't think you should be out of bed with the type of injuries I found on you. Tell me, were you attacked by a wild animal?" "I don't know," blinked Naruto, scratching the back of his head. Dr. Higurashi frowned as he pulled out a small flashlight and walked over to Naruto. He gave the boy a reassuring smile before kneeling down. "Keep your eyes open for me and follow the light." Naruto blinked a few times, uncomfortable before doing as he was told. It seems you are fine, mentally. I think perhaps you are suffering from amnesia, not surprising taking into account how you were found." A confused look appeared in Naruto's eyes. "Forgive me. Amnesia means that you are suffering from memory loss. Do you remember anything at all?" smiled Dr. Higurashi. Naruto shook his head. "I remember my name, Uzumaki Naruto." "Well, that is a start. I shall ask around to see if you have any relatives within the other town on the island. It may take a few days, so until then you can stay here," smiled Dr. Higurashi. "Arigato," smiled Naruto brightly. A loud grumbling sound came from Naruto's stomach and Dr. Higurashi chuckled before brining the boy over to the kitchen to get something to eat. 3 years later, the door to the tavern swung open and in ran a small 8-year-old boy. He had short blonde hair with light red streaks in it. His eyes were a sparkling ocean blue. A large fox-like grin graced his face as he ran past the patrons and jumped onto a stool. "Hey old man, have you seen Pirate-san around?" grinned Naruto. "My name is Grim, not old man," grumbled a tall fat man with a frown. Grim owned Grim's Tavern in Shimaki Town, a man who was known to not care who he catered to as long as they followed his rule of no violence. "Bob is over there." Grim pointed to a booth where a man in his early 60s sat drinking down a pint of rum. He had a white beard that fell down to his chest and a faraway look in his eyes. The old man wore a red pirate outfit and had a sword hanging from his waist along with a pair of pistols. Naruto hopped off the stool and over to the booth. "Pirate-san, can you tell me another story about the Grand Line, please?" Bob raised his tired old eyes and smiled slightly as he looked upon the grinning Naruto. Ever since he had came here 2 weeks ago, the boy had been hounding him for stories of his adventures, especially when he had told the boy that he and his crew had traveled through the first half of the Grand Line. "Don't you have anything better to do than bother me? How about friends or school?" grunted Bob, pretending to be annoyed by Naruto's presence. "Meh, school is boring. My friends just want to play. I want to become a pirate and travel the world just like you. This place is so boring," pouted Naruto. A hearty laugh escaped Bob. "So young, so full of life. Being a pirate isn't easy, lad. I know my stories sound fun and full of adventure, but the danger out there. Talking the talk is easy, walking the walk, now that's the hard part. So many of my friends and I were unprepared for the Grand Line and many of us were lost. A hard life a pirate's life is, said Bob seriously. A look of understanding appeared in Naruto's eyes. Hi, I understand. I watch people die all the time from illnesses or injuries. That Dr. San can't heal, but I don't want to worry about things like that. We all die, I just want to enjoy it while I can. I dream of going on the greatest adventure ever. Meeting tons of new people, fighting strong opponents, and kicking their butts, grinned Naruto. Bob smirked. This kid had what it took to be a pirate. As long as he carried that attitude, he could see this kid becoming one of the greatest pirates ever. All he needed is the proper training and guidance. You want to do something fun? How about you and I get out of here and I teach you how to use a sword? I may not be the best swordsman in the lands, but I am pretty damn good. Naruto grinned widely and nodded vigorously. The two left the tavern with Bob laughing at Naruto's enthusiasm. 2 years later, Woods Naruto sat on the ground patiently as Bob taught him all he knew about the world government, Marines, and Grand Line. Bob may not have ever fully explored the Grand Line, but he had managed to make it through the first half before his crew was killed in what was now known as the New World. Not many knew it, but Bob had a bounty of 85 million berry on his head. In fact, no one on this island knew it that Bob had been a rather infamous and powerful pirate back in his younger days. The world government controls the Marines, who have most of their forces in the Grand Line. They are Marines in each of the 4 oceans, but they are nothing to the forces located in the Grand Line, said Bob, taking a swing from his flask. If the Grand Line is so hard to navigate through, then how come so many Marines are able to do so? Asked Naruto curiously. Simple, they have ways to move through the calm belt and use eternal poses to get to whatever island they need to. Now, there are many uncharted islands, but once you have an eternal pose to somewhere, you don't need to wait like you do with a log pose, explained Bob. Naruto frowned. Doesn't seem fair. Bob laughed. Nothing in life is. A pirate's life is all about facing insurmountable odds and overcoming them. Life ain't fair, boy. You either accept that, or be crushed by the weight of the world. A grin appeared on Naruto's face. Unafraid. Tell me more about devil fruit, grinned Naruto. Leaning back, Bob told him the limited knowledge that he knew. Not much is known about them. Heck, all I know is that when you find a weirdly colored fruit that tastes absolutely horrible, you probably just ate a devil fruit. Each fruit is different, impossible to tell what will become of you until you take a bite. Bob's eyes became hard and serious. In the Grand Line, be prepared to fight those who have weak powers of turning into slime to those who can call upon the very forces of nature. The weakness of all devil fruit users is the ocean, of course. They are all hammers in the water, but no true warrior will be stupid enough to land in the ocean. Listen closely because this is the best advice I will ever give you. Naruto leaned in close. Everyone has a weakness, smirked Bob. Huh? Everyone has a weakness. No one in this world is a god. Everyone, and I mean goddamn everyone, has a weakness. Do you think Gold Roger became Pirate King without any devil fruit powers off of pure luck? Hell no. Bob pointed his finger at Naruto and spoke with a hard voice. That man never gave up and always fought on. He knew better than anyone that there is always a way to win. One just needs to look for it. He pointed at his head. I guarantee if you use your head to win a fight, then there is no one in the world you can't beat, smirked Bob. A fox-like grin appeared on Naruto's face. I plan on being one of the strongest with or without a devil fruit. Though it would be cool to have some awesome power, grinned Naruto. Then you wouldn't be able to swim, smirked Bob. Oh well, I was never good at swimming. I feel like a hammer already in the water. The two burst out laughing. Break. Dr. Higurashi sat in his chair with a sad look in his eyes. The Marines had come to town today and they had took Bob, or should he say the infamous pirate cutthroat Bobby, whom had a 85 million berry bounty on his head. He had known the man's identity all along but had kept it secret, seeing how much Naruto loved to spend time with the former pirate who just wanted to live in peace for the remaining of his life. Naruto is out learning how to hunt from Kaiser, so he wasn't here when they came. It seemed he would have to be the one to break the news to Naruto. Dr. San, I am home, yelled Naruto, running inside with a large smile. Look, I managed to kill 2 rabbits, grinned Naruto proudly. I am proud. Put those in the kitchen sink and come back out here. I have something to give to you, smiled Dr. Higurashi. Naruto nodded as he did as he was told. The boy had become a son to him and he hated to have to tell him this news. Bob is someone that Naruto idolized and it was never easy to see one's idol disappear. The boy came running back and sat down on the couch next to him anxiously. Okay, so what do you want to give to me? Smiled Naruto. I want you to read this. It is a letter from a friend of ours, said Dr. Higurashi. Naruto didn't like that tone or look. Something bad had happened. Did Alex's dad finally die from that illness? Or was it something else? Dear lad, if you are reading this letter, then I guess the Marines have come for me or I have been captured by a couple of bounty hunters. I could stay and fight them, but I am getting old and my fighting days are behind me. The truth is, I always knew this day would come and I swore when it did, I wouldn't start a fuss. I had a good and long journey. I have no regrets. These last 2 years have been great. Being around you has reminded me of the days when I used to sail the sea. When nothing in the world mattered except drinking, partying, and drinking some more, ha ha ha, the good times, nothing lasts forever, and it is time for us to part ways. If you dare start crying like a baby or any of that other girly crap, I am going to pretend we never met when it comes to meet again in the afterlife. Think I am joking, just do it and my ghost will kick your ass. Naruto smiled. Now listen up lad. You got the spirit to become one of the best pirates, not those rookies who talk big then run away at the slightest sign of danger. No, I see greatness in you lad. If you don't want to become a pirate at least don't become some pansy-ass marine, or I'll kick your ass. Nah I am kidding, be whatever you want, just make sure you live life to the fullest. Sail the seas, cutthroat Bobby. Naruto put down the letter and smiled. They took him while you were out. He didn't want to make a scene so went quietly, said Dr. Higurashi. Hee hee, I'll have to kick his ass next time I see him for allowing a bunch of pansy-ass Marines to take him in so easily, grinned Naruto. A light laugh escaped Dr. Higurashi. Naruto truly is something else. Yeah, I guess you will, but first. This is now yours, said Higurashi standing up. He walked over to the fireplace and picked up a medium-sized antique box with rubies all over it. A confused look appeared in Naruto's eyes as his adopted father placed it down in his laps. That old pirate left it for you. Said it was the greatest treasure he found while sailing the Grand Line. All the remains of his great adventure. Wanted you to have it. Whatever it is now yours. Do with it as you please. Dr. Higurashi ruffled Naruto's hair before leaving Naruto alone with the box. Slowly, Naruto opened the box and his eyes widened. There inside the box was an albino white pear with red stem and leaves. He immediately knew what the item is. A devil fruit. That old pirate bastard had left him a devil fruit. There was a note on top of it which he picked up. Eat or don't eat. No one is invincible. Naruto grinned. Everyone had a weakness. That is what Bob made sure to ingrain into his head. Picking up the fruit, Naruto wondered which one it was. If it was something stupid like turning into jello or if it was a cool one. Hee, only one way to find out. Author's note. Many of you are probably wondering where I have been and why I haven't been on for a long while. I would tell you, but that is personal business lol. Anyway, I came back and I'm trying a few new things. Probably going to update a few things as well. Finally got some free time so going to see what I am able to do with it. Chapter 2. When I get free from this, I am going to kill you both, glared Zoro, as he watched as Johnny and Usopp swam off when they saw the first signs of Merman. They left him tied to the mast of the small ship. Those damn cowards. He was going to make them pay for this. A humming sound reached his ears and he turned to see what that could be. Zoro turned his head to see a small single-man boat heading towards Arlong's park. In it was a man humming a song. He had long light blonde hair that fell down past his shoulders, a loosely-fitting orange shirt that hung open revealing his muscular chest, and a pair of black slacks. His eyes were closed as he hummed a light tune while relaxing in his boat. Hey pal, yelled Zoro. The man stopped humming and opened his eyes. A curious look appeared in the man's eyes. Yo, do you know that you are tied up? Pointed out the man. Zoro gained a tick. Of course I do. Can you give me a hand? Sure, smiled the man. He stood up, stretched his arms and legs. Zoro gained a slight twitch as the man took a good 3 to 5 minutes to stretch. Name is Uzumaki Naruto. Roronoa Zoro, now get me out of this. Naruto jumped from his ship and landed in front of Zoro. Just as he was about to untie the ropes, 3 blurs burst out of the water and landed on the ship. Hee, look what we got here. A couple of humans, smirked one of the mermen. Yeah, one is already tied up for us, smirked another. This doesn't look good, blinked Naruto. I am going to kill Usopp and Johnny, thought Zoro. Arlong's park. Arlong smirked as he looked down at the 2 tied up prisoners. What have we got here? a couple of Pumans. The merman laughed while Zoro frowned and Naruto tilted his head in confusion. What is a Puman? You humans are so filthy and disgusting that I decided to call you Pumans to describe what you truly are, laughed Arlong. This incited another round of laughter. Dude, that is the stupidest thing I have ever heard. I have heard 3-year-olds come up with better insults, deadpanned Naruto. An angry look appeared in Arlong's eyes. Zoro smirked. He is starting to like this Naruto. Man wasn't afraid of anything. What is going on out here? I can barely concentrate up in my room, demanded a feminine voice. Out from behind Arlong came a pretty orange-hair woman. Nami? What are you doing with him? Frowned Zoro. You know this man Nami? Asked Arlong. Nami smirked. Yeah. This is one of the pirates I tricked into believing I was his friend. What an idiot. Arlong and the others started to laugh as Nami looked down upon Zoro. She ignored Naruto, who blinked in confusion. Zoro's eyes widened as Nami showed him the tattoo on her upper right arm. The tattoo that was identical to the Jolly Roger that Arlong flew on his flag. So you really are with them. I thought you hated pirates, but it looks like that was all a scam, glared Zoro. Haha, idiot. I only joined you to get your treasure and money. Now that I got that, nothing else matters, smirked Nami. Haha, that's my girl. You would sell out your own mother as long as it meant making a quick berry, laughed Arlong and his gang. It was then that Naruto and Zoro noticed the look in her eyes, that look of pure hatred towards Arlong and his pirates. She was putting on an act. Why? They didn't know, but it had to be a really good reason to put up with this bunch of pirates. Really? Well then, if that's the case, Zoro never finished as he used his legs to jump back into the water. They were all surprised by this action. What a fool. Saves us the trouble of having to deal with him, laughed one of the mermen. Nami clenched her fists before kicking off her shoes and diving in. Arlong narrowed his eyes as Nami came back up with Zoro, who was coughing up water. Idiot, she started to kick Zoro over and over again where he had been injured by Mihawk. Zoro coughed up some blood as Nami looked down at him dispassionately. Haha, looks like you're not as all bad as you pretend to be, smirked Zoro before grunting as he was kicked again. I'm so confused. You hate humans yet you have some hot girl working for you, and then hot girl saves the swordsman. I'm so lost, frowned Naruto. Arlong looked right at Nami. What do you plan to do with these two? He completely ignored Naruto. Nami put her sandals back on and scowled as she looked at the two. Lock them up until I can find something to do with them. I'll make sure it is very painful. Arlong smirked, glad to see where her true loyalty lied. Hey swordsman, can we break free now or is there something keeping us here? Asked Naruto. Zoro raised an eyebrow. You can get free? Naruto nodded. A tick appeared on Zoro's forehead. The mermen grabbed the two and started to push them towards the dungeons located beneath Arlong Park. Too late now. Damn her for reopening my wounds. I need a bit of a break to rest, grumbled Zoro. Sure. I wouldn't feel right kicking all their asses when you seem to have some personal grudge against them, grinned Naruto. A smirk appeared on Zoro's face. Naruto reminded him a lot of Luffy but just a bit smarter, though they both had the same carefree attitude. The doors to Zoro and Naruto's cell opened up. They both looked up to see Nami standing in the doorway. She tossed a knife that cut through the ropes binding Zoro before tossing his sword down in front of him. Get out here. Just take your ship and leave. What is going on here doesn't concern you at all. Okay? So just leave, ordered Nami angrily before leaving. That is one bipolar, hot chick. I like her, grinned Naruto, standing up the ropes that were binding him lying on the ground. How did you do that? Asked Zoro, placing his sword on his waist. Naruto blinked before Zoro pointed to the ropes. He grinned as bones in the shape of spikes started to emerge from his arms. Ate the hon no mi, bone fruit, allows me to manipulate the bones in my body however I want, explained Naruto. Sounds painful, winced Zoro slightly. Man, you have no idea how hard it was first learning to control my powers, but, you know, eventually you get used to it, grinned Naruto. The two walked out of the cell and up the stairs leading out of the place. Naruto placed his hands behind his head. So, what is the plan? Do we just beat everyone up? Kill them? What do we do? Zoro smirked as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. I promised my captain I would bring back that idiot girl. Can't go and break a promise now. So, first thing I am going to do is kick all those talking fishes' asses, then look for Nami. Naruto grinned. Bet you I can take more out than you. You're on, alright. The two ran outside to begin their contest. In less than 10 minutes, all the mermen were knocked out cold. Aha, I got one more than you, cheered Naruto victoriously. Zoro scowled, you got lucky is all. If the rest were here I would have won. Naruto just nodded, humoring the angry swordsman. Zoro had to admit, Naruto is a strong fighter. He didn't take a single hit and didn't even use his strange powers. Most devil fruit users that he had met or fought relied heavily on their powers. Naruto seemed to enjoy fighting whether using his powers or not. I got to say, I expected more. I heard mermen were physical stronger than humans in water and on land, said Naruto sitting down on the ground. Guess we ran into a weak bunch, said Zoro sitting down in Arlong's chair. That sucks. So what now? Wait for them to return or go looking for them? I hate waiting, said Naruto. Let's go into town. I need to look for some idiot nakama of mine and kick their ass, smirked Zoro. Naruto hopped to his feet and the two left Arlong's park. Gosa village. So, you are the one who had all the weapons, smirked Arlong looking down upon the human. The merman towered over the man by at least 4 feet. Genzo looked up from his spot near the fountain as the pinwheel on his hat spun around by the sudden breeze. Hi, it was me. I am a mere collector of weapons. I always have been, he lied expertly. He was well aware what would happen to him but did not care so long as the other villagers weren't hurt. Arlong started to smirk widely as his large webbed hand grabbed Genzo by the throat and lifted him high into the air. Stupid poo man, weapons aren't allowed. It could give people the wrong idea and start a rebellion. That is something I can't allow as it is my duty to protect this island and everyone on it, the fishmen laughed loudly. The villagers were about to step forward, but Genzo stopped them. No, none of you interfere, it is not your problem. We must remember our promise to not fight and create violence. This caused the merman to laugh even louder as Arlong tightened his grip around Genzo's neck. You're pretty smart for a poo man. Still, I think it is time I made an example of you, time to die, smirked Arlong. Stop. They all turned to see a pretty woman with lavender hair and a tattoo on her right arm that went across onto her chest. She had a hard look in her eyes. Leave Genzo alone. He has paid his tribute tax every month like the rest of us. Those weapons are just things he collects, that is all. There is no reason to harm him, shouted Najiko. Yeah, leave him alone, yelled the other villagers coming out of their homes. Arlong smirked. No, all turned to look at Genzo. Stop it now, otherwise we will all be killed. If you truly wish to honor me, then don't throw your lives away needlessly. All the villagers gritted their teeth as Arlong and his mermen started to laugh. Arlong smirked, time to die Puman. Just as Arlong was about to finish Genzo, a whistling sound was heard. The large merman turned just in time to get hit by an exploding pellet. All turned to see a young man with a slight shot and long-shaped nose standing on the roof. Fear not, I, the brave warrior Usopp, shall take care of this, announced the man. I am going to kill him, roared Arlong. All the mermen grabbed hold of Arlong. Hurry, get the boss back to the base or he'll destroy the village. They all started to drag in. Angry Arlong back to Arlong Park before he went on a rampage. 3 fishmen gave chase after Usopp, who ran like a bat out of hell. Break, I'm bored, yawned Naruto. You do realize that technically you don't have to help me out, stated Zoro. Ah, don't say that. If I left now, how would you ever get the chance to prove that me beating you in our last contest wasn't a fluke? Don't you want to know for sure that I am better than you? Naruto grinned widely. Zoro gained a tick, watch it. Naruto laughed a bit before Zoro shut him up by pointing ahead. There up ahead was a town. They walked into town and Naruto blinked. Yo, what happened to that house? Zoro looked to see a destroyed house as if it had been hit by an earthquake, yet every other home seemed to be fine. That is strange. Hey you, said Zoro walking up to one of the villagers, I am looking for Arlong. Have you seen him? Arlong, he just left after being attacked by some long-nosed guy with a slight shot, said a villager. Long nose with a slingshot? Naruto tilted his head. That's Usopp, groaned Zoro. A village came running through the village panting heavily. What's wrong, Jim? Asked a villager. That long-nosed guy. I just saw him get captured by a group of fishmen. They took him to Arlong Park, panted Jim heavily. Zoro's eyes widened. That idiot, he'll be killed after what happened after we left. I have to hurry before he is killed. The swordsman took off with Naruto running right beside him. Mind explaining who Usopp is? Asked Naruto, matching Zoro's speed with ease. He is a friend and a nakama, that was all that needed to be said. The two picked up the speed. If the situation weren't so serious, Zoro would be impressed that Naruto is keeping pace without any problems. The two ran down the trail when a sudden noise made them stop. It sounded like someone was screaming. Both turned and their eyes widened as a small boat came crashing through the woods with a man with a straw hat yelling with a large smile, "Zoro!" "Oh shit, Naruto," Zoro said before getting clobbered by the ship. "It hit the side of small plateau and completely destroyed. We made it," yelled Luffy with a large smile. "Luffy, what the hell are you doing?" yelled Zoro angrily. "Aw man, that hurt, but man was that awesome," laughed Naruto. Luffy blinked in confusion. "What do you mean? I came here to help you get Nami back. How come you haven't got Nami back yet? And where is Usopp and Johnny?" "Who is this guy?" asked Sanji pointing at Naruto. "No time, we need to hurry. Usopp was captured by Arlong and if we don't hurry he will be killed," yelled Zoro about to run off. "It's too late, Usopp is already dead," said Johnny showing up with tears streaming down his face. He fell to his knees as everyone turned to look at him. Johnny punched the ground, he is dead. Nami murdered him. A stunned look appeared in everyone's eyes except for Naruto who truly didn't understand what was going on. "What? Don't say something like that," yelled Luffy grabbing Johnny. Johnny continued to cry, "I am not making it up. I saw it with my own eyes, she killed him. It seems she has been a member of Arlong's crew this whole time." "Shut your mouth, never in a million years would Nami kill Usopp," yelled Luffy angrily, "she would never do that to a friend." But what was that you said about friends, Luffy?" All turned to see Nami standing there with a bow staff. She had her arms folded across her chest. "What are you doing here?" Luffy blinked. "What are we doing here? You are our friend, we came to get you." "What a pest." Nami had a emotionless look in her eyes. "I am so lost," stated Naruto. "Me too," admitted Sanji, "but doesn't Nami Swan look beautiful?" Naruto's sweat dropped as a heart appeared in Sanji's eye. "Friends huh? Don't make me laugh, you are just pathetic enough to deserve each other." "Damn you, you killed him, I watched you do it," yelled Johnny pointing a finger at Nami. He started to shake. "Now big bro Usopp is gone." Nami smiled. "Yep, that's right, so why don't you kill me and get your revenge?" Johnny stuttered in confusion. "Word to the wise, because of your friend's stupidity, Arlong is prepared to kill Zoro and his crew. I don't care how monstrously strong you think you are no match for the real monsters." Naruto scratched the back of his head. "That was mean. I promise you that if you stay on this island you will die, so you have a choice to make," smirked Nami, "life or death." Zoro glared angrily. Sanji was smiling, her heartless face is so hot. "Hi Nami, it's me Sanji. Let's run away together." "Strange guy, but she is pretty hot," grinned Naruto. "Nami, where is Usopp?" demanded Zoro. "With the fishes, cut the crap." He drew his sword and charged forward, but never got close when he was forced to dodge a kick from Sanji. "What are you doing?" "How sad, a swordsman drawing his sword on a lady," frowned Sanji. "Idiot, don't you see what is happening here? You are starting to piss me off." Sanji smirked. "If someone had stopped me that easily I would be mad too." Zoro narrowed his eyes. "What? Watch what you say or something bad might happen to you." "Big bros, calm down. Now is not the time to be fighting," yelled Yosaku stepping between Sanji and Zoro. "He's right. You outsiders have no right to interfere with the affairs of this island. Don't you get it yet? The only reason I joined up with you is so I could rob you of everything you owned. Now that I have that there is really no reason for us to associate," stated Nami coldly. "So go find some other lame navigator and go travel to the Grand Line." She pointed her staff right at them. "Now leave here, you are an eyesore." Luffy looked at her before falling back on the ground. "Big bro Luffy," shouted Yosaku and Johnny. "I'm sleepy. How can you sleep at a time like this?" "A nap does sound good," said Naruto finding a seat in the shade. "I am tired, don't want to butt into their affairs, but I am not leaving either. Good night," said Luffy closing his eyes. Nami clenched her fist. "Fine, whatever, just go ahead and die." She ran off not bothering to look back. Naruto leaned back and put his hands behind his head. "So, is this your whole crew, Zoro?" A sigh escaped Zoro as he took a seat on the ground. "Yeah, guy lying down in the middle of the road is our Captain Luffy. Johnny and Yosaku are old bounty hunter partners of mine. The idiot with the cigarette is our chef." "Cool, big bro Zoro, we should leave the island. Now that we know the truth about Nami there is no reason to stay here." "My reason for staying is right there." Zoro looked at Luffy who was sleeping. "As long as he stays, so do I. If you two want to leave then go." "Fine, you stay, but I am not. My role as a guide comes to an end," said Johnny. "Yeah, I am with him. Guess this cuts our reunion short," said Yosaku. The two bounty hunters waved goodbye as Zoro turned to look at Luffy who continued to sleep. can you make ramen? Asked Naruto. I can make anything, said Sanji, but ramen is the best food in the world, why would you want to make anything else? Grinned Naruto. Sanji raised an eyebrow, ramen is not the best thing in the world, yes it is. No it isn't, it is not, is too, is not, is too, is not. Shut up, you are both giving me a headache, yelled Zoro angrily. Naruto and Sanji fell silent. Is too? Sanji glared as Naruto looked away innocently pretending as if he hadn't said a thing. You said Usopp had a long nose right? Blinked Naruto. Yeah, why? Asked Zoro. Naruto lifted a finger and pointed down the road. Zoro and Sanji turned to see Usopp running towards them. I knew she couldn't have killed him. Nami Swan is a sweet girl, smiled Sanji. Zoro. Luffy, yelled Usopp. Luffy woke up slowly and Usopp, unable to stop in time, tripped over the young pirate captain. Usopp. Did Nami do this to you? He lifted Usopp up, who now had a bent nose from crashing face first into the ground. Naruto laughed loudly while Zoro and Sanji shook their heads. You know we kind of heard you were dead, said Zoro. Stupid Johnny, he was spouting nonsense that entire time, yelled Luffy. Well, in a way it's the truth, but I am alive because she saved my life, said Usopp. Break Nejico walked towards her house after tending to the tangerine trees. She saw a teapot being thrown out the window and frowned. Walking into her home, she looked to see her sister sitting at the table with a treasure map in front of her. Mind telling me what is wrong? Said Nejico, taking a seat across from Nami. Nothing, just a little upset is all, lied Nami. Those guys huh? Nami looked up with wide eyes. You know? Yeah, that one with the long nose, Usopp. I spoke to him. He told me that you were their nakama. Told me you laughed and smiled, smirked Nejico. Nami looked away, not meeting her sister's eyes. I thought he was crazy, but I guess he was telling the truth, seeing as how you are here. Come on, tell me who these guys are. A silence reigned between the two. I had planned to forget about them. I wanted to erase them from my mind. Nejico listened closely. The more I stayed with them, I just kept having more and more fun. For the first time in years, I felt free. The truth is, if it were possible, I would join up with those guys and sail around the world. Nami fell asleep with Nejico looking down at her fondly. Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, Sanji, and Naruto. So that is how Nami saved my life. It appears she has some hidden agenda, said Usopp. Man, you guys sure have some crazy times, but I don't think this concerns me. I'll see you all around, grinned Naruto, giving a small wave. Luffy blinked. Who was that? Everyone face faulted as Naruto had been here the entire time and now he just noticed him. How slow could Luffy be? Naruto walked away with a large fox-like grin. Man, I am starving. I think I'll go get something to eat. I wonder if they have any ramen here. Arlong Park. Arlong. All the fishmen turned to see Nami with a look of pure anger in her eyes as she ran towards Arlong. The leader of the fishmen wasn't in the least bit intimidated and smirked. Nami, you seem upset. What is wrong? Smirked Arlong. Nami clenched her fists. We had a deal. I give you 100 million berry and you hand over the village to me. You promised. She was breathing heavily while the other fishmen started to smirk. Arlong smirked widely. Yes, I remember that deal. Have you got the money? The Marines took it. They were being paid off by you. Can you prove it? Nami's eyes widened as Arlong started to laugh. Soon the other fishmen started to laugh as well. Did you really think I would let you go so easily? You belong to me? Arlong continued to laugh as Nami stood there frozen. Go, collect me more money. I did promise that I didn't care how long it took you. While you are collecting the money, don't forget to draw me my maps. They all laughed loudly as Nami went running off. Tears streamed down her face as she ran back towards the village as fast as possible. She didn't even notice as she ran past a familiar blonde-haired man who was walking calmly towards Arlong Park. He whistled a light tune as he continued on his path. Man, that had been some good ramen that they had served. Am I going the right way? Blinked Naruto. He shrugged and followed the road at a slow pace as he thought of all the ramen he would get once he got his boat back. What should have been a 5-minute walk turned into a 15-minute daydream. Pathetic. You weaklings don't come back here or next time we will finish you off. Naruto tilted his head as he saw two familiar men get thrown out of Arlong Parks. Johnny and Yosaku were their names if he remembered correctly. They looked like they had seen better days. You both look like you got your asses kicked, stated Naruto looking down at each man. Have you come to avenge Nami as well? Grunted Johnny. Nope, I came here to get my ship back, smiled Naruto. Your ship? blinked Yosaku. Yep, they took my ship when they captured me earlier, I came to get it back. Nice to see you two again. Johnny and Yosaku watched as Naruto entered Arlong Park humming an unfamiliar tune. Arlong and his fishmen turned to see Naruto humming a tune. His eyes lit up in delight upon seeing the human that had managed to escape them. A smirk appeared on his face as his men surrounded Naruto. Haha, thank you for saving me the trouble of having to find you. For that I will grant you a quick death, smirked Arlong. Actually, I came here to get my ship, I want it back, smiled Naruto. Ahahahaha, laughed Arlong and his men. Fool, we destroyed your puny ship after capturing you. And even if we didn't, do you really think I would give it back to you? Naruto frowned. Well then you owe me a new ship, I'll just take whatever you got, I'm not picky. Fool, you are not leaving here alive, said a fishman wearing a blue karate gi. Listen, I really don't want to have to kick your asses again, it was barely fun the first time, sighed Naruto. That earned him angry glares. They were about to attack when a loud banging sound was heard. All turned just in time to see the wall be destroyed, and there standing with his fist forward was Luffy. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and the villagers from the town stood behind him. I am looking for Arlong, said Luffy. Did he take your ship as well? Asked Naruto. This made everyone sweat drop. You came here for your ship? Said Zoro. Yeah, remember they took it after we got caught. I want it back, smiled Naruto turning to face Zoro. The fishmen took this time to attack, running towards Naruto with his back turned. Look out, yelled Nezuko. Naruto just continued to grin. The four fishmen who tried to sneak up on Naruto froze inches from him. They stood there with their eyes wide in horror. There stood Naruto with 10 bone spikes 2 feet long and 3 inches thick sticking out of his back, piercing through each fishman. A dark look appeared in Naruto's eyes. Only cowards attack a person when their back is turned. I can't stand cowards, said Naruto coldly turning his head. All 4 fishmen were shot backwards as the spikes propelled from Naruto's back, launching them at their friends who dived out of the way. A devil fruit user, said Arlong. Whoa, that was so cool. Hey, become my nakama, yelled Luffy with a large smile. Idiot, now is not the time for that, yelled Zoro. Naruto blinked and shrugged. Sure, but the chef there has to make me a big bowl of ramen. No way. Deal, grinned Luffy. Sanji kicked Luffy in the head. So guess the question is now, who gets to fight who? Grinned Naruto. 2 bones in the shape of handles slowly emerged from his shoulder blades. He grabbed each bone handle and pulled them out, revealing them to be bones in the shape of swords. Oh Zoro, you're not the only one who knows how to fight with a sword. Zoro smirked as he drew his own blade, while Luffy used his Gomu Gomu no pistol to punch Arlong right across the face. Belmir's grave. Nami couldn't believe it, after 8 years of stealing and working for that bastard Arlong. It was all over. Arlong had been defeated. Now here she sat in front of her mother's grave as the village celebrated the defeat of Arlong. A large smile appeared on her face as she stared at the grave. Finally her village was free, and to add in an extra bonus, Luffy had gone out of his way beat up a corrupt bunch of Marines who had tried to steal all the money she had gathered over the 8 years. I figured I would find you here, stated Genzo, a smirk settling on his face. Of course, smirked Nezuko coming up besides Genzo. I take you plan on joining that pirate crew, huh? A large smirk appeared on Nami's face. What do you think? Do you think she would have approved? Asked Nami. Nezuko turned to look at Genzo. She would have never let you become. Yes, stated Nezuko, interrupting the older man. He looked at her surprise. She would have wanted you to do what made you happy. Besides, even if she did say no, would you listen to her? Nami stuck her tongue out and laughed. No way. Genzo started to laugh. Nami and Nezuko looked at him curiously. You two truly are Belmir's daughters. He laughed even harder as he remembered when Belmir had left the village to join the Marines. They were both so much like her. Wow, this is your ship? It is way cooler than mine, grinned Naruto. Yeah, this is the Going Merry, the ship that is going to sail through the entire Grand Line, said Usopp proudly. I'm so hungry, is there any more meat? Groaned Luffy. I just cooked the last of the food, stated Sanji regretfully. Nami pulled out a map and laid it out on the deck. She pointed her finger at a small island. Here, there is an island called Loguetown. Luffy looked at her curiously. Are they famous for their meat? He asked hopefully. Naruto smirked because he liked Luffy. The man had his priorities straight. Food before all else. Now if only he could truly understand that ramen is the food of gods, then all would be perfect. I hear it is called the beginning and the ending town, said Zoro. This is the place where Pirate King Gold D. Roger was born, and where he was executed, said Nami. Gold D. Roger? The Pirate King was killed there? Whispered Luffy in awe. Man, that is so cool, grinned Naruto excitedly. A smirk appeared on Nami's face. Want to go? Luffy had a hard look in his eyes. Let's go, I want to see where the man who had everything, the man who was known as the King of Pirates was last at, smiled Luffy. Loguetown. The crew of 6 stood at the entrance to Loguetown after docking the Going Merry. It was a very large town, much bigger than Cocoa Village. Wow, this place is huge, gasped Usopp. Yep, this is where all pirates come to stock up before heading to the Grand Line. We should be able to find everything we need here, smiled Nami. She was thinking of all the people she could rob, then use their money to buy what she wanted. It was the perfect plan. Ah, I want to go see it. The place where the Pirate King died, shouted Luffy, taking off running. Wait, we haven't decided what to do, yelled Usopp. It didn't make a difference as Luffy had a one-track mind. Geez, he really doesn't. Listen. Zoro shrugged, it doesn't matter. I have something that I need to buy as well. Oh, how do you plan to do that? You are totally broke, teased Nami. The swordsman frowned. That was a problem. Unlike Nami, he wasn't very good at stealing, so he would have to find another way to make the money. I would lend you some money, but I only have enough for myself, to tell the truth. I need to get some new clothes. Apologized Naruto. Zoro cursed inwardly as Nami smiled while holding out 100,000 berry. Marine base at Loguetown, sir, Captain Smoker. We have an emergency alert from Marine headquarters, shouted a Marine. He coughed a bit as he entered a room full of smoke, not steam, but smoke. In the middle of the room, lying down, was a large man with short white hair. He opened his mouth and waves of smoke came out of it. What is the alert? Asked Captain Smoker, not liking to be interrupted. The Marine saluted. Sir, we have just received word from Marine headquarters that Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy and his pirates are heading for Loguetown. Captain Smoker stood up as the smoke in the room intensified. It seems I will have some more pirates to catch. Tell Marine headquarters that I will deal with it, said Smoker. The Marine saluted and went off to report. If there is one thing that Smoker hated, it was pirates. A large smile appeared on Luffy's face. He had finally found it, the gallows where the Pirate King had been killed. It was so awesome. This is where he died. Now I just need to get to the top, smiled Luffy. Wait, how was he going to get up there? It was so tall. Oh yeah, he would climb up. Smoker pushed past the people watching as some fool tried to climb the gallows. He smirked as he recognized that certain idiot. Monkey D. Luffy. The pirate worth 30 million berry. To be honest, he was a bit young to be worth so much, but that must mean that he was very strong. Perhaps he would finally get a challenge, though he doubted it. Hey you're Monkey D. Luffy, right? The pirate, said Smoker. Somehow able to speak just fine despite the 2 large cigars in his mouth. Luffy turned around and blinked curiously. Me? Yeah, I am a pirate, he answered. The name is Smoker. I am captain of the marine base that is stationed here. I have come to arrest you, said Smoker. Oh, I refuse. I am going to be the Pirate King, so I can't be arrested, smiled Luffy. Smoker frowned. Pirate King? Hi, I am going to the Grand Line. Someone as young as you become Pirate King? I was here 20 years ago when the Pirate King was killed. For someone like you who hasn't even been to the Grand Line to claim they will be Pirate King is a joke, stated Smoker. If you truly want to be Pirate King, then you have to beat me. If you can't beat me, then you have no right going to the Grand Line. Luffy smiled largely. So I just have to beat you, do I? Alright then. He was about to attack when he started to fall and bounced around. Smoker's eyes widened. So he is a rubber man? A devil fruit user like me. Maybe this would be a challenge after all. Ah crap, I'm stuck, yelled Luffy, trying to get free. He finally managed to get free and fell right on top of his head. What is he doing? Frowned the captain. Okay, I'm ready. Luffy brought back his arm and shot it forward. Captain Smoker jumped over it as it hit the ground, forming an indentation. Too slow, smirked Smoker, appearing besides Luffy and punching him in the face. The Straw Hat Pirate flew for a bit before smirking as he gained his balance and fired another pistol punch. Smoker dodged it with ease, kicking Luffy right in the chest before delivering a punch to the face. Pathetic? You are worth 30 million berry? I don't even have to use my powers, scowled Smoker. Luffy stood up and smirked widely as he brought back his leg and swung it forward. Smoker ducked around it and it got wrapped around a fountain. Uh-oh, blinked Luffy before yelling as he was shot off into the distance. What is up with him? muttered Smoker. Monkey D. Luffy had to be the strangest pirate that he had ever met. Elsewhere, Naruto grinned happily as he checked out his new outfit. A simple white shirt with no sleeves and was cut down the middle on both sides. This allowed him to move it out of the way so that when he used his powers he would rip or poke holes in it. Plus he now wore a pair of black pants that were bandages up at the bottom near his ankles. To finish the outfit he wore his favorite open-toed sandals that Dr. Higurashi had customized for him that let his toes breathe. He just hated regular shoes and those floppy sandals were a big no. These sandals were perfect with rubber soles and very comfortable. I'll take 3 more pairs of these shirts in red, blue, and purple. Plus, I want 5 more pairs of these pants in white and black, grinned Naruto. That'll be 200 berry. Anything else, sir? Asked the lady with a friendly smile. Oh yeah, is there anywhere around here where I can have shoes made for me? I would like to get a few extra pair of these sandals made for me, smiled Naruto. There is a shoe store near the gallows, but I am not sure they do special custom jobs, answered the woman. Naruto sighed, just his luck. Oh well, just have to send Higurashi Tucson a letter and ask for him to deliver more through Yami. Yami was a large eagle that Naruto had made friends with while in the woods of his home island. It would sometime deliver packages for him. He never know how, but somehow that bird was always able to find him no matter where he was. Thank you, smiled Naruto, taking his bag of clothes and leaving. Time to check out the gallows. Luffy wasn't the only one who wanted to see them. He started to whistle a light tune. Naruto disappeared into his own world as people started to run by him in the opposite direction. They were screaming about something, but he tuned it out. Not his problem. Man, he wished someone on the crew could play an instrument of some sort. That would be so cool. A musician, that is what they really needed. Naruto grinned as he arrived at the gallows before blinking at the sight in front of him. Buggy laughed loudly as he raised the sword above his head. The skies started to darken and rain fell down heavily. There, lying trapped in the bindings, was Monkey D. Luffy, unable to escape. Down on the ground, Zoro and Sanji did their best to get to their captain. Time to die, Monkey D. Luffy. Now I'll bear witness to the flashy execution, shouted Buggy, raising his sword high. Zoro and Sanji continued to fight, knowing they needed to hurry. Luffy saw the sword heading for his neck and looked up to smile. Sorry, he started, I'm dead. The Straw Hat Pirate continued to smile as the sword grew closer. Buggy smiled widely as he was about to kill the Straw Hat Pirate who dare mock and humiliate him. It was never to happen, as several pinging were heard as the sword was knocked out of Buggy's hand. If that wasn't enough, a sudden lightning bolt struck the tower, electrocuting the clown. Man, that sure was a close call. Good thing I have semi-perfect aim, grinned Naruto. He had his right hand with his point finger pointed at Buggy. Basically he had made a pistol with his hand. Nice shooting, smirked Zoro. Surround those pirates now, ordered Smoker. The captain was staring at Luffy. He was smiling. Could he have known he would be saved by his crew? No, he had accepted death and prepared for it completely. Only one other man had that smile upon his death. An image of the Pirate King just as he was executed appeared in his head. Down on the ground, Zoro and Sanji caught up to Naruto and Luffy just as 100 Marines came rushing in from all corners. This is so cool, what a large fight, smiled Luffy. The gallows collapsed and out of the debris emerged Luffy. Buggy had swirls in his eyes from just being electrocuted. Hon Gatling gun, smirked Naruto, firing a barrage of bone finger digit bullets at the approaching Marines. He could fire 5 at a time at a speed of 5 shots a second. The Marines screamed as they were hit in the legs and arms. Naruto decided not to go for killing shots. We need to get back to the ship or we will never make it to the Grand Line, stated Sanji, knocking out a pirate and a Marine. Oh, well, let's get going, said Luffy, taking off. Sanji led the way with Naruto and Luffy taking up the middle while Zoro covered their rear. They ran towards the docks without stopping. Marines were running after them from behind. Sanji's eye gained a heart in it as he looked ahead to see a pretty woman. Oh my, who is that beautiful woman? Yelled the cook. She had her head down as the rain poured. All of them came to a pause as she looked at them through betrayed chocolate brown eyes. You lied to me, yelled Tashigi, glaring at Zoro. What did you do to her? Shouted Sanji angrily at Zoro. The swordsman stepped forward. You never asked my name, I never lied to you, said Zoro simply. That sword doesn't belong in the hands of a scoundrel like you, unforgivable. I shall confiscate that sword from you, shouted Tashigi, placing her hand on the hilt of her blade. Just try it, smirked Zoro, drawing his blade. The two moved forward, clashing blades against one another. Tashigi glared at Zoro, who continued to smirk. They clashed blades a few more times before Sanji yelled. "Zoro, how dare you attack a woman?" yelled Sanji. "Stay out of this." Sanji was surprised to hear Tashigi speak. "This is a fight between Roronoa and I, no one is to interfere," she finished with a determined look. "You heard her, go," ordered Zoro. Luffy smiled as he ran by with Naruto following. Sanji sent one last warning to Zoro about not harming her before following the other two. They ran ahead knowing that Zoro would be fine. Sanji was more worried about the woman as she was out of her league. The group was almost at the harbor when they came upon another marine. "Monkey D. Luffy, I told you would not be going to the Grand Line until you could defeat me," stated Smoker. "Oh yeah, I remember you now," smiled Luffy. "Play dumb all you want," glared Smoker. Luffy. "Sanji, Naruto, go ahead. I can handle this," smiled Luffy confidently. Sanji and Naruto hesitated, but Luffy told them to go again, so they left. Smoker just let them go knowing that they wouldn't get far in this weather, not when his marines were already at the dock with the cannons. Going Merry Nami gripped the edge of the deck as the rain and wind grew stronger. If the others didn't arrive soon, they would be stuck on the island and she would be out on the sea all alone. Worse, she would be stuck with that idiot Usopp. "Nami-chan, I'm Bach." She smiled as she recognized that voice anywhere. Her eyes turned toward the dock to see Sanji, and next to him was Naruto. The two were running on the dock, keeping up with the Going Merry that was getting pulled further away from the island. "Behind you," shouted Usopp, pointing at the group of marines. Naruto and Sanji spun around, taking out the marines with ease. However, it seemed for every one they took out, two more showed up. They were like roaches. Suddenly, strong green winds blew through the entire island, blowing everything and everyone. They all got up groggily and looked into the distance. "The ship, it is pulling away. We will never get to it now," shouted Usopp. "I got it," smiled Luffy, and that way whenever he got an insane idea, he grabbed a railing and pulled himself very far back. Gomu Gomu no Rocket, Sanji, Zoro, Naruto, and Usopp were all grabbed by their crazy captain. They flew through the air towards the Going Merry and collided with its sail, then fell down onto the deck. Luffy laughed happily. "Guys," smiled Nami, happy they had made it. A few minutes later they were all aboard. "How about a proper toast as we make our way to the Grand Line?" smirked Sanji. He raised his foot and placed it on top of the barrel. "To finding all blue." Luffy smirked widely. "To become the Pirate King." "To become the greatest swordsman," smirked Zoro, putting his foot up. "To draw a map of the world," beamed Nami. "I to become a brave warrior of the sea," said Usopp. "To have the greatest adventure of all time," grinned Naruto. "To the Grand Line," shouted Luffy as they all raised their legs up high. Chapter 3, Holy shit. Dude, that is one huge ass whale. I mean, I have seen sea kings that don't even compare to this whale, whistled Naruto. "Stop admiring it and help us turn the ship before we all die," yelled Zoro. "I got an idea," yelled Luffy, heading beneath the deck. "Is this the end?" Nami froze in fear as they got closer to the whale. They had just made it down Reverse Mountain and now they were going to die the moment they entered the Grand Line. It just wasn't fair. Naruto grinned widely while Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji all tried to turn the ship. Suddenly a loud explosion went off and a cannonball hit the whale. Everyone was surprised. "The cannon?" yelled everyone. A laughing sound came from Naruto. The ship came to a slow stop with the goat head of the Going Merry breaking off as it tapped the surface of the whale. Nami fell backwards with wide eyes as it came down at her, but a hand grabbed and pulled her up to avoid being crushed. She looked to see Naruto standing there next to her, looking at the ornate head. "Man, Luffy is not going to be happy about losing his favorite seat," said Naruto, shaking his head. "Hurry, we got to paddle away," yelled Usopp. Luffy ran up from the deck with an angry look in his eyes. "My favorite seat?" Nami looked at Luffy, praying he didn't do anything stupid. They came up on the left side of the whale and were going right past its eye when Luffy did something stupid. "This is for destroying my favorite seat," shouted Luffy, punching the whale right in its eye. "Dude, we are so dead," grinned Naruto. Everyone froze, hoping the whale didn't feel it, but then its eyes looked right down at the Going Merry. "Yeah, and there is more." Luffy never finished when Zoro punched him in the head, knocking him down. "Idiot, are you trying to kill us?" A loud roar came from the whale as it opened its mouth. The Going Merry was sucked right into its mouth. Luffy fell overboard. Thinking quick, he used his Gomu abilities to attach to one of its teeth, then climb onto its head. Inside the whale no one said anything. "Is this real?" said Zoro. "Sure feels real," blinked Naruto. "I know what I felt in SW. We were swallowed by that whale," said Sanji. There in front of them was an extremely small island with a house on it. They were surrounded by water and above them is a cloud-filled sky. What is with this island and house? Said Nami. Illusions, stated Zoro. The water started to rise and suddenly a squid popped out. Well, that looks like a great big squid, yelled Nami, Sanji, and Usopp. Another illusion, said Zoro. In a second, 3 harpoons pierced through the squid, killing it. All looked to see that the harpoons had come from inside the house. A pair of eyes appeared in the doorway. Usopp and Nami started to shiver in fear. I know, I'll use the cannons. No, wait, I think it's a person, said Sanji. A person? Who would live inside a whale? Said Nami. Out of the house came an old man wearing a strange thing on his balding head. He stared at the ship before calmly walked to the lawn chair, taking a seat, and pulling out a paper to read. Hey, you just going to ignore us? Shouted Sanji. The man said nothing as he continued to read. Hey, we got cannons back here. You try anything and we will use them, shouted Usopp from far away. You do that and someone is going to die, stated the man with a hard look. Nami and Usopp shivered in fear. Sanji smirked. Oh yay. Who is that going to be? Me, of course, said the man simply. Excuse me, you? Sanji stopped when Zoro put a hand on his shoulder. Give it a rest. I don't think the old man is all there. That bastard. He is mocking us, glared Sanji. Zoro smirked. Hey, I got 2 questions. Where are we and who are you? The old man's eyes narrowed and a tense silence followed. Dude, how did you get a recent paper living inside a whale? Everyone's jaws dropped as Naruto stood behind the old man looking over his shoulder at the paper. What the hell are you doing over there? They all yelled. Naruto grinned sheepishly. So loud over there, idiot, they yelled. Name is Crocus, I am the keeper of the lighthouse at the Cape. I am a Gemini and 71.5 years old, started the old man, not in the least bit perturbed by Naruto's appearance behind him. Now it was Zoro's turn to be angry. The old man is mocking them. I would tell you where you are, but seeing as how you have been so rude, all I will say is that you are trespassing on my private resort. Besides, it should be obvious where you are, seeing as how you were eaten by a whale. Since when does a whale's stomach have clouds? Yelled Nami. Actually, I think this is quite nice. I wonder if it's possible to paint the inside of my stomach like that, wondered Naruto looking down at his stomach. It's a giant mural, yelled Usopp. Call it an old man's hobby, said Crocus. Everyone's sweat dropped. Just tell us, how do we get out of here, yelled Usopp. Crocus pointed. The exit is right over there. All turned to see a giant door and sweat dropped. Alright, let's get going, smiled Naruto. Soon the entire place started to shake and all gripped the edges. What is going on? Grunted Zoro. Look, pointed Nami at the island. It isn't an island but a ship with iron on the bottom. Usopp punched his hand. Of course. The gastric acids would destroy anything wood or flesh. That means we have to get out of here soon. Kind of hard to do with all this shaking, said Nami, gripping the edge. He is angry. This rocking is due to him smashing his head into the red line, said Crocus. Nami's eyes widened. Of course, that explains all those scars on its head that we saw. Why does he do it? Asked Usopp. It's suffering, said Nami. Elsewhere in Laboon, Mr. Nine smirked as he held a bazooka in his hand. All right, Miss Wednesday, remember the plan, baby. This door here leads to the whale's stomach. First we take care of the old man, then we finish off the whale. The man was wearing a green outfit with a king's crown on the top of his head. Standing next to him was a pretty woman who looked to be in her early 20s. She had long blue hair that was up in a ponytail. In her hands she held a bazooka as well. Right, Mr. Nine? This whale is a precious creature that will feed our town for years to come, smirked Miss Wednesday. Okay, on 3 we will bust down this door and finish off that old man, smirked Mr. Nine. Miss Wednesday nodded. He was about to start the countdown when a screaming sound was heard. Both looked up, wondering what is making that sound. Their eyes widened as a man wearing a straw hat crashed right into them and through the door. They went flying through the air over the gastric acids. It's them again, said Crocus, narrowing his eyes upon Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday. Luffy, hey Zoro, is everyone okay? Yelled Luffy as he sailed through the air. I could use some help. A long white bone extended in front of Luffy. Grab hold and swing yourself over to the ship, grunted Naruto, kneeling on the ground with a very long bone coming out of the palm of his hand. Luffy grinned as he grabbed the bone and spun around so he was on top of it. The Straw Hat Captain then shot his hand towards the railing of the ship and flew towards it, crashing right into Zoro. Hee hee, sorry Zoro, grinned Luffy. Break, so, who are these two and why did you risk your life to save the Whale? Asked Nami, looking at Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, who were struggling to break free. They were all on Crocus's ship now that the whale had calmed down. These two are a couple of thugs from a nearby island. All they care about is using Laboon as food to feed their town, said Crocus. Laboon? Nami raised an eyebrow. Yes, Laboon is the name of the whale. He is an island whale found in the West Blue Ocean. The reason he keeps ramming into the red line is because he is waiting for a group of pirates to return to. He has been waiting for the past 50 years, said Crocus. Listen closely, and I will tell you the tale of Laboon. Grand Line Luffy cheered as they finally made it out of the whale. To wait 50 years, Laboon is a true friend. How can his crew just forget about him? Said Usopp angrily. Don't be an idiot, chances are they are probably dead, said Zoro. I hate to say it, but he is probably right. The Grand Line had barely been navigated back then compared to now. It was 100 times more treacherous than it is now, said Nami. Crocus shifted his glasses. One should learn from this that reality is cruel. I heard that his crew ended up leaving the Grand Line through the calm belt. A cruel fate they bestowed upon Laboon, never coming back for him and taking the coward's way out. We can speculate all we want on what happened. All turned to look at Naruto, who had finally spoke for the first time since hearing the tale of Laboon's crew. He leaned on the railing with a hard look. Maybe they took the coward's way out. Maybe they were killed at sea. Maybe 1,000 more things happened to them. Guessing and listening to rumors won't tell us the truth. Until we know what happened for sure, we have no right to judge them. Just as no one has the right to judge us on the basis that we are pirates. Things are never how they seem until you know the full story, smirked Naruto. Laboon believes in them. Who are we to tell him otherwise? Crocus's eyes widened as he looked upon Naruto. Those eyes, those words, they reminded him so much of another man he had met. Ah, yelled Luffy, running up the whale's back. He was carrying the mast of the Going Merry. What is that idiot doing? Frowned Nami. Who knows, you have to keep an eye on him every minute, said Zoro. Does he realize that is the mast to our ship? Sighed Usopp. Gomu Gomu pistol, yelled Luffy, stabbing the mast into one of Laboon's scars. Laboon's eyes started to water and it roared in pain, causing a massive tidal wave. Naruto laughed loudly. You damn idiot, yelled the crew. Kick his ass, Luffy, shouted Naruto, laughing. Crocus's eyes widened as he looked upon Luffy and what he had done. Soon Luffy and Laboon started to fight each other. Laboon charged forward, intent on crushing Luffy. It's a draw. The whale stopped as Luffy stood up and put on his hat. This match is a draw. I am stronger than I look, and one day we will have to finish our battle. I refuse to lose to anybody. So after I am done sailing the Grand Line with my nakama, I am coming back here to kick your ass. Do you got that? Yelled Luffy with a large grin. The whale's eyes started to tear up. It released a loud sound that acknowledged Luffy's challenge. Good. A few minutes later, and Luffy had painted a crude Jolly Roger on Laboon's head over its scars. This will be a promise of our battle. It was done quickly, so make sure not to hit your head or it will come off, smirked Luffy. Laboon released a loud noise in understanding. Break. Luffy and Naruto stuffed their faces as they ate the blue-finned elephant tuna that Sanji had prepared. While they were eating, Crocus started to explain to Nami how things worked. Did you all come here to die? It is obvious you came here with no knowledge of how the Grand Line works, said Crocus. What do you mean? Gasped Nami. Things like common sense and the currents of the sea don't matter here. The Grand Line is the most dangerous place in the world, and I just don't mean because of all the other pirates out there. What makes it so dangerous is that it is impossible to navigate using a regular compass. Only a log pose can navigate through the Grand Line. It is specially designed to pick up the magnetic fields produced by a powerful magnetic field that surrounds each island, said Crocus. Wait, if we don't have a way to navigate through the Grand Line, then we are screwed, stated Nami. Usopp yelled, you are the navigator. Navigate us through it. If you need a log pose, I got one, said Naruto, causing everyone to look at him. He tossed a strange-looked wristwatch at Nami. It was a round hourglass with a needle in the middle. Hey, I got one of those too, said Luffy, holding out an identical wristwatch. How the hell did you two get these? Yelled Nami. Bought it, answered Naruto. Found it, answered Luffy. Nami's eyes twitched. You bastards, you ate the whole elephant tuna, yelled Sanji with a horror-filled look in his eyes. Naruto and Luffy grinned. Delicious, I wanted Nami to try it. Get her some then, yeah. Sanji seethed in anger and delivered a spinning kick, sending them both flying into Nami. They collided into Nami, destroying both log pose. Nami clenched her fists and in a blur started to beat up all three men. You idiots, now we will never be able to leave here, she yelled, covering them in bruises. Crocus laughed, not to worry. I have a spare one you can have. Nami's eyes lit up in delight. Hey, we need a favor. All turned around to see Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday. Journey to Whiskey Peak, the most awesome snowman, yelled Luffy proudly. Please, what I have created is a true piece of art, smirked Usopp, pointing at the beautiful snow mermaid. Luffy's eyes widened in awe. No way, mine is the best, grinned Naruto. There standing next to Naruto was a snowman twice the size of the one that Luffy had made, with buff muscles and an arrogant smirk on its face. All over its body were spikes, Naruto's bones, giving it a badass appearance. Cool, grinned Luffy. Snowman punch. Usopp's mermaid had its head blown off. Naruto started to laugh before firing one of his snowman's spikes destroyed Luffy's snowman's head. He stopped laughing when a snowball took off his own snowman's head. The three then got into a snow war, every man for themselves. A scream came from the galley, interrupting their fun. Nami burst out of the galley and started to scream, "Turn the ship 180 degrees. Portside, what is going on?" asked Naruto. Yeah, we are on the same course, blinked Luffy. No, the currents have spun us around, started Nami when thunder and lightning filled the skies. It soon started to rain heavily. Hurry, or we will get lost in this storm. Everyone started to do as she ordered except for Zoro, who managed to sleep through the whole thing. A couple hours later, they were all lying on the deck tired. Zoro yawned as he woke up from his nap. You all sure are being lazy on such a beautiful day, stated Zoro, ignoring the fact that he had just been sleeping himself. Zoro glanced to see the two that had tried to kill Laboon on board the ship. Why are these two here with us? He asked. Taking them to their town, Whiskey Peak, answered Luffy. Why, we don't owe them any favors, he stated, glancing down at the two who shifted nervously. Nope, nothing, smiled Luffy. Whatever. I don't care, shrugged Zoro. He then smirked as he leaned forward. By the way, what did you say your names were? Again? Mr. 9 Inches, Miss Wednesday, oh. I feel like I have heard those names before. He noticed them start to sweat and took a seat down across from them. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. Who? Nami punched Zoro on top of the head. What was that for? Demanded Zoro. His eyes widened as Nami was surrounded by flames of anger. You dare sleep no matter how many times we try to wake you, Baka? Several more punches were delivered and Zoro fell to the ground with a knocked out look in his eyes. Oi, land ho, shouted Luffy with a large smile. All turned to see a large island coming up as they broke through the fog. Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 smirked as they leapt onto the railing in identical poses. Thank you for the lift, but it is time we get going, smirked Mr. 9. Yes, perhaps we will meet again, but until then, smiled Miss Wednesday. Bye-bye baby, they both said as they leapt overboard into the water, then started to swim towards the island. Strange people, blinked Usopp. They were really in sync, said Naruto with an impressed look. Nami bopped him over the head. This island won't have monsters, will it? Trembled Usopp. Naruto grinned. I hope so. If it does, then we will leave, said Luffy simply. Naruto pouted at hearing that. We can't, frowned Nami. Oh, why not? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Because, the log pose has to have time to adapt to the island's magnetic field. Each island is different, but we can't leave until we get the next set of magnetic coordinates, explained Nami. Zoro yawned. Oh well, then we just stay until we get the coordinates. No point in wasting time worrying about it. Yeah, I will protect Nami-chan from anything out there, stated Sanji with his heart eye. Alright then, let's go, shouted Luffy excitedly. Whiskey Peak. The Straw Hat Pirates broke through the fog to find a most curious sight. Loud cheers, flashes of camera, and music filled their ears. The entire island had come out to welcome them. Everyone was welcoming them with large smiles. Even the mayor had come out. Come, we must celebrate your arrival, smiled the mayor. Yosh, let's do it, yelled Luffy, Sanji, Naruto, and Usopp. Nighttime rolled around and the entire crew had participated in the drinking, eating, and all-around celebration. The whole village had turned out to celebrate. Zoro and Nami were drinking their fill to win the 100,000 berry prize money for the person to be the last one standing after drinking the most. Luffy and Naruto had ate so much that 4 cooks had fainted from overexertion. Sanji was wooing over 20 women at a time. Soon all the Straw Hat Pirates had passed out from the festivities. Outside, the so-called mayor smirked. So, I see you managed to meet the new guests, Mayor Ingram, or Mr. 8, smirked Mr. 9 from on top of the tavern. Miss Wednesday stood next to him before the two leapt down. Mr. 8 turned around with a large smile. Yes, they are passed out inside as we speak. The town is already on a food shortage and I had a feeling you wouldn't be able to complete your mission, stated Mr. 8. Miss Wednesday flushed in embarrassment. You don't have to go saying it like that, shouted Mr. 9 angrily. The back door to the tavern opened up and out walked a large nun with dark skin. She had been the final one Nami had beat in the drinking contest, or so the young navigator had thought. How annoying, we had to put in much more alcohol towards the end there. I say we should have killed them the moment they landed. What could those 5 children done to us? Scowled the woman, tossing off the nun uniform to reveal a very muscular body wearing a polka dot dress. Mr. 8 cleared his throat. Miss Monday, do not speak so hastily, those pirates are more than they appeared. He reached into his coat jacket and pulled out a wanted poster. It had Monkey D. Luffy's face on it and 30 million berry bounty beneath the picture. 30 million berry, they yelled except for Mr. 8. Mr. 8 nodded as he put the wanted posters back in his shirt. If we kill them we only get 30% of the bounty. The world government enjoys their public executions, frowned Mr. 8 with obvious distaste. I apologize, bowed Miss Monday. So what do we do now? Asked Miss Wednesday. Go, capture them alive, ordered Mr. 8. Hey, sorry to interrupt. All of them were stunned as they turned around to see the swordsman sitting on top of the building with his sword raised. He had a large smirk on his face. But could you let them sleep a bit longer? They had a long trip this afternoon and could use the rest. The doors opened from behind the tavern and 2 men ran out. Sir, the one with the green hair and swords has disappeared, shouted the man. He's up there, glared Miss Wednesday. Fiend, you should have been knocked out with all the drinking you have done, glared Mr. 8. Zoro smirked. No true swordsman, no matter how weak or strong, will ever allow himself to be knocked out by a mere drink. His smirk widened as he watched as the whole town came out, all carry weapons, from pistols to swords, to weapons he had never even seen. I see what is going on here. This is a bounty hunter's nest. You deceive merry pirates as they come in from the Grand Line, then take them for all they're worth. The swordsman stood up. Must be roughly 100 bounty hunters here. I'll take you all on. His eyes narrowed. Baroque Works. How do you know that name? Yelled Mr. 8, who along with the others were surprised by this pirate's knowledge. A while back when I was in this line of work, I was offered a position. I refused, of course. Members who don't even know each other except by code names. Not to mention the boss's identity and location are a mystery even to its members. A criminal organization that faithfully carries out the orders of its leader. Baroque Works, finished Zoro with a wide smirk. Mr. 8 started to speak with his head lowered. This is surprising, but, since you know our secret, we have no choice but to eliminate you, and add another gravestone to the great cactus rock. His head raised and he smirked widely. Come on then, smirked Zoro. Kill him, yelled Mr. 8. His eyes widened in horror along with everyone else as Zoro was nowhere to be seen. They all looked around searching for the two. Ah, yelled one of the bounty hunters as Zoro stood in the middle of them pretending to look around as well. A smirk appeared on the swordsman's face. Ready? Smirked Zoro. Bastard, you dare mock us. Shoot him, they shouted. A group of 10 bounty hunters on each side raised their guns and fired, but screamed as they only hit each other. Zoro had once again disappeared. They once again looked all over for the green-haired swordsman. Tell me, said Zoro as the sword pointed right at Mr. 8's neck. Do you really think that you will only have to add just one gravestone? Soon guns were pointed at him and Mr. 8 drew his own weapon, firing his shotgun of an instrument. 7 bounty hunters dropped dead, but Zoro was nowhere in sight. I found the swordsman, shouted a new voice. It is only a matter of time now before he is dead, smirked Mr. 8 as Miss Monday went to go help. Zoro smirked as he drew his newest blades and started to take them for a test run. With a single swing he took out 6 bounty hunters. Kitetsu-ha? Looks like you are going to be a problem child. Got him, yelled a bounty hunter holding a bazooka. He was about to fire when a bone pierced through it and it exploded in the bounty hunter's hands. Now you are just being selfish. Hogging all these bounty hunters to yourself. Zoro and the bounty hunters looked up to see Naruto standing on top of the building with a fox-like grin. A bunch of weaklings like this, I don't need any help, smirked Zoro. Naruto grinned, bet I can take out more than you. Kill them both. You're on, yelled Zoro charging towards a group of bounty hunters. Time to show you it wasn't a fluke, smirked Naruto making pistols with both his fingers. He took careful aim. Hone pistol. a barrage of bone finger bullets took down 7 bounty hunters. A large grin appeared on Naruto's face as 2 bone handles emerged from his shoulders. In a blur, another group of bounty hunter fell to the ground from multiple cuts. Why did everyone assume that Zoro is the only swordsman? No respect, no respect. A loud explosion made Naruto look up to see that muscular black woman get taken down. Heck, Zoro didn't even have to use his swords. Naruto fired several more finger bullets before running up, jumping from roof to roof. He smirked as he finally one of the leaders. Mr. 9, if he remembered the man's name correctly. Hey dude, I'll be your opponent, grinned Naruto, blocking Mr. 9's path. Fool, you will fall to my acrobatics, smirked Mr. 9, flipping forward at impressive speeds. Mr. 9 then withdrew his steel bats and struck. His bats were blocked by Naruto's bone swords. Not bad, but you still need some work, smirked Naruto, moving at even faster speeds. Mr. 9 barely managed to keep up. What's that matter? Where are your acrobatics now? Just you wait, hear it, Mr. 9 flipped right back into a wall. Naruto's sweat dropped a bit, having a hard time believing the man just did that. Didn't he know how to pay attention to his environment? That was just sad. You okay, dude? Asked Naruto, poking the man with his sword, but got no response. Don't count us out yet, you still haven't seen what I can do, smirked Miss Wednesday. She stood on top of an overgrown duck and raised her hands up. Time for my perfume dance. A strong pungent smell started to fill the air as Miss Wednesday swung her hips in an alluring manner. Naruto just stood there and blinked. Miss Wednesday started to sweat nervously as nothing happened to the man. You know, you are a pretty good belly dancer. It makes you look really hot, grinned Naruto. A light blush heated Miss Wednesday's cheeks and she momentarily paused in her attack. Quiet, flattery will not have me spare your life. Now go Karu, Peacock Crusher, ordered Miss Wednesday, spinning around a strange weapon that Naruto had never seen. He stepped to the side and Karu and Miss Wednesday went crashing into the wall behind him, just like Mr. 9. Tell me, does Baroque Works ever capture any pirates? Or do they just turn themselves in after being annoyed from all y'all attacks? Asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Ah, a scream was heard and Naruto looked up. He stepped to the side as Mr. 8 crashed into the ground with a cut across his chest. That makes 53, smirked Zoro. That isn't fair, you started taking them out before I was awake, yelled Naruto. Whatever, you lose, shrugged Zoro. He pulled out a bottle of wine and started to drink from it. This isn't over, glared Naruto. They didn't say any more as they sensed a new presence and turned around. There walked towards them were 2 people. One was a cute woman with short blonde hair, a yellow dress, and a matching umbrella. The other was a black man wearing a brown trench coat and coal-black eyes. One was a tall black man with curly black hair, and standing next to him was a pretty blonde woman with an umbrella. How pathetic, you 3 being beat by these 2, stated the black man. Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, wheezed Mr. 9 with a smile. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. Mr. 5 said nothing while Miss Valentine laughed. Have you come here to laugh at us or help? Grunted Mr. 8. Miss Valentine started to laugh. The 2 Straw Hat Pirates remained calm, not in the least bit intimidated. Fool, we didn't get set out to the front lines to help you take care of some weak no-name pirates. We have come here because the boss told us someone knew his secret. Ing is how our organization revolves around secrecy. This cannot be tolerated. So we did some investigation and guess where it led. Us, said Mr. 5. Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday suddenly started to shake a bit in fear. Naruto and Zoro didn't fail to notice this, earning their curiosity. Haha, it led us right to members of the King's Court, Captain of the Royal Guard Ingram and the missing Princess Neferati Vivi, said Mr. 5, holding out the picture of a woman that looked exactly like Miss Wednesday. I will not let you harm the princess, yelled Mr. 8, standing up and pulling his bow tie, firing the cannons hidden in his curls. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine didn't even bother to move as they were hit and caught in the explosion. Run, Vivi, now. Miss Wednesday had tears in her eyes but nodded as she hopped on Karu and took off. We should help, said Naruto. Why? I don't know, it seems like the right thing to do. We are pirates. Since when do we start to do the right thing? Besides, best not to get involved in affairs that don't involve us, said Zoro nonchalantly. Yeah, but still. I always wanted to save a princess, grinned Naruto. Zoro slapped his forehead. Please, both turned down to see Mr. 8 crawl towards them. Please, I beg of you. Help Princess Vivi. All is lost. Naruto smiled while Zoro shook his head. Sure, I'll help. Wait, all turned to see Nami sitting on the edge of a small building. She had a large smile on her face. Zoro is right, we are pirates. If we are going to help, it should be for money, grinned Nami. He already left, said Zoro pointing at the empty spot next to him. No, yelled Nami. Naruto was ruining her plans to make a fortune. She is a freaking princess, that meant she had to be loaded. Stupid Naruto. Princess Vivi, Miss Monday, yelled Vivi in horror. Now two of her friends were dead and all she could do is run. They weren't really friends, but they did fight for her and that counted for something. Mr. Five came walking out of the dust with a booger on his finger. Time to die, princess. He flicked the booger right at her and she had no time to dodge. A small projectile hit the booger 10 feet away from the princess, causing it to explode prematurely. When the explosion died down, there stood Naruto in front of Vivi. Dude, that is disgusting. You are a grown man. Why are you still picking your nose? Said Naruto, shaking his head. I don't know who you are, but if you don't stand aside then you will die with her, said Mr. Five coldly. Miss Valentine started to laugh. I say we kill him anyway. Why are you helping me? Asked Vivi, surprised. You're cute and you did do a nice dance for me, winked Naruto. A blush heated Vivi's cheeks. But mostly because that dude with all the curls asked me to. Another booger came flying at Naruto, but he shot it out of the air just as he did the last one. He then raised his hand up and fired all 5 finger bones at Miss Valentine, who was floating the air high above him. Her umbrella was shot out of her hand just as she got over him. Take this, 10,000 kilo, she shouted angrily. Naruto blinked as bone spikes burst out all over his body. Miss Valentine's eyes widened as she realized what would happen if she landed on those spikes. She quickly lowered her weight to 1 pound, causing her to slow down. That is exactly what Naruto planned as he jumped up and delivered a powerful kick to her face. Vivi's eyes widened in awe as Miss Valentine was knocked through a building. The bones retracted back inside Naruto as he landed on the ground. As he touched the ground, he pivoted on his foot and delivered a spinning back kick to Mr. Five's face. Mr. Five went flying through 2 buildings before coming to a stop. I thought they were supposed to be stronger, blinked Naruto, scratching the back of his head. He took them both out with 1 hit apiece, thought Vivi in awe. A yawn escaped Naruto as he stretched out his arms. Okay, let's get going, princess. No point in staying here, said Naruto, walking away. Kuru looked at Vivi, who nodded, and the two followed after the strange man who could manipulate his bones. An hour later, Luffy had woke up and almost attacked Zoro and Naruto for attacking the grateful villagers who fed them. Nami fortunately knocked some sense into Luffy, literally, and Princess Vivi started to explain everything to the 4 members of the Straw Hat Pirates. She told them that she came from the kingdom of Arbasta, a small kingdom that was about to be split by civil war, that's to Baroque Works, who were inciting the insurgents. She had joined Baroque Works to infiltrate the criminal organization and find out who was responsible. Nami tried to get her not to tell them who the leader of the organization was, but it slipped out anyway. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlord pirates of the sea. Not only that, but 2 messengers were listening in on the conversation and drew pictures of them before flying off to warn Crocodile. Now all of them would be wanted by this group. Zoro, Naruto, go get Sanji and Usopp so we can get out of here, said Nami after she finished crying about it not being fair. Zoro grumbled while Naruto smiled, going to see if there was any food left. Zoro tossed Usopp aboard while Naruto dropped Sanji on the upper deck. Both turned to see Kuru already on the ship. It gave them a quack and they shrugged their shoulders. Right as they finished getting them aboard, a large explosion went off in the distance. It was huge. Looks like Baroque Works is a bit more resourceful than we thought, stated Zoro. Do you think they have stronger members? I mean, the ones we faced were pretty weak. I really want to fight strong people, frowned Naruto, a bit upset. Who knows, but I understand how you feel, shrugged Zoro. Hey, are Usopp and Sanji aboard? Yelled Nami, running towards the ship. Yep, nodded Zoro. We even got a duck in case you all get hungry, smiled Naruto, pointing at Kuru, whom started to sweat in fear. Everyone hopped on board the Going Merry and the ship set sail. They traveled through the dense fog, careful not to hit those rocks. I know, thanks, smiled Nami. She suddenly froze. Was that you? Naruto? Naruto tilted his head in confusion. They all turned around to see a beautiful woman wearing a purple cowgirl outfit. She sat on the railing of the deck and had a smile on her face. Who are you? Why are you on my ship? Asked Luffy. It's you, gasped Vivi. Hello, Miss Wednesday, or should I call you Princess Vivi? Smiled the woman. You know her? Asked Zoro. Hi, she is Miss All Day Sunday, glared Vivi. Nami blinked. Whose partner is she? Mr. Zero, the boss of Baroque Works, Crocodile, answered Vivi. Nami started to shake in fear as just the idea of a pirate warlord after them was not something she liked one bit. Tell me, how is Mr. 8 doing? Smiled Miss Sunday. That smile, the same smile he wore when he was little. This woman, she was not everything she was pretending to be. He relaxed, she was not here to start any trouble. You killed Ingram? Yelled Vivi. Miss Sunday merely smiled. The sound of a gun clicking was heard as Sanji and Usopp appeared on either side of her while Zoro grabbed the hilt of his sword. You know what is going on, Sanji? Asked Usopp. No idea, but it seems Miss Sunday is in a spot of trouble, replied Sanji. A smile appeared on Miss Sunday's face before an invisible force knocked Sanji and Usopp away from her. Zoro, Naruto, and Luffy were sent skidding backwards as well. Please don't put your weapons at me, they are quite dangerous, smiled Miss Sunday. Devil fruit user, shivered Vivi in fear. Miss Sunday continued to smile as Luffy's hat suddenly left his head. It landed on her head and he started to yell. She ignored him as she addressed Vivi. Here, this is for you, she said, tossing an eternal pose at Vivi. The princess caught it and gave Miss Sunday a confused look. What is this? Vivi asked. An eternal pose for the island closest to Arbasta. The next island you are on way to is known as Little Garden. A very dangerous island, best to stay away from it. That eternal pose will lead you down a path that none of the Baroque work agents know about it, explained Miss Sunday. How do we know you are telling the truth? Asked Nami. It sounds like a trap to me, said Zoro. A shattering sound was heard and all looked to see Luffy had destroyed the eternal pose. Nami hit him in the head. You idiot, we could have used that. You are not the one who decides where this ship goes, said Luffy firmly looking right at Miss Sunday. She tossed his hat back to him. Too bad, perhaps the next time we meet things between us will be different, Miss Sunday smiled. No, said Luffy childishly. Miss Sunday laughed a bit as she hopped off the deck and landed on a giant turtle. She waved goodbye to everyone as her turtle disappeared into the distance. Bye, waved Naruto, earning him a punch in the head from Nami. Chapter 4 The country with no name. They had arrived at an island covered in snow and with chimney-shaped mountains. Nonetheless, they had arrived at an island. Hopefully, it would have a doctor on it so that they could treat Nami. She was getting worse and if she didn't get treatment soon then they very well may lose her. Look at all the snow, smiled Luffy widely. What if there are snow monsters, trembled Usopp. It seems we are not very welcome here, said Naruto looking at all the people that lined both sides of the rivers with guns. Pirates, you are not welcome in these waters. Turn around now and leave, ordered the tallest of the men wearing strange iron armor. He had a hard look in his eyes. Hey, we didn't come here to fight. We have a sick person on board that needs a doctor, yelled Luffy. Like we will fall for that one, yelled a man, his pistol aimed at the crew. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette. Man, they really hate us, and we haven't even had the chance to meet them. Shut up, pirate, yelled another man firing his pistol. The bullet hit right near Sanji's foot, pissing the cook off. Yo, you are going to pay for that. Sanji was about to charge forward, but Vivi blocked his path. The man on the shore had been so scared by Sanji's sudden movement that he pulled the trigger of his gun on reflex. A bullet sailed forward right towards Vivi. It never hit her as Naruto stepped in front of her, taking the hit. He didn't even flinch as the bullet buried itself into his arm. Naruto, yelled Luffy. I'm fine, said Naruto. Luffy's eyes narrowed in anger and he was about to charge forward. No, stop, yelled Vivi, blocking his path. Fighting is not the answer, Luffy. You can't always beat people up to get your way. Vivi turned to face the people on the shores and bowed to her knees, lowering her head to the wooden boards. Please, I beg of you. Our friend is very sick and if she doesn't get treatment soon she will die. Please, we mean no harm, begged the princess. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at Vivi, then at Naruto, who gave him a nod. I apologize. Please, we only wish to have a doctor for our friend, said Luffy, mimicking Vivi. The large man looked down upon them. Very well, we shall lead you into town. Men, put your weapons away, ordered the man. I told you, smiled Vivi. You are a strange one, replied Luffy. Vivi ran over to Naruto and was about to take a look at his arm, but he shook his head. The bullet had already been pushed out by hardening his bones. I'm fine, Vivi-chan, grinned Naruto. She smiled, thank you. Naruto grinned happily. Break. Zoro took a deep breath as he finished his weight training. He now looked down upon the 2-foot-long and 3-inch thick bone that is lying on the ground. His eyes narrowed upon it as he calmly drew his sword. You sure have been training a lot lately. What's up? Asked Naruto, munching on an apple. I was weak back there. I couldn't even pierce through that wax, yet you could do it with ease. If I am going to be the greatest swordsman in the world, then I have to be able to cut steel, replied Zoro, continuing his weight training. He was on his 2000th swing when a bone pierced the deck in front of him. Zoro looked at Naruto curiously. I can harden my bones to be as strong as steel or stronger. Right, there is a bone that is as strong as steel. If you can cut it, then you can cut through steel, explained Naruto. The devil fruit user smirked, good luck. He swung his sword downward and nothing. His blade rested against the bone, not even a scratch on it. Naruto wasn't lying. This bone definitely was as strong as that wax he encountered on Little Garden. It seemed he needed to do some more training. Vivi, Usopp, and Dalton, Dalton-sama, shouted a villager. Dalton turned to face the man. He gave Vivi and Usopp an apologetic look at being interrupted from their conversation. His eyes widened as he recognized the man as Don, who is supposed to be on watch. Don, what are you doing here? Has something happened? He asked, worried. The man panted heavily before collapsing to his knees. It was then he noticed that the man was littered with bruises. He came back, he's back, shouted Don with a fearful look in his eyes. Wapple, he came back. Don fainted in the snow. Wapple? Who is that? Blinked Usopp. Isn't that the man we met out on sea and tried to eat our ship? Whispered Vivi. Oh yeah, said Usopp. Dalton's eyes narrowed in anger. Forgive me, but I must go. I will not allow our country to be ruled by that man anymore. Vivi and Usopp yelled out, but Dalton took off at amazing speeds. Nothing in the world would stop Dalton from forcing Wapple to leave. Chimney Mountain. Man, it is cold, said Naruto, stabbing his bone claws into the side of the mountain. On his back he was carrying the knocked-out Sanji. Beneath him, Luffy carried Nami. Why did this witch doctor have to live on the tallest mountain? Leaving the middle bone behind, he climbed another step using that bone as a foot placing. Times like these he loved that he had ate the hon no mi. Without it, climbing this mountain would have been a real pain in the ass. Almost there, grunted Luffy. A fourth of the way left, yelled Naruto over the howling winds. Who is he kidding? He loved having ate the hon no mi all the time. A strong wind came by and a bone came out of Naruto's middle toe, piercing the side of the mountain to give him an extra grip. Man, it's cold, he grunted, continuing his climb. Stupid fat man with a medal jaw forcing him to carry the arrow cook. Next time he saw that fat man, he is so going to kick his ass or toss him off the edge of the mountain. Yeah, that sounded good. Castle on top of Chimney Mountain. Nami opened her eyes to find herself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. She slowly sat up and placed on hand to her forehead. Her fever had gone down. A smile appeared on her face. Luffy had done it. He had managed to get her up the mountain and to the doctor to be treated. Of course he had. Luffy would never let her down. Never has in the past. She doubted he would start now. I see you are doing better, my dear. Nami turned to see a rather old woman who moved like a young person sitting at a small table with a bottle of wine. Who are you? Asked Nami. Dr. Kureha. You can thank me later for saving you by paying me all the treasure and cargo on your ship, laughed the old woman. Nami's sweat dropped a bit because that is exactly something she would say. Great, just how much of her money was she going to lose? For this treatment? Oh, she was so going to kill Luffy if he delivered her to a doctor that took all her money. You sure do charge a large sum of money for a single bug bite, said Naruto, entering the room. He looked at Nami and smiled. Glad to see you are awake, Nami-chan. Dr. Kureha scowled. A single bug bite, you say? That bug bite would have killed her had she arrived a day later. Nami's eyes widened at hearing that. Had she really been that close to death? From now on, she wore bug spray. Maybe, we don't know that for sure. This could all be a scam to get all our money, replied Naruto thoughtfully. A bottle shattered against his head, but it ultimately did no damage as he continued to look at her suspiciously. Soon a large bump grew on his head and he fell back with swirls in his eyes. Stupid kid. Good thing he is cute unlike those other two, smirked Kureha. A light giggle escaped Nami. She couldn't argue with the doctor there. Naruto may be an A- class fool, but damn, he is one of the best looking men she had ever seen. Not too muscular, not skinny, just right. Too bad that bone ability of his gave her the creeps, or she might consider pursuing a relationship with him. Her head turned as she heard the sounds of a door opening and in walked a cute reindeer with a blue nose. Where have you been, Chopper? It is your turn to keep an eye on them. I am going to get something more to drink, said Kureha, leaving the room. Chopper, an interesting name for a reindeer. Hi, smiled Nami. The reindeer froze and started to sweat heavily. I have never seen a reindeer with a blue nose. Yeah, it's really cool, smiled Naruto. Slowly, Chopper turned his head to see Naruto waving and smiling at him. Ah! Screamed Chopper about to run. Two bones blocked his path and he turned his head fearfully looking at Naruto who had another coming out of his palm. Don't be scared, I'm Uzumaki Naruto and that is Nami-chan, blinked Naruto. You know I don't know if Nami-chan has a last name. We all just call her Nami-chan. Hey Nami-chan, do you have a last name? A bottle hit Naruto in the head and he gained a second bump within 10 minutes. Idiot, grumbled Nami. She turned to look for Chopper, but he was gone. A frown graced her lips as she had a feeling that he is no ordinary reindeer. A screaming filled the castle, waking Nami from her nap. She slowly rubbed her eyes and sat up wondering what all that screaming is about. Her eyes fell upon Naruto who was doing some sit-ups. What is going on? Nami asked tiredly. Luffy and Sanji are trying to catch Chopper so they can eat him, answered Naruto. Nami sighed, those idiots. Why did they have to do those stupid things while she slept? Better yet, why did they have to do those stupid things period? The door to her burst open and in ran Chopper. He hopped right over Naruto. A second later, Luffy ran right over Naruto swinging his head side to side. Hey, have you seen that reindeer? Asked Luffy. Ow, groaned Naruto. Why are you bothering the poor reindeer? Asked Nami frowning. He is to become our nakama, smiled Luffy brightly. Oh, what if he doesn't want to be? She replied with a small smile. Luffy continued to smile, of course he wants to be our nakama. I just need to find him. He ran out of the room shouting reindeer. Chopper came out of the closest checking to make sure that Luffy is no longer around. You know, you should join our nakama. We really need a doctor and if you came I could leave the bed early, smiled Nami. I can't, said Chopper, I'm a reindeer. With a blue nose. Nami frowned as it seemed that he had a rough past and didn't trust anyone. She could understand that. Yep, that is what makes you so cool, a reindeer with a blue nose. I wish I had a blue nose, smiled Naruto. Chopper froze having completely forgot about Naruto. The young man started to laugh. Not only that but you can talk too. Dude, you are like the ultimate reindeer. Come on, join our nakama. Luffy burst into the room and Chopper screamed before running off. Nami sighed while Naruto went back to his workout. Oh well, at least she had some eye candy to watch until she got better. She licked her lips as she watched Naruto do sit-ups with those perfect six-pack abs. Vivi and Usopp, please be alive Dalton-san, yelled Usopp digging through the snow with his hands. An avalanche had struck the village burying Dalton who had been hit by several arrows when protecting the villages from Wapol and his mean. Who is he? Asked Zoro. Stop standing around and help dig, yelled Usopp. Zoro stood there doing nothing as everyone else kept digging through the snow. I found him. Dalton-sama. Dalton-san, castle on Chimney Mountain. Dr. Kureha had just finished telling Chopper's story to Nami and Sanji. Nami had a sad look in her eyes as she heard Chopper's story. To be hated by everyone just because he is a little different, that was just horrible. Chopper burst through the doors in his beast form. Doctorine, he is here. Wapol is back. There is a cold look in Chopper's eyes. I see, said Kureha putting down her bottle of wine. Outside, Naruto stood across from Wapol and his two minions. He smirked widely as he would finally get a chance to pay back that fat bastard. To think that he had just come out here to do some training, since training inside the castle was to confined for the true extent of his abilities. Hee, this was turning out to be a great day. You again, what are you doing at my castle? Demanded Wapol. Your castle? I thought it belonged to that old lady, blinked Naruto confused. Watch your mouth, yelled a familiar voice before Naruto was kicked in the head. He face planted right in the snow with swirls in his eyes. Dr. Kureha, the only doctor to escape from my doctor hunt, glared Wapol. Kureha smirked, this castle isn't yours anymore, it doesn't belong to a bunch of spoiled brats like you. Leave this country. The Drum Kingdom is no more. What? Glared Wapol. Wait, I'll turn to see Luffy running out of the castle, I am going to kick his ass. No way. I wanted to kick his ass, yelled Naruto. Luffy stopped. Oi? Aw come on. You got to kick his ass last time. Remember on the ship, I should get to kick his ass this time, pouted Naruto. Wapol started to seethe in rage as they spoke as if he wasn't even there. But, I want to kick his ass, said Luffy. Jaken, smirked Naruto. Luffy grinned and the two started to play. Kureha and Chopper watched with a sweat drop as Naruto and Luffy played Jaken. Sanji came outside smoking a cigarette. I take it they are arguing on who gets to kick whose ass, he said knowingly. Aha! Yelled Naruto triumphantly. But I wanted to kick his ass, pouted Luffy sitting down in the snow. Naruto grinned widely as he rolled his neck. He then started to stretch his arms and legs before pointing at Wapol, his fingers forming a gun. Bang! Wapol was sent flying as a blunt finger bullet hit him in the forehead with such incredible force. Chopper and Kureha were wide-eyed in disbelief. Sanji just continued to smoke while Luffy pouted about how he wanted to kick the fat man's ass. Wow, I didn't realize I had fired it with such force, blinked Naruto. He had used a dull bone so that it wouldn't break the skin. Did he just shoot one of his finger bones? Asked Chopper looking at Sanji. Yeah, he ate the hon no mi. He's a monster, smirked Sanji. Chopper's eyes widened before he looked at Naruto. A monster, like him. Oi, I can beat up the other two, right? Yelled Luffy. Aren't you cold? Said Sanji, putting at Luffy's outfit. Luffy blinked as he suddenly turned around. So can I? Idiot, don't look over there, I'm cold, shivered Luffy. I just said that. It's negative 50 degrees Celsius, yelled Chopper. Luffy ran inside to find something warm to wear. Wapol glared angrily. You bastard. I am going to eat you. Naruto tilted his head before pointing his fingers at Wapol. Wapol, Chess, and Korimaru's eyes widened before they started to run for cover as Naruto fired multiple shots at them. 5 minutes later, all three lie on the ground riddled with bruises and holes. It is kind of boring, pouted Naruto as he took a seat on the ground. Fool, now I will devour you, yelled Wapol running forward. Chess and Korimaru couldn't move due to several bone bullets hitting them in the legs. Watch out, yelled Chopper as Naruto just sat there. Wapol smirked as he widened his mouth to swallow Naruto whole. Not a smart idea, said Sanji, shaking his head. Just as Wapol was about to close his mouth around Naruto, he froze. Bones popped out of his back and the back of his neck. Kureha smirked while Chopper's jaw hit the ground. A scream of pain erupted from Wapol as he fell to the ground. There Naruto sat with 2 feet long bones coming out his shoulder blades, head, arms, and chest. They retracted and Naruto scratched the back of his head. How come I always get the weak people to fight? First the guy with the boogers, then the strange girl with the paint, and now this. It isn't fair, grumbled Naruto lying back in the snow upset. Oi, where did everyone go? Blinked Luffy coming back out. Bastard, this isn't over, glared Wapol, somehow managing to survive his wounds. Hey Luffy, you can beat him up now. I am bored, yawned Naruto. Luffy smirked. Alright, Gomu no pistol. A powerful punch hit Wapol right across the jaw and sent him flying into the distance. He became a speck in the sky as he was knocked clear off the island. Wapol-sama, whispered Chess and Korimaru weakly as they tried to crawl after him. Sanji walked over to them and with 2 kicks knocked them out cold. Hee hee, that felt good, grinned Luffy happily. Is this the strength of true pirates? Thought Chopper in awe. Kureha started to laugh as she pulled out a bottle of wine to drink. Monkey D. Luffy and Uzumaki Naruto, they reminded her so much of that one man she met 23 years ago. Alright, time for you to become our nakama, smiled Luffy pointing at Chopper. One day later, castle on Chimney Mountain. Reindeer, where are you? Reindeer, yelled Luffy. Give it up already, sighed Usopp. He doesn't want to become a pirate, said Zoro. No, he is our nakama, I want him to come along, replied Luffy. That is what you want, you idiot, yelled Zoro. The sounds of someone walking towards them made all turn around. Nami, Vivi, and a dead-weight Sanji came out just in time to see the scene. Chopper stood there with his head down before looking up at Luffy. You're back. Come on, let's be pirates together, smiled Luffy. I can't, replied Chopper. No, it's not, it's fun, said Luffy. You haven't even heard his reason yet, yelled Zoro. Stuttered Chopper, I am a reindeer, with antlers and hooves and a blue nose. The reindeer shouted, holding back his tears. I want to be a pirate, but I can't be the nakama of a human, you know. I'm a monster. Someone like me can't be your nakama, he yelled. He calmed down a bit and with a slightly defeated look in his eyes. So, I'm here to say thanks. Thank you for the invitation, sniffed Chopper. Shut up, yelled Luffy loudly. Let's go. Chopper's eyes started to tear up and he slowly nodded. Yeah, a new nakama, cheered Naruto happily. Since when is shut up an invitation? Smirked Zoro. Break, Luffy, yelled Sanji angrily, as he stomped out of the kitchen. The Straw Hat Pirate was sitting on the ground putting on an innocent look, or at least trying to. Luffy, look at me, mind telling me where the rations I saved for us have gone? Luffy looked away from Sanji and started to whistle. I don't know, he answered. A tick appeared on Sanji's forehead. Liar, you would suck at poker. Oi Sanji, I am hungry, groaned Luffy. Sanji kicked Luffy into the side of the deck. I guess we better fish, said Usopp around a mouthful of food. Yeah, agreed Chopper eating a mouthful of bread. Karoo quaked in agreement as he ate some food too. Naruto nodded as he ate a sandwich he had made. Sanji put on a fake smile as he walked over to the three. Yes, get to fishing, he smiled before slamming all four of their heads together. Vivi smiled a bit at their antics as Sanji headed inside to check for any remaining food to cook. She looked ahead and her eyes widened. There was a large cloud of smoke. Her eyes widened as she was about to run inside, but a calm voice stopped her. Don't worry, what you see ahead is nothing to worry about, said Nami calmly. Really? She asked, calming down a bit. Hi. See, under the ocean there are volcanoes that produce magma. When that magma hits the water it produces steam as you see now. They are called hot spots, explained Nami. Volcanoes under the ocean? Blinked Usopp. Yep, that is right. In about 1,000 or maybe 10,000 years from now there will be a new island here, smiled Nami. The Going Merry went right through the cloud of steam. All of them started to cough while Naruto was smart enough to go inside as that steam really grated on his enhanced senses. When they made it through, Luffy and Usopp yelled as a strange man dressed as a ballerina wearing a swan outfit was hanging onto Karoo, whom they had started to use as bait. Ah, yelled Usopp. Is it a mermaid? Blinked Luffy. Looks like a swan, said Naruto, scratching the back of his head. Ah, what am I doing holding onto this spot-billed duck? Yelled the ballerina man. He slipped off the duck and into the water. Help, help me, I am a hammer in the water. A few minutes later, the crew had rescued the strange ballerina man. He was covered in water but otherwise fine. Thank you, I am in your debt. By the way, may I have a warm bowl of soup? Smiled the man. We don't have anything, we are hungry too, yelled Luffy, Usopp, Zoro, Naruto, and Chopper. Oh, well then I guess I will just have to wait here until my ship comes back for me, smiled the man twirling on his toes. You said you were a hammer in the water? That mean you ate a devil fruit? Asked Zoro. Yes, I ate the main no am I, would like me to show you? Smiled the man, getting into a strange stance. Vivi stood on the upper deck looking down at the strange man. Luffy cheered for a show, making the man smile widely. Alright, here we go. The man slammed his right palm right into Luffy's face. The whole crew tensed, thinking he was about to try something. What are you doing? Yelled Zoro, drawing his blades. Wait, don't attack me, it is all part of my show, said Luffy, or an imitation of Luffy. The real Luffy got up and was surprised. It's me, he exclaimed. Yes, you see, with my fruit powers I can imitate anyone. With my left hand I return to normal, smiled the man, returning his face to normal. I don't actually have to hit anyone. Watch. One by one he started to transform into the entire crew along with some other people until he stopped at Nami. See, I can imitate the body as well. He opened up his shirt to show off Nami's fabulous D-cup-sized breasts. Nami knocked the man over the head with a red face. That's enough, she shouted. The man stood up unharmed from the hit. Oh, there is my ship now, farewell my friends, I must be going, said the man, hopping onto the railing. Oh no, don't go, cried Luffy. Yeah, stay, yelled Naruto, Usopp, and Chopper. Don't cry for me, for friendship isn't how long you know a person, it is how much you have enjoyed each other's time, smiled the man as he hopped onto a swan-shaped boat. Mr. 2 Bon Clay-sama, shouted the crew. Let us be off, my crew, shouted the man now known as Mr. 2. The Straw Hat Pirates were stunned. That man was one of their enemies? He is Mr. 2? Gasped Usopp. Does that make him an enemy? Blinked Luffy. Vivi, are you okay? Asked Nami, worried. One of the faces from his memory was the face of my father, whispered Vivi in horror. Did you now know it was him? Asked Naruto. Vivi shook her head. No, I have never met the Mr. 1 or Mr. 2 pair. Just heard rumors that Mr. 2 worked alone, dressed like a ballerina and wore a swan outfit with Bon Clay written on the back. You should have recognized him, said Luffy, Naruto, Usopp, and Zoro. The power to imitate anyone. It is to the point where we can't even trust our own nakama, stated Nami, worried. Wow, that is pretty bad, nodded Naruto. Alright, now, food, groaned Luffy. Naruto's stomach grumbled as well. More important things to worry about, we got company behind us, smirked Zoro. They all headed to the back of the ship to see a fleet of ships. All had the mark of Baroque Works on their sails. We are finally in Arbosta's climate zone. Those are the villains that work for Crocodile, stated Vivi. Oh, the bad guys, smiled Luffy. We should take them out quick, said Usopp manning the cannon. No, we will leave the small fry alone, smirked Zoro. Sanji nodded in agreement. There is much about our enemy we don't know, we can't go rushing into this. Got it, Luffy? Nato? Glared Nami. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Why is he being yelled at? Luffy blinked. Huh? She growled and smacked him over the head. Zoro brought over white bandages for everyone. Tie it around your left arm this way if we get separated, people like Mr. 2 can't trick us, explained the swordsman. No matter what happens, the left arm is the mark of our nakama, shouted Luffy. Arbasta, I wonder if this place has good ramen, muttered Naruto, as they hid behind a destroyed building. They had seen Mr. 3's ship so they couldn't risk going into town or they might be recognized. Plus, anyone here would recognize Princess Vivi so she definitely could not be seen. The only two that wouldn't be recognized are Sanji and Chopper. Sanji had been elsewhere during the Little Garden incident and Chopper had just joined the crew. Is that all you ever think about? Grunted Zoro. Naruto scratched the back of his head, not much else matters. Zoro slapped his forehead, you're no different from Luffy, that itself is a scary thought. Nami sighed, it is so hot here. Arbasta is a desert kingdom, it is one of the hottest places in the Grand Line, said Vivi. Nami Swan, Vivi-chan, yelled a familiar voice. There came Sanji carrying a large bag with Chopper at his side. Soon the group started to change into the clothes that Sanji had bought to disguise them. Zoro and Naruto were wearing heavy clothes to hide their hair. Nami and Vivi were both wearing clothes of that a belly dancer would wear. Both women looked absolutely sexy, hot, whatever used you wanted to describe them. I hate wearing such heavy clothes, it just gets in the way, grumbled Naruto referring to his hon abilities. No choice, can't risk being identified, said Zoro not happy about what he is wearing either. Nami looked at Chopper whom looked sick, what is wrong with you? The air, it stinks of perfume, groaned Chopper. Oh you mean this? Smiled Nami spraying some perfume on herself. Chopper yelled out angrily. So what's the plan now? And where is Luffy? Asked Sanji lighting another cigarette. That idiot, he is probably lost somewhere, grumbled Nami. Naruto grumbled angrily, I am going to find some better clothes. I can't stand this. He walked off into the village not bothering to wait for the others. The others watched him go with curious looks. They had never seen him get so upset in the first place. Now here he was getting angry over something as simple as clothes. Did heavy clothes like that really irritate him that much? Right, well we need to stock up on supplies anyway, said Nami. I am sure Luffy will turn up by then. The others nodded and went into the village. Break Naruto grinned happily, this fits so much better. He didn't mean to bail out on the others, but they just didn't understand. His skin is just got irritated by heavy clothing due to his hon abilities. Like Luffy whose entire body is made of rubber inside and out, his entire body is made out of bones including his organs. That made his skin very dry as a thin layer of bones is right underneath the surface of his skin. Heavy clothing really made him itch and heated up his body. It is already hot enough in this desert, he didn't need to be wearing heavy clothing to make it worse. He now wore a loose-fitting orange shirt, a pair of white pants, a pair of black reflective sunglasses, and his custom sandals. There now no one would recognize him. Paying the clerk, he walked out of the store. He kicked his sandals on the ground to make sure they were on tightly then started to head back towards the others. A yelling sound filled the air and Naruto turned his head. Get Straw Hat, yelled a group of Marines. Luffy, blinked Naruto. Yo Naruto, grinned Luffy running right by Naruto. Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto ran next to Luffy. So, why are we running from them? Asked Naruto. Smokey back there can turn into smoke. Attacks don't work, smiled Luffy. Oh, that sucks, said Naruto. Luffy? Both turned to see Zoro. Yo Zoro, smiled Luffy turning and running towards them. You idiot, don't bring them this way until you lose them, yelled Zoro. It's the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, get them. Smoker smirked, fall back. Straw Hat is mine. White out. A cloud of smoke came shooting towards Naruto and Luffy. The two pirates increased their speed, but the smoke was gaining on them. Just as it was about to grab them, a burst of fire collided with the smoke, causing all to stop. The Straw Hat Pirates all turned around to see what had happened. Dude, that is so cool, grinned Naruto. I see you are still getting into trouble, Luffy, smirked the man wearing no shirt and a tattoo of a skull and crossbones with a white mustache on his back. Ace, it's Ace. You ate a devil fruit? Smiled Luffy. Ace smirked. Yeah, the mera no mi. Portuguese de Ace, glared Smoker. You get out of here. I will handle this, smirked Ace, lighting his arm on fire. Okay, let's go. Luffy took off running. The rest followed him while Ace smirked, widely glad to see Luffy is alright. You know that guy? Shouted Nami. Yeah, he is my brother, Ace, shouted Luffy with a large smile. Brother, shouted the crew. Chapter 5. So you can turn your entire body into fire? Yep. Cool, grinned Naruto. Ace smirked as Naruto reminded him of Luffy. Both didn't really pay attention to what around them, yet always seemed to know what was going on. Plus, they never worried about the small things. Or the big things for that matter. Naruto grinned widely as he enjoyed the nice breeze that blew through. He ate the hon no mi. That is a very rare paramecia fruit. I wonder if he realizes the true extent of its abilities, thought Ace. Then again, the Gomu no mi fruit is very rare as well, only growing on the Gomu tree once every 50 years. He smirked. Luffy had done well in choosing his crew. Vivi came out from below the deck and walked up to Nami. Nami-san, I was wondering if we could anchor the ship here for a moment. Nami turned around to face her friend with a curious look. Why is that? I would like Karoo to deliver an important message for me, said Vivi. Karoo turned his head and quaked. Nami pulled the ship over and dropped anchor. Karoo stood in front of Vivi, who held a letter in her hands. Karoo, I need you to deliver this letter to my father. It will let him know that I am alive, crocodiles is the true enemy, and that I have brought along strong-willed Nakama to help. Can you do it? Asked Vivi. A quack of determination came from Karoo. Vivi smiled. Thank you. You will have to cross the desert on your own. She gave the duck the letter, then placed a water canteen around his neck. Make sure to ration your water, smiled Vivi. You can do it, grinned Luffy. Karoo took off as fast as possible, leaving a cloud of sand in his wake. Break. The plan will commence in 2 days. Is everything prepared? Asked Crocodile, as he sat in his chair. Behind him was a large aquarium filled with crocodiles, and in front of him stood Miss All Day Sunday. She smiled. Hi, without any difficulties. I have placed 150 billions on standby in Nanohana. A slight pause. Mr. 2 has been recalled as well. It seems he did not find Mr. 3. The rest of the remaining officer agents will be meeting at Spider Cafe at 8 o'clock for further orders, smiled Miss Sunday. Very good, nodded Crocodile. It's past 5 already. They should be gathering shortly, finished Miss Sunday. Crocodile brought his right hand up to his chin as time slowly passed by. Has the billions that were annihilated at Nanohana been replaced? He asked in a deep voice. Hi, I have already stationed new billions. I have Aramaki runners delivering out new orders to the billions, she replied. Good, that is favorable, he said with a cigar in his mouth. Yuba. The group had just made it to Yuba to find out that the rebel army had already left and was stationed at Cordia. Ace had left from the group, but not before giving Luffy a piece of paper. A piece of paper that Ace said would lead them to each other when Luffy reached the New World. They were now on their way to Cordia to stop the rebellion and royal army from fighting, or that was the plan. Luffy decided to suddenly take a break and sat down next to the tree. Naruto was the first to stop and looked at his captain curiously. What is wrong, Luffy-san? Asked Vivi, walking over to him. Meh, I quit, said Luffy, closing his eyes. Huh? Was drawn out from every. Naruto and Zoro were the only ones to remain quiet, already understanding their captain's motive. Quit? Said Nami. What do you mean quit, Luffy-san? Asked Vivi, confused. Come on, Luffy, we don't have time to cater to your whims right now, sighed Usopp. We're going back, aren't we? Said Chopper. Damn straight we are, said Sanji. We are going to retrace our footsteps right back to Katoria and stop the rebel army. If 1 million people in this country clash, do you realize what that means? He walked right over to Luffy and grabbed his shirt. This is for Vivi-chan, so come on, let's go. Luffy grabbed Sanji's hand and tossed him, surprising almost all of them. Don't care. What the hell are you doing? Yelled Sanji. Vivi. Yes, I want to beat the crap out of Crocodile. Luffy's eyes were hard and Vivi gasped in surprise, having never seen him so serious. It was a bit intimidating. If we stop all those rebels, will Crocodile stop? Even if we reach Katoria, there is nothing we can do. We're pirates. You're better off going on your own. A silence reigned. Sometimes that idiot hits the nail right on the head, stated Sanji. Luffy can really surprise us at times, nodded Usopp. That's not it, spluttered Vivi. All you want is for no one to die in this battle. Not the people of this country. Not any of us, continued Luffy. You're taking on a Shichibukai in a battle over 1 million people are willing to fight in, and all you want is for no one to get hurt. Aren't you just fooling yourself? He looked her right in the eyes as Vivi started to shake her hands clenching. Nami stepped forward. Luffy, can't you try to understand Vivi's feelings? Nami-san wait, said Sanji. She looked at Sanji surprised as he usually always agreed with her. The hood fell from Vivi's robes and she had a hard look. What is wrong with that? What's wrong with not wanting anyone to die? People die, Luffy replied simply. Vivi's eyes narrowed in anger and she walked over to Luffy. A loud smack was heard as she hit the Straw Hat Captain. Stop talking like that. I won't let you say something like that again, she heaved heavily. That is exactly what we are trying to prevent, not the rebel army. Not the royal army. Not one of them is at fault, so why does anyone in this country have to die? It's all Crocodile's fault. Luffy stood up and yelled as he leapt towards Vivi then punched her across the face. Naruto stepped in front of Sanji knowing how he got when any woman was hit or in the threat of danger. Then why are you risking your life? He yelled. Oi Luffy, that is going too far, gasped Usopp. Damn it Luffy, growled Sanji, but didn't get far with Naruto in his way. Vivi slowly raised up to all four before charging at Luffy and tackling him to the ground. She started to hit him over and over again. From looking at this country what needs to be done most, said Luffy unharmed. What of it? She yelled, tears forming in her eyes. It is even clear to me, he said muffled through the hits. You think risking your one life is going to be enough? Then what am I supposed to risk? Yelled Vivi. She continued to hit him. What am I? Her eyes widened in surprise as Luffy caught both her arms. She lowered her head in defeat. I have nothing else to risk. Nothing. Luffy's eyes became enraged and with a surge of strength he flipped their positions. Try risking our lives along with yours. We're your nakama. A stunned look appeared in Vivi's eyes. We're your nakama, right? He said, lowering his voice. Tears streamed down Vivi's face. She started to cry as Luffy patted the sand off his hat. You're the one suffering the most, and you want to beat him up more than anyone else. Nami walked over to Vivi and kneeled down putting her arms around the young teenage princess. Now tell me, where is Crocodile? Luffy said standing up. Rainbase, Captain, what makes you so sure that the Straw Hat Pirates will come here? Asked Tashigi after taking a sip from her cup of water. Sitting next to her was as always, Captain Smoker. He had 2 cigars in his mouth as he drank his water. Just call it a hunch, he replied. She frowned a bit. That didn't sound like him. Going on a hunch after a pirate that had managed to escape his grasp. I don't know what Straw Hat has with Crocodile, but I know he is coming here to meet with him, said Smoker. Crocodile? But he is a government-sanctioned pirate, stated Tashigi. The two never noticed as Luffy and Usopp came shouting into the restaurant demanding water. A pirate is a pirate. Crocodile may pretend to follow the orders of the government, but I met him before he was one of the warlords. That man is no one's tool. He is using the government just as much as it is using him, said Smoker, having no lover at all for that despicable man. His eyes glanced to his right and there drinking a gallon of water was none other than the person he had come here for. Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy turned to look at Smoker. Usopp noticed the marine jacket and his eyes widened. Naruto looked to the right and blinked wondering who that man is. Usopp and Luffy spit out the water in their mouths at the two marines. It's you, shouted Luffy pointing his finger. Straw Hat, growled Smoker. Run. Luffy grabbed the other 2 barrels of water and took off running with Usopp and Naruto right beside him. Tashigi, call the men, ordered Smoker as he gave chase. The other members of the Straw Hat crew were waiting patiently for Usopp, Naruto, and Luffy to return with the water. They heard yelling and turned to see Luffy, Usopp, and Naruto running right towards them with the marines following close behind. Luffy, you idiot, don't bring them this way, yelled Nami. Luffy, Naruto, and Usopp ran right by them. Run. The others quickly followed cursing Luffy knowing it was somehow his fault. As they ran Luffy turned to look at Vivi. Where is Crocodile? There, in the casino, yelled Vivi pointing ahead. Right, everyone meet at the casino. I am going to kick Crocodile's ass. Hi. They all split up going in different directions. Crocodile's lair? How could you be so stupid? Only an idiot would fall for such an obvious trap, yelled Nami. You fell into the trap as well, pointed out Naruto. That earned him a punch in the head. They were all stuck in a small cell along with the marine captain they had been running from. Luffy felt so weak. The important thing is that I feel so weak. The Straw Hat captain collapsed to the ground extremely weak. Oi Luffy, what is wrong? Are you hungry or something? Gasped Usopp. Smoker drew his jute and before Luffy could react nailed him in the head with it. He then brought the head down upon Luffy's stomach. Luffy, yelled Nami. Zoro gripped the hilt of his blade. Naruto sat calmly, not worried about a thing. You want to fight? Said Usopp, getting into a ridiculous karate pose. I helped Luffy take down a bomb-man as a man. His voice got weaker by the second and he kept moving away from Smoker. What the? My strength's all drained out, said Luffy weakly. I feel like I fell into the ocean or something. What did you do to Luffy? Demanded Nami. It's his weapon, said Naruto, causing everyone to look at him. It was one of those rare moments where Naruto acted serious. No games, no joking around. The end of his jude is made out of the same mineral as this cell, Kairoseki. No one knows much about the mineral, except that it has the same effect as the ocean does on devil fruit users. Some call it the sea's solidified or a sea stone. It even works against people like Smokey. Smoker turned to face Naruto as he put his weapon away. You know a great deal about it for a lowly pirate. Naruto grinned. Bob-sensei taught me all about things like that. Says it is one of the few known weaknesses of devil fruit users that the world government discovered. This is my first time seeing it up close. Then that means you can't escape either, said Nami, looking at Smoker. Of course. Or I would have escaped by now, said Smoker, his eyes narrowing, but not before crushing you all so that you could never go out to sea again. Zoro started to draw his blade. Wait, you two can't seriously be thinking of fighting at a time like this, yelled Usopp. He is a smoke man, your blades won't be able to cut him, said Nami. That didn't make Zoro stand down for a second. Naruto just continued to sit there, not saying a word. She is right, said a deep voice. All turned to look at the desk where the chair faced the large aquarium. You are all going to die here together. Why not try and get along? Smoker lowered his weapon slightly. Crocodile. What? Gasped Luffy, his eyes narrowing. The chair spun around and a tall man with short black hair wearing a large fur coat and a cut across his nose faced them. Luffy gritted his teeth, wanted nothing more than to kick that man's ass. Usopp and Nami hid in the corner, fear filling their bodies. So, you are one of the Shichibukai, stated Zoro. Luffy tried to get up but his energy was all gone. Our long-awaited host finally decided to show his face, glared Smoker. Oh, so the rumors about you being a wild dog are true then? Smoker-kun, smirked Crocodile. You never thought of me as an ally. Of course, you were right. Smoker, I think I will have you die in an unfortunate accident. I'll inform the government you fought bravely trying to defeat this pathetic Straw Hat pirate. Crocodile walked towards the cage. I don't know why you came to this country, but you are obviously acting of your own accord. The government would never send you here. They believe in the Shichibukai, you see. A punching sound was heard as Luffy tried to raise himself up. So you're Crocodile? Luffy grabbed the cage. Oi, you. Fight me. The Straw Hat started to faint as he felt his power being drained. Can't you get it into your head not to touch the cage? Yelled Usopp. Straw Hat Luffy. I congratulate you on coming this far. I'll kill you in a properly time, so please be patient. Our guest of honor has yet to arrive, smirked Crocodile. Guest of honor? Whispered Nami. I've sent my partner to fetch her already, smirked Crocodile. A few minutes later, Nami gained a tick on her forehead. Sanji. Impersonation. Who ate all the meat? Said Luffy, pretending to be smoking a cigarette. Naruto and Usopp burst out laughing. None were laughing for long when Nami hit them all in the head and started to shout angrily. How can you act so dumb in a dire situation like this? But we can't get out, yelled Luffy. Yeah, we're bored, agreed Naruto. It's dire because we can't get out, we might get killed at this rate, she yelled. Zoro started to snore as he fell fast asleep. Why the hell are you asleep? Nami punched him in the head. Oh, morning already? Yawned Zoro, waking up. It's the middle of the day. Why was she surrounded by idiots? You're an authoritative young woman, aren't you? Said Crocodile. Yeah, what about it? Said Nami, hands on her hips. Enjoy that little ego trip while you can, because once we burst out of this cage that guy is going to knock your hide high above the clouds. Isn't that right, Luffy? Hell yeah. Bring it on. Your crew puts a lot of faith in you as captain, doesn't it, Straw Hat? Crocodile smirked. Trust. What a useless thing. Nami glared and was about to say more when another familiar voice interrupted her. Crocodile. All turned to see Vivi at the top of the stairs leading down to Crocodile's private lair. Ah, welcome, Princess of Arbasta. Or should I say Miss Wednesday. You have done quite a job slipping through the hands of our assassins. I'd come to you, no matter where you hide. I'd come to see you die, Mr. Zero, if you had never come to my country. Oi Vivi, let us out, yelled Luffy. Vivi grabbed her weapons and ran forward, charging towards Crocodile. Then Arbosta would be at peace. Peacock strike. Slasher. Crocodile didn't even move as the weapon came straight at his head. It collided and his head exploded, leaving him headless. All were surprised except Smoker. It's useless, sighed the Marine captain. Crocodile turned into grains of sand, yet his voice continued to speak. Are you satisfied? Being from this country, you should already know that I have the ability of the Suna no Mi. The sand started to gather behind Vivi. She froze as his arms grabbed her with his hook at her stomach and his bare right hand over her mouth. Should I turn you into a mummy? Smirked Crocodile. Hey you, leave Vivi alone. I'm gonna kick your ass. He's a sandman, shivered Usopp. Reminds me of a song, muttered Naruto. Nami hit him over the head and told him to shut up. Take a seat. Vivi was tossed into the empty seat across from where Crocodile sat with Miss Sunday behind her. It is time to start the party, isn't that right, Miss Sunday? Smirked Crocodile. That's right, smirked Miss Sunday. She pulled out a pocket watch. It is past 12, time for Operation Utopia to commence. Crocodile started to laugh, ignoring the Straw Hats who wanted to know what Operation Utopia is. Vivi started to shake in rage. What are you planning to do with Arbosta? Crocodile looked down at her with a look of superiority. Do you know what type of person I despise the most? Those who place happiness of others above their own lives. Hypocrites. You plan on killing my father? You will never be able to accomplish that. Don't look at me like that. From his death I would gain nothing. Cobra will experience a humiliation far crueler than death, smirked Crocodile. A fate worse than death, stuttered Usopp. This guy is really scary. The princess of this country shouldn't make such a scornful face, laughed Crocodile. I'll ask you one more time. What is Operation Utopia? Demanded Vivi. Oi, do you understand the position you are in? Answer me. Well, the plan is already in motion. I think I'll share it with you. The plan to end this country's horrible existence, Operation Utopia, smirked Crocodile. Nanohana, your majesty, stuttered the people. What did you just say, Cobra-sama? Spluttered another. There stood the king of Arbosta with 12 royal guards behind him. He had a hard look in his eyes as he addressed the people. I have a sincere apology to make. I am the one who stole this country's reign, said Cobra. The people were stunned. Your majesty, you shouldn't joke about things like that. It is no joke. Cobra looked at them with a hard look. I used dance powder to make rain fall exclusively in the capital city of Alubarna. The lovely king, royalty such as myself must not starve. That may be true, but because of you many people have died of lack of food and water. Your Highness, did you know? Of course I knew. Many oases have dried up because of it, but sacrifices are needed in order to protect the kingdom, said Cobra emotionlessly. That is too selfish, your majesty, yelled a villager. One of the guards drew their guns and prepared to fire, causing all of the villagers to back up in fear. Are you giving an opinion to me, the king? That is why I have come here to apologize. I have come all the way to Nanohana. What more could you wish for? The villagers glared hatefully. There is one another thing I have come to this city to say. As you know, dance powder is prohibited under the world government. If word were to spread of its use, the Marine headquarters would mobilize and seize control of the kingdom. That must be prevented. But you remember 2 years ago, mass quantities of dance powder were found being smuggled into the country. That must never be spoken of again. Understand, said a villager. That means, that is right, said Cobra, his eyes narrowed, to erase all memories of that incident. I shall erase this town along with its people. A mass panic went through the people. Hey kin. Cobra turned to see a small little boy with a hoe in his hands. It really is all your fault. Because of you stealing all the rain, all the towns are starting to dry up. Damn you. The boy charged forward, raising the hoe up. A powerful kick courtesy of the king sent the boy flying towards the villagers, who were once again in shock of his actions. Soldiers, reduce the rotten city of Nanohana to rubble. The king, or Mr. 2, smirked inwardly as he had just put on the best performance of his life. It is a pity no one would know the truth. Such a performance should be known to all so that its greatness could inspire others. Crocodile's lair. Crocodile laughed coldly as he explained the first part of his plan. Vivi's eyes were in horror as he had revealed the first part of his plan to her. How could one person be so cruel, to just kill thousands of people and feel nothing? What do you think? Do you like my plan? The plan that you helped set up until now is in full bloom. If you listen carefully, I bet you can hear them shouting throughout Arbosta. Their one driving thought, we will protect Arbosta, laughed Crocodile. Luffy had a hard look in his eyes. Usopp and Nami were in fear at hearing what Crocodile planned to do. Zoro frowned as he leaned against the cell. Smoker and Naruto said nothing, they both remained silent with cold looks in their eyes. "Stop it, how can you be so inhuman?" yelled Vivi, tears in her eyes. "Doesn't it just move you to tears?" chuckled Crocodile. "The love for this country will be what destroys this country." "Ah!" screamed Luffy, grabbing the cage of the cell and trying to break free. "That guy's an idiot," said Smoker. "Didn't he hear what I said?" Zoro smirked. "Yeah, he's an idiot, but that's why he is our captain." "Crocodile, I am going to kick your ass," fainted Luffy, his strength disappearing. That arrogant smirk never left Crocodile's face. "I still remember all the hassle I had to go through to get this far. My maneuvers to incite the people by destroying their towns, teaching my employees to be excessively abusive to draw the attention of the royal army, and do you know why I want your kingdom so badly?" "How could I understand what is in your rotten head?" glared Vivi, her voice dripping with hatred. He chuckled. "You really are a foul-mouthed princess." The chair Vivi was sitting in fell to the ground and she fell face first. She tried to free herself from the ropes but was unable to do so. "Oi, what are you doing, Miss Wednesday?" "I'll stop them. I can still make it in time. Alubarna is directly east of here. If I can get to Alubarna before the rebel army, then I can stop them. No matter what, I will not allow your plan to succeed." Crocodile chuckled, amused by her antics and words. A clicking sound was heard. Crocodile and Miss Sunday turned to see the door to the cage open up. Luffy, Smoker, Usopp, Nami, and Zoro all looked at Naruto, who had a key in the shape of a bone coming out of his point finger. "Yeah, now that I know your plan. No real point in staying in the cage. So Luffy, still want to kick his ass?" smirked Naruto. "Impossible, you shouldn't be able to use your powers," glared Crocodile. "I'm just full of surprises," grinned Naruto. Two bone handles emerged from his shoulders. Gomu Gomu no pistol. A fist hit Crocodile right across the face, and like when Vivi hit him, it exploded into sand particles. It reformed instantly with Crocodile looking extremely bored. "Did you really think that would work?" stated Crocodile. "I am going to kick your ass," yelled Luffy. "Nami, Usopp, get Vivi out of here," ordered Zoro, drawing his blade. Nami and Usopp didn't need to be told twice as they grabbed Vivi and prepared to run. Crocodile appeared in front of the trio. "I don't." "Keep going," yelled Naruto, slicing Crocodile in half vertically. "You're starting to annoy me, Miss Sunday," said Crocodile, reforming but being hit multiple times in the chest by Luffy. Miss Sunday turned towards Vivi, Nami, and Usopp, crossing her arms as she prepared to stop them. Not this time. Her eyes widened as Zoro hit her with the back of his blade, sending her flying into the wall. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. "I believe I have played with you enough. Now you will learn what someone who has mastered the true extent of their devil fruit powers is capable of." Luffy and Naruto ignored his words and charged forward. Crocodile, using his Suna abilities, moved faster than they could follow. Naruto was knocked away and a squelching sound was heard. Zoro and Naruto froze as they saw Luffy impaled right through the stomach on Crocodile's hook. "Fool, you should have stayed in the cell. I might have made your death painless," smirked Crocodile. The Shichibukai winced in pain as Luffy grabbed his wrist. "Not over yet," wheezed Luffy. Crocodile scowled as he tossed the weakling aside. "White out." A cloud of smoke came from Crocodile's right, slammed into the man. "Ha ha, Smoker-kun. Did you really think that your powers would have any better effect?" laughed Crocodile. Smoker glared as his arms reformed. Just like when he fought Ace, their powers had no effect against one another. "Hon hon no." "Spear!" shouted Naruto, seething in rage. The skin on his arm started to ripples as a long thick spear emerged from his palm. He glared hatefully at Crocodile and spun it around above his head before bringing it down, pointing at the Shichibukai. "It's pointless, just accept your inevitable death," sighed Crocodile, becoming annoyed. "We'll see about that." Naruto reared back his fist, turned his body, tossing the spear to the right. A confused look appeared in everyone's eyes. The spear traveled through the air and hit the glass that kept the water and those giant crocodiles out of the room. It pierced right through the glass and water started to leak in. Crocodile's eyes widened. "Did you think I didn't notice how you winced in pain when Luffy grabbed your wrist? I then realized that his water jug had been destroyed and it got on you. Your weakness is water." A grin appeared on Naruto's face. Though Smoker didn't show it, he smirked inwardly as well. "Everyone has a weakness, that is what I was taught. If I can't beat you, then I will at least make sure you die with me. Hon hon." Boomerang. The skin on his back rippled as two bones in the shape of boomerangs emerged from the back of his shoulder blades. Crocodile charged forward, but Naruto already threw both boomerangs just as Crocodile grabbed him around the neck. Each boomerang hit the glass, causing dozens of cracks to spread out from the point of impact. The glass shattered as water started to rush and filled the lair. "Now I will turn you into a mummy, then I will kill everyone else in this room," glared Crocodile. Naruto felt himself being drained. Crocodile watched happily as the man who almost ruined all his plans started to dehydrate. A splash of water hit his back, followed by a powerful punch sent Crocodile flying away from Naruto, who fell to his knees breathing heavily. "Don't think this means anything," said Smoker. Naruto didn't hear him as he started to drink the water that had rose to his ankles and sighed in relief. "Man, that last attack sure did make me thirsty," groaned Naruto. "Naruto, we need to get out of here," shouted Zoro carrying the injured Luffy. "Right, thanks again Smokey, but time to go." Naruto took off running. "You aren't going anywhere," glared Crocodile. He jumped up out of the water, then turned into sand and appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto kicked up some water that hit Crocodile in his eyes, blinding him for a second. That is all Naruto needed to delivering a spinning jump kick across Crocodile's face. The Shichibukai was sent flying into the water, getting drenched in the process. "Bye Croc, finish our fight later, okay?" yelled Naruto, running up the stairs where Zoro was waiting. "Rainbase, are you sure they are okay?" worried Vivi. "They'll be fine," lied Nami with a false smile. She is just as worried as Vivi, but there is little they could do. If anyone had a chance of beating Crocodile, it was those three, and Sunny thought she had no idea what Smoker would do in terms of fighting. The Marine captain seemed to hate Luffy, and he might help out Crocodile as the man is a Shichibukai. "Here they come," Usopp yelled, pointing in the direction. "Luffy," they all yelled. See Zoro's left shoulder covered in Luffy's blood. "He's fine, just needs some medical attention is all," said Zoro, running past the group. Naruto came running by them next. "Let's go." None of them needed to be told twice and started to run. "Which way to Aluberna?" "The other way, directly east," said Vivi. Naruto and Zoro paused, turned around and ran in the opposite direction. "Idiots," frowned Sanji. "What happened with Crocodile?" yelled Vivi. "Found his weakness, couldn't finish him off. Seawater drained my powers and Luffy was injured," said Naruto, giving the Cliff Notes version. "He has a weakness?" said Nami, surprised. Zoro nodded. "Yeah, it's water. Don't know how that is going to help, seeing as there is no water in this entire kingdom." The others looked grim at hearing that last part. It is true, there was no water in the kingdom. It hasn't rained for 3 years. They exited the city, and it was then that Naruto stopped. The others turned to look at him as he looked around. "What are you doing?" yelled Nami. "Where is Chopper?" blinked Naruto. "Ah, Chopper," yelled Usopp, looking all over. The ground started to shake and a huge mountain of sand started to rise in front of them. All tensed, think it would be Crocodile, but then the sand fell away to reveal a giant red sand crab the size of a building. It had a strange smile on its face. "Hi guys," yelled Chopper on top of the giant sand crab. "Chopper. Cool crab, is it fast?" grinned Naruto, standing next to Chopper. "Yep, he has agreed to take us to Aluberna," smiled Chopper. "Chopper," yelled Zoro, leaping on top of the crab and placing Luffy gently on its back. "Luffy needs to be bandaged up." A horror-filled look appeared in Chopper's eyes as he ran over to Luffy while Sanji helped the others up onto the crab. "Amazing, none of his vitals were hit," gasped Chopper as he pulled out his medical supplies. "This crab's face looks a little shady," frowned Nami. What kind of crab had such a large Sanji-looking grin on its face? And was it just her, or did it keep looking at her and Vivi? "Let's get going. We need to get to Aluberna quickly," said Vivi urgently. "Right," said Chopper as he finished bandaging Luffy up. He told the crab to get moving and it took off running sideways. Vivi smiled because at this speed they would reach Aluberna in no time. She felt something grab her waist. "Ah. I don't think so," yelled Naruto, shooting forward. He grabbed Vivi and tossed her to Sanji while allowing himself to be carried away by the gold hook. "Go, I'll catch up to you all later." Naruto gave them a large fox-like grin. The claw carried Naruto all the way back to where Crocodile and Miss Sunday were waiting. "You," glared Crocodile. Naruto dusted off his pants and grinned widely as he looked at Crocodile. "Hee, I'll have to apologize to Luffy later. I know how much he wanted to be the one to kick your ass, but I guess I get to have that fun instead." Miss Sunday had an amused look in her eyes. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. This man had been the one to almost foil all his plans not too long ago. Fortunately, he managed to escape Captain Smoker before the Marine captain could take full advantage of the situation down in his lair. I will go ahead to Aluberna to make sure as everything is going according to plan, smiled Miss Sunday. Fine, said Crocodile. Naruto appeared in front of Crocodile and slashed him in half with a bone sword. As before, it had absolutely no effect. See how you handle this, Tsubaki no Mai. Naruto hands blurred as he delivered a series of thrusts and slashes at blinding speeds. Crocodile had a boar look in his eyes as he reformed from every strike. He then slashed Naruto across the chest with his claw spraying blood. Naruto jumped backwards ignoring the cut across his chest. You're quite talented. A powerful swordsman from the look of it, but no match for me. Now I will kill you for disrupting my plans, said Crocodile raising his claw. Desert Spada. He stabbed his hand into the ground split by an invisible swords that Naruto just barely dodged. Damn, can't get hit by that, mumbled Naruto. Everyone has a weakness. Crocodile's weakness is water. Only problem is he had no water. Man, this sucked. How could he beat this guy up with no water? You shouldn't freeze up in battle, said Crocodile from behind Naruto. He stabbed his hook forward, but it never hit Naruto's body. You're not the only one who trained their devil fruit power, smirked Naruto. Crocodile frowned as he saw his claw being stopped by a group of bones coming out from Naruto's back. A surprised look appeared in Naruto's eyes as he noticed something. You have a tear in your jacket, said Naruto. How sad, have you become so desperate that you are now looking at my clothes, scowled Crocodile tearing his hook free. He made a slash at Naruto but the young man rolled out of the way. Hon hon pistol. Several bone digits hit Crocodile and he winced. What? Gasped Crocodile. Naruto grinned, it isn't just water, it is any liquid, even a person's blood. What are you talking about? Glared Crocodile. A bone slowly moved out of Naruto's palm. At the very tip is a small amount of blood that dripped to the ground. Unlike other devil fruit users, my abilities cause me constant pain whenever I use them. It doesn't hurt to manipulate my bones while inside my body, but there is a small bit of pain that I have learned to block out when the bone breaks the skin. It causes a small amount of blood to bleed on the tip of all my bones, explained Naruto. He tossed the bone spike and Crocodile moved his head, but a small cut opened across his cheek. Now I can fight you. A fox-like grin appeared on Naruto's face. I don't think so, it is time I end this game. Desert Girasole. Crocodile stabbed his claw into the ground creating another massive split. Except this time the area all around the split started to cave in and turn into quicksand. Naruto tried to jump away but a blade of sand cut his chest open making him scream in pain. Ha ha ha. Out of everyone I have faced, you are the only one to be truly able to cut me. Too bad you were foolish enough to join Straw Hat's crew. I could have used someone like you, laughed Crocodile as Naruto was swallowed up by the sand. Not only would he be buried, but the depths of the sand would crush those bones he prized so much. Crocodile prepared to leave, but a shaking sound made him turn. Suddenly, Naruto burst out of the middle of the sand, long bones coming out of the bottom of his feet. Hon hon no stilts. Naruto shot high into the air before leaping off and landed several feet away from the quicksand. I just made that one up. Pretty cool, huh? Crocodile gritted his teeth in anger, growing tired of this nuisance. Alright, I ready to fight, grinned Naruto running towards Crocodile. I am going to kill you. Crocodile is about to turn into sand when Naruto touched his hand to his bloody chest and flicked his blood at the Shichibukai. The blood hit Crocodile across the face. Naruto reared back his hand and punched Crocodile right across the face. Get ready to get your ass kicked, you bastard, yelled Naruto. He created a bone knife and slashed open his chest a couple times. The blood drenched his hands. Crocodile tried to get up, but a fist to his gut made him cough up some blood. Naruto followed it up with a right hook, then delivered 3 more jabs to the stomach before Crocodile knocked him across the face with his hook. Both of them were panting heavily. Damn, losing so much blood is affecting my vision, cursed Naruto. I worked too hard to let a weakling like you stand in the way of my goal. Time to die, roared Crocodile, raising his hand up. A sand tornado started to form above him. Naruto saw double of the man as the blood loss got worse. Die? The tornado headed right for him and he tried to escape, but it slowly sucked him in. Naruto felt his strength leaving him. Shit, am I really going to lose to this bastard? He always envisioned dying while fighting the strongest of the strong. Not some bastard who had a lame ability to turn into sand. Naruto blinked as he suddenly found himself in what seemed to be some type of hallway. In front of him lay a large cage. Where am I? A dark laughter filled the air. He frowned. Why did that voice sound so familiar? So, we finally meet again. That voice, he knew it. His eyes widened as memories suddenly returned to him. Freak, demon. Kill him. Naruto ran as fast as his little 5-year-old legs could carry him. He kept running, not even looking back. Release me, and I will make them go away, whispered a soothing voice. Who said that? Said Naruto as a beer bottle hit the ground right in front of him. He surprised himself as he was able to jump a clear foot into the air over the glass and continue running. Trust me, if you release me then I will make sure no one ever bothers you again. You will be free, trust me, said the voice. It's a dead end up ahead, that demon has nowhere to go. Okay, I release you. Please help me get out of here, shouted Naruto. His body froze as dark crimson chakra swirled around him. Ah, the little boy screamed as his body was ripped to pieces by the vile chakra. That is all he could remember before everything went black. Konoha, that is his home. A ninja village where the villagers seemed to hate him. He gripped his head in pain. You, who are you? Demanded Naruto. His eyes hardened as a pair of blood-red eyes appeared behind the cage, followed by a row of extremely large and deadly teeth that would make a shark jealous. I am the one who gave you what you desired most, a place where you were free from those ungrateful villagers. It is I who gave you a new start. If not for me you would have never known what it is to have a family or nakama, growled the voice. Naruto stood down. Whoever this is, he couldn't deny that truth. In the village he had been hated and beat constantly. This person had granted him a chance at a new life where he finally gained family, friends, and nakama. But he wasn't stupid. It seemed that whoever this is finally wanted to be repaid. What do you want? Asked Naruto, a bit more respectful. Freedom. Yet it is something I will never have. This seal is even more powerful than you can imagine. My power alone and your will not break it. Therefore, I want another favor. I have given you all that you desired. In return, I want you to kill a man for me. This means returning to your world, growled the voice. You plan on sending me back even if I don't agree, don't you? The dark voice laughed. Of course. Why would I let you continue to have what you desire when I cannot have what I desire? Naruto had no choice. If he didn't agree he could lose his nakama and all his friends. Okay, I will kill this man for you, but you have to promise to bring me back here. Back to my nakama after I do so. A silence reigned between the two. Naruto stared fearlessly into the blood-red eyes of the beast behind the cage. Then we have a deal. When you are strong enough, I will send you back. You kill the man I loathe and I return you back to your nakama. Do we have a deal? Smirked the beast. We have a deal. A deep laughter filled the chamber and Naruto felt a vertigo feeling. He found himself back outside just as the sandstorm was about to devour him. A strange new power burst through his body. All his wounds healed in a matter of seconds and he felt even stronger than before. In a blur he disappeared. Crocodile's eyes widened as Naruto appeared behind him with his fists reared back. A red aura surrounded the boy as he glared at Crocodile. Hon no bone knuckles. A layer of bones formed over Naruto's knuckles, making it seem as if he were wearing a pair of white brass knuckles. Pain. That is all Crocodile felt as Naruto's fist connected with his face. Blow after blow rained upon Crocodile as Naruto was relentless. By the time he finished, Crocodile lay on the ground in unimaginable pain. Naruto fell onto his back, panting heavily. That power, it started off feeling like the beasts he had met, but then it started to convert into his own. He didn't like to rely on someone else for strength, but there was no deny that without that power he wouldn't have won. I don't want your power, thought Naruto, somehow knowing it could hear him. Don't be foolish. You are weak without me. Then let me be weak. I know you wouldn't rely on someone else's strength, so at least respect my choice to rely on my own strength. A moment of silence before he heard a growl. To transport you here. A part of my strength became yours. I merely awakened it so you wouldn't die. If you die, I die. I don't plan on dying anytime soon. Naruto could tell that the beast wasn't lying. The way it spoke in distaste at admitting that he possessed some of its strength let him know that the power he had used had been his own. A fox-like grin appeared on his face. He couldn't wait to learn how to control that power, but right now, he had to get to Aluberna. His nakama were waiting for him. Can't just leave him here, sighed Naruto, tossing Crocodile over his shoulder and starting his slow trek east. Chapter 6. Captain Smoker, shouted a marine. Smoker looked up from his seat on the ship and turned to look at the man. Had Tashigi and the others returned? What is it? He grunted. The marine saluted. Sir, we just found the Shichibukai crocodile. As we were searching the far side of town, we came across Crocodile pinned to a building by what appeared to be bones. Smoker's eyes narrowed. So, that man who ate the Hon no Mi had been able to defeat Crocodile after all. If that isn't enough, Luffy had defeated Nico Robin, and Roronoa Zoro had defeated the assassin Das Bones according to the reports. A bunch of pirates had saved the entire kingdom of Arbosta. It made him sick just thinking about it. Make sure he is properly subdued, ordered Smoker. Hi sir, saluted the marine running off to carry out his orders. Smoke let out a large cloud of smoke as he leaned back in his chair. Things were going to change from here on out. Aluberna Vivi looked out the window of her room with a worried look in her eyes. It had been 2 days since the rebellion had been stopped and the truth had been told to the people. Ingram, Pell, her father, Luffy, and the rest were all safe. But still one person had yet to show up. Naruto, thought Vivi. Luffy and the others seemed confident that Naruto would be fine, but she couldn't stop from worrying. Why are you helping me? Asked Vivi surprised. You're cute and you did do a nice dance for me, winked Naruto. A blush heated Vivi's cheeks, but mostly because that dude with all the curls asked me to. She couldn't even count the many times he had saved her life, or cheered her up with his silly antics. Him and Luffy were always making her laugh. He had become like a big brother to her. Please be safe Naruto-kun, whispered Vivi. With that last prayer she went to check on Luffy. He was still sick with a fever from that wound he received from Crocodile. Not to mention Nico Robin had proved to be quite the formidable opponent. Going merry, a loud yawn escaped Naruto as he woke up from his 30-hour-long nap. He stretched out his arms and legs. That nap sure did hit the spot. Jumping to his feet, Naruto started to perform some stretches. He needed to stay loose. A growl came from his stomach and he grinned sheepishly. I'm starving. Naruto walked over to the side of the deck but making sure to stay out of sight of the marine ships that were patrolling the area. Hey buddies, do you have any fish you can share with me? He yelled. Out of the water burst a whole tribe of kung fu dugongs. They started to do their martial arts that Luffy had taught them before tossing about 10 fish onto the Going Merry. Thanks guys. A few minutes later, each fish was being cooked over a fire while at the end of one of Naruto's 10 bones. He sat comfortable waiting for them to finish. Do you want some too? Asked Naruto turning around. Out the galley came the familiar face of Miss Sunday who had a smile on her face. Have you known I was here the entire time? Asked Miss Sunday pulling out the lawn chair and lying back on it. No not really, I was speaking to the dugong over there, said Naruto pointing to the dugong sitting on the railing. A light chuckle escaped Miss Sunday. She had revealed herself when he had honestly been speaking to a dugong. Do you want some? Naruto held out a bone with a fish on it. Thank you, but I am not very hungry at the moment. Tell me, do you mind if I stay aboard under secret at least until your crew escapes from Arbosta? Smiled Miss Sunday. A curious look appeared in Naruto's eyes as he scratched the back of his head. He then shrugged his shoulders. As long as you don't start a fight. I don't see a problem, grinned Naruto before taking a bite of his fish. Miss Sunday smiled. Thank you. Nighttime, Aluberna Castle. After a magnificent feast and a nice dip in the hot baths, the Straw Hat Pirates had finally decided that it was time to go. Tonight? Said Usopp wanting to stay longer. Why so soon? Asked Chopper. I think it is a good idea, agreed Zoro. Yeah, the Marines are starting to get bolder with their approaches, agreed Sanji. What about Naruto? He has still not returned, frowned Nami. The others fell silent at that. The door to the room opened up and in walked Vivi. Vivi, smiled Luffy. Vivi smiled, I brought you some good news. I have received reports from our contacts in Nanohana that Crocodile has been captured. He was found lying in the middle of the street pinned to the ground by a set of bones. The crew smirked or smiled at hearing that news. Yeah, Naruto kicked Crocodile's ass, cheered Luffy. Unfortunately, reports are that Miss Sunday or Nice Robin managed to escape from the Marines. Not only that but the Going Merry has disappeared from the coast. I am afraid she might have taken your ship, said Vivi with an apologetic look. Arbosta could not just let them a ship in this situation or the Marines might get the wrong image. Luffy laughed. Nope. Naruto has it, huh? How can you be sure? Asked Vivi. Oh come on. Where else is Naruto going to go? Smirked Nami. Zoro nodded in agreement. That idiot probably went to the ship looking for food and moved it once he saw some Marines. Sanji inclined his head in agreement as he smoked his cigarette. Vivi smiled. If they had faith in Naruto then so would she. She just wished she would be able to see him one last time to thank him for defeating Crocodile. Nanohana Coast. I let them handle things on their own and this is how they repay me. I am unhappy. Hina unhappy, said a beautiful woman with pink hair and wearing a red tailored suit. Over her arms hung a merino coat. She turned to look at the two next to her. has everything been prepared? The two saluted. Hi ma'am. A 30-ship fleet has surrounded the docks. No ship can go past without first being searched by us, reported one of the Marines. Ma'am, bad news. The vessel belonging to the Straw Hat Pirates that was sighted at Aramalu is gone, the Marine spoke nervously. She remained calm. You are telling me that they already fled the country? No, then find it, search coast to coast, ordered Hina. Sandora River, Luffy, Nami-chan, Chopper, Zoro, Arrow Cook, Usopp, yelled Naruto waving at his nakama. Sanji glared at Naruto. Naruto, yelled Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp tackling their friend and nakama. They all started to do a happy dance. How embarrassing, sighed Nami with a warm smile. I have been waiting for you, ah ha 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 ha, yelled Mr. Two or Bon Clay. All turned to look to see Mr. Two jump on the edge of the boat. Oh yeah, he wanted to talk to you about something. I forget what it is though. He said he talked to you over a den mushi, said Naruto scratching the back of his head. What is it now? Said Sanji getting annoyed. What do you mean, what is it now? Is that any way to talk to a friend? Yelled Bon Clay upset. Friend? You are our enemy, not friend. You tricked us, replied Luffy. No, I didn't know either, said Mr. Two sitting down on the railing. Besides, Baroque Works has crumbled. So that is all in the past. We are no longer enemies. Huh, but didn't you try to steal the ship until you realized I was on it? Pointed out Naruto. See, you are no friend, yelled Luffy. Silly man, smiled Bon Clay with a shake of his head. What was that? Yelled Luffy raising his fist threateningly. If I wasn't on the ship right now, what do you think would have happened to it? Yelled Bon Clay. Nami placed her bags on the ground, the Marines might have taken it. Luffy's eyes widened in horror. No, might have. It would have definitely been taken. Do you know what is happening on this island right now? It's entirely blockaded by Marine ships. So then, you protected the Going Merry from Marine ships? Yelled Luffy. Nami chose to keep quiet that Naruto could have steered it away from the Marines. It really didn't matter this point as long as they managed to keep the Going Merry out of the Marines' hands. Why? Asked Usopp. What for? Yelled Chopper. Bon Clay smiled widely with tears in his eyes. A slight sparkle shined off his teeth. Because we're friends. He gave them a thumbs up. A second later, the four of them were dancing while Nami sighed. Everything on board? She asked. Aye, nodded Sanji. So, if the Marine has a blockade, does that mean you saved our ship to use us to escape? Said Zoro. I never even thought of that. I figured we would blast our way through, blinked Naruto. Nami punched Naruto over the head. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper had betrayed looks in their eyes as they stopped dancing with the transvestite. Yes, because we need each other, because of the times of which we live in. In the name of sacred friendship, let us combine forces to escape, yelled Bon Clay, overly dramatic as always. Yeah, yelled Luffy, Naruto, Usopp, and Chopper. Suddenly the ship of Bon Clay appeared and the crew yelled out their thanks. Marine ship Tashigi exited her cabin to find Smoker in his usual seat smoking 2 cigars. Smoker-san, she said. Hey little miss, said Smoker. She walked over to him and looked to see 3 new wanted posters on the table. I have seen the new bounties, said Tashigi, taking a seat as her eyes fell upon the one that had Roronoa Zoro. Smoker blew out a cloud of smoke. Their numbers suit them. Monkey D. Luffy, wanted dead or alive 90 million berry. Roronoa Zoro, wanted dead or alive 60 million berry. Uzumaki Naruto, wanted dead or alive 85 million berry. It doesn't seem to make sense since Straw Hat-san lost against Crocodile whereas Uzumaki-san defeated him. At least that is what is assumed, frowned Tashigi. That is true, but Monkey D. Luffy took out Nico Robin and several high-ranking agents in Baroque Works. Don't forget that Nico Robin has been wanted by the government for 20 years and has a bounty of over 70 million berry on her head. Her bounty is just as high as Crocodile, which is why his went up so much from defeating her. Tashigi nodded in understanding. Your friend Roronoa supposedly defeated over 50 bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak along with Uzumaki Naruto. Roronoa also defeated the infamous assassin Das Bones, originally from West Blue. She said nothing as she stared at the picture of Roronoa. Her eyes hardened as she would become stronger and defeat him. That is a promise. Break, the Marines aren't following us anymore, said Zoro. He folded his arms across his chest and looked upon the crew. They were all lying on the ground with their heads between the railing. So why are you all down? Were they unhappy because Mr. Two had sacrificed himself to help them escape Black Cage Hina? No, Sanji and Nami would never be that down about not having some male transvestite around. We miss her, they all exclaimed. A tick appeared on Zoro's forehead. Then you should have tried harder to make her join us, he yelled. Idiots, if they wanted Vivi to stay then they should have made her. You Neanderthal, you suck, Mosshead, Baka. Santoryu, Usopp blinked. Luffy, that isn't an insult. Santoryu is a sword style. Yankshiryu, no, you only added one. Try something like, you stink, that is an insult. The door to beneath the deck opened up and a familiar voice was heard. Oh, have we managed to escape from the Marines? Miss Sunday walked out and everyone but Naruto gasped in surprise. Here for revenge. Bring it on, shouted Zoro. Why are you here? Yelled Nami, clutching her bruised head as they all hit the railing in their surprise. Take cover, said Usopp with a megaphone that suddenly appeared in his hands. Chopper ran around scared. Soon the crew gathered together and surrounded Miss Sunday. Each of them had their weapons pointed at her except Sanji, who was love-struck, Chopper, and Naruto, who sat on top of the railing. Zoro's and Nami's weapons were knocked out of their hands. Don't point those dangerous things at me. Didn't I tell you that before? Smiled Miss Sunday. She walked over and grabbed the fold-out lawn chair. How long have you been on the ship? Asked Nami. Since Naruto-san was so kind enough to invite me on at Nanohana, smiled Miss Sunday. Now everyone turned to look at Naruto, who tilted his before grinning sheepishly. I didn't think anyone would mind. He scratched the back of his head. Idiot, they yelled. Miss Sunday turned to face Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, you aren't forgetting what you did to me, are you? A shocked look appeared on Sanji's face as he grabbed Luffy and started to shake him. Luffy, what did you do to this beautiful lady? Oi you, don't lie, I didn't do anything, frowned Luffy. Didn't you beat her up, Luffy? Said Naruto. Luffy blinked. Oh yeah. Sanji kicked Luffy over the head, having not known that. Yes you did. You put me through some very excruciating treatment, said Miss Sunday, reclining on the chair. Take responsibility. Sanji hit Luffy even harder while Chopper hid, wondering who that woman was. Usopp continued to yell for everyone to leave while he called the Marines. What do you want me to do? Said Luffy, confused. She placed on hand on her cheek. Allow me to join your nakama. Huh, sure. That was Sanji, who agreed instantly. Back then, you forced me to live when I wanted to die. That is your crime. I have no place to go or return to. So are you going to let me stay on your ship? Said Miss Sunday. I get it. I guess that is that. Okay, said Luffy. Luffy, great. Naruto remained silent. Luffy smiled at his nakama. Don't worry, she is not a bad person. About 10 minutes later, the crew was doing their thing. Usopp was sitting across from Miss Sunday at a small table. Okay, I have a few questions for you. Answer them truthfully. What is your full name? Asked Usopp. Naruto, Luffy, and Chopper were playing with the arms Miss Sunday had created. Nico Robin, smiled Miss Sunday, amused. Nice to meet you. I am Usopp, bowed Usopp. She smiled as she leaned forward on the table. What is your occupation? I am an archaeologist. Archaeologist? I come from a long line of them. Usopp started to write it down on his piece of paper. He asked her to continue, which she did. I became an archaeologist, then I became wanted by the government when I turned 8. For the past 20 years I have kept myself hidden from society, she explained. Since you were 8? And you were alone that entire time? Blinked Usopp. Not exactly. Over the years I worked for certain villainous characters as a way of protecting myself and achieving my goal. That's the story, said Robin, tilting her head to the side. Would you say Crocodile is one of these people? Asked Usopp nervously. I would. In order to locate the Rio poneglyph, she said calmly. Rio? It has given me a lot of experience in covert operations. I can be a real asset to you all, smiled Robin, leaning forward. You seem really confident in yourself. What do you specialize in? Asked Usopp curiously. She smiled. Assassination. Luffy, yelled Usopp, sweating profusely. This interview has concluded. She is way too dangerous to allow to join our crew. A stomping sound was heard. Robin and Usopp turned to look at Nami, who looked suddenly much more confident. Pathetic. Look how you are allowing her to walk all over you. She was the vice president of an enormous criminal organization until this very day. Give me one good reason why we should let her join us, demanded Nami. Well, I did manage to bring some of Crocodile's treasure before I escaped the Marines, said Robin, pulling out a small bag full of gold and jewelry. Nami's eyes turned into money signs. Robin Neeson, you are more than welcome to stay. Zoro and Usopp's sweat dropped as they watched how easily Robin had manipulated Nami. Usopp, look. I'm Chopper. Usopp turned to see Luffy with a pair of arms sticking out of the side of each head with the hands forming antlers. Zoro gritted his teeth as Usopp burst out laughing and joined the others. The swordsman turned to see Sanji serving Robin tea and cursed inwardly. Looks like it is up to me to keep an eye on her. Author's note: I am skipping ahead to the Skypia arc. Yes, I realize that is going past another few arcs, but I found them to be kind of boring and nothing but fillers. Maybe I will add a couple of fillers as well, but not right now. Sorry, for those of you who liked those arcs. Just my personal opinion. Anyway, I'll talk to you later and the next chapter will be longer. Bye, Jay. Also, on a side note, yes, he will be returning to Konoha at some point. I have decided to consider bringing back some Naruto characters with him. Naruto, being the person he is, will probably want to bring back any possible friends he makes. Not to say I am going to bring them all back, as many characters will be owed due to him not being involved in their lives until they are 17, 18. Still, his ability to change people is still active, so, if you have any ideas on who should come back with him, Kunoichi or Shinobi or maybe a civilian, never know. Doesn't matter. Just put it in a review or whatever. But remember, many characters will be owed due to previous reason mentioned, only 3 people tops, 1 minimum. J. PS also decided to change the pairing. To what? I don't know. Definitely not Vivi, so don't ask. But anyone else in Naruto and One Piece verse is possible. Okay, seriously, bye now, Jay. Chapter 7, Hey Doc, I got something you might want to see, shouted Grim with a small smirk. Dr. Higurashi turned to look at his friend with a curious expression. He took a seat in one of the stools as Grim reached under the table. Grim slapped down a bounty hunter poster in front of him. Looks like that brat of yours is becoming quite famous. Rumor is he took down a Shichibukai. Not bad for a rookie. A smile appeared on Dr. Higurashi's face as he looked down at Naruto, who had a fox-like grin on his face and holding up a peace sign. Laughter erupted from the doctor as he looked at the picture. I would like to buy everyone a round of drinks. This is a joyous occasion. A large cheer came from all the patrons in the bar. Dr. Higurashi smiled as he looked down at the picture of the boy who had become his son in all but name. Bob would be proud, my boy. Going merry, Konoha, thought Naruto, sitting on the railing and staring up into the night sky. He liked to sleep with the others usually, but tonight just wanted to be left alone to think for a bit. All his life, he had wondered where he was from, who his parents were, what happened to him to make him lose his memory. He finally had his answers. His home village, the village hidden in the leaves. A place where he could remember nothing but misery and pain. The people had hated him. Why? He had no idea. They merely called him demon, freak, and murderer then, as if a ritual beat him whenever they had the opportunity. The only happy memory he had of that place is Ichiraku's ramen. Ayame-chan and her father had always been kind to him, always giving him free ramen when Ichi was low on money and even giving him some clothes to wear. They were who had helped him find happiness or a semblance of it in that hellhole. No, wait, the Sandame had been kind to him too. That old man had always tried his best to make him smile. He saw the old man to be the grandfather he always wanted. Naruto sat up and stared down at his hands. If they had thought him a demon before, what would they say now with his hon abilities? Stop sulking, boy. You are a pirate, what do you care what they think? Just kill the man I want you to kill and you will be back here before you know it. Never have to see those disgusting humans again, growled the beast. Naruto grinned. The beast is right. Didn't Bob-sensei always teach him to screw what other people thought and live the way he wanted to live? Going back to Konoha would be no different. A simple side quest on his adventure. He planned on traveling the entire Grand Line with his Nakama, and a bunch of ninja weren't going to stop him. No one is going to stop me from having the greatest adventure ever, grinned Naruto. Break, why are you wearing my clothes? Blinked Naruto. They fit rather nicely, smiled Robin. She was wearing a blue buttoned-up shirt and a pair of black pants. But, they are mine, pouted Naruto. Robin smiled. I realize that, Naruto-kun. Is it okay if I wear them? Naruto grinned. Sure. That earned him a hit in the head. Why were you making a big deal of it then? Yelled Nami with a tick on her forehead. Is that rain? Blinked Usopp, holding out his hands. I don't think so, said Sanji, looking up. Hail, said Usopp. No, it looks like. All their eyes widened as they looked up to see a giant ship 3 times the size of the Going Merry falling down towards them. It crashed into the water right behind them, creating massive waves. More debris continued to fall as the waves shook the Going Merry violently. Brace yourselves, don't let go of the ship, shouted Zoro. What? What is this? Yelled Nami, grabbing the mast. A dream, it must be a dream, shouted Usopp. A dream, but Chopper never finished as he and Usopp crashed their heads into another. More keeps falling, yelled Sanji. About 20 minutes later, all the debris had stopped falling and they all looked to see the giant ship resting in the water upside turned over topside. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Why is there a ship falling from the sky? It is a mystery, said Sanji through narrowed eyes. Damn, the Grand Line sure is scary, shivered Usopp in fear. Chopper nodded in agreement as he too is shaking in fear. What is wrong, Nami Swan? Nami frowned. Something is wrong. The log pose is broken. It keeps pointing straight up and won't change. What is going on, she wondered. That isn't it. An island with a stronger magnetic field is causing the log pose to change its needle. And since it is pointing up, the log pose seems to have been taken by Sky Island, said Robin. Sky Island, they all shouted. Luffy gained an excited look. There is a floating island in the sky? But there is nothing in the sky that looks like an island, stated Zoro, looking up. I wouldn't say that, explained Robin. To be more precise, there is a floating sea up there. That is so cool, we have to go see it, grinned Naruto. Yeah, yelled Luffy. Naruto and Luffy were silenced by a pair of arms covering their mouths. I don't know much about Sky Island as I have never been there myself, finished Robin. Of course, it is all impossible. There is no way a sea or an island could be floating in the sky, argued Nami. The log pose is broken. Robin had a hard look in her eyes. No, Miss Navigator. No matter what danger befall you, no matter what panic you should face, one must never doubt the log pose. That is the ironclad rule of the Grand Line. What you should be doubting is your common sense. Wherever that log pose points, there is sure to be an island. You must merely find a way to get to it. Nami frowned as she looked down at the log pose. Crocus had said the same thing when first telling about how navigation through the Grand Line worked. Break! Naruto burst out laughing as he looked at Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy. He continued to laugh as tears streamed down his eyes. They were wearing barrels as scuba gear as they prepared to go down into the ocean and salvage the large ship that fell out the sky. Shut up, yelled Zoro angrily. Ha 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 ha, oh no, the talking barrel has spoken. Run! Naruto burst out laughing some more. Robin and Nami put their hands over their mouths to hide their own laughter. I am going to kick your ass, growled Zoro. No, don't do it, Barrel-san, spare me. Luffy started to laugh too. Why are you laughing? You're wearing this stupid thing too, yelled Zoro. It's funny, laughed Luffy. Okay, that is enough, smiled Nami. It is time for you all to go down there and salvage that ship. Hi, the three said. You sure this is safe? Asked Sanji. Yep, my designs are perfect, said Usopp confidently. The three nodded before jumping down into the ocean. Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes. We should have made them do a dance. Oh, can we make them do it when they get back up? Robin giggled while Nami smirked. That would be extremely funny. Chopper's ears twitched as he heard a sound. He turned and looked to see a ship approaching them in the distance. The rest turned to look as well as the singing and instruments had drawn their attention. All of them sweat dropped as they looked at the ship that is in the shape of a giant monkey with a pair of cymbals. A whistle blew and the ship came to a stop. Yosh, is this where the ship sunk? Yelled a monkey-looking man. Hi boss. Then prepare to raise the ship. That sunken ship is now the property of the boss of the Masira pirates, the Salvage King, Masira, shouted the monkey man. Nami sighed. Why do all the weirdos show up when they are least needed? Hey you, what are you doing here? This is my territory. Territory? Yeah. Any ships that sink in this area are mine. You better not be trying anything funny over there, yelled Masira. Excuse me, smiled Nami, getting an idea. Can I ask you a question? Masira blinked. Oh, you want to ask me a question? Very well, you may ask one. Are you going to salvage this ship? Hee hee, you must think I am monkey overed? Blinked Nami, confused. Yes, it means I am a handsome man, don't you think so? Smiled Masira. Sure, liar, coughed Naruto. That earned him a punch to the head. Oh, you're too kind. Yes, I am going to salvage it. If there is a sunk ship, then I am the one who will raise it up, and if it is floating, then I will sink it, then pull it back up. Really, can we watch? Smiled Nami with fake stars in her eyes. Masira smirked proudly. You want to watch? Very well, sit back and watch. There is no ship that my crew can't salvage. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I really want to destroy that monkey ornament, you know, just to see it explode and everything. Nami raised her fist and punched him straight into the deck. Don't even think about it. They are about to do all our hard work for us. If you screw this up I will kill you. Naruto nodded vigorously before hiding behind Robin. She is scary, he thought. Jaya Island. They were unable to find anything of use on the sunken ship, but Robin did manage to steal an eternal log post to the island of Jaya. There they would ask around to see if anyone knew about Sky Island. Naruto and Robin had left the ship together and were now walking through the town full of pirates. Everywhere they looked people were fighting for absolutely no other reason than to fight. Robin glanced down at Naruto and wondered why he seemed so emotionless. She knew that he enjoyed a good fight more than anyone else in the crew. She had been the one to secretly watch his fight with Crocodile at least for a short time, and throughout the whole fight he had a look of pure joy in his eyes. So why is it he didn't join in on the fighting here? Why for that matter had he decided to travel with her instead of Luffy, Zoro, and Nami? He is exactly like Luffy. Impossible to read or predict, yet at the same time he could also be very much like Zoro when it came to training and always wanting to push past his current limites. Naruto truly is a unique individual. This town doesn't look like it has any good food at all. I bet they don't even have ramen, said Naruto randomly. It is a pirate town. All they care about is their own selfish desires. Come, I want to buy some new clothes before looking for information on Sky Island, smiled Robin. Hi, smiled Naruto. An hour later, they headed back to the ship. Robin wore a brand new purple outfit along with a purple hat and black high-heel boots. Naruto was carrying a couple more bags for her. They walked aboard the Going Merry to see Luffy and Zoro a little worse for wear. Oi, what happened to you two? Asked Naruto curiously. He tilted his head as he looked at Zoro and Luffy. Robin-chan, yelled Sanji. Where have you two been? Demanded Nami angrily. I went to buy some new clothes, provisions, and find information on Sky Island, smiled Robin. One of her hands appeared in front of Luffy and held a map in it. Here you go, Captain. A treasure map, said Usopp. It is a map of Jaya Island. Right now we are located in Mocktown. On the other side is an X where an outcast lives, she explained. Outcast, said Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji. Robin smiled. His name is Mont Blanc Cricket. He was outcast for spouting about his dreams. Makes sense, doesn't it? Luffy smiled. Let's go. Naruto scratched the back of his head. He did not remember Robin asking anyone about a guy named Mont Blanc or purchasing a map. Well, he did drift off for a second to eat an apple from such strange man riding a horse. And then when he turned around Robin came out of a bar where the other occupants ran away from her in fear. Nope, couldn't remember when she got that map. Oi Naruto, you paying attention? Asked Usopp. Huh, me? I'm fine. How are you? Smiled Naruto. Usopp sighed. Naruto and Luffy were much too similar. Mont Blanc Cricket's house? Ah, what a ripoff, yelled Luffy. Yeah, it's just a board, not a palace, yelled Naruto just as upset. They had arrived at the man's house to see this huge palace, but in truth it was just a large board in the design of a palace. It was actually just half a house. Why was this man labeled an outcast? Asked Nami. I don't know the whole story, admitted Robin, but apparently he believed that there is a mountain of gold somewhere on Jaya Island. Gold? Smiled Nami with money signs in her eyes. Hey, you never did tell me who beat you up. Was he strong? Should I got back there to kick his ass for picking on my punching bag? Asked Naruto. Zoro gained a tick and punched Naruto in the face. I am not your punching bag. Naruto blinked. Oh, but you have never beat me in our spars. You haven't beat me either, asshole. Hee hee, I forgot about that, grinned Naruto scratching the back of his head. Luffy, Zoro and Naruto turned around to see a large man jumped out of the water after pulling Luffy into it. They were about to go help Sanji fight the man when he collapsed to the ground breathing heavily. He's sick, get some cool towels, shouted Chopper, as he transformed into his hybrid form and carried him inside the house. Naruto and Zoro shrugged their shoulders as they sat back down. Chances are that was Mont Blanc Cricket, the man they were searching for. Neither of them were good when it came to asking civilly for answer, so they decided to leave that to the others. Hey, do you think there is a way to harm people like Smokey without you? No, tossing him into the ocean, using sea stone, or some like of weakness that Crocodile had? To hurt them using physical attacks, asked Naruto. I don't know, answered Zoro. He could already tell this is one of those rare moments when Naruto was being serious. Zoro raised an eyebrow. Why? It just seems to me people that eat Logia-type devil fruit can't be harmed except for the ocean or some weakness. There has to be some type of universal power that everyone has that with the proper training one can use to harm such people. You know what I mean? Besides throwing them in the ocean or using sea stone, said Naruto. He had been referring to the beast's power though Zoro had no clue. Somehow, with that power he had been able to land solid blows on Crocodile. A power since that incident he had been unable to call upon. The beast claimed to have awakened it inside of him, but why couldn't he call upon it anymore? That would be nice, but sometimes you just can't harm someone. I'll still fight them because I refuse to die lying down like a dog, shrugged Zoro. Nah, everyone has a weakness. No one is invincible, grinned Naruto. The sound of running made them look up to see two monkey men running towards the house. This island sure is filled with strange people. Nighttime Luffy, Nami, Naruto, Usopp, and Chopper's eyes went wide as Mont Blanc revealed his gold treasure that he had found while diving. There were 3 golden ingots and a golden statue of a south bird. Gold, smiled Nami with money signs in her eyes. In ancient times many ships used to use south birds, smiled Masira. Suddenly Masira, his brother, and Mont Blanc gasped. Oi, you all need to hurry into the forest and capture one of these birds, said Mont Blanc. Luffy blinked. Why? You plan to ride the knockback stream tomorrow afternoon, right? It is directly south of here. How do you plan to reach it? Oi, we just sail south, said Luffy firmly. This is the Grand Line. Nami's eyes widened. Since we are not sailing to an island we will have no way of knowing which direction we are heading in. How do we find it? Some animals have an innate sense of direction. A southbird is a prime example of this. No matter where it is or what happens, it will always point in the same direction. You can use this to find your way, said Mont Blanc. His eyes became hard. If you don't find one then you will miss your opportunity to get to Sky Island. Ah, why didn't you tell us this sooner? Hurry, we have to find that bird. All the Straw Hats ran out into the woods. You have until morning to find that bird. While you are searching for it we will repair your ship, said Mont Blanc. A snoring sound came from behind them. The 3 turned and gasped as they saw Naruto sleeping peacefully on the mats inside the house. He continued to snore without a care in the world. Naruto was having a pleasant dream where he was sleeping on the Going Merry while a nice breeze blew through his hair. Strange, most people would dream about other things yet he dreamed about sleeping. Something he is already currently doing. He frowned as loud noises came from outside. What is all that noise? Hey, where are the others? Yawned Naruto standing up. He rubbed his eyes as he headed outside. His eyes narrowed as he saw the old man and the 2 monkeys lying on the ground beat up. Ha ha. How pathetic. The Saryuma alliance is nothing but an old man and a couple of monkeys, laughed Sarquis. Mont Blanc coughed up some blood. You don't have the right to touch that treasure. Sarquis narrowed his eyes. The right? What do you know about the right? A true pirate doesn't go chasing after dreams, he takes what is his by force. Now I will show you the right. He ran forward and went into a rapid spin. Just as he was about to declare his attack an orange blur stepped in front of Mont Blanc and stopped the blade. All of the Bellamy's pirates' eyes widened. Sarquis stood there froze in the air as Naruto held the blade between his fingers. With a twist of his wrist, the blade broke in half and Naruto tossed it aside. Oh, looks like we got a tough guy, smirked Bellamy before laughing. Naruto had a cold look in his eyes. He turned his back on Sarquis, not sparing him a second glance. That gold. Hand it over, it doesn't belong to you. Bellamy grinned widely before he started to laugh along with his crew. Doesn't belong to me, hey? If you want it why don't you come and take it? Teach this punk a lesson, Bellamy. Yeah, stopping my blade was just a fluke, murked Sarquis. You okay, old man? Asked Naruto, turning his back on the pirates. Mont Blanc grunted as he rose to his knees then sat down Indian style. Yeah, can't believe I allowed myself to get beat by some shitty-ass weaklings. They shared a smirk which pissed Bellamy off. Ignore me. Let's see how tough you are after I get done with you, smirked Bellamy. His legs turned into springs. He bounced off the ground at high speeds straight into the forest where he started to bounce off the trees, increasing his speed even more. Nothing but a blur he became to the naked eyes. Time to die. Bellamy sprung off the fake board, causing a large hole to be formed in it as he did so. Naruto had his back to the pirate who came straight at him. Bellamy reared back his fist and threw it forward. Naruto spun around his own fist, reared back and threw it forward. Their 2 fists collided against one another. A sickening crunching sound was heard. Every single bone in Bellamy's arm shattered upon contact and his arm bent all the way backward. Naruto raised his foot up and slammed it down on Bellamy's head. Bellamy hit the ground, forming a decent-sized crater. the entire crew of Bellamy pirates started to shake in fear as Bellamy lay on the ground knocked out cold. "Bellamy, quit joking around and get up," yelled Sarquis, his body starting to shake in fear. Naruto looked up and straight at the remaining group. They all took a step back in fear at the cold look in his eyes. He reached down, picked up Bellamy, and tossed him at Sarquis. Bellamy hit the ground in front of his first mate. "Leave. Never come back or you're next." Sarquis gritted his teeth as the others picked up Bellamy and ran away in fear, with him soon following. If there is one thing Naruto hated, it is people who look down upon others. Bellamy didn't realize how lucky he had been to escape with his life. "Not bad, kid," smirked Mont Blanc, standing up. The two monkey brothers soon got up as well. "Time to get back to working on the ship." Naruto yawned and stretched out his arms, smacking his lips together. "Sure, what do we need to do?" he asked. Chapter 8. "This is awesome," yelled Naruto. He hopped onto the railing and grinned widely. "I can't believe it. We are actually sailing on clouds." Little did he know that a certain fox inside of him couldn't believe it either. "Yosh, we made it to Sky Island," cheered Luffy with a large grin of his own. Naruto and Luffy started to do a celebratory dance. Nami couldn't believe her eyes either. They were actually sailing on an ocean of clouds. This should be impossible. Yet here they were doing it. "The log pose is still pointing up," she said. "Then we must be right on top of the cloud. I am sure if we need to go higher, then another route will reveal itself," smiled Robin. Naruto grinned as he sat down on the railing. "I didn't think this day could get any better. First I find out I got my very first bounty, which by the way is higher than yours, Zoro-kun." Zoro glared at Naruto, fingering the hilt of his sword. "And now we are sailing on the clouds. I can't wait to see Sky Island." The clouds started to shake and out of the burst several sea monsters. Zoro charged forward, drawing his blades and slicing the octopus 4 times. To his surprise, it burst like a balloon instead of being separated into pieces. Sanji took care of the other with a kick to the head, knocking it out cold. "Strange fish," blinked Usopp, hiding far away from the snake-like monster. Robin examined the fish. "It seems that the fish in the clouds have adapted living in such an environment by making their bodies less dense." "That would explain why that octopus popped like a balloon," nodded Nami in agreement. Chopper looked through the binoculars and smiled. "Oi, another ship. And a person?" His eyes widened in horror as he watched the bullman destroy the ship. "What did you see?" asked Zoro. The reindeer turned towards Zoro, shivering in fear. "A ship, but then a bull blew it up. It is coming right towards us." Zoro raised eyebrow, thinking the reindeer had lost it. "Look," yelled Luffy. There, coming right at them, was a man wearing a large bull mask and a pair of strange skates. "He is gliding across the ocean," shouted Nami. "If he wants a fight, I will give him one," smirked Sanji. That smirk didn't last long when the bullman slammed a foot into his face. "He's mine," said Zoro, drawing his blade, but he too was soon hid before he could even move. Naruto and Luffy had the same luck, much to Nami's shock. "What is wrong with you four?" Her eyes widened as the bullman took aim at their ship with his bazooka. He was just about to fire it when a man dressed in knight's armor and carrying a javelin knocked the bullman down into the ocean. The knight then landed on their ship, allowing her to have a good look at him. It was a skinny old man with a thin white beard and a bird she had never seen. "Who are you?" "I am the Knight of the Sky," answered the old man, the bird squawking behind him. He retreated. "Who was that attacked us?" asked Nami. She then turned to look at the four. "What's more is what was up with that display. He beat all 4 of you. I thought you were supposed to be strong." Sanji, Luffy, Naruto, and Zoro were all panting heavily. "My body, I can barely move it at all," panted Luffy. "It is probably the thin air up here," said Robin. "Yeah, that seems about right," grunted Zoro, finally breathing regularly. "Are you all blue sea dwellers?" asked the old knight, as he walked up to the second level of the ship. "Blue sea dwellers?" frowned Nami. The knight nodded. "Yes, it is the term used to describe those that live beneath the clouds." "So what do we call you then?" "Sky dweller," blinked Naruto. "I am the Knight of Sky. A free mercenary of the skies. One whistle and I shall arrive to lend my aid for a reasonable price, that is," spoke the old knight. "Kind of just ignores everyone, doesn't he?" pouted Naruto. Robin didn't much like how the knight had avoided their questions either, especially concerning the person who had attacked them. The knight soon left after saying that he would come the moment he heard the whistle and help them in any situation so long as they had the money to pay him. Not a very chivalrous knight. "Sky Island, Angel Beach, this is ridiculous. A place such as this should not exist," growled Kyuubi. Naruto had finally learned the name of the beast that resided within him. It seemed the demon grew tired of him referring to him as the beast. Kyuubi no Yuki. That is the true name of the beast that lived within him. The nine-tailed demon fox. It does exist, so there is no point complaining about it now. Besides, you are the one who delivered me to this world. Shouldn't you have known about such places? Asked Naruto aloud. He wasn't worried about anyone hearing him. His nakama had followed the beautiful young woman, Konis, to her home to learn more about this place. Honestly, he didn't really care to learn the history, items, or any of that. All he wanted to do is enjoy his time here. I may be the most powerful being in the universe, but that doesn't mean I am omniscient. There are millions of dimensions. You landed in this one completely by luck, growled Kyuubi. Then how do you know you can take me back to Konoha, or better yet get me back here? Naruto narrowed his eyes. Once I have been to a dimension, I never forget how to find it. I merely played roulette with you because I honestly didn't care where you landed as long as I got free. A plan that obviously didn't work. Why did Kyuubi have such a problem with humans? They weren't all meatbags as he tended to see them. His nakama were proof enough that not all humans were evil. Naruto. He turned his head to see Sanji running towards him with the others not far behind. Naruto. Where is Nami Swan? Yelled Sanji. She is behind. Naruto blinked as he pointed at nothing but open cloud ocean. He tilted his head and frowned. Where did Nami-chan go? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Yelled Sanji, grabbing Naruto by the shirt and shaking him. Naruto gained swirls in his eyes. I mean, I don't know where she went. Sanji dropped Naruto and started to yell all over for Nami. Oi, we can use the waiver, said Usopp. Yosh, I shall ride it. Luffy picked up the old broken down looking waiver. They all watched as he stupidly tried to activate it but merely sunk into the ocean. Luffy, yelled Chopper. A few minutes later, Konis and her father were trying to fix the waiver while the others brought Naruto up to date. So, there is a sacred land called Upper Yard, and a god lives there, said Naruto. Hi, or that is the story at least, nodded Zoro. A god? Probably someone with a devil fruit, laughed Naruto. That would make more sense, said Robin. Zoro had to agree. Chances are it was something with very powerful devil fruit abilities. It wouldn't be the first time such a thing had happened. Oi! All turned to look at Luffy. Who are those guys crawling towards us? Sure enough, around 7 men with wings on their backs and wearing similar uniforms were crawling on the ground towards them. Probably perverts, deadpanned Usopp. Oh, so that is a pervert, said Chopper. The men continued to crawl towards them. Heisu, said the leader, making a type of bunny ears with his fingers. Heisu, replied Konis and her father. What are you saying? Frowned Luffy. You Blue Sea Dwellers. You are the 8 people who have illegally trespassed on Sky Island. The man held out pictures of each of them. How did he get pictures of us? Wondered Naruto, looking around. Why is he calling us illegal entrants? Asked Sanji, a more appropriate question. I think it is because we didn't pay the entrance fee. It seems that old woman let us through without telling us that doing so would make us trespassers, said Robin. Usopp hid behind Zoro in fear, not wanting to go to jail. We the White Berets are responsible for upholding the law. You did not pay the immigration fee, therefore you violated a Class 11 crime. It is a simple matter that can be settled if you pay 10 times the fee right now. 70 billion XTOL, said the captain of the White Berets. Naruto sat down on the ground. No way. This place is cool and everything, but I am not paying that much. Wait, we don't even know how much that is. Excuse me, how much is that in berry? Asked Usopp, not wanting any trouble. That will be 7 million berry, said the captain calmly. Nani, shouted Luffy. Sanji released a puff of smoke. Way too much. You know what you get when you add 7 million plus 18 million? Asked Naruto, looking at Zoro. 25 million berry, said Zoro. Nope, the difference between my bounty and yours, grinned Naruto. Ever since that fat man had tried to hunt them down after showing them their new bounties, Naruto had been using it to tease Zoro, much to the swordsman's ire. I am going to kill you. Zoro started to chase Naruto around with his sword. The captain of the White Berets cleared his throat, using a weapon while on Angel Beach. That is a Class 8 crime. He looked around and noticed that they were missing the 8th person. Hiding the 8th individuals, that is a Class 7 crime. Oi, I am getting tired of you talking. I am going to kick your ass, shouted Luffy angrily. Usopp grabbed Luffy. He is just kidding. Nami-san will be back shortly and then we will gladly pay the fee. No way, I am not paying no fee. I am with Luffy, let's kick his ass, yelled Naruto. Get back here, shouted Zoro, swinging and missing Naruto. Nothing but cloud, laughed Naruto before ducking down to avoid losing his head. Guys, Nami Swan, my love, see there she is now. Nami, we need 7 million berry to pay for the fee to be released of our criminal charges, yelled Usopp. 7 million berry? A dark look appeared in Nami's eyes. The captain of the White Beret's eyes widened as the waver Nami was riding crashed right into him. That is too much. No, yelled Usopp, his jaw hitting the clouds. A sound of bodies hitting the ground were heard and Usopp turned to see Naruto standing over the remaining White Berets. Each were knocked out cold and sporting multiple bruises. What are you doing? Yelled Usopp and Nami. What? I thought we were beating them up. You took out the captain, blinked Naruto. Idiot, yelled Nami, hitting Naruto over the head. This is not good, gasped Konas's father. Attacking the White Berets is a class 2 crime. Now you will be judged by the god Enel. No has ever survived the judgment of our god Enel and the 4 priests. Konas had a grim look in her eyes. Zoro, said Naruto with a hard look. Yeah? This is no job for someone with such a low bounty. If you stay here with Usopp you will be safe, said Naruto, placing a hand on Zoro's shoulder. Zoro's eyes started to twitch as Naruto gave him that look. Let us handle this, god. Be safe, my friend. Be safe, he whispered. I'll kill you. Author's note. I think I may have made my last note a little unclear. Oh, I apologize. I meant I would be skipping the small arcs that came prior to the Skypia arc. No way am I going to skip the Skypia arc. I am a fan of Wiper, one of my favorite characters despite his pain in the ass attitude at times. Once again I apologize for making things unclear. Gomen. J. Chapter 9. It seems we have been brought to some type of sacrificial altar. I believe this is to be our heaven's judgment, said Robin, looking around. The Going Merry now rested on a stone platform that had a large flight of stone stairs that led down to the sky ocean. In the water were sky sharks that were just waiting to eat anyone that entered the water. Zoro yawned as he looked down at the water. So we are intended to be a sacrifice, hey? This god is really starting to piss me off. If I ever meet him I am going to kick him across the face, said Naruto seriously. He turned to see that Robin had left the ship and was looking at some strange symbols. Nami started to do one of her rants, so he decided to see what is going on with Robin. Naruto hopped over the edge and landed next to Robin. So, what you looking at? Robin kept staring at the strange symbols. This is a poneglyph. Naruto blinked, having no idea what she was talking about. I am going into the forest. Staying here is a waste of time, said Zoro. I'll be coming as well. These poneglyph might be able to lead me to some ancient relics of the past, said Robin, heading back to the ship. Really like learning about the past, don't you? She looked at Naruto, who stared at the poneglyph with a curious look. Hi, history is a passion of mine. I am quite excited by this find, smiled Robin. Could this lead to treasure? Smiled Nami with money signs in her eyes. Possibly, said Robin. I'm coming, shouted Nami. Zoro looked at Naruto, who scratched the back of his head as he looked at the poneglyph. What is that idiot doing? Oi, you coming with Naruto? He yelled. No, I'll stay with Chopper-san. If this is a sacrificial altar and we are not here to be sacrificed, then something might happen to the Going Merry. I don't want anything to happen to the ship. They all sweat dropped a bit. Naruto just admitted to willing to sacrifice himself for a ship. Well, they all did have a connection with the Merry. In a way, they would want to protect the ship as well. Right, we'll see you later after we check this place out, said Zoro. Bye. Make sure to come back, yelled Chopper as the three used a large vine to swing across to the land. The reindeer turned to face Naruto, but he wasn't there. Naruto? He ran over to the side of the ship and saw Naruto sitting down in front of the poneglyph. Anyo, Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Trying to read. Oh, any luck? A silence filled the air. Nope, Chopper face faulted, but I feel as if I should know this. Strange, huh? I know I have seen similar writing, just don't remember where, said Naruto. I guess, frowned Chopper. Naruto sure is weird when all serious like that. Oh well, he needed to repair the ship. He turned to grab the supplies, but his eyes widened. There on the land about 50 feet away was a large vulture-looking bird with a man sitting on its back. The man had a large lance in his hand. Ah, Naruto. Is this all? I had been hoping for more, said the man with a disappointed look in his eyes. Naruto. Help, yelled Chopper. Why are you screaming so loud? I am right here, Naruto said, standing right next to Chopper. The little reindeer pointed at the stranger that had showed up. Oi, are you this god I keep hearing about? The man smirked. Let's go, Fuza. The large bird soared into the sky. I am Shira, one of the 4 priests that serves the god Enel. I have come here to deal out your punishment for breaking the rules of Upper Yard. Shira raised his lance. He then hopped off Fusa and thrust his lance forward. Naruto used the back of his hand to slap the lance away before jumping off the Going Merry, creating some distance between them. You can't run, burn him Fusa, smirked Shira. Fusa flew above Naruto, opened its mouth, and released a torrent of flames straight at Naruto. Naruto, yelled Chopper. Naruto jumped straight into the air and delivered a kick to Fusa's face, but the bird dived down to avoid it. Shira leapt off the Merry and appeared in front of Naruto. Haha, this might be fun after all. His lance moved at great speeds as he tried to stab Naruto. Naruto dodged the first thrust, but a second glanced his right shoulder followed by a third across his cheek. Each landed on the ground with Shira having the high ground. You're pretty good at dodging, but you can't run forever, laughed Shira. The man stopped laughing when a cut appeared across his left cheek. His eyes widened as he looked down upon Naruto. Naruto grinned as a guard-less bone sword emerged from his palm, a bit of blood dripping from the tip. Got you, smiled Naruto. So, you possess the power of a devil fruit. No matter, that will not help you. Your death is inevitable, smirked Shira, charging forward. Naruto raised his blade and started to parry or dodge each thrust or slash. Chopper's eyes widened in awe. He had never seen Naruto fight like this. Luffy fought using brute force, Zoro using 3 swords, and Sanji with powerful kicks, yet Naruto fought a bit more elegantly, or that is how it looked. Each move he took was perfectly calculated without wasting a single bit of energy. Naruto had a smile on his face as he fought with Shira, yet never truly attacking back. Cuts started to appear all over Shira's body, showing that the superior fighter using melee weapons is obviously Naruto. He is enjoying the fight. Prolonging it on purpose, thought Chopper with wide eyes. A pinging sound was heard as Naruto deflected a thrust to his throat, then stepped inside Shira's guard, slamming his palm into the man's chest. Shira grunted as he was sent skidding backwards from the force of the blow, almost tripping over the stairs. You're really good, grinned Naruto. Hey, do you think you can tell me where I can find this god at? Arg! How dare you mock me? I will kill you. You are not fit to breathe the same air as my god. Shira charged forward, his lance becoming on fire. He thrust it forward with all his might, but Naruto danced around it. Shira's eyes widened as Naruto appeared behind him and a fountain of blood erupted from his back. Some of it got on Naruto's shirt. You are starting to sound like that annoying fox. Always wanting to kill something for no reason. I don't want to spar with a person like that, said Naruto, lowering his sword. Shira clenched his fists as he rose back up to his feet. He jumped up and landed on Fusa's back, flying around Naruto. You will die at my hands. Now watch closely as you face the ordeal of string, shouted Shira. Naruto's eyes widened as he could no longer move his body. He tried move his arm but was only able to get it up a little bit. A dark laughter came from Shira as his lance became on fire. Fusa flew him straight at Naruto, who couldn't move. Naruto, Chopper yelled with wide eyes. Shira laughed. Die. Blood dripped to the ground. Chopper's eyes were wide in horror. Naruto stood there with a calm look in his eyes while Shira had wide eyes. The point of his lance had pierced Naruto's chest right over his heart, but it had only gone in a centimeter, the reason for that being the stronger than steel rib cage bones that had burst out of Naruto's chest to stop the lance. Ah! Shira screamed as several bones pierced right through his stomach. Looking down, he saw Naruto's hand raised at him and there were 4 very sharp and long bones coming out all around his wrist. They extended forward until they had emerged out of Shira's back. The bones retracted and Shira fell face first to the ground with his lance hitting the ground, then rolling down the steps into the depths of the cloud ocean. Fusa flew away with a scared look in its eyes. Is he dead? Asked Chopper, scared. Nope, grinned Naruto. I made sure not to pierce any of the vital organs. Chopper sighed. That had been really scary. He had thought that Naruto was dead when he didn't move to dodge that attack. Man, I was worried for a second. Somehow he managed to bind me with invisible wire. Hee, I almost forgot about my hon abilities, grinned Naruto, making Chopper face fault. Naruto held the invisible wire up, just barely able to make it out. Don't scare me like that, yelled Chopper. Gomen Chopper-kun. It's not easy to fight on stairs. Gave him a huge advantage. Just look at my shirt, pouted Naruto. Chopper's eyes widened as he saw multiple slashes in Naruto's clothes. I really like this shirt too. I guess I better change. Naruto hummed a light tune as he headed back up to the Merry. Naruto is scary, thought Chopper, running after his friend. Break Ice's eyes widened as she fell into the tent containing the leaders of the Shandians. They all looked at her curiously. She came to a stop in front of Wiper. The leader of the Shandians sat in his chair with a bazooka in his hands and an emotionless look in his eyes. Isa, what is wrong with you? Asked Lackey. Two voices have just disappeared, said the girl with wide eyes. Two voices? Repeated Lackey. Hi, both were priests, said Isa. Everyone knew that Isa had the power of mantra, an ability that allowed her to sense other people. Wiper stood up. It seems the heavens favor us. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike. The others nodded in agreement and followed Wiper out of the tent. Isa ran up to Lackey. Wait, Lackey, they were taken out by the outsiders. Lackey kept an emotionless expression. You mean the Blue Sea dwellers? Isa nodded her head. It matters not. All that matters is that we don't fail in taking out the remaining two. Then we will deal with the outsiders. A worried look appeared in Isa's eyes. Those outsiders were strong, very strong from what she sensed. Usopp, Luffy, and Sanji. Oi, where are we now? Looks like a swamp, smiled Luffy. This is no normal swamp. Look at all the skullheads, yelled Usopp, shivering in fear. Sanji lit another cigarette as he looked at all the skulls. This is probably another ordeal. Usopp froze at hearing that. They had already just barely overcame the ordeal of balls and defeating that priest Satori. Nani, which ordeal is it thought? Swamp? Iron? String? Shivered Usopp. We are in a swamp, stated Sanji. It could be iron, suggested Luffy. Sanji and Usopp shook their heads. An explosion was heard and they all turned to see three individuals flying towards them. They had tattoo marking on their bodies and were flying through the air via waver skates. The leader had tan-brown skin with a mohawk and carried a large bazooka. As he passed by the Straw Hat Pirates, he took aim with his bazooka and fired. We are going to die, yelled Usopp. Luffy took a deep breath and expanded his body. Gomu Gomu no Fuusen. The bazooka cannon bounced off his stomach and shot into the woods, exploding harmlessly away from them. Paramisha, said the Shandian who fired the shot. Oi, why are you shooting at us? Get down here so I can kick your ass. Luffy, yelled Usopp, holding his friend back. Blue Sea dwellers. Heed this warning, leave this island and return to where you came, warned the Shandian. If you do not, then I will have no choice but to eliminate you all. What was that? You want to fight? Bring it on, I'll kick your ass. Sacrificial altar Shira glared hatefully at Naruto. Release me and I promise your death will be swift. Nope, smiled Naruto. Shouldn't we be on the altar to protect the ship? Asked Chopper. Nah, if we stay there and more of him show up then the ship will be caught in the fights, answered Naruto, fanning the flames of the fire he had created. Two halves of a sky shark were roasting over the flames on giant bones that Naruto had created. By the way, mind telling me how you were able to predict my attacks? I will kill you. Naruto scratched the back of his head. You do realize that Chopper is a doctor, right? Also the one who bandaged you up. I don't much like killing, but it wouldn't be too hard for an accident to happen to reopen your wounds. A warm yet scary smile appeared on Naruto's face. Poor Chopper might even forget how to rebandage you. The priest gulped in fear. Do your worst. Well, it was worth a try, laughed Naruto. Chopper and Shira sweat dropped. It had been a bluff. A really scary bluff. Wait, he was able to predict your movements? Asked Chopper, confused. Yep. It is why I didn't go on the offensive until he got so angry that he let it get the better of him. Bet you thought I was prolonging the fight, didn't you? Chopper chuckled nervously while Naruto grinned. I may enjoy fighting, but toying with your opponent isn't very respectful. I may not be as honorable as Zoro, but I always give a true opponent my all. The priest said nothing, as he tried to find a way to escape. What Naruto had said wasn't the complete truth. Even though he had his mantra activated, he couldn't truly predict Naruto's movements. Naruto never revealed his true intentions until the last second. It was as if Naruto didn't even think about his next move until a second before he did. Unlike other warriors who tried to plan out their attack, Naruto just moved with the flow. How could a man fight like that? No matter, when I get free I will kill him and his little pet reindeer, glared Shira hatefully. Yo Naruto! We are back, shouted Zoro. Over here, yelled Naruto, waving at them from the other side. Nami, Robin, and Zoro all arrived at the makeshift camp. Their eyes landed upon Shira, who glared at them hatefully. Zoro slammed the hilt of his sword on Shira's head, knocking the man out cold. Zoro! What are you doing? Yelled Chopper. I didn't like the way he kept looking at me, stated Zoro, taking a seat on the ground. I have seen him before when I came here with the waver. He rid on a large bird and carried a lance, frowned Nami. She turned to look at Naruto. What happened? He attacked us. I beat him, then I got hungry, decided to go fishing, then Naruto never finished when Nami hit him over the head. I get it. Smartass, growled Nami. A sheepish grin appeared on Naruto's face. Hey guys. We found you. All turned to see Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji. They had just come down the river on a boat. Nighttime filled the island and the entire crew were sitting around the fire with Naruto and Luffy eating the delicious sky shark. So, what did you all find out? Asked Nami looking at Sanji. The cook lit his cigarette and took a puff before answering. We faced this priest, Satori, who used surprise balls to attack us. Not only that, but he could predict our movements using something called mantra, explained Sanji. Mantra huh? That dude over there was predicting my attacks too, pointing at the knocked out Shira. Sanji glanced at the priest. Did you try getting any information from him? Chopper spoke up. Yeah, but he refuses to betray his god. I wonder who exactly this god is, muttered Zoro. I am sure we will find out in time, said Robin. Nami spoke next. We found out that this island here is a part of Jaya. This is the island that Norland, Mont Blanc's ancestor, spoke of that contained the mountain of gold. Luffy's eyes lit up. Gold. Yash, this is great. We can find this gold. The others smirked. Wouldn't be much of pirates if we didn't go searching for treasure now, would we? Smirked Sanji. Chapter 10. Naruto landed on the ground and looked around him. Lying on the ground knocked out cold were 3 goat-looking people in white robes and about 5 warriors with tattoos all over their bodies. He had no idea who they were, but they had attacked him and each other. It seemed a war is going on the island and he and his nakama got stuck right in the middle of it in their search for the gold of Jai Island. A grin appeared on his face, that suited him just fine. Fighting always made the adventure more exciting. I hope the others are okay, thought Naruto. They had split up into 2 groups. Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and that old man, Knight of Sky, made up the first group and were heading toward the coast in the Going Merry. That knight had shown up last night when Luffy started to blow the whistle for fun during the campfire celebration. When he learned of their plan, he had decided to tag along and offer his help. Naruto, Luffy, Zoro, Robin, and Chopper made up the second group. Or they had until a giant venomous snake attacked them and they ended up splitting up from each other. Now Naruto is traveling on his own with really no clue on which is the right way to go. Go south, that will take you to where you need to go, said Kyuubi. Thanks, but how come you are helping me? Asked Naruto heading south. I wish to see this god, it should be amusing to say the least. You know, you could just admit you are bored and that you enjoy going on adventures just as much me. A growl filled his ears. I have no interest in humans' affair. Bullshit. You're locked in a cage and have been for the past 17 years. If it were me I would be interested in almost anything, at least to get my mind focused on something else. Naruto grew a bone sword and started to hack down the vines that were in his way. I'd let you out, but I don't know how. The fox said nothing. Why would you let me out? Asked Kyuubi. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. What reason do I have to keep you locked up? I figure it's the least I can do for everything you have done for me. Don't be a fool. I care nothing for your life and only sent you here in an attempt to further my own ambitions. If I could I would devour you and your entire nakama. Doesn't matter, thought Naruto couldn't see it. A surprised look appeared in Kyuubi's eyes as the young man smiled warmly. You did a nice thing for me when no one else would. Even if it was for your own ambitions, it doesn't take away from the fact that you helped me out. In the end, you did something for me that no one else would and to me that is enough. Kyuubi said nothing, falling silent as Naruto started to hum a tune as he walked through the dangerous war-filled island. I still fight you though if you attacked my nakama after I let you out. You wouldn't stand a chance, growled Kyuubi with an amused look. A laugh escaped Naruto. Yeah, but since when did that matter? I just want to fight. Naruto had a silly grin on his face as he went back to humming. Elsewhere, Chopper panted heavily as he had done it. He had finally become a true pirate by defeating the priest Gadadasu and overcoming the ordeal of the swamp. Instead of running away, he had been brave and fought. He had finally overcome his fear. Why are you so scared? Asked Naruto, kneeling down in front of Chopper. I'm not scared, gulped Chopper. Naruto grinned. Luffy didn't just invite you to be our nakama because you are a doctor. He invited you because you are strong and, more importantly, a friend. We all believe in your strength, you just need to believe in it too. I believed, and I was able to win, said Chopper, looking over at the fallen priest. Luffy, Naruto, and the rest of his nakama. They were all probably headed to the City of Gold. That is where he would head. He would meet them there instead of looking for them. A smile appeared on Chopper's face as he started to make his way towards the City of Gold. Zoro, why the hell do you keeping following me? Shouted Zoro. The giant Southbird just kept staring at him before chasing after him as he ran. Zoro gritted his teeth in anger. Damn bird, bad enough he had to deal with Naruto, who kept constantly bringing up his higher bounty. Now he had some dumbass bird that kept following him around. This is all Naruto's fault. He didn't know how, but he just knew that the bastard had something to do with this. Next time he saw him, he was going to kick his bony ass. Naruto vs Genbu. A group of 7 enforcers fell to the ground knocked out cold. Naruto dusted off his pants and sighed. Man, these guys sure were weak. Why did he always get the weak ones? He grumbled about Luffy taking all the good opponents before walking off. An iron cannonball came at him from above and Naruto looked up just in time to get hit by it, causing a massive explosion. Blue Sea Dweller. You should have left while you had the chance, said a large man holding a modified bazooka and standing on a branch high above Naruto. The dust and smoke cleared to reveal one pissed off Naruto. He had burns and scratches all over his body from that explosion. Bastard, I am going to kick your ass for that, yelled Naruto angrily. Take this, shouted Genbu, firing another iron cannonball. Naruto jumped up, landing on the cannonball and then using it as another platform to jump up. Genbu's eyes widened as Naruto appeared in front of him, then kicked him across the face. The fat Shandian warrior went crashing into the ground. That is what you get for sneaking up on me, yelled Naruto, calming down a bit. Genbu gritted his teeth as he rose to his feet. Milky Dial. A river of clouds formed and Genbu used his waver skates to ride it. Naruto's eyes widened. That is so cool. An iron cannonball came at him from the side and he quickly jumped off the branch to avoid being hit. Hon hon no Gatling gun. Raising both hands, he fired all 10 finger digits followed by 2 more rounds of 10. They scored direct hits as Genbu's eyes widened in surprise before he hit the ground riddled with holes. Axe Mountain. Naruto turned his head to see the fattest man he had ever met about to squash him like a pancake. Hell no. Hon hon no Steel Knuckles. Yama's eyes widened and his mouth coughed up blood as a fist buried itself in his large stomach. Blades of wind shot out of the dial, cutting Naruto up, but he merely gritted his teeth and brought his other fist around, punching Yama away from him. Damn, it felt like hitting a huge blob of silly putty, groaned Naruto as he ripped off his shirt. It was useless now. Genbu looked on, shocked from his position on the ground. Yama, the chief enforcer of the enforcers, had just been defeated in 2 blows by a Blue Sea Dweller. Who were these Blue Sea Dwellers? Man, if anyone finds out that 2 men weighing at least 400 pounds were able to sneak up on me, that'll be the end of it, thought Naruto, shaking his head. Seems like he still had some training to do in paying attention to his environment. Inside the monster of the sky, we were eaten, cried Nami. A giant snake had ate her, the Knight of the Sky, Gonfall, and Isa. Why did this happen to her? She is a cute and beautiful girl with a great sense of fashion. Things like this weren't supposed to happen to her. We must find a way out before it is too late. I fear that if we do not, then whatever Enel is planning will destroy Skypiea, said Gonfall. Isa glared hatefully at Gonfall. He is one of the people that is responsible for the continued war between her people and Skypiea. If only him and Enel never existed, then Lackey and the others wouldn't be fighting. How do we get out of a giant snake? Yelled Nami. The same way we got in, answered Gonfall calmly. There is someone else here, said Isa, hiding behind Nami. Gonfall and Nami turned to a shadow of someone walking towards them. Nami, are you lost in these ruins too? Luffy came out of the shadows with a large smile. Luffy, smiled Nami. Wait a minute, did he just say ruins? Baka, you got ate by the snake too, and you didn't even realize it? Oi snake? Where? Nami punched Luffy over the head, idiot. Chandra Robin entered the center of the city and found nothing. She betrayed no emotion as she looked over the area yet could find no sign of the golden bell. Did it make it up to the sky or was it still sea level? If it was, then the poneglyph would be down there with it, not here. Robin-chan. She turned around to see Naruto walking towards her. Her eyes didn't fail to notice the blood stains on his pants or the gashes across his chest. It seemed that he had got caught up in the fighting. Naruto-san, nodded Robin. So, did you find the gold? I really hope so. I think I have seen enough of this island, grinned Naruto. No, the gold is not here. Naruto face faulted. Nani, no gold? Anime-style tears fell down Naruto's face, much to Robin's amusement. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just isn't here, she clarified. Oh, Blinked Naruto, the tears disappearing. So where is it? I don't know. Naruto face faulted again. He then stood up and gave Robin a critical look. She raised an eyebrow as he got right in her face. You're not looking for the gold, are you? She remained emotionless as ever. Are you implying something? Yep. Robin smiled. At least he is honest. She could at least recuperate the gesture. I am looking for a golden bell that will lead me to a poneglyph I know is here. Naruto tilted his head. More strange symbols. She nodded with a small smile. Meh, fine, let's go looking for it. Oh, going to lend me your aid? Smiled Robin. Sure, this poneglyph seems to make you happy. That is more than enough reason for me to want to help, replied Naruto, looking around at the ruins. He never saw the surprised look in Robin's eyes at his comment. Her eyes softened. A new voice interrupted them in their search. Oh, I see you have found the city that the Shandians are fighting so hard to get back. Both turned to see a tall man with very long earlobes and what looked to be 4 drums above his head in a semicircle. Who are you? Asked Robin. She noticed the way Naruto's eyes seemed to narrow. That alone told her that this man was a danger to them. I am God, smiled the man. Delusional much? Grinned Naruto. The man raised his hand at becoming charged with electricity. A cloud of electricity formed over Naruto. Robin's eyes widened as the bolt came down. Naruto did a backflip, just barely avoided being electrocuted. Lightning, that explains what happened to those burned bodies I found. They weren't burnt but electrocuted. That means you must be this Enel the priest worship, glared Naruto, bracing himself for one tough fight. Not to mention that powerful column of blue lightning he saw earlier. Impressive, but ultimately futile. All those who defy God must be eliminated, smiled Enel. It has almost been 3 hours since the games began. Only 7 contestants remain. 8 more minutes until the 3-hour mark. Naruto gritted his teeth. A game? You consider this all to be a game? You're no different than Crocodile. I will do to you what I did to him. Lightning or not, Bone's handles popped out of his shoulders and he ripped them out the rest of the way. And held his trademark bone swords in each hand. Enel smiled in amusement. A paramecia type, interesting but pointless. I think I will join you with the rest of your nakama before I end this game with the 5 I prophesized. Naruto and Robin tensed as Enel raised his hand and started to sparkle with lightning. In a blast so powerful, he unleashed a familiar column of lightning that destroyed the cloud and ground above them. Debris started to rain down. In a blink of an eye, Naruto grabbed Robin, carrying her bridal style as he moved around dodging the debris. A few minutes later, it had all fallen to the ground. Naruto placed Robin down and looked around for Enel but could not find him. What is the weakness of lightning? He thought desperately. Everything had a weakness. Shit, I almost died, said a familiar voice. Naruto and Robin turned to see Zoro pushing off a particularly large piece of debris while holding a severely injured Chopper. That wasn't good, the doctor that healed them was injured. Oh, it's you guys, said Zoro, walking over to them. They didn't get a chance to say anything when a loud roar of pain was heard. All turned to see the giant snake get fried by a very powerful bolt of lightning and drop to the ground fried. Shit, how am I going to save Nami now? Zoro, the swordsman, turned to see Nami hiding behind a piece of debris. What are you doing out here? He yelled. I escaped with Gonfall, but Luffy and Isa are still inside, said Nami, worried. How did Luffy get inside the snake? Asked Naruto. That idiot, can't take your eyes off him for a second, grumbled Zoro. I believe we have more important matters to deal with, said Robin, her eyes located on a figure in the distance. There, sitting on a large piece of the ruins, is none other than Enel with that annoying smile on his face. Stay hidden, said Naruto as the 3 walked over to the man. Nami didn't need to be told twice. Careful, he is like Crocodile except his power is lightning, Zoro nodded. Robin, Naruto, Zoro, Wiper, and Gonfall all stood in front of Enel. The so-called god smirked as he looked down upon them. 3 minutes until the 3-hour mark. Where I prophesized that only 5 would remain. Yet 7 of you are here. Nami's eyes widened as she realized he knew that she is hiding with Chopper. It seems that 2 of you must go. Any volunteers, or do I choose? I am going to enjoy kicking your ass. Naruto charged forward, knowing that his attacks would not work. Enel smirked as he spun his golden staff. He raised it, blocking a strike from Naruto, but a second blade came around, separating Enel's head from his shoulders. You still don't believe in the existence of God? I shall have to show it to you. Enel reformed on Naruto's right. His hands were shoulder-length apart and lightning started to spark between them. 20 million volt. Naruto suddenly shot high into the air from a pair of bones coming out of the bottom of his feet, then leapt away just as the lightning hit the bone. Naruto performed several flips in mid-air, landing lightly on the ground back in his stance and ready for more. You are talented. To be able to use your powers instantly like that means you have trained extensively, but I am a god, smiled Enel. Nah, you're a pain in the ass, grinned Naruto. Enel frowned while Zoro smirked. And I'll prove it by lasting 2 minutes against you. 2 minutes? Said Enel with an amused look. Yeah, 2 minutes. It has been a minute since you claimed to have prophesied only 5 people remaining on the island. If I last 2 minutes, then I prove you wrong and all will know you are no god. Enel's eyes narrowed. As stupid as it sounded to the others, Naruto knew that to Enel that being wrong is something he would refuse at all costs. It would prove that he couldn't preordain things like he claimed and shatter the image of God he had set up. I will not let you destroy Skypia. Gonfal thrust his lance right through Enel. His eyes widened as Enel reformed with his finger at Gonfal's forehead. 1,000,000 volt, smirked Enel. Gonfal couldn't even scream in pain as every pore and fiber of his being was electrocuted. Enel then turned to face Naruto. One left. Which one of you should I choose? Hon Gatling gun. Multiples bone bullets passed through Enel but not one of them did a single thing. Enel continued to smile. Much to Naruto's irritation, allow me to activate your true power and you will beat him with ease. No, I realize that it's my power and with it I could maybe beat him, but if I am not the one to access it and keep relying on you then I won't feel as if I really won. I told you, I want to use my own strength. It makes no sense. You gain help from your friends, why not just accept my help? How can I consider this help from a friend when all you care about is yourself? I respect your power, Kyuubi-san, and I do admit I owe you a great debt, but I can't rely on your help. I must control my own strength, not have you giving it to me because you fear death. When I go into battle, death is something I'm willing to accept could happen. I don't fear it, I embrace it. As long as I give everything I have, then I will die with no regrets. Naruto tossed his swords away and shot forward. He went to deliver a punch but Enel danced around it, predicting his attack before slamming his staff right into Naruto's stomach. Or he would have if Naruto's rib bones didn't stop it. Hon no claws. 3 bone claws burst out from between Naruto's knuckles, piercing right through Enel's head. Enel smiled as he channeled lightning through his golden staff. Ah, screamed Naruto as he was blasted backwards. Naruto bounced off the ground before rolling to stop several feet away from the others. Stop, if you destroy this land then you will never find that which you seek, said Robin. Oh, you must mean the golden bell. There is no need to worry about that. I have already deduced from your movements where it is, smiled Enel. Robin's eyes widened as she suddenly realized herself where it probably is. You thought that such information that I bow to your whims? I hate manipulative women. Enel pointed his finger right at Robin. Her eyes widened as a bolt of lightning headed straight between her eyes, but a force knocked her out of the way. Zoro, Nami, and Robin's eyes widened. Naruto dropped to the ground unmoving. Enel smiled. As always, what God has preordained has come to pass. 3 hours and 5 remain. Chapter 11. Nami couldn't believe it. A single man had defeated them all. Zoro, Naruto, Robin, Gonfal, and that Wiper guy. All of them were so strong yet that had been defeated by this self-proclaimed god. Her eyes widened as Enel appeared in front of her with an emotionless look. You are the only one left, said Enel. Not quite. Enel turned around and Nami's eyes widened as Naruto rose to his feet. Naruto spit out some blood before grinning widely. It is time for round 2. A bored look appeared in Enel's eyes. You are becoming a pest. I will now show you despair. Enel went to tap one of his drums but Naruto suddenly disappeared. A stunned look appeared in Enel's eyes as Naruto reappeared next to Zoro. Naruto reached down and picked up the 2 pieces of broken waver. That was pure speed, gasped Nami. Naruto turned to face Enel. He held each piece of the waver in his hand. Time to see how well you take being hit. In a blur Naruto disappeared. Enel teleported via lightning as Naruto's blow hit nothing but air. Enel went to hit blast Naruto with lightning, but he blurred again. The 2 moved so fast that Nami could only see them for a second before they would disappear again. Enel appeared behind Naruto swinging his staff, charging it with lightning. Naruto didn't move as he took the blow, but managed to stay in that same spot by channeling his bones out of the bottom of his feet, anchoring him to the ground. It also had the effect of grounding him, reducing the damage by the lightning. A look of pure pain appeared in Enel's eyes as a fist with sea stone connected with his face. Damn, can't afford to take another hit like that. Especially since my body isn't used to moving at such speed, plus I am being weakened by the sea stone in these waver skates. Just holding them is preventing me from using any of my powers above my knees, panted Naruto, not knowing how much longer he could keep this up. I do not have time to play games with you, said Enel, standing up. Too bad, because I enjoy playing games, grinned Naruto. Tell me, how have you increased your speed? You weren't nearly as fast before. Perfect. A chance to waste some time to regain his bearing and get some energy back. He needed to keep the bastard talking. I ate the hon no mi. It grants me perfect control over my bones. I can manipulate them in any way I want, started Naruto, giving a background to waste time. Actually, what you see now is my true speed. Enel raised an eyebrow. Zoro actually gave me the idea. He is always training with weights to increase the power of his blows. But I find speed to be more valuable in battle, so I thought, what type of weight training could I do to increase my speed? Ah, I see now. You increase the weight of the bones in your body, stated Enel, realizing the truth. Yes, that is right. I increased them to half a pound each. Every single bone in my body. The human body has 206 bones. Times that by half a pound each, and I weigh 103 pounds more than I should. But now my bone weight has returned to normal, making me 103 pounds lighter, increasing my speed greatly. I call it my hon release level 1, grinned Naruto. Ignore the fact that he didn't have a level higher than 1, but who knows, he might think of something else to increase his body's overall performance in the future. Then he would have a level 2. Ingenious. By doing that, it is as if he is weight training 24/7, thought Nami. Not only does he increase his speed, but he gets physically strong in the process as well, because he has to use twice the strength to move his limbs. Even opening and closing his mouth would take twice the strength. Such a training style would probably kill a normal human. Enel smirked. Truly impressive. I commend you, however, it is useless. I am God, and it is time for you to pay for your crime of defying my will. He raised his staff and was about to hit his drum, but Naruto blurred. Stepping to the side, Enel dodged the punch and tapped the drum, summoning a lightning bird. Naruto blurred the lightning bird, tearing up the ground. Enel teleported away via lightning as Naruto appeared behind him. You can move instantly via lightning, but your attacks are direct and angular. I don't need mantra to predict how you will fight me, stated Naruto, blurring as a blast of lightning tore through the area he had been standing in. You rely too heavily on your lightning techniques. If that is true, then why can't you touch me, smiled Enel. I can't beat you in terms of power, yours is greater than mine, but until I die I won't stop fighting, yelled Naruto. Enel went to move, but felt a pair of hands grab his legs. He looked down to see two arms coming out of the ground. Naruto appeared in front of him. Enel's eyes widened in pain as Naruto started to punch his chest rapidly. Blood sprayed out of Enel's mouth as Naruto didn't let up for a second, even as his muscles started to tear, unable to handle the speed due to his body being weakened by the sea stone. One last blow across Enel's face sent the god crashing to the ground as Naruto fell to his knees. The waver skates fell from his hands and his arms hung limp. Enel coughed up some more blood as he experienced pain like never before. Each blow had felt like he had been hit by a piece of steel. Seeing as how sea stone is considered to be stronger than diamond, he had been. Naruto, yelled Nami. Robin breathed weakly as she looked at the young man that had risked his life to save hers. For the first time in a long time she prayed for someone else, praying that he would survive this. I can't move my arms, panted Naruto before grinning weakly. He had gave it everything he had. No regrets. His eyes looked up to see Enel rise to his feet, breathing heavily. Insolent mortal, glared Enel. Naruto, using the last of his strength, rose to his feet. His arms still hung useless. It would be some time before his natural healing abilities kicked it. He gave Enel a fox-like grin. Hee, what happened, God? Are you hurt? Are your ribs broken? Or is because the air is so thin that you are having trouble breathing? Enel gritted his teeth in anger. Lightning started to surround him, but no fear appeared in Naruto's eyes. Naruto just stood there grinning. It's as if he is looking forward to death, thought Nami. Just like Luffy and Zoro. No fear in his eyes at all, even when facing a superior opponent. Gomu Gomu no pistol. A fist came from Enel's left and the god didn't even bother to dodge. That was his first mistake as it connected with his jaw and sending him flying. Naruto, Nami, and Robin's eyes widened, not believing that Luffy had been able to land a solid blow. Oi! No one harms my nakama, yelled Luffy angrily. About time you showed up, Captain, grinned Naruto, coughing up some blood as he fell to a knee. His regenerative abilities were kicking in. In a few minutes he would be able to use his arms again. Another insect. I grow tired of this. 20 million volt Vari. a blast of electricity hit Luffy, who didn't move or anything. That smirk on Enel's face didn't last long when Luffy stood there completely unharmed. Of course, whispered Nami, but Naruto heard her from his spot. Rubber doesn't conduct electricity. Lightning attacks won't work against Luffy, they are natural enemies. What? Impossible, gasped Enel. Luffy ran forward and Enel stood still, thinking that first blow had been a fluke. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Luffy's fist buried itself inside Enel's stomach. Enel flew back into one of the ruins and an explosion of debris occurred. Naruto. Who is this guy? Yelled Luffy. Just a bastard that is trying to prevent us from getting our gold. Oh, and he wants to destroy Skypiea, answered Naruto, feeling some of his strength returning. Take our gold? I'll kick his ass, Nami smiled. Luffy just might be able to beat Enel. Enel appeared behind Luffy via his lightning and slammed his staff down on his head. If lightning won't work, then I will beat you by other. Luffy kicked Enel in the chest, sending the god skidding backwards. I'm a rubber man, physical and lightning attacks won't work, said Luffy, a hard look in his eyes. This man had harmed his nakama. He would kick his ass for that. Physical and lightning attacks won't work. Just what is rubber? Said Enel. He smirked as he started to channel lighting through his golden staff. It started to change shape into a trident. Enel shot towards Luffy and thrust his trident forward. Luffy barely dodged but received a small cut across his stomach. Huh? Piercing attacks work. Yeah, nodded Luffy. Idiot, don't tell him that, yelled Nami. Luffy tried his best to land a hit, but Enel used mantra to predict his movements, just as he had done to Naruto. Damn it, he is predicting my movements, cursed Luffy. The pirate quickly dived to the side as the trident slammed down into the ground where he had just been standing. Insolent mortal. The fate of Skypiea will not be denied, smirked Enel. Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun. Enel easily weaved in and out of the punches before grabbing each arm. He then swung Luffy around before slamming him into one of the ancient buildings. Don't forget about me, yelled Naruto, charged forward. Enel tilted his head as Naruto jumped up, delivering a spinning back kick. The god didn't bother to dodge, that was his second mistake. The foot connected with his face and Naruto smirked as he spun around, delivering a second, third, and fourth kick. He landed a hit. How? Yelled Nami. Naruto touched down on the ground and, not giving Enel a second to catch his breath, he ran forward. Enel barely dodged a kick to his chest and went to stab Naruto as he turned his back to him. The young pirate came around, seeing the trident headed for his unprotected back. A bone burst out of elbow in the shape of a giant tuning fork, knocking the trident away as he came around with his other foot that buried itself in Enel's side. Luffy, get your ass up. I can't beat him with just kick alones, yelled Naruto. Luffy stood up and charged forward Enel, who had been sent flying by that last kick. Gomu Gomu no bazooka. Enel's eyes widened in pain as Luffy landed a devastating blow on him. A blood sprayed out his mouth. Naruto smirked as Enel headed back his way and raised his leg up. When the god got in range, he slammed it down on top of Enel's head, knocking him straight down into the ground. Luffy jumped into the air above Enel. Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun. Blow after blow rained down upon the self-proclaimed god. Naruto and Luffy stood side by side looking down at the god. Man, I am glad that the bottom of my sandals are made from a synthesized rubber. By the way, where the hell were you? Inside the snake, smiled Luffy. Naruto grinned and started to laugh as he fell to his ass. Luffy started to laugh as well. Nami fell to her knees with tears of relief in her eyes. They had done it. Those idiots had really done it. Robin smiled as well. Yosh, I'm starving. A thud sound was heard and all looked down to see Naruto lying on the ground out cold. He started to snore lightly. Nighttime, campfire celebration. Naruto laughed as he sat in front of the fire drinking some Sky Island wine. The Shandians and Sky People had finally called a truce after Robin had led Luffy to the golden bell at the top of the giant beanstalk, or giant jack as they called it. Luffy had rung it several times for all to hear before accidentally knocking it over and back down into the ancient ruins of the City of Gold. Incidentally, the golden bell landed on the priests' former homes, where Luffy and Robin found tons of food to eat, hence the reason for a campfire, as it is a rule among the Straw Hat Pirates that whenever they camped out they had to have a campfire. Even the Master of the Sky, or Giant Snake as Naruto referred to him as, is celebrating with them. The young pirate winced in pain. Damn, laughing never hurt so much. Not to mention these bandages wrapped around his arms really sucked. Careful, don't want to reopen your wounds, smiled Robin, taking a seat next to him. Meh, just a flesh wound is all, grinned Naruto. Robin smiled as she watched everyone celebrate. Thank you, no problem. Do you know why I am thanking you? Not a clue. She laughed a bit. Such a strange man. The will of D is very strong in Naruto and Luffy, despite Naruto not having a D in his name. Those two, she had no idea how they met, but they had, and what a team they made. It was a sight to behold. Author's note. I realize that Naruto being able to move at all while touching sea stone is a bit of a flaw, so I would like to clarify it just so you understand my reasoning. Naruto wasn't directly touching the sea stone, only the skates that held it inside. I would like to point out that Smoker is able to wield a jute that is tipped with sea stone, yet wielding it doesn't seem to drain him of his powers at all. So I figured Naruto, as long as not making direct contact with the sea stone, could still hold the skates. Plus, when the group was trapped in the cell, in the manga and anime, Luffy was still able to stretch and only drained when made contact with the bars. And when Luffy was kicked in the face by Wiper, he didn't complain of being drained or the physical attack hurting. Smoker even said that Zoro's swords wouldn't work on him despite being in a cell made of sea stone. That leads me to assume that sea stone only works either when in direct contact of a devil fruit user or when it is great quantity, such as a cell made of the stuff, even then still a bit limited to preventing escape, not stopping the abilities altogether. Until the manga elaborates further, this is all I can assume. I hope that made things clear for those who didn't understand how I had developed the fight scene. Have a nice day, J. Chapter 12. Shit, we landed on a marine fortress, stated Naruto. A loud alarm filled the air and lights shined down on the Going Merry. They had just managed to barely survive leaving Sky Island just to land in the middle of a marine base. It's like we go from extremely lucky to piss poor luck. A punch made Naruto wince in pain. How can you be so damn calm? Yelled Nami. We need to leave here immediately or we will all be captured, said Robin. But the Merry, yelled Usopp. Don't worry, they won't destroy the ship. They will be too busy trying to determine how it fell out of the sky, said Robin, heading for the lifeboats. What about my gold? Cried Nami. Okay, abandon ship, we will come back later for it, shouted Luffy. Nami gave one last look down below where the gold is being kept before leaving the ship with the others. Marine stronghold, did you hear about that ghost ship? Yeah, I heard that it belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates. Straw Hat Pirates? Pirate hunter Zoro is aboard that ship. What is so great about Zoro? His bounty is only 60 million berry. We should be more worried about Uzumaki Naruto, his bounty is 85 million berry. He's right, all the Marines nodded in agreement before freezing up. They all turned to see Naruto waving at them with a smile. Hi, Anyo, I am looking for my crew. Have you seen them? Asked Naruto. It's him, capture him. Naruto tilted his head as the Marines went for their guns. The sound of slashing was heard and Naruto appeared on the other side of the group of 7 Marines. He sighed as he would have to find someone else to help him. Just as he turned the corner, all the Marines fell to the ground with their guns in pieces and multiple slashes across their bodies. Where is everyone? Thought Naruto. They had all left the ship together, but then they somehow got split up. It just didn't make any sense. How could he have lost sight of them so easily? Turning another corner, Naruto passed by 2 more Marines on patrol. He was about to ask them a question but was forced to knock them out when they went for their weapons. No wonder Bob Sensei hated the Marines. They just couldn't be civil. Pirate, bunch of crybabies. Think they could shoot me after answering my question that way? I am not walking around aimlessly after beating them, grumbled Naruto, annoyed. Naruto, Nami-chan, smiled Naruto before frowning. He tilted his head as he looked at her. She was wearing a marine uniform and holding a mop in her hands. As good as you look, why are you wearing that uniform? Nami gained a tick on her forehead. Baka, this is a marine base. You just can't walk around in broad daylight like that. Why, you'll get us all caught, yelled Nami, punching him in the head. Ow, that hurt. Besides, how do we get caught if we are stronger than everyone here? I already took out at least 20 Marines before entering the base, groaned Naruto. Why did she always have to hit him? Nami slapped her forehead as they would definitely know they were here now. Hey, you two? Nami froze as she slowly turned her head to see a Marine. That Marine's eyes widened up seeing Naruto and the bone sword in his hands. Hon no boomerang. A bone boomerang flew down the hallway, smacking the Marine in the forehead, knocking him out cold before it returned to Naruto's hand. I'll see you around, Nami-chan. I am going to look for the Going Merry, waved Naruto, stepping over the Marine. Wait, you idiot, yelled Nami, chasing after him. He may be an idiot, but at least I know that no one will be capturing him anytime soon, thought Nami. Naruto looked to see Nami come up besides him. So Nami-chan, do you know where the Mary is? Of course not, glared Nami. Okay, let's head to the kitchen then. Why would we head there? There is bound to be hundreds of Marines there eating, demanded Nami. It is the most likely place for Luffy to be, answered Naruto simply. Nami grumbled because she hated admitting Naruto was right. His logic was always so backwards yet at the same time correct. It drove her nuts. Her eyes fell upon the back of his shirt and she slapped her forehead. There on the back is the skull and crossbones with a straw hat. He knew nothing of stealth. Might as well be walking around with a neon sign above his saying, I am a pirate. If he weren't so cute I would do more than punch him, thought Nami as they walked through the base. Elsewhere Zoro released a yawn as he stepped over several knocked out Marines. They sure were annoying. Knowing Luffy he is probably in the kitchen, mumbled the swordsman. The only problem is he had no idea where the kitchen is. He turned down the hallway and found an interesting sight. They're trying to sneak around by tiptoeing down a clear hallway is none other than Chopper. Yo Chopper, the reindeer froze thinking he had been caught. Chopper relaxed as he realized it was Zoro. Zoro, yelled Chopper with ears of relief. Have you seen the others? They are not with you, gasped Chopper. Nope, said Zoro walking past Chopper. Chopper chased after Zoro yelling for the swordsman to wait up. Naruto and Nami sweat dropped as Naruto tried to ask a couple of Marines the way to the kitchen but then knocked them out when they started to scream. Idiot. He had already gone through this failed routine of asking them questions the past 10 times. Will you stop bothering to ask questions and just knock them out? Yelled Nami. That is rude, frowned Naruto. They are Marines. You are a pirate. Get that through your head. Naruto held his head in pain as several bruises developed. So mean. Nami glared at him and Naruto gulped nervously before whistling innocently. She stomped down the hallway, mumbling about being stuck with an idiotic barbarian. Nami didn't even watch where she was going and bumped right into a large wall. When she looked up her eyes widened as she saw a Marine wearing a coat. Looking down upon her, Nami, her eyes fell upon Usopp who was being held captive by a group of Marines behind the gorilla-looking man. A nervous look appeared in Nami's eyes as the man narrowed her eyes down upon her and the other Marines drew their swords. I see you know this man. That must mean you are one of the pirates as well. Arrest her, ordered the man. Hi Lieutenant Drake, Naruto-kun, yelled Nami. A blur shot past Nami and in a single swipe 5 Marines were sent flying backwards by the sudden appearance of a long blonde-haired man. Attacking the defenseless isn't very nice. Especially when that person is a friend and nakama, said Naruto pointing his bone sword at the Marines. Naruto-san, yelled Usopp with tears of joy. Oh Usopp, when did you get here? Usopp's sweat dropped. Save me Naruto-san. Lieutenant Drake gritted his teeth and drew his sword. You will not escape me pirate. He charged forward but Naruto sidestepped the swing and punched Drake in the jaw. Drake hit the side of the wall. Several teeth being knocked out of place before falling to the ground knocked out cold. He took out Lieutenant Drake in a single hit. The Marines started to shake in fear. He is only one person. Get him. Seconds later all the Marines lie on the ground knocked out cold. Are you okay Nami-chan? Asked Naruto ignoring Usopp. Hi, thank you Naruto, smiled Nami. He may be an idiot, but he was an idiot she could count on. Naruto grinned before turning to look at Usopp. The straw hat sniper lie on the ground knocked out cold. Oops, I think I knocked him out too. It must be that marine uniform of his. I must have got him confused with the others. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Nami shook her head as she kicked Usopp waking the scaredy cat up. Oi you attacked me, yelled Usopp. Gomen, smiled Naruto. Do you know where the Mary is being kept Usopp? Asked Nami. Usopp smiled proudly. Hi, the great Captain Usopp found out they are keeping it at the docks. Where are the docks? Usopp didn't answer. Nami and Naruto sighed, figures they both thought. Naruto turned to face the wall and his hand swung in a complete circle. A second later a large hole appeared in the wall leading the way outside. Climb on Nami-chan, said Naruto kneeling down, the docks are sure to be on the other side of that bridge. Hi, nodded Nami climbing onto his back and wrapping her arms around his neck. Usopp was about to protest but Naruto grabbed him by the back of the shirt and then leapt onto the cliff. Ah, we are going to fall. Quiet. He is using his bones from the bottom of his feet to stick to the side of the cliff and get us to the docks quicker. If he falls it will be because you are yelling in his ears, glared Nami. Usopp cried in fear as Naruto continued to run and leap towards the bridge in the distance. In less than 10 minutes, Usopp screamed for joy as they reached solid ground. Naruto lowered Nami gently to the ground. Arigato Naruto-kun, smiled Nami. No problem, grinned Naruto. Nami and Usopp both started to shake in fear as they looked ahead. Naruto turned to look and saw at least 50 Marines waiting in the middle of the bridge. He grinned widely. This is going to be fun. How many do you all want to fight? I want at least 20. He turned to look at the two who were much farther away than before. Nami smiled. Go ahead Naruto-kun. You can take them all. Hi, we will wait here until you are done, yelled Usopp. Really? Thanks. Naruto shot forward with a large fox-like grin and a bone sword in each hand. Naruto stopped and turned to look to see Zoro, Luffy, Sanji, and Chopper running towards the bridge. Hey, where have he never got to finish as a bunch of Marines jumped on top of him. Gomu Gomu no bazooka, yelled Luffy, both hands slamming into the pile. All the Marines were knocked back, including Naruto, who had swirls in his eyes. Gomen Naruto. Luffy grinned sheepishly. Zoro and Sanji started to attack the Marines, going merry. Okay everyone, listen up. I have decided what we will use the gold for, said Nami, slamming her hand down on the table. Everyone turned to face the young woman who had a small smile on her face. We will use the gold to hire a shipwright to fix the Going Merry. Usopp smiled brightly. If this ship is going to take us through the entire Grand Line, then we need to keep it properly repaired or it will fall apart on us, explained Nami, even catching Luffy's attention. We all love the Going Merry. It is not just a ship but our home. It is our responsibility to take care of it. Nami Swan, it is a beautiful idea, yelled Sanji with his heart eye. Yeah, the Going Merry is the ship that is going to sail the entire Grand Line, smiled Usopp. Luffy stood up and finished swallowing his food before talking. It is settled then, we will get the Going Merry repaired. Then we will get a shipwright to join our nakama. He then sat back down and took a sip from his coffee. After that we will get a musician. Yeah, then we can have some music when we party, grinned Naruto. What is a shipwright? Asked Chopper, confused. A person who builds and repairs ships, yawned Zoro. Chapter 13. What you making? Asked Naruto. Chopper turned to look at Naruto, who sat in the chair next to his table looking at him. I am making a medicinal herb that helps fight infections. Naruto tilted his head. It is very good to use on large cuts and gashes. The reindeer turned his head to see Naruto was nowhere in sight. A sweat drop appeared on Chopper's head. Naruto walked around on the deck and wondered what he could do next. He turned to see Zoro training with weights. Nah, I don't feel like sparring right now. His eyes then fell upon Nami, who is at the helm. Nope, didn't feel like being tricked into doing something for her. She was always able to get him to do something for her. Robin turned the page in her book. She was about to continue reading when a shadow fell over the page. Hello Naruto-kun, smiled Robin, not bothering to turn to see who it is. What you reading, Robin-chan? Asked Naruto curiously. A book. She giggled as Naruto pouted cutely. He is so easy to tease. That's mean, Robin-chan. He gave her a light glare. I am afraid I don't know what you are talking about, Naruto-kun, smiled Robin. I am glad you have decided to stay with us, smiled Naruto. A surprised look appeared in Robin's eyes. She turned to look at Naruto, who smiled warmly at her. I am afraid I don't understand what you are implying, said Robin, stuttering a bit. He gave her a true warm smile. It made a light blush heat Robin's cheeks. It seemed ever since Arbasta you have just been with us, not really living at all. Always wearing false smiles, but now, you seem to be filled with life. Your smiles actually reach your eyes. I like you like this, smiled Naruto. How is he so perceptive when I have kept my emotions so locked in? Thought Robin. Lunch is ready, shouted Sanji. Food? Grinned Naruto before running off. Robin closed her book and laughed a bit at his antics. One day she hoped to better understand him. Beak the crew burst out laughing as Luffy and Naruto fell flat on their faces. Give it up, you two just don't have the skill necessary to operate those things, laughed Nami. Naruto and Luffy steeled their resolve as they jumped to their feet. Each of them had waver skates on their feet. Naruto had stole a couple from the Shandians during the survival games. He really wanted to learn how to use them so he could skate on the surface of the ocean. I will learn how to use them, swore Naruto with a determined look. Yosh. Let's do it. The breath dials activated and Luffy immediately slammed into the mast. Naruto managed to avoid the mast and smirked as he turned, but then hit the railing of the deck and fell over into the water. Fortunately, a pair of hands grabbed him and he looked to see two arms growing out of the side of the ship. Arigato Robin-chan. grinned Naruto before being tossed back on deck. Robin gave a small smile as she returned to her book. Luffy and Naruto tried a couple more times. That is until Luffy ran into Zoro one too many times and the swordsman started to chase them around with his swords. Then they ended up running into Sanji, who was trying to woo Nami with sweet desserts. Naruto and Luffy stole the desserts and soon were being chased by Sanji and Zoro. Delicious, smiled Luffy, stuffing his face. Almost as good as ramen. Get back here so I can kill you. You'll die for eating the desserts I made for Nami Swan and Robin Schwan. Naruto grinned as he hid behind Robin. Help me, Robin-chan. Sanji had a heart in his eye. Please stand aside so I may kick the crap out him for stealing your dessert, Robin Schwan. Tell him you didn't want the dessert, whispered Naruto. Actually, a nice treat does sound nice, smiled Robin. A horror-filled look appeared in Naruto's eyes and Sanji had fire in his eye. Naruto screamed as he ran even faster to get away from Sanji. Minutes later, both Naruto and Luffy lie on the ground with multiple bruises. Unpopulated island. The Straw Hat Pirates landed on an empty island. They immediately set to foraging for food and, in Chopper's case, medicinal herbs. When they had gathered everything they needed, they started to look for a nice spot to set up camp. As they walked through the woods, none of them failed to notice a strange line in the dirt. What caused this line? Asked Chopper curiously. Looks like a bike track, said Naruto pensively. He started to get a bad feeling about this. Like something on this island was waiting for them. Or someone. Yeah, but isn't the island supposed to be unpopulated? Stated Zoro. Look, a clearing, shouted Luffy. Nami narrowed her eyes upon something sticking out of the top of a large boulder in the middle of that clearing. What is that? I'll get it. Chopper ran towards it with a large smile. Oi, Chopper is trying to keep that large mushroom all to himself, yelled Luffy. Chopper ran around the boulder but fell backwards as he ran into something. You okay, Chopper? Asked Usopp. They all turned to see what had happened. There, standing behind the boulder, is a very tall black man, at least 10 feet tall, wearing a blue and purple outfit. The man slowly woke up and turned to look at the. Oi, what is going on? Yawned the man as he looked upon them. Who are you? Yelled Luffy. A gasp escaped Robin as she fell to her behind in surprise. Her eyes were wide with fear as she looked upon the man. Zoro grabbed the hilt of his sword and Naruto had a bone sword slowly coming out of each palm. You, Luffy, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp all looked at Robin while the other three kept their eyes on the man. None of them had ever seen Robin show any type of fear, let alone this amount. Robin? It has been a long time, stated the man calmly. Who is this man? Nami asked, fearing the answer. This man is one of the greatest powers in the world. Marine Base Admiral Aokiji. Robin continued to stare at the man in fear, memories of the past resurfacing that she had long since buried. Chapter 14. Naruto gripped his bone swords and got into his stance. An admiral? He is that high-ranked? Said Sanji, narrowing his eyes. There are only 3 men who hold the title of admiral, started Robin, unable to control her heavy breathing as she looked upon Aokiji. Akainu, the red dog, Aokiji, blue pheasant, Kizaru, yellow monkey. Only the Marine's top fleet Admiral Sengoku can command them. He's one of the world government's 3 greatest powers. What is a man like that doing here? Yelled Usopp, trembling in fear. Admiral Aokiji looked down at Nami. Ararara? What is it? Wondered Nami, trying to remain calm. Another super hot captivating babe, said Aokiji, leaning down to get a better view of Nami. What the hell do you think you are doing? Demanded Sanji angrily. Aokiji threw up his hands. Cool down, guys. I only came out here for a walk is all. He looked at Luffy and gained a contemplative look. Aren't you that? Well, they all waited. Naruto narrowed his eyes in anger. This man was purposely toying with them, and why not? Though he hated to admit it, they were no match for an admiral. Not even Enel could compare to the power of an admiral. I forgot, never mind. Sanji and Usopp face faulted. Are you sure you have the right man, Robin? There is no way this man can be a marine admiral, yelled Usopp. Oi, don't judge people on their appearance, sighed Aokiji. My motto as a marine is, justice with laziness. We can see that, yelled Sanji and Usopp. Admiral Aokiji lied down on the ground and yawned. To make a long story short, I don't have any plans to capture you, so take it easy. He placed his marine jacket down as a pillow. I only came here to confirm Nico Robin's whereabouts after the incident in Arbosta. As I expected, she is with you. Gomu, no, stop, Luffy. What reason is there to attack him? Shouted Usopp. Sanji too helped stop Luffy from doing anything. Luffy struggled to break free. What is the matter with him? Are we just going to let him take Robin peacefully? As I said, I'm not going to do anything. Sweat dropped Aokiji. Luffy calmed down when a sound came from behind them. A group of tired and weary-looking people came out of the woods. Naruto barely listened to them as he kept his eyes locked onto Aokiji. He walked over to Robin and stood in front of her, protectively surprising the older woman. As he stood over her, he listened as the stranded people told them that the passenger ship they had been riding had been attacked by a giant frog. Chopper treated them while Sanji cooked up some food. Can I beat him? Naruto felt the palm of his hands grow sweaty. No, was that respect in Kyuubi's voice? That couldn't be a good thing. If this man had power to garner the respect of a powerful demon like Kyuubi, then they stood no chance. At least not at his current level of strength. He is far stronger than any ninja I have encountered. Even more so than the man I want you to kill. But remember, that is only power-wise. Skill-wise is another story. Naruto kept that in mind. It may save his life and, more importantly, the life of his nakama. There is an island not too far from here that is populated. I can help you get to it, said Aokiji, standing up. He headed towards the coast. And they followed him. It'll be a simple matter of creating a way for you to walk there. The Admiral yawned lightly. Are you crazy? There is no way you can just walk to another island, yelled Usopp. Robin interrupted them. With his power, it may be possible. They all wonder what she meant by that as they followed Admiral Aokiji to the coast. Naruto made sure to stick close to Robin. You stay with me, said Naruto, not bothering to look at Robin. It wasn't a request or a question. She wanted to tell him that there is no way he could beat him, but then saw the look in his eyes. He already knew he couldn't win if Aokiji chose to fight them. His eyes glanced at her as he picked up the pace a bit. He is going to sacrifice his life for mine? Why? Gasped Robin. They made it to the coast where Aokiji placed his jacket on the ground. Oi, what are you going to do? Asked Luffy. Stay back, said Aokiji, sticking his hand into the water. All watched curiously except Robin, who already knew what was going to happen. A giant sea beast burst out of the water. It released a loud roar, but Aokiji continued to stare at the water even as it made a lunge for him. Ice Age. Everyone's eyes widened as the entire sea, including the Sea King, had been frozen in ice. Naruto gritted his teeth. Such power, to freeze an entire sea as if it were mere child's play. This is the power of a Marina Admiral, whispered Robin. Even Kyuubi was impressed by the display. No ninja had the power to do such a thing. Yet this Marine Admiral had done it with just a single thought. The power of these devil fruits rivals that of a demon. Now I see why they are called devil fruits, thought Kyuubi. That attack alone would have finished off any of the demons up to 2 tails, maybe even the 3 tails. And there is no doubt in the fox's mind that is only one of the many other attacks the human had in his arsenal. Amazing, gasped Usopp. Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp failed to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Robin, and Naruto did not. Luffy and Usopp wished the people well as they began their trek across the frozen ocean. Aokiji sat on the grass with his head in his hand. Luffy turned to face him with a large smile on his face. What is it? Asked Luffy curiously. How do I say it? You remind of your grandfather. Monkey D. Luffy, said Aokiji, his eyes a bit more serious. Luffy's eyes widened at the mention of his grandfather. The reason I came to this island was to see Nico, Robin, and have a look at you. I knew it, thought Naruto. Luffy, you okay? You're sweating, said Usopp. Hi, it's long ago. Your grandfather caused quite a few problems for me. Maybe I should just kill you off now. Aokiji looked Luffy right in the eyes. The world government is still ignoring you, but if we study your background carefully, you are a dangerous group. Though you are few in number, a group of criminals such as yourself would be troublesome. To the first bounty posted on you, to the deeds of your crew up to this point, there is no denying that your progress has been staggering. Wait, you just said that you were just here to confirm Robin-san is with us, yelled Usopp in fear. What makes your crew so dangerous up to this point is Nico Robin, said Aokiji. So you were after Robin? I'll kick your ass, yelled Luffy. The Straw Hat Captain was one again being held back by Sanji and Usopp as Aokiji continued talking without any fear at all. Her bounty not only shows her strength, but the threat she is to the world government, gaining a bounty of 79 million berry at the age of 8. You did well to survive as a child, betraying your partners and using them as tools. Surviving in the underworld concerned with your own self-interests. Is this group the next hiding place you have chosen? Robin's eyes widened as Naruto growled. A flicker of red appeared in his eyes. Oi, what is your problem with Robin-chan? You are starting to piss me off, yelled Sanji. I have no personal grudge against her. My only connection to her is that I failed to capture her once. It's an old story. You two will realize sooner or later, when you take up with such a troublesome woman. The time to regret won't be too far away. Aokiji began to stand up, to prove that every organization that she has been involved with has been destroyed except for herself. Why is that? Nico Robin. Robin remained standing there silent, not able to deny any of those claims. Shut up, the past doesn't matter, yelled Luffy. If that mattered we wouldn't be traveling with a pirate hunter and female thief, yelled Usopp. Nami punched him in the head. The past is none of our concern, said Zoro. Hi, Robin-san is our dear Nakama, yelled Chopper. You say you failed to capture her once in the past? That matters not because I will make sure that a second time is added to that list, glared Naruto pointing his sword at Aokiji. A silent pause reigned over the clearing. I see, it seems you have become quite popular with this group, said Aokiji. Quiet, if you plan to arrest me then do it, she crossed her arms. Trace fleur, Aokiji grunted as arms appeared all over his body trying to bend him backwards and preventing him from moving. Rrrr. Did I say something wrong? How disappointing. I overestimated you. I thought you to be an intelligent woman. Clutch. Aokiji was bent all the way backwards until he broke in half and shattered into dozens of pieces of ice. Logia, gritted Naruto. The ice started to reform until Aokiji stood right in front of Robin, towering over her smaller size. What a cruel thing to do, said Aokiji, not in the least bit harmed. Robin started to sweat in fear knowing this would be the end. Aokiji picked up some blades of grass and released them into the air. He then blew out a chilling wind that froze them into a blade of ice. Ice Saber. I didn't plan on killing you, but circumstances change. Robin closed her eyes and braced for death, but a pinging sound was heard. She opened her eyes to see Naruto blocking the blade with his bone sword. Sanji came running up and kicked away the ice saber. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Aokiji didn't even bother to dodge as he grabbed Naruto's arm and Sanji's leg. Naruto and Sanji screamed as their arm and leg were frozen. The moment Luffy's fist connected with Aokiji's stomach it too froze. Yelled Zoro, swinging his own sword as Luffy, Sanji, and Naruto collapsed to the ground in pain. Aokiji let the blade hit his ice-covered chest before grabbing Zoro's arm too quick for him to dodge. Zoro screamed as his arm had been frozen. Robin stood there with no way to defend herself as Aokiji looked down upon her. He got all four of them, gasped Nami. Usopp and Chopper had their jaws wide open in fear at what they had just witnessed. You found yourself some good Nakama, but you are still the same Nico Robin. No, you're wrong. She never got to finish when Aokiji fell forward wrapping his arms around her. Ice time, said Aokiji. Robin's eyes widened in pain as she soon became an ice statue. Bastard, roared Naruto charging forward. He stabbed Aokiji right through his heart, but the man gave him a lazy look that infuriated him. Naruto screamed in pain as Aokiji froze his other arm that knocked him backwards. Flipping in the air, Naruto managed to land on his feet, or else he would have lost both arms. A stunned look appeared in Naruto's eyes as he felt a hand on his chest and he looked up to see Aokiji looking down upon him. Ice time. Soon Naruto too became nothing more than an ice statue just like Robin. Chapter 15. Naruto stared out over the ocean as he thought about what had happened less than 4 days ago, his defeat at the hands of Admiral Aokiji. It isn't as if he had never lost a fight in his life. Many times he would lose against Bob Sensei and even against Enel he had lost before coming back to win with Luffy's help. No, he wasn't stupid enough to think that he could beat anyone and everyone. Everyone had a weakness, everyone could be beat, no is God. That is what had been ingrained into his head by Bob Sensei, a motto he had come to accept as the truth. What bothered him is not his defeat, but his failure to protect Robin and the rest of his Nakama. He had let his anger get the best of him and it almost got him and his Nakama killed. That is not how he was taught how to fight. Listen well, lad. I promise you this, if you use your head instead of just your fists, there is not one opponent you can't beat, smirked Bob. I forgot what I had been taught. Instead of looking for a way to defeat Admiral Aokiji, I let my anger consume me and ended up almost losing everything, thought Naruto with an ashamed look in his eyes. Your sulking is ruining my nap, yawned Kyuubi. Tell me, am I anywhere near ready to fight this man you want me to kill? No, a simple enough answer. He needed to get stronger, as did the rest of them if they wanted to complete their journey across the entire Rand line. He, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were going to have to get much stronger if they wanted to stand a chance against opponents like Admiral Aokiji. Opponents here are different from the ninja world. Here no one is able to manipulate the elements or cast powerful genjutsu without some type of devil fruit ability. In the ninja world, you will be facing those who will fight from the shadows. I can protect you from genjutsu, but the rest is up to you. When you are strong enough, I will let you know. That is all Kyuubi said before closing the link between them. So he needed to get stronger. Naruto grinned. That didn't sound bad at all. Besides, he had some new techniques that had been rolling around in his head. Next time I will be stronger. Water 7. The City of Water, Water 7. It had the appearance of a giant water fountain. Water channels went all throughout the city. Most people rode on boat being pulled by Yagara bulls that looked like water horses more so than bulls. Naruto walked down the street on his own. He wanted to do some exploring. Nami, Luffy, and Usopp went to exchange the gold for berry. Zoro stayed behind to guard the ship, or in other words sleep. Sanji went out to get some food and to see what type of things they made here. Robin and Chopper went off to explore as well. Normally, he would have went with Robin, especially now that she had been acting differently. Ever since meeting Admiral Aokiji she seemed distant, her smiles didn't reach her eyes anymore and she was constantly on edge. None of the others noticed, as she was excellent at hiding her feelings, but to someone who had wore a false smile the first 5 years of his life, she could not fool him. Naruto jumped across the channel and landed on the other street. This city is supposedly home to best shipwrights in the world. Still, Naruto didn't need to be a shipwright to know that the Mary is beyond repair. The only way to fix the Mary is to completely rebuild it from scratch. He loved the ship, but he had to accept the truth. They needed a new ship. If the shipwrights were as good as everyone claimed, they would realize this as well. That ship wasn't just a ship, but one of their nakama. It had taken them through East Blue and through many great adventures. Gomen Mary, we should have taken better care of you, thought Naruto. Naruto frowned as he turned down an alley and found himself at a dead end. He sighed as he turned around to face the 5 individuals that had been following him for the past 5 minutes. Excuse me, but you could tell me where I might be able to find the shipwright? Iceberg-san? Smiled Naruto politely. They were all wearing the strangest of clothes, kind of looked like cross-dressers in his opinion, but who is he to judge? Mr. 2 had been a transvestite and turned out to be a pretty good guy, even sacrificing himself and his crew to allow the Straw Hats to escape from enemy marine ships as they left Arabasta. They all drew their swords and each one towered over Naruto's own decent height of 6'1". Naruto hated this. He is extremely proud of his height, but it seemed like everyone he fought was a good foot taller than him. It really pissed him off, made him feel short, bad enough that as a kid he was the shortest person on the island. When he finally grows to be one of the tallest, he comes to the Grand Line where everyone is a freaking giant. Ha ha ha, Uzumaki Naruto, a bounty of 85 million berry. We will gladly take that bounty, smirked an 8-foot-tall skinny man wielding a very thick and long sword. Ah, bounty hunters, right? Snapped Naruto. He scratched the back of his head. Any chance I can convince you to just point me in the direction I need to go? Don't mock us. We are the Frankie family. Get him, Naruto sighed as they charged towards him. They raised their swords but never hit anything as Naruto suddenly blurred. He reappeared behind the group and started to walk away. As he turned the corner, all their blades fell to pieces. The Frankie family shook in fear as Naruto threw a wave to them. Naruto looked both ways as he came out of the alley. A sudden idea struck him and he started to run up the side of the building. Get a better view of the city from the roofs and easier to find what he is looking for. Doc 1 Iceberg looked at Luffy with an emotionless look on his face. Could Nico Robin truly be traveling with the Straw Hat Pirate? Did that young pirate even know who that woman truly is? Iceberg-san, so this is where you were, said Kaku walking towards the group. Oh, it's you. Did you take a look at our ship? Smiled Nami. Hi, I looked it over, nodded Kaku. I understand, explain the situation, said Iceberg, already telling by Kaku's greeting what condition the ship is in. Nami looked up to where Luffy was watching the large ship being built. Luffy, come down here. Luffy looked down and smiled as he saw the man who had the same nose as Usopp. He leapt down on the ground and smiled. Oi, where is Usopp? Blinked Luffy. I don't know, maybe he is wandering around, frowned Nami. Hee hee, okay, so can you fix it? We have plenty of money, grinned Luffy. If possible we want to make it sturdier, faster, and add more cannons. Do you think you could put special designs on the planks? Smiled Nami. Kaku took a seat and looked down at the ground. You must have been through many battles and had an exciting journey. Hi, we flew from the sky, climbed a mountain, and was even skewered, smiled Luffy brightly. It shows. However, I am afraid that the battle wounds are too deep, said Kaku gravely. Nami and Luffy frowned, not understanding. Your ship can no be repaired, not even by our hands. Luffy and Nami's eyes widened in shock and horror. Even if we forcibly repaired it, the chances of making it to the next island. Kaku paused, looking up to face the two, are zero. Nani, why can't the Mary be fixed? We have plenty of money, yelled Luffy. Kaku leaned back. It isn't a matter of money. Polly, one of the shipwrights, took a seat a few feet away from Kaku. Rob Lucci remained silent with the pigeon sitting on his shoulder. It is a surprise you were able to sail this far with your ship in such a condition to begin with. What is that supposed to mean? Why can't you fix it? Demanded Nami, not wanting to believe what she was hearing. Do you know what a keel is, you immoral woman? Started Polly, taking a drag from his cigarette. It is the most important piece of lumber. It goes from the bow to the stern of the ship. The construction starts from that, then materials from the bow, stern, frame, ribs, chines, and deck beam. All the pieces are accurately fit together, with the keel as the core. That's what makes a ship. The framework of the ship, the keel, is the ship's life. When it's severely damaged, you can't just go and replace it with a new one. That's the same as building a new ship from scratch. That's why it can't be fixed by anyone now. Your ship is a wreck waiting for death. Don't say that, yelled Nami. Like I care, it's the truth, finished Polly. Then rebuild the ship from scratch. Make another Going Merry, demanded Luffy. The pigeon cooed, that's impossible. Luffy and Nami turned to look at the pigeon sitting on Lucci's shoulder. We can build you a similar ship. But strictly speaking, no one can build a duplicate ship. Nowhere in the world do two identical ships exist. So, we really can't sail the Going Merry anymore? Said Nami, clenching her fist. It is the truth. Either wait for it to sink or dismantle it immediately, said Kaku. Luffy stood there silently. Remember when they first received the ship? Enma, it is the lifespan of a ship. You should see this as an opportunity to get a new ship. As you said, you have the money. Your ship is a caravel, right? Sailing with such an old ship is difficult to begin with, said Iceberg. No, all turned to look at Luffy. Our ship is the Going Merry. Are you planning to sail it until it sinks? And yet you're the ship's captain? I am surprised, sighed Iceberg. This conversation is temporarily over. Come back when you are ready to purchase a ship. If you have 300 million berry, we can build you the newest model ship, Khalifa. The beautiful blonde-haired woman nodded as she pulled a piece of paper off her clipboard. Here, study this. It's a catalog from the latest to the second hand. A reference price is listed. Iceberg-san. Iceberg turned to see a man with no shirt and tattoos on his chest approach them. Officials from the world government are here again. They want to speak with you. Oi, you two hide. Those are officials from the world government, whispered Polly as three men in black suits approached. Luffy and Nami quickly hid. Luffy blinked as he lifted up the cases. Oi, Nami-san, these cases feel light. Nami looked at him confused. They opened the cases and their jaws hit the ground. The cases were empty. Someone had stole the money, which meant that Usopp hadn't gone off wandering, but had been attacked and kidnapped. Naruto. A crowd gather on the streets below. Naruto paused and looked down. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the person they were gathered around. He leaped off the roof, dropping 20 feet and landing lightly on the ground. The people backed away, a bit scared by Naruto's sudden entrance. Naruto kneeled down in front of the beaten form of Usopp. Usopp, what happened? His nakama said nothing. There was an ashamed look in Usopp's eyes. A look of a defeated man. Whatever had happened, it had damaged Usopp's spirit. Usopp now had the look of a man who had failed after trying his hardest. Who did this? Asked Naruto, turning to face the people. His eyes were cold and they all took a step back reflexively. Frankie family, stuttered a man. He turned to face that man. Where do they stay? They stay at the Frankie family house at the northeast coast, spluttered the man. Arigato, Naruto nodded gratefully before turning to face Usopp. Usopp, I don't know what happened, but just because you lost one fight doesn't mean you are weak. All of us have lost a battle or two. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, myself, and all the others have suffered defeat at one point or another. Winning doesn't define a warrior. It is how a warrior comes back from defeat that defines him. Usopp remained silent as Naruto turned and started to head to the northeast coast. Frankie house? We finally did it. We managed to get 200 million berry, yelled Zombie proudly. There sitting in front of the two suitcases is a tall man wearing a golden mask that covered his entire face, a bit of blue hair could be seen but nothing else. This is the man known as Frankie, leader of the Frankie family. On either side of the man were two identical women with pointy-shaped noses and rectangular haircuts. They wore long black robes that covered their entire body. It seems we finally have the money to buy whatever we want, smirked Frankie. He pulled out a large sum of money and tossed it into the air. Here is 5 million berry. Celebrate your victory while I got invest this new money of ours. They all cheered loudly and Frankie grabbed the suitcases. Frank was about to leave when an explosion blew down the door and all turned to see Usopp bloody and beaten with a determined look in his eyes. It's that long nose that we beat up, haha, that weakling. I am surprised he is even a pirate, laughed Zombie. Usopp glared, that money is to repair the Mary, I won't let you have it. This caused even more laughter. Outside the Frankie house, Naruto sat against the wall with his eyes closed. He had his arms folded across his chest and listened as he heard Usopp trying to fight the Frankie family. This is a fight he could not interfere in. Usopp was fighting for a matter of pride and to prove he wasn't weak. It is one of those times when a man needed to prove he is a man not just to others, but to himself. If Usopp truly wanted to achieve his dream of becoming a brave warrior of the sea, then he needed to be able to fight his own battles. Naruto would only step in should Usopp be about to be killed. No matter what, he wouldn't allow his nakama to be killed. Break Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Chopper ran towards the Frankie house. As they grew close, they laid eyes upon a prone figure on the ground and Naruto sitting by that figure. That figure on the ground was none other than Usopp, who had been badly beaten. What happened? Yelled Chopper, rushing to Usopp's side. He tried to fight the Frankie family, said Naruto. You didn't help him? Yelled Luffy, angrily grabbing Naruto by the front of his shirt. Naruto remained calm. I couldn't. What do you mean? You could have easily beat them all, yelled Luffy. If I had interfered, Usopp wouldn't have been able to travel any further with us. Luffy's eyes widened and he slowly let go of Naruto. He came here not to act like some kind of hero but out of wounded pride. When I found him earlier in the city, his spirit had been broken by his failure to protect the money. That money wasn't just money to Usopp. It was a way to repair the Mary, a ship and nakama he loves. Win or lose, this is a fight that I couldn't interfere in. A hard look appeared in Luffy's eyes. The Straw Hat Pirate may be carefree and act like a fool, but Luffy is not an idiot, contrary to popular belief. Will he be okay? Asked Luffy, looking down at Chopper. Hi, he will be okay. Just needs some rest, nodded Chopper. Luffy fixed his hat. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a small puff. Zoro tied his bandana around his head. Naruto removed his shirt, having it hang from his waist as his skin started to ripple from the movement of his bones. Chopper transformed into his hybrid form. The five of them walked towards the Frankie house. What occurred next is a one-sided massacre. In a huge explosion that was heard throughout the city, the Frankie house had been reduced to nothing but timber. Members of the Frankie family lie all around, most buried under the wood. Zoro sheathed his blades. Naruto retracted his bone claws. Sanji flicked his cigarette onto a knocked-out Frankie family member. Chopper stood by Usopp. Luffy stood on a piece of wood that gave him a perfect view of the ocean. A hard look was in Luffy's eyes as he stood there with his arms folded across his chest. I have decided. All turned to look at their captain. We will be parting with the Mary here. Chapter 16. Oi, Usopp is awake, yelled Chopper. Really? That's great, grinned Luffy. He stretched his arms and grabbed onto the railing, flinging himself up to the room. The others walked towards the room at a more calm pace. Sanji stopped, looking back at Water 7. Robin-chan has not come back yet. Naruto walked past Sanji, not saying anything. His eyes glanced at the city before heading into the room behind Zoro. There sat Usopp with his arms and legs heavily bandaged. Usopp, you're awake, grinned Luffy. I am glad to see you are awake, smiled Nami. What were you thinking going in there alone? Said Sanji. You could have been killed. Think before you act, said Zoro. Naruto smirked. You are sure one to talk. Usopp trembled as he looked at the ground. Gomen, I lost the money, now we can't repair the Mary. The sniper started to cry before hugging Zoro's legs. Chopper managed to calm Usopp down, telling him that he needed to stay still. Usopp eventually relaxed. Don't worry so much, we will get the money back once this Frankie comes back. Plus, we still have the 100 million berry, smiled Luffy. Nami frowned and wanted to say something, but Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. She looked at him and he shook his head. It is for the captain to explain. Naruto removed his hand and Nami reluctantly stayed silent. Can we use this 100 million to finally fix Mary? That will be enough, right, to repair the Mary at the first-class shipyard, right? Said Usopp. Well, about that. We have decided to switch ships. Usopp's eyes widened. The others remained silent, not saying a word. The book Iso-san gave to us has plenty of second-hand ships we can buy for 100 million berry, smiled Luffy, flipping through the pages. Wait, said Usopp. He smiled and started to laugh. This is a bad joke, right? You can't be serious. There is no way we can abandon the Mary. Usopp looked at the others, but they said nothing. Gomen Usopp, but we made this decision while you weren't here. It has already been. Luffy was grabbed by the collar. Stop it, yelled Usopp, releasing Luffy. His body trembled while Luffy lost his smile. Why can't we continue further with the Mary? What good reason is there? I refuse to accept this. They are first-class shipyards. Is it because I lost the 200 million berry? They need more money? Luffy looked at Usopp. It isn't about the money. Then what is it? Are you trying to spare my feelings? Tell me the truth, or are you just casting Mary aside without a care? Demanded Usopp angrily. This time Luffy narrowed his own eyes. I agonized over this decision. Bullshit. If you agonized, then you would not make this decision. Tell me the truth. The Mary can't be repaired. Usopp froze in shock, not believing his ears. Luffy shook with anger before slowly calming down. The shipwrights checked out the Mary. It cannot be repaired. They said Mary would not make it to the next island. Mary will sink. You would believe a bunch of strangers? What do they care about our ship? I will repair Mary just like I have always done. Come help me, yelled Usopp. No one moved. It has been decided we will parting with the Mary here. I have already decided, said Luffy. Usopp gained a look of rage. Is that how you treat the ship that has carried us here all the way from East Blue? It just isn't a ship but a precious nakama. You are not the man I thought you were if you can just toss the Mary aside so carelessly. You are not the only one who cares about the Mary. There is nothing we can do, yelled Luffy angrily. I refuse to believe that. Listen, Luffy, not everyone can continue to trudge forward like you. Usopp grabbed Luffy. Bullshit. This is a ship. It isn't the same. Luffy tossed Usopp off him. It is the same. Mary is a precious nakama. Mary is alive and has the potential to keep going. You probably already shifted your attention to another ship and can't wait. You're just trying to act like you care. That is enough. Luffy tackled Usopp to the ground angrily. Do you think you are the only one having a hard time? We all feel the same. Then it wouldn't have come down to switching to another ship. Then it's okay. If you don't like my solution, you can just leave this ship. A powerful kick sent Luffy flying into a table. All turned to look at Sanji, who had an angry look in his eyes. Idiot. What were you trying to say? Cool off. Don't say such careless things, yelled Sanji. No one said anything as Luffy slowly sat up and put his hat back on his head. Gomen, I didn't mean that, apologized Luffy. No, it's all right, Luffy. Usopp sat up. He had a hard look in his eyes. That was your true feelings. You just move forward, casting away useless nakama. If you're going to forsake Mary, forsake me as well. Oi, Usopp, don't say such stupid things, said Sanji. No, I'm serious. I have been thinking about it for a long time. I always knew I couldn't follow your monster strengths. Today I couldn't even protect some money. Beyond this point I'll just be trouble for you guys. Usopp stood up, hanging his head. You don't need weak nakama, right? Luffy, you are the man who is going to be the pirate king. But I don't need to go that high. When I wanted to go out to the sea, you guys invited me. That is the only bond I have with you. When our opinions no longer coincide, we shouldn't travel together anymore. Usopp walked towards the door after picking up his things. Are you sure this is the choice you want to make? Asked Naruto. What I choose to do no longer concerns any of you anymore. I'll leave this crew. With that, Usopp walked out the door. Nami, Sanji, and Chopper tried to stop him, but the door shut and Usopp had left. Luffy, stop him, yelled Nami with tears brimming her eyes. Luffy said nothing. Nami, Chopper, and Sanji ran out of the galley and to the railing. They yelled for Usopp to come back, but he kept walking, ignoring them. Luffy exited the galley and stood silently behind the others. Usopp came to a stop and started to speak. Luffy, I can't hang out with you any longer. Sorry I troubled you for so long. Luffy gritted his teeth as Usopp turned to face him with eyes full of determination. The ship is definitely yours as you are the captain, so fight me. Duel me, Monkey D. Luffy. Usopp pointed his finger at Luffy. I will come back here at 10 o'clock tonight. Then we'll duel for the ship. I will beat you and take the ship, and, from then on our relationship will be over. Author's note, the Usopp vs Luffy is a really good fight, shows Usopp in a whole new light. I already know that writing it, I won't do it any justice, but it is an important part of the story, so, that being said, any who haven't seen it should definitely see it. J. Chapter 17 Disclaimer. Do not own One Piece or Naruto, just a person trying to have some fun writing a crossover, don't sue me please sad face. Luffy and Usopp stood ACRSS from each other at about 20 paces, they each stared into the other's eyes. You came without fear, don't have any regrets, no matter what happens, said Luffy seriously, this is the duel you wanted. Of course, come at me with everything you have, I'll defeat you, replied Usopp, no fear in his eyes or posture. I have already planned out how I am going to defeat you. Luffy lowered his and prepared to fight. Don't mistake me for another enemy that doesn't know your abilities. Luffy, we've been together a long time. I am quite familiar with your capabilities. Don't be surprised to hear this, but I have 8,000 followers, give up now if you wanna live. I know you don't have any followers, yelled Luffy. Usopp spell. Razor sharp knives between your teeth, under your nails Cactus. Luffy started to run forward. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Usopp collapsed to his knees coughing up a large amount of blood. Luffy stopped and Usopp raised his hand. Certain death ketchup star, having pity on your enemy, can you really afford to do that? Yelled Usopp. Luffy gritted his teeth and prepared to continue his punch. Flash dial, a bright flash blinded Luffy. Usopp quickly stood up and ran backward to create some distance, he then pulled out his slingshot and notched an egg to it. Certain death egg shot. Luffy raised his arms as Usopp fired multiple eggs at him. They exploded all over Luffy's body covering him in yolk and shell pieces. It stinks, it's rotten, damn bastard, be serious, shouted Luffy. You think it is stupid, so are you Luffy, this is how I fight, yelled Usopp. Hey you'll get burned if you keep your big mouth open. Usopp fired a small ball into Luffy's mouth. Luffy accidentally bit down and swallowed. Certain death Tabasco star. Luffy screamed as his mouth became on fire. Watch where you squirm, there is a caltrop trap beneath you. All over the ground were metal stars that looked like shuriken, but were more like balls with spikes all over. The heat from the Tabasco star made Luffy stumble to the ground falling right on several caltrop. It hurts, yelled Luffy. Listen Luffy, I'll definitely defeat you and take the Mary, in any way possible, declared Usopp. Gritting his teeth, Luffy stood up just to be nailed in the face. Certain death pepper star, the pepper sprayed all over making Luffy cough and sneeze. His fumbling around made him fall over more caltrop that pierced his rubber body. Usopp prepared his next attack as Luffy managed to regain balance. I won't give you a chance to retaliate. Shuriken meteor storm. A dozen shuriken were shot towards Luffy who had to carefully navigate through the caltrop on the ground in order to dodge. Luffy continued to dodge as Usopp fired dozens more shuriken. Luffy landed in a crouch and panted as he glared at Usopp. A strange fog started to fill the battlefield. Smoke. Luffy looked towards a dial on the ground. It's a breath dial. You couldn't smell it because of the egg. The area's been filled with gas, said Usopp pointing his slingshot at Luffy. Gomen, take this. Flame star. Luffy's eyes widened as the flame star hit him and ignited the gas. An explosion so powerful that it shook the Mary and everyone on it filled the area. Small rocks and pebbles fell from the sky from the ground that had been destroyed in the explosion. The resulting smoke could be seen by those out at sea. None of them on the Mary watching the fight could see either of the two fighters. I know this won't kill you, said Usopp standing up. I know you Luffy, you always fight with all you have. A shadow formed in the smoke as Luffy came walking towards Usopp with a hard look. Luffy came running towards Usopp and he prepared to fire his next shot. Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun, certain death cactus star. Luffy's eyes widened as his fist hit the cactus star and it exploded releasing shrapnel that cut up his arm. Triple gunpowder star. Multiple explosions tore up the battlefield as Luffy ran at top speed dodging the gunpowder stars. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Usopp grunted in pain as the fist connected with his face knocking him backwards. Luffy seeing his chance charged forward with his arms stretching backwards. Gomu Gomu no bazooka. Both hands shot forward at Usopp. To Luffy's surprise, they connected with Usopp but nothing happened. In Usopp's hands he held a dial. It's a dial, I've absorbed your blow. Usopp ran forward placing the dial right at Luffy's head. Impact. Luffy screamed as he just felt what it is like to be hit with the power of his own attack. They flew apart from each other. A scream of pain erupted from Usopp as the recoil damaged his already injured arm. Luffy landed on his feet much to Usopp's shock. Luffy stood there breathing heavily looking down at Usopp. Memories of how they met and all the adventures they had popped into his head, stretching his right arm backwards further than ever before. Gomu Gomu no bullet. Luffy's fist slammed right into Usopp's stomach. Usopp's eyes widened in unimaginable pain before he coughed up a good deal of blood. "This match is over," said Zoro. Naruto nodded in agreement. Usopp had shown skill that none of them knew he had, but in the end, Luffy had won. "Idiot," panted Luffy. "There's no way you can defeat me." Luffy turned his back and walked over to where his hat lay on the ground. He picked it up and placed it on his head. "Do what you like with Mary. We'll find a new ship and travel the coming seas." Usopp's fingers twitched as Luffy walked back towards the Mary. "Goodbye, Usopp. It's been fun being with you." They all looked down to see Luffy come to a stop before the Mary. "It's heavy." Luffy clenched his fists. "It's a captain's burden," said Zoro. "Don't hesitate. You are our captain. If you falter, who can we rely on?" finished Naruto. Chopper placed a supply of medical supplies down in front of Usopp's body before running back to the others. Zoro turned to face Luffy, who had tears streaming down his face. "Let's leave this ship. We can't ever return to this ship again." "Frankie house? What the hell is going on?" yelled Frankie, looking at his destroyed home. He had just returned from his trip and this is the sight he comes upon. His home destroyed and his followers lying defeated. "Straw Hat, did you do this? Is this because I stole your 200 million berry? This is horrible." Kiwi and Muko stood on either side of Frankie looking upon the destruction. "Aniki, you came back," said Zombie, limping towards Franks. There were a couple others behind him who were all bandaged up. "I am glad you guys are okay. Tell me, what happened?" said Frankie, turning to face them. "We tried, but they were too strong. The Straw Hats did this." Frankie's eyes narrowed. "Straw Hat, I will find you and defeat you." Author's note: only fight that I will write that stays the same. The reason for it being is Usopp leaving the crew is an important part of the storyline. Apologize to those who expected something different. As my way of making up for not really changing anything, I am uploading CHP 18 right away with CHP 17. Hope that makes up for it. Have a good day. Smiley face. Chapter 18. Naruto leapt from roof to roof, his eyes roaming over the city. The whole city is in a panic. Apparently, someone had tried to kill Iceberg, the mayor of Water City and the owner of the Galila Shipwright Company. It was causing a mass panic. It made it extremely hard to find Robin. She had been missing since early yesterday afternoon. First Usopp, now Robin. His eyes narrowed as he jumped high into the air, sailing over the city. "Where are you?" thought Naruto furiously. He touched down on a roof and looked down to see a set of bone claws had emerged. In his anger, taking a deep breath, he calmed down. Why is it every time he thought of her in danger such a rage would overtake him? Had she really come to mean so much to him? Flashback: "Come on Robin-chan, dance with us," laughed Naruto. "I'll have to," Robin gasped as Naruto grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Reluctant at first, Robin smiled as she started to dance with the others except Zoro, who had to remain dignified. End flashback: staring up into the sky, the wind blew through Naruto's long hair. He stood there silently on the edge of the roof. Just when she had started to smile and laugh, something was taking her away from them. Away from him? No, another Nakama would not be lost. It didn't matter what he had to do. He would not lose her. She is the only person who understood his pain and loneliness. They were both outcasts as children, but where he had found people to fill the void, she had suffered all alone. As long as lived, he would make sure she never suffered through that darkness again. "I will find you. I will bring you back." Frankie versus Luffy. "Come on out, Straw Hat," yelled Frankie. Luffy looked up at the strange man as he sat in the back of the boat with Nami. "Oi, that weirdo said my name." "Wait, didn't the people call him Frankie?" said Nami, as she looked at all the people screaming at the man. They kept yelling at him to go away or blaming him for harming Iceberg. "Frankie." Luffy's eyes widened before narrowing. "That man, he's responsible. He is the one responsible for beating up Usopp." Luffy clenched his fist. "Yo, see panties, I'm Luffy." Frankie looked down and saw the person he had been looking for. "So you're Straw Hat, Luffy? You have been quite busy while I have been away. Imagine my surprise when I came back to find my home not looking in the least how I left it." He started to do a weird dance with Kiwi and Muko mimicking his movements. "Hey, where is our 200 million berry?" demanded Nami. "Oh, did you say 200 million berry?" smirked Frankie. I am afraid that I spent it all, so I am dead broke? It doesn't matter, said Luffy. It does too matter, yelled Nami. I am not going to be satisfied until I kick your ass. Oi, I am the one who isn't going to be satisfied, yelled Frankie angrily. Oi, get down here quickly, glared Luffy. Oh no, Frankie is going to go on another rampage, screamed the people clearing the area. Nami wondered what they meant by another rampage. They all started to run away in fear. Frankie closed his mouth and started to suck in a great amount of air through his nose. He then blew out a large stream of fire. Nami kicked the Yagara into gear and managed to escape the flames. He blew fire, yelled Luffy surprised. What is he? Gasped Nami. It is rare to see someone breathe fire, smirked Frankie. Maybe he has an ability, suggested Nami. What fruit? Asked Luffy. Frankie jumped off the ledge and straight into the water. He jumped into the water. He'll drown. They didn't speak any further when Frankie appeared, but this time after he punched through their boat, sending them flying into the air. I didn't eat any fruit. Luffy narrowed his eyes as he wound up his arm. Gomu Gomu no. I heard about your ability. Strong right? Frankie's fist flew towards Luffy, nailing him in the stomach and carrying him into a building wall. A metal chain connected the fist to his arm as it retracted. What is he? Gasped Nami. Luffy dropped face first to the ground, unmoving. Frankie came out of the water with a wide smirk. What is that? Asked Nami. Didn't you guys know it? He disconnected his fist from the rest of his arm. I am a human robot. A cyborg. A fist collided with Frankie's fast, sending him flying through the large door of Dock 1. I don't care what you are. I am going to kick your ass, yelled Luffy, charging forward. Yeah, kick his ass, Luffy, cheered Nami. The two started to duck out in the middle of the Dock 1 shipyard. In a matter of minutes, the entire shipyard had been destroyed. Luffy and Frankie were tired in the least as they continued to fight. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Frankie gritted his teeth as he was knocked backwards. Take this. Weapons left. Frank's left hand backwards with a hole in the middle acting as a scope. He fired a cannon from the hole in his arm, causing an explosion as Luffy dodged out of the way. They were about to continue, but each took a fist to the face, sending them flying. Oi! Who is it now? Yelled Luffy. He blinked as he saw that it was the carpenters he had met yesterday. Galila Company. Don't you know it's rude to stick your nose in other people's business? You trying to get your ass kicked? Yelled Frankie. Polly scowled. You are destroying our shipyard. That is enough reason to get involved, but that isn't why we are here. We have more important matters to deal with. He turned to look right at Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy. Why did you do it? Huh? We haven't done anything. We came here after hearing what happened to Iso-san, said Luffy. Oh, destroying my home wasn't enough. You have to pick a fight with Galila as well? What are you kids in puberty attacking everything in sight? Said Frankie with a shake of his head. Luffy glared. I said we didn't do anything. You can play innocent all you want while I kick your ass. Rope, started Polly, unleashing a rope from his arm at Luffy. It never made it as a white boomerang cut through it. All eyes turned to see the boomerang return back to Naruto, who landed next to Luffy. I don't know what you are accusing us of, but we didn't do it, said Naruto, catching his bone boomerang. Stay out of this fight. It is I who has the grudge against Straw Hat, yelled Frankie angrily. Lulu drew his guns and aimed them at Naruto. As always, Lulu wore no shirt, showing off the tattoo across his chest, and a spike of hair stood up at the top of his head. Naruto crouched down. Naruto. Don't fight them. A curse escaped Naruto as he started to dodge around as Lulu opened fire at him. Luffy was attacked by Lucci while Kaku and Tilestone dealt with Frankie. Tilestone is a giant of a man at 8 feet tall and possessing superhuman strength. Swinging a metal beam, he sent Frankie flying into the air. Naruto leaned backwards, avoiding a kick before performing several backflips. A rope tried to wrap around him. Bone claws popped out and sliced through the rope. He has an ability, glared Lulu, opening fire. Lucci delivered a powerful palm thrust that knocked Luffy to the ground. Damn it, why are you attacking us? Yelled Luffy. We are the ones who should be asking why, said Polly, causing a momentary pause in the battle. Iceberg-sama told us who attacked him. It was you guys. Naruto narrowed his eyes while Nami and Luffy were confused. Are you kidding me? Why would we do such a thing? Yelled Luffy. I don't know why. I don't pretend to understand pirates, scowled Polly. All I know is in Iceberg-sama's testimony, he said he was attacked by 2 individuals. One a tall giant with a mask, and the other a tall woman by the name of Nico Robin. A growl escaped Naruto. One of Kaku's tools came flying at Luffy, but a bone bullet knocked it off path. Luffy raised his hand and Naruto reluctantly stood down. Dead or alive? That is what it says. We don't know why you attacked Iceberg-san, but no one is going to complain if we decide to kill you. You aren't protected by the world's laws, said Kaku. Hi, nodded Luffy standing up. You're right, we are outcasts, but you don't know a thing about Robin, so don't talk about her like that. The people heard the Galila accuse Luffy and Naruto of attacking Iceberg. They all started to scream for their deaths. Nami couldn't believe it. Robin wouldn't do such a thing. A man suddenly grabbed Nami from behind. You were with Straw Hat earlier. Others were about to gather, but a couple of bone spears land on the ground in front of Nami. They all backed away and the man released Nami. Don't touch her or accuse Robin-chan of something she didn't do, glared Naruto. Nami ran towards Naruto and hid behind him. He is right, Robin would never do such a thing, yelled Nami. Iceberg-san knows what he saw. The moment you attacked him, you made an enemy of the Galila Company and Water 7, said Polly angrily. Why would we do such a foolish thing, yelled Luffy. Play innocent all you want, but we will not allow you to harm Iceberg-sama again. We will kill you then finish off the rest of your crew. Polly released another rope, but like before a boomerang sliced through it. Lulu grabbed a pair of chainsaws while Lucci picked up a large saw as long as him. Lulu charged towards Naruto while the others attacked Luffy. Naruto was about to form a bone sword, but then he remembered Luffy's orders. He could not fight back. His arms fell limp to his side and he didn't bother to move. Naruto-kun. Lulu swung his saw blades, but gasped in surprise as a bone burst out of Naruto's chest blocking it. Naruto remained emotionless and still as Lulu started to swing the saws rapidly. Bones burst out of the skin blocking each swing before retracting back into Naruto's body. I got him, shouted Tilestone pointing his cannon at Naruto's back. A bone shot out of the center of Naruto's back and pierced right through the cannon. Tilestone dropped it as it exploded. Naruto, get Nami out of here, yelled Luffy as he dodged attacks from Kaku, Lucci, and Polly. Hi Captain, nodded Naruto. Lulu roared in anger swinging his saw blades with incredible speed and force. They whistled in the air as they moved with such blinding speed, but he could not keep up with the bones bursting out of Naruto's body. Lulu froze, as a bone pointed right at his throat. Climb on Nami. Nami climbed onto Naruto's back as the bone retracted. In a burst of speed Naruto took off. She clung tightly as he zigzagged through the crowd and started to run up the side of a building. Be okay Luffy, she prayed. Break, did you speak with Iceberg-san? What did he say? Asked Nami. Luffy stood on the roof in front of Nami and Naruto. After escaping from the Galila men he had snuck into Iceberg's main office and spoke with the mayor. He says that he really saw Robin, said Luffy. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Nani? Gasped Robin. I don't believe it, said Luffy sure that his nakama would do such a thing. I don't think Iceberg is the type of man to lie, said Naruto catching the attention of Luffy and Nami. I am not saying that she did it, but the people of this town have complete faith in this man. This man doesn't seem the type to just make up a story to take us down, not when he works with pirates for business. I think someone is trying to frame us. Nami's eyes widened. Why? Who would want to frame us? The entire world government. Other pirates or bounty hunters who want us dead. We are pirates, the list of people who want us dead are endless, answered Naruto folding his hands under his chin. Robin-chan is even more wanted than us. Remember, she said the world government had been chasing her for 20 years. This is the perfect opportunity for someone to frame her, especially since we don't know where she is. The three of them remained silent thinking over this information. Naruto made several valid points. Nami knew that this must be killing Naruto. She is the only who knew how much Naruto and Robin spent time with each other. They had developed a very close bond with one another. Robin had even admitted not openly, in private, that she cared for Naruto. Nami could tell that Naruto felt the same. Captain, I will look for Robin while you gather the others, said Naruto. Stand NG up. Hi. We will meet up later, nodded Luffy. Naruto nodded, turning his back and leaping off the roof. Chopper and Sanji. Robin-chan. They had finally found her. There she was standing on the other side of the channel. We have been looking all over for you. Stay there, I will come over and get you, said Sanji. No, stay there, said Robin. Sanji and Chopper looked at her confused. This is where we will part ways. In this town I will be leaving your group. Sanji's eyes widened. Why Robin-chan? Is it because of the newspaper? We don't believe that. It is not unusual for pirates to be charged falsely. Robin remained emotionless. Yes, I am sorry for framing you with an unreasonable sin, but for me, it is an honest assessment. Last night, the one to sneak into the mayor's villa was me. Chopper and Sanji couldn't believe their ears. It just couldn't be true. Why would she do such a thing? Inside of me, I have a darkness you don't know about. That darkness will one day destroy you. Originally I had planned to frame you guys with this incident and run away, but the situation has grown worse. What? Why would you do that? There is no reason for you to know why. Sanji's hand shook. Robin-chan, I don't understand what you are saying. Robin, let's go back together, shouted Chopper, not wanting to lose another nakama. It has been a short fellowship, but from this day on we will never meet again. Thank you for treating me well up to now, said Robin. She turned her back. Goodbye. Sanji and Chopper were too frozen by her words to move. When they finally snapped out of it, it was too late, she was gone. Chapter 19. Everywhere he looked there was a guard. The entire Galila company had showed up to protect the mayor building, where Iceberg is located. Naruto folded his arms across his chest and waited patiently. He is currently hiding in the shadows waiting for the attack to occur. His eyes glanced to the tree where he knew Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, and Nami were hiding. It seemed they figured out that Iceberg would be targeted again by whoever had set up Robin. Usually he would wonder where Sanji is, but right now he didn't care in the least. He needed to stay focused. What will you do if she is the one responsible? I don't know, it is complete. Be warned, you can only hold it for 3 minutes for now. Naruto nodded. They didn't speak any further when an explosion went off in the northeast corner near the building. That was it, time to find Robin. Galila Company, hurry, the assassin is over here. Hundreds of workers swarmed the courtyard as a woman wearing a mask and cloak landed in the middle of them. She had a whip in her hand and had already taken out over 20 workers. Surrender. You are no match for me. Her feminine voice had no effect on any of the workers. They charged forward, but with a flick of her wrist over 10 workers were taken out in just a single swipe. Jumping into the air, she did the impossible. She actually jumped and walked on air, making it to the roof. Did you think we wouldn't have the roof protected? Don't underestimate the Galila, said a large man holding a saw blade. A sigh escaped the assassin as she swung her whip, taking out 7 more workers. I tried to warn you. Inside the building, Polly heard explosions from outside and gritted his teeth. So they had finally decided to show up. He reached into the safe and pulled out an old parchment. Just as he did, a voice made him spin around. So, this is where Iceberg-san hid it. There, standing in the doorway, were 2 individuals wearing long cloaks and masks covering their faces. One mask is a giant skull while the other looked to be a bull. Who are you? Demanded Polly. We are those who execute justice at all costs. The secret organization, Cipher Pole Number 9, answered the one wearing the skull. It doesn't matter who you are. You should have faced Galila, glared Polly. He could not let them get their hands on this parchment. Iceberg had entrusted it to him and he would die before handing it over. Who knows? Maybe we did, maybe not. Polly's eyes widened as he saw blood dripping down from the one wearing the bull's mask. My memory of it is vague. This is no longer something merciful as an assassination, said Polly. I don't recall ever saying that. It matters not. Hand over Iceberg-san's possession, said the skull, holding out his hand. The bull started to speak, and you who now know of this, we want you to die, in the name of justice. Iceberg sat in his bed waiting. He knew they would find a way to get to him. It is just a matter of time. His eyes widened as a door in the shape of a man suddenly appeared in the wall. Into the room walked Nice Robin and a man wearing a bear mask. I knew you would get in here somehow. But I never suspected like that. There isn't a door there, said Iceberg. It is called the door fruit. Whatever I touch I can turn into a door, explained the bear before drawing a gun. He didn't hesitate to pull the door and Iceberg dropped to his knees, clutching his left shoulder. What are you doing? We weren't given the signal yet, said Robin. If he has the strength to talk, then he has the strength to move. This is how a true professional works, said the bear. A grunt escaped Iceberg. How the CP9 works. The bear looked down at the man. I see you do understand. A true professional would have checked the room the moment he entered. Robin's eyes widened and she slowly turned her head to see Naruto standing on the windowsill with a cold look in his eyes. The bear never got a chance to aim his gun when 2 bone bullets knocked it out of his hands. Naruto then blurred and reappeared in front of the bear, punching him straight through the open doors and out of the room. Naruto then turned to face Robin. They stood facing each other, not saying a word. A guilty look appeared in her eyes as Naruto lowered his eyes so that his eyes were shadowed. Why, Robin-chan? He clenched his fist. I thought you were happy with us. Robin said nothing as Naruto shook. Is it because you are scared? Iceberg watched the interaction with curiosity. Please Robin-chan. Come back to us. You are more than a nakama to me, pleaded Naruto, raising his head so she could see the desperate look in his eyes, her head lowered so that he could not see her eyes. She was about to speak, but never got the chance when a blue beam came flying through the door and nailed Naruto. A shocked look appeared in her eyes as Naruto's eyes widened in pain. Two more beams hit Naruto, sending him flying out of the window and straight down into the courtyard. Naruto, she was about to run to the window, but stopped. If she did that, then they would surely kill him. He could survive that, she knew he could. The man with the bear mask came walking back into the room. His mask had been destroyed, revealing his true face. Iceberg's eyes widened. It couldn't be Bluno, the owner of Bluno's Tavern. All this time, he had been part of CP9. Stay here, I will deal with the rest of the guards outside the room, ordered Bluno. Once Bluno had left the room, Iceberg looked at Robin. She looked at him emotionlessly, but he saw something. A smile appeared on his face. Nico Robin, for 20 years I have kept an eye out for you. I even have your wanted poster hung in my room so that I would never forget your face. Would you like me to autograph it for you? And ma, that would be nice, smirked Iceberg. I planned on using the hidden on me to kill you tonight, but I find there is no point. Robin gained a slight bit of curiosity. You are the only person in the world that can read poneglyph. With your power alone you could revive the ancient weapons of the past. Seeing as how you are working for the government, that is more of a reality than I ever imagined. Yet I know you won't. That man, Uzumaki Naruto I believe is his name. I can see it in your eyes, you would rather die than betray him. Iceberg sat up and leaned against the bed. I saw it in his eyes. He is going to kill to bring you back. The government will never have you so long as he lives. I finally know what you mean by not every person can be judged, Tom. Robin's eyes shook as Iceberg made that last comment. Naruto wouldn't do it. Not when he learned the truth. He just couldn't. Or he would be another on the list of people that were killed by the government. But there is something I would like to know. She turned to look at Iceberg. Outside, the Galila workers surrounded the crater that had been formed outside. They all gripped their weapons as the dust cleared. There stood Naruto with an annoyed look in his eyes. Naruto dusted off his shoulders. Now I am starting to get angry. It's him, he's one of the Straw Hats, get him. Naruto lowered his shirt, revealing his bare chest. He didn't even look at the Galila workers, his eyes set on the building in front of him. Level 1 Kai. Just as they were about to reach him, Naruto vanished in a burst of pure speed. Iceberg's room. Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, all this time they had been part of the government? How could he be so blind? This whole time he had trusted them, considered them to be valued friends and workers, but it had all been a ploy. They were merely here to get the plans to build the Pluton, and that is all. No matter what, he would never let them get their hands on the ancient weapon, Pluton. It would only cause unnecessary destruction. Tell us where the plans are, and we won't kill any more of your men, said Lucci emotionlessly. If the government gets their hands on the plans, the world is doomed, replied Iceberg. You sound like you don't trust the world government, said Lucci. I just know human nature, brat. A kick to the face sent Iceberg to the ground. Lucci nodded at Kaku, who walked over to Iceberg. Kaku kneeled down and grabbed Iceberg's wrist, then placed his fingers over his pulse. You had a great deal of forethought to make a set of fake plans, but I have a hypothesis. Don't worry, we won't torture you, just listen to our hypothesis. Your blood will tell us what we want to know, said Lucci. First, there is a problem with the fake you supplied us. You guessed government people were after the blueprints and revealed its location. But, if that wasn't the case and someone truly was after you to just kill you, then there would be no one to pass down the real blueprints. You're not that foolish to consider that possibility. Since you couldn't hand it down to someone tonight, that means you have already entrusted them to someone. Iceberg tried to break free, but Kaku's grip is too strong. Of course, in the 5 years we have been undercover, none of your movements have led us to any proof towards this, so let's continue with the hypothesis. Lucci held out the fake blueprints. Here on these blueprints are 3 signatures. Tom, Cuddy Flam, and Iceberg. Also it says Tom's workers. Now this could be a counterfeit thought up in anticipation of an enemy. This might have worked for an intruder who tried just yesterday and today, but to those who have been close to you these past 5 years, it means so much more. Tom's legendary carpenters are truly shrouded in mystery. Though it was on this island, no family or name is in the registry. We had a hard time discovering that you were Tom's apprentice. The government has confirmed that there were 2 apprentices of Tom, and that one of them died. Iceberg glared at Lucci. But, I have heard this name Cutty Flam before. It happened 4 years ago, when we just started to work for the Galila. He passed through the gates of the Galila company and asked for you. Which means, that the second apprentice of Tom is still alive and in this town, under the name Frankie. Kaku felt Iceberg's pulse quicken. It started to pulse rapidly. It seems we have hit the mark. There is no further use for you, said Lucci. Just as he said that the door had been sliced open, the wall behind them kicked down, and the window shattered. 3 new individuals had entered the room. Luffy, Naruto, gasped Robin. Naruto, Luffy, and Zoro entered the room. Intruders, sighed Lucci. Chapter 20. Where's Robin? Yelled Luffy. I had a feeling you 3 were in on this. Out of all the other Galila workers, you 2 alone fight and move with the grace of a martial artist, said Naruto looking at Lucci and Kaku. He then turned to look at Khalifa and Bluno. 3 of us and 4 of you. Good, I felt like beating the shit out of more than one of you. Naruto pulled out 2 bone swords and spun them around. Oi! Why the hell are they here? Yelled Luffy pointing at Lucci. Isn't it obvious, they are the ones responsible for framing us, said Zoro drawing his own blade. The assassins were on the inside, said Nami as she stood next to Zoro. Chopper had a confused look in his eyes as he stood behind Nami in his beast form. Actually we are spies for the government. Would you like me to step on Iceberg Sand's face to prove it? Said Lucci calmly. Naruto crouched down. Robin-chan. Robin turned to look at Naruto. Remind me to kick your ass after I finish with these guys. In a blur Naruto disappeared, appearing in front of Lucci. Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia, his bone blade moved at lightning speeds. Lucci calmly weaved in and out of the attack before shooting his finger forward. Shigen. The sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Lucci stood with his finger in Naruto's heart. My heart is made out of bone harder than steel along with the rest of my organs. Such a technique will not work, said Naruto making a slash but. Lucci jumped backwards avoiding it. I see, Soru. Lucci started to move at speeds that Naruto could just barely follow. A kick came at his head, but Naruto ducked under it and thrust his bone forward. Lucci backhanded it out of his hand with his left hand as a right hook came to Naruto's face. He hid nothing but air as Naruto reappeared in the air above him, bringing his other sword down, intent in slashing Lucci in half vertically. The point of his bone hit the ground. Rankyaku. A blue beam of wind headed right at Naruto, followed by 2 others courtesy of Kaku and Khalifa. Naruto had nowhere to dodge and was hit by all 3, sending him flying out of the building. He has skill, admitted Khalifa, impressed. No pirate had ever been able to last that long against Lucci. Gomu Gomu no whip. Luffy flung his foot at Lucci, but the man caught it with ease. His foot retracted and he jumped up into the air. Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun. Luffy spread his legs and crouched down. Tekai. All the punches landed but Lucci didn't even flinch. Luffy ended his attack and landed next to Zoro. My attacks didn't work. Lucci stood up, placing his hands in his pockets. Robin, why are you with them? Asked Nami desperately. I already told Dr. San and Cook-san. Did they not tell you? Said Robin, trying to hide her worry of Naruto. You did, but we refused to accept that, yelled Chopper. Robin turned her back to them, but they could still see the side of her face. I have a wish that I plan to accomplish. I cannot accomplish that wish with you all. So it is time for me to leave. Nothing will stand of my way of completing this wish. She turned her back on them while Iceberg lay on the ground, not saying a word. So that is the reason you helped them frame us, stated Zoro. He kept his eyes on his opponents as he spoke to Luffy. Luffy, do you accept Robin's resignation? Like hell I do, yelled Luffy. Calm down, there is no reason to yell. This place will go up in flames soon enough, said Lucci. A shocked look appeared in everyone's eyes. 2 minutes, said Khalifa, checking her stopwatch. Lucci had that same bored look in his eyes. I would use this time to escape, if you can, that is. Kaku, Bluno, and Khalifa stood side by side, all with looks that let the Straw Hat crew they were ready to fight. I will be leaving now, said Robin, pulling up the hood to cover her face. Lucci nodded. Goodbye, she whispered. Oi! Robin, where are you going when we just found you? Yelled Luffy, charging forward. Tekai. Bluno stood calmly as Luffy's foot slammed into his face. Just like with Lucci, nothing happened. Why are their bodies so hard? Glared Luffy. With our trained bodies, we can make ourselves as hard as a shell of iron, explained Bluno. Taking hits isn't the only thing we can do. Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun, Kamii, Blueno, despite his size, started to dodge all of Luffy's punches. "He is fluttering like a piece of paper in the wind," gasped Nami. Robin walked towards the window, not bothering to look back at her former nakama. "Robin!" yelled Luffy, ending his attack. He stretched his arm backwards and shot it forward, but Blueno suddenly disappeared. He disappeared again. "That is Naruto's technique." A voice came from behind Luffy. "Our leg power is so swift that it seems as if we disappear," said Blueno. Blueno jumped up, dodging another punch, and actually jumped while in midair. "Geppo. We can even move while in air and float." Nami and Chopper were in awe of the man's abilities, while Zoro narrowed his eyes. "Rankiaku." Khalifa and Kaku swung their legs. Zoro immediately tackled Nami and Chopper to the ground as the technique cut through the wall. "We can move our legs so fast that they can cut the wing," explained Kaku. Luffy groaned as he slowly rose. The sound of metal clashing was heard as Zoro and Kaku clashed steel. "Roronoa, I met you on the ship," said Kaku, holding a small metal carpenter tool. Zoro brought around his second blade and Kaku blocked that with a second metal tool. "Was the ship investigation false?" asked Zoro. "Unfortunately, no," said Kaku. The two started to clash blades at high speed. "Luffy, go and stop Robin," yelled Zoro as he disarmed Kaku. Kaku smirked as he used Zoro's distraction to strike. With his finger, he poked Zoro 3 times in the chest. Zoro fell to his knees, coughing up blood. "Shigen, we don't need bullets to pierce the body," smirked Kaku. Lucci delivered a powerful punch to Luffy's face, knocking him to the ground. "Leave, Nico." Robin. Robin sent one last look at her former nakama before leaping from the window sill. She landed on the ground to see Naruto slowly getting up from the attack that had hit him. His eyes landed upon her. He slowly stood up with a large cut across his chest and coughed up some blood. "Rob?" Naruto gasped as several arms appeared over his body and hands started to wrap around his neck and bind his arms. "Forget about me," whispered Robin. Her hands continued to choke Naruto until he fell face first to the ground out cold. She then made of raw arms to carry him to somewhere safe until he woke up. With that, she turned her back and left. In Iceberg's room, all the Straw Hats were looking upon Lucci with wide eyes. Instead of a man, now stood half man half leopard. Lucci just revealed to be a zone-type devil fruit user. Neko fruit. Model leopard, Lucci looked down upon them, easily towering over them all at a massive height of at least 10 feet. "This isn't good, carnivorous zone types are especially brutal," said Chopper. "Lucci-san, the workers are coming," said Khalifa. "Don't worry, they won't come." Rankiaku. A powerful wind shot out of his leg, so powerful that it cut through the entire building. The Galila building started to collapse. Screams could be heard as workers tried to avoid the falling ceiling. "Now to finish Iceberg-san." Lucci went to grab Iceberg, but a fist made him take a step backwards. "Bastard, you will pay for what you did to Naruto and Robin," yelled Luffy. Lucci's finger blurred forward. Zoro and Nami's eyes widened. Chopper had been separated from them by the falling debris. One of Lucci's clawed fingers had pierced through Luffy's body and out his back. "Shigen, a zone type if best suit for close combat as it gives the person a boost of power. Now fly off this island." Spinning around, Lucci tossed Luffy straight out of the building. Zoro charged forward, but his blade hit Lucci's hardened body and didn't do a bit of damage. Lucci buried his fist in Zoro's stomach before tossing him out of the building as well. Nami's eyes widened as Lucci looked down at her. "You too." CP9 stood outside the Galila Company building, watching as it burned to the ground with Iceberg inside. "It is time to find the second apprentice, Frankie, no Cutty Flam." Chapter 21, Damn. That kick had to be at least 4 to 5 times more powerful than the one I took from the one wearing the bear mask, thought Naruto sitting up. "Stupid Robin-chan. Did you really think I would?" "Stop." A fox-like grin appeared on Naruto's face. He had finally found some people to try out his new techniques on and see if he had grown any stronger. Standing up, Naruto dusted off his pants and put his shirt back on. "I'll have to make sure to thank you properly next time we meet, Robin-chan." Naruto looked to see that the Galila Company building is on fire. Chances are CP9 went after Cutty Flam or Frankie by now. He had overheard them talking as he used his bones to stick to the wall outside before breaking into the room. Problem is, he had no idea where to find Frankie. First thing first, had to make sure Iceberg lived. Just as he was about to go inside and rescue Iceberg, he heard yelling. His head looked towards the courtyard where Nami lay on the ground out cold with bruises all over. A rage boiled in Naruto. They had dared to harm Nami-chan. She wasn't even a fighter. Those bastards. Not only that, but the Galila workers were talking about interrogating her for information. They never hit what hit them as Naruto tore through them. In a matter of seconds over 30 Galila workers lie on the ground in pain or out cold. Threatening to harm a defenseless woman. Be glad I spared your lives, yelled Naruto. The sound of glass shattering made Naruto turn to see Chopper land on the ground with Iceberg on his back and Zoro's sword in his mouth. Chopper collapsed to the ground from his injuries. It's the pirates, they have Iceberg, yelled some more Galila workers. They looked like they were ready to fight and Naruto popped out his bone claws. Stop, said Iceberg weakly. He raised himself to all four and looked at his men. Leave them be and return to putting out the fire. I wish to speak to them alone. The men hesitated, but that look in Iceberg's eyes made them reluctantly agree. Naruto picked up Nami and Chopper gently before carrying them over to the tree. Carefully, he laid them both on the ground. Iceberg took a seat by the tree and looked at Naruto. You have something you want to tell me? Said Naruto, taking a seat on the ground. There was no need to hurry. Plenty of time to find those bastards and kick their asses. Hi, nodded Iceberg. He was about to start but stopped when a groaning sound came from Nami. Nami opened her eyes and tried to jump up, remembering what happened, but a gently hand kept her still. She turned to see Naruto. It's okay, Nami-chan, smiled Naruto, calming her down. Naruto-kun. You're okay, smiled Nami. Hi, but we can talk later. Iceberg, tell us what you wanted us to know, said Naruto. Iceberg nodded. It is after you were knocked out of the room. Bluno left me alone with Nico Robin. She told me the truth. The real reason she joined CP9. Naruto and Nami gave Iceberg their full attention. C-Train Sanji raised his lighter and calmly lit his cigarette. He took a puff as he glanced in to see Robin surrounded by Marines. Bingo. Just as he thought. Now he just needed to find a way to either get Robin back or follow her until the others arrived. Best to probably follow her. Naruto and Nami hopped off the boat and ran down the steps leading to the C-Train. She had to hurry or she would miss the train. Her eyes widened as she got to the bottom and the train had already left. No. I am too late, said Nami, falling to her knees. Naruto and Polly came running down the stairs behind Nami. Damn, it seems they left already. Aqua Laguna has got worse. That is the only reason they would leave early, grunted Polly. It doesn't matter. We know where they are headed, and even if we caught the train, we need Zoro and Luffy to back us up. That man Lucci, he alone will take all my strength to fight, said Naruto seriously. Oh, yelled a Galila worker that had helped them get here. Nami stood up and turned around. There is a letter for you here. The man ran down the stairs holding out a letter. Nami blinked. You found a letter in this huge place? It was left up there under a message, said the man. Naruto and Nami sweat dropped as they looked at the message on the wall. In bright pink a message had been left on the wall. This is a letter to Nami Swan. All those who are not Nami Swan do not read it. That idiot, said Nami with a tick on her forehead. She opened the letter and started to read it. Her eyes widened and a smile appeared. He is on the C-Train with Robin. Plus Usopp and some big punk are on it as well. Polly lit another cigar. That must be Frankie. It seems they managed to find him. No surprise. They wouldn't leave here without the plans, said Naruto, folding his arms across his chest. A determined look appeared in Nami's eyes. She walked outside where a large group of Galila workers were waiting. We need you to find Luffy and Zoro. Get them right away. Chopper ran over to Nami as the Galila workers took off to do as Nami ordered. What is going on? Asked the reindeer. Sanji-kun managed to sneak aboard the C-Train with Robin and Usopp. Now we just need to get the others, smiled Nami. He is. So that is where he went, smiled Chopper happily. C-Train, a government agent, went flying through the car and all turned to face the person responsible. Sanji took a puff from his cigarette. Intruder, go warn Lucci-san, yelled an agent. No need to do that, said a voice from above Sanji. The cook looked up to see a man so tall that his entire back was bent over just to fit into the car. Looked like a giant right angle or L. The man had a full-grown white beard and a smug look on his face. With me here there is no need to get the others. I am known as the Karate King in South Blue. Yes, that is right, I am a boxing champion. A coughing sound escaped the man as the smoke from Sanji's cigarette went right into his face. Get him, Jerry-sama. Sanji gave him a bored look. Do karate? Just see after you feel the power of my punch. Jerry Aurora flicker jab. The man started to punch wildly but Sanji easily moved behind him. Jerry ended up knocking out a large amount of his own men. He ran away. Jerry looked between his legs to see Sanji standing there behind him. Don't think because we are on this train you are at an advantage, shorty. Sanji started to get annoyed by the man. Jerry shot forward doing a screwdriver kick, jumping into the air. Sanji raised his leg and brought it down upon the old idiot's face. In a single kick, Jerry lay on the ground knocked out cold, much to the shock of the agents who had witnessed the display. Sanji turned around to face them, taking a puff from his cigarette. Water 7 Naruto leapt from roof to roof looking for Zoro and Luffy. His mind could only think of one thing. Robin. Iceberg had told them after he had been left alone with Robin that she had admitted to joining CP9 to protect him and the others. She had chosen to protect them by sacrificing her own life. He just knew she wouldn't betray them. A smile appeared on his face as he leapt around. Damn it, knowing Zoro, that man is running in a circle somewhere. He paused and sweat dropped. There in a chimney a pair of legs were sticking out. No, it couldn't be, could it? Zoro? Naruto, said a muffled voice. Uncontrollable laughter burst out of Naruto. He fell to the ground clutching his sides as tears streamed down his face. Zoro gained a tick as he stared at the inside of the chimney. Damn, why did it have to be Naruto who found him? Dumbass. How the hell did you get stuck in a chimney? This is Aqua Laguna coming, not Christmas, you wanna be Santa Claus, laughed Naruto. I am going to kill you when I get out of here. Not really an incentive to help you out, is it? Ho ho ho, Naruto burst out laughing even more. Zoro tried to reach for his sword, but suddenly a pair of bone claws burst through the chimney, almost ripping off his face as they sliced upward. The chimney split in half and Zoro flipped in midair, landing lightly on the ground. He raised his head and caught Kitetsu before looking at Naruto. Chopper grabbed it before saving Iceberg. A cursed blade is dangerous, so I took it from him, said Naruto as Zoro sheathed his blade. What now? Naruto was already running back to the upper levels. Now you run like hell, you dumbass. Just don't fall into another chimney or that huge ass wave is going to kill your Santa Claus wannabe ass. Zoro was about to shout when he turned around to see a wave twice the size of a giant. In a blur he started to leap from roof to roof while cursing Naruto. Sea Train. Sanji, Usopp and Frankie watched as Sanji knocked the last of the agents in the car they were being held in. Sanji pulled out another cigarette and lit it. He then turned. His eyes landed upon Usopp and a guy he didn't know. A silence reigned over the group as Sanji just smoked his cigarette, not saying a thing. Oi Sanji, what are you doing on this train? Asked Usopp. I should be the one asking you that. Who are you? I'm the hidden boss of Water 7, Frankie. A kick to the face sent Frankie to the ground. Bastard, you sure did a number on Long Nose. Now tell me how you want to be cut, you shitty octopus, yelled Sanji. Frankie glared. I am going to kick your ass when I get free of this. Wait, stop. Things have changed, Sanji. He helped me out, said Usopp, scooting in front of Frankie. Both men were bound by ropes limiting their movement. You too, Nakama? Asked Frankie. They answered. A den mushi, now I can contact Nami Swan, exclaimed Sanji with a heart in his eye. Usopp and Frankie started to yell for Sanji to set them free, but that soon started a fight that drew the attention of the others. Water 7. Hidden Sea Train, the Rocket Man, amazing, yelled Luffy. Kokora laughed as she watched the young pirate admiring that old piece of junk. Nothing had changed since she had first met him when they were chasing that giant frog and crashing into the rope that the sea train traveled on. The fat man-woman with long blonde hair separated into two ponytails laughed. Oi Iso-san, what are you doing here? Exclaimed Luffy. Straw Hat, you are safe just like that pirate girl said you would be, smiled Iceberg. Iceberg, this is unexpected, said Kokora with a large smile. I see we both had the same idea, helping out idiots, smirked Iceberg, taking a seat. I have already placed the coal and everything aboard. It is making steam now as we speak. A warning though. This is a failed prototype due to its unstable speed. Naruto and Zoro looked at the sea train with a curious look. They tilted their heads as they saw that the train had a shark design on the front. Not to mention it barely looked like it was holding together. We're going to drown, aren't we? Blinked Naruto. Yep. Make sure to kick some bastard's ass before drowning? Yep. I am stronger than you. Yep, wait, what the hell? Naruto burst out laughing. Zoro punched Naruto over the head. Oi, where is Nami? Frowned Luffy from inside the ship. Luffy stumbled around and almost fell. Luffy, are you okay? Worried Chopper. Zoro narrowed his eyes, he has been washed around too much. Hi, that last wave weakened me as well, could sure use some ramen right about now, admitted Naruto. A loud sound made all them turn. There came Nami running down into the basement, followed by 2 Galila workers pulling a large cart with a huge bag on it. They all looked at her curiously. "What took you so long? You were the one yelling at us to hurry," yelled Luffy. Nami opened the bag and smirked. "I brought some sake, meat, and ramen." "I always knew Nami-chan had a kind heart," exclaimed Naruto, already on his 3rd bowl of ramen. Luffy started to devour meat after meat. Zoro drank bottle after bottle of sake while also eating some meat. What would have 5 average families was just barely enough to satisfy the 3 monsters. "Ah!" yelled Naruto and Luffy. Zoro smirked as he finished the last bottle of sake. That hit the spot. A large fox-like grin appeared on Naruto's face. "Let's kick some ass." "Yosh, time to save Robin." A yell interrupted the moment and they all looked towards the entrance. There at the bottom of the stairs was the Frankie family that had given them so much trouble. "Straw Hat, please, take us with you," begged Zombi with tears in his eyes. The others were crying as well. "We heard you are going after the ones who kidnapped Aniki. We want to help you save Aniki." "No way," yelled Nami. "Okay," smiled Luffy. "What?" gasped Nami. "Hurry up and get on board," grinned Luffy. Zombi and the others smiled with more tears spilling down their faces. "Thank you, but we shall follow you on our king bulls. We just need to grab onto the back of your sea train. Let's go, Frankie family," yelled Zombi. Naruto hopped on top of the train, having bones from the bottom of his feet to anchor him to the train. Nami, Zoro, and Chopper headed inside while Kokura got in the front going to pilot for them. Luffy hopped onto the front like he used to do with the Going Merry. "Let's go," yelled Luffy, pumping his fist into the air. "Sea train, Nami-chan, Nami-chan, can you hear me?" spoke Sanji into the Den Mushi. "Hi, I hear you," came Nami's voice out of the talking snail. "We are kind of in trouble now." "Trouble? Ah!" screamed Usopp, almost falling off the roof. "Whose voice is that? What is happening?" asked Nami, worried. Sanji scowled as he looked at Usopp. He couldn't tell her he was with Usopp because that is still a sensitive subject. "It's the idiot's fault." This time Frankie started to scream as he almost slipped from the roof. "Idiot? What do you mean? What's happening?" demanded Nami. "Are you okay, Sanji-kun?" "Wait, it's 2 idiots," deadpanned Sanji. "Did you find Robin-chan yet?" A screaming sound came from Chopper, Chimney, Kokura's granddaughter, and Ganbei the cat. "Sounds like you are having fun over there," smirked Sanji. "Do you understand Robin's motive? Listen, Sanji-kun. I am going to explain Robin's actions and everything we are doing," said Nami. Sanji listened closely as Nami explained to him the truth about Robin sacrificing her own life to save them from the world government activating a buster call to attack them. Usopp also heard everything. A guilty look appeared in the former Straw Hat's eyes. When Sanji finished speaking to Luffy, who came on after Nami, he accidentally broke the Den Mushi after promising to rescue Robin-chan. "I had no idea this had been going on while I left the group," said Usopp. "Robin doesn't know about the Mary or your conflict with Luffy. She doesn't know anything," said Sanji. "It wasn't to comfort Usopp, just telling the truth. She asked for the 7 of us, including you, to be untouched. Robin sacrificed herself and followed their orders." Frankie started to cry at hearing such a sad story. Sanji's sweat dropped a bit but stood up. "I am going to rescue Robin-chan." Frankie smirked, "The head of the Frankie family, Frankie is going to help you. What about you, Longnose-kun?" "I am not going," said Usopp, turning his back to Sanji and Frankie. A surprised look appeared in both of their eyes. "It doesn't concern me anymore. If the world government is after us, I don't want to be involved. Luffy is going to be coming, right? After saying all that, I can't bow down enough to be with you. It may be bad to Robin, but I can't go help. I already quit." Usopp said his final goodbye before walking away. Frankie was about to shout, but Sanji cut him off. "It's okay, leave him alone." "He's being stubborn," scowled Frankie. "I found them," yelled a marine. "Shit," glared Sanji. Metallic star. A metal spike hit the marine in the head, dropping him down in the ocean. Sanji and Frankie turned around. "Who is it?" gasped Frankie. There, standing on top of the other car, was a man about the same height of Usopp except wore a long red cape and a golden sun mask. The mysterious man began to speak. "I heard everything from him. You want to save someone, am I correct? I don't need a reason to help you. Let me join you." There the man stood confidently with his arms folded across his chest. "My name is Sogeking." A silence reigned. Soon Sogeking started to sing a catching song about where he is from. "What the hell is he doing?" grumbled Frankie. "Don't hurt his feelings." He is a comrade that can't face it straight on. He does it in his own way, said Sanji. What an annoying guy. Oi, get over here, yelled Frankie. Rocketman, Tilestone, Lulu, and Zombie collapsed to the ground, blood pouring out of their noses. Ah, now I am ready for battle, smiled Nami as she finished putting her clothes on. You immoral woman, what are you doing changing here, yelled Polly. Man, you must be gay not to enjoy watching Nami change. Wait until Sanji hears I got to see you naked, he is going to be so jealous, grinned Naruto. Nami smirked, don't you like Robin? Naruto scratched the back of his head, yeah, but it isn't as if we are dating. What she doesn't know won't hurt me. Pervert, yelled Polly, punching Naruto on the head. Polly fell to the ground clutching his fist. Idiot, his bones are harder than steel. What made you think hitting him in the skull is a good idea? Sighed Nami. That reminds me, how are you able to hurt me when you punch me in the head? Blinked Naruto. Skill, smiled Nami proudly. Naruto face faulted, he then tilted his head as he looked at the three-piece staff. It looked different. Hey Nami-chan, did you get a new weapon? Nami smiled proudly as she held the 3 pieces of the staff between her fingers in her right hand. After we got back from Sky Island, Usopp finished it. My new perfect weapon, she said proudly. Since when do you fight? Don't you rather run away? That earned Naruto a punch to the head and a large bruise. Nami gave Naruto an evil glare and he quickly begged for forgiveness. Sea-trained Sanji waved goodbye to the 7th car. His plan had worked perfectly. They had just got rid of a large force of Marines and government agents. That left only 5 cars left to navigate through until they reached Robin. With 2 cars gone, I estimate we reduced their number by 50, smirked Sanji. But Sanji-kun, the Straw Hat Pirates are traveling here on the same track, right? Said Sogeking. They'll manage somehow. Sanji opened the door and an agent who had been just about to kick it down flew out. The agent flew right into the ocean. Try not to die, there are still 5 cars left. Sanji walked into the 4th car and lit his cigarette. The agents headed straight for him, but Sanji did a handstand and released a powerful series of kick, knocking out 4 of them. Sogeking entered and fired 2 gunpowder stars, taking out 2 more. Frankie then unleashed his fist, knocking out 3 more. Sanji and Sogeking looked at Frankie in surprise, not knowing how he had been able to detach his fist. Fire the heavy shells, yelled an agent. The other agent standing next to him started to fire a high-power rifle. Frankie stood still as Sanji and Sogeking dived for cover. An annoyed look appeared in Frankie's eyes as the shells bounced harmlessly off his chest. Lifting up one of the benches, he slammed it down upon the agents. What the hell are you? Yelled Sanji. Me, I am a cyborg, smirked Frankie. Cyborg? Frowned Usopp. My body is built with steel and weapons, smirked Frankie proudly. Such a thing exists? The world is truly vast, said Sanji, surprised. A yell came from Frankie and he spun around to glare at Sogeking, who was holding a small needle. Huh? You were hurt by a needle? Idiot, I can't see my back, so only the front is a cyborg, yelled Frankie. Sanji blew out a small cloud of smoke. Let's get going. 4 more cars left. The others followed Sanji into the 4th car. All 3 entered the next car to see a mess of a kitchen. A frown marred Sanji's face as he watched as an old guy with white hair run around like an idiot. Oi, hello. I am Wanton, the chief cook. I can make anything. Do you want ramen? Ramen it is. I shall make you some ramen. Eccentric chef started to get to work making ramen in the most interesting way. This guy has an ramen addiction almost as bad as that idiot. Naruto, grumbled Sanji. Wanton put some flour in his mouth and started to chew it around before noodles poured out of his nose and he mixed it with broth. Here you go, smiled the chef. Like hell we would eat that, they yelled. This is a waste of time. We need to save someone, later, said Sanji. The chef jumped right into their path, ripping off his white coat. He now wore a black outfit and on the bottom of his shoes were rollerblades. You cannot pass this car until you defeat me. I am here to protect this mission. No one shall pass as I use my ramen fighting style, shouted Wanton. Ramen fighting style? Now you are pissing me off. It is bad enough I have to put up with Naruto and his addiction, but now a shitty ramen fighting style? Glared Sanji. He launched a kick but the old man dodged it with ease. A large smile appeared on the man's face. I thought I was going to die. Frankie and Usopp yelled, you are surprised, get that look off your face. Sanji stood up, oi you two, go to the next car. I don't think so. Ramen beam. Wanton started to shoot ramen noodles out of his nose. They were so powerful that it pierced through the boards and walls. Frankie and Sogeking were forced to dodge. Wanton ended his attack as he dodged a kick from Sanji. Come on, let's get to the next car taking the roof, yelled Frankie. Wanton watched as Sogeking and Frankie escaped. Sasasasa. They escaped no matter. In the next car is Nero. He may be a new member, but he is still part of the CP9 and he loves to kill. With Frankie stood in a pose with both his arms together so that the half-star tattoos on each forearm formed a star. He looked curiously at the man sitting on top of the car. Why are you outside? The man smirked. He wore a strange outfit and looked like a weasel, even had whiskers on his cheeks. The newly recruited 4-form user of CP9. I'm the Sea Weasel Nero. Frankie didn't seem to be listening as he kept striking ridiculous poses. Unfortunately, I can't kill you because you are a precious criminal. My question is, why are you outside the train? Why couldn't you wait for us inside? How would I know since you would try to sneak past me, snickered Nero like a little weasel. You are very cautious, but I wonder who's that person behind you? Nero looked to where Frankie pointed. A smirk appeared on Frankie's face as he charged forward. Nero's eyes widened as Frankie punched him right across the face. Nero glared. You play dirty, ha ha ha, that's right, 'cause I am the underworld boss in my town. Sanji vs. Ramen Chef. Sanji spun around, a pair of knives in his hands. A chef must never use his hands or his knives. That is my policy when it comes to fighting. He stopped spinning the knives and pointed them right at Wanton. However, seeing as we are in a kitchen and you are using food as a weapon, the circumstances change. Now allow me to show how a first-class chef handles knives. Wanton's eyes went wide in fear. The fight between the two didn't last much longer. Naruto, a shiver went down Naruto's spine. He started to look around with a fearful look in his eyes. Nami looked at Naruto curiously. What are you doing? I just got this feel dark and foreboding feeling, whispered Naruto. He started to rub his arms to calm down his nerves. As if ramen is being wasted. Naruto hit the ground as Nami punched him in the head. How dare he get her all worried and everything over some stupid noodles. Idiot. Robin, Naruto-kun, will you still come for me? Thought Robin. I saw it in his eyes. He is going to kill to bring you back. The government will never have you so long as he lives, said Iceberg seriously. She looked down at the ground, her thoughts on the man. Her most fond memories of traveling with the Straw Hat Pirates all had him in it. The way he would always find a way to get her to join in on the cruise fun even when she tried to remain distant. No, she couldn't think of him or them. This was for the best. They would be safe as long as she cooperated. A knock on the glass made her turn her head. Longnose-kun? She gasped. A minute later, Sogeking stood in front of her. Why are you doing this? I clearly left your group. I will never return to your group, yelled Robin. Do you think they will be pleased with a Nakama sacrificing her life? Now that they know why you left, they will drive down hell and defeat all your enemies, yelled Sogeking. Robin could barely contain her emotions. Those idiots. You are the ones who do not understand. I never wanted to save you guys, so don't act so self-centered. A knocking sound came at the door and they both turned their heads. Why are you being so loud, Nico? Robin, said a deep voice from behind the door. Second car. Wanton flew through 2 car doors and landed next to the members of CP9. Khalifa, Kaku, Bluno, and Lucci all turned their heads. There in the 4th car stood Sanji with a hard look in his eyes. The cook started to walk forward, pulling out a cigarette and lighting. He released a small cloud of smoke as he walked into the 3rd car. The ceiling from above caved in. Sanji raised his eyebrow as Frankie came crashing down, standing over some man he didn't know. Where did you come from? Said Sanji. Oh, take care of that ramen guy, did you? Smirked Frankie. He delivered a harsh kick to the already defeated Nero. Nero landed next to the knocked-out ramen chef. Frankie smirked as he looked at the 4 that had captured him. There was no skin on his right fist, just a steel hand painted gold. The CP9 agents all stood up and faced the 2 intruders. Lucci had an annoyed look in his eyes. More intruders. Author's note. Yes, I know. I didn't write the fight scenes between Sanji vs. Ramen Chef and Frankie vs. Nero because they didn't change. Just like I plan on cutting some other scenes. So save the angry remarks. On a side note, my story hit over 200 reviews. Yay, oh yeah, my husband, Thunder, has decided to help me out with this story. I asked him to help with the upcoming fight scenes and the future thriller arc as he had some good ideas. I hope you all are enjoying the story and have a nice day. Smiley face. Chapter 22. Who is this guy? Asked Lucci, kicking aside the ramen chef. I believe he is the new member of CP9. he knows 4 of the 6 forms, answered Kaku glancing at Nero. Nero coughed up some blood, just give me a moment, I will kill that bastard. Frankie wasn't scared in the least. You are supposed to capture him alive, instead, you let your emotions get the better of you. I will give you 3 seconds to run for your life, said Lucci coldly. What? You're kidding, right? Yelled Nero. Sanji and Frankie alone with the other CP9 members watched as Lucci used Shigan on Nero after 3 seconds, then tossed him out the window of the sea train. Khalifa, the report put, that new guy was too weak, he was worthless trash. Understood, she replied. So, these are the guys who kidnapped Robin-chan, huh? Said Sanji. Hi, they are way more evil than us, said Frankie stretching out his arms. Lucci turned to look at Sanji. Who are you? Forget it, but the way you opened the door I already know what type of people you are. Ah, please excuse my manners, said Sanji. You are here for Nico Robin. Give it up, there are some people born into this world that are better off dead, since they were born only to bring misfortune to the world. Sanji narrowed his eyes, what are you talking about? Lucci continued, for example, there exists a sleeping demon capable of destroying the world. If there was someone with the ability to awake that demon, even if she was only 8 years old, we should eliminate her. What is your point? What I told you is exactly what Nico Robin original crime was. She has already sinned by being born. Only with her death can bring safety and happiness to others. Sanji narrowed his eyes in anger. She was supposed to die 20 years ago, it is better for her if she dies. That was the last straw. Sani ran forward and delivered a powerful kick that Lucci blocked. Damn you, shut the hell up. It will probably take the world government a few years. Lucci shifted his arm, flinging Sanji's leg away, to harvest all of Nico Robin's knowledge and experiences. And then that horrible women will die, in whatever horrible manner. I will never allow that, yelled Sanji. They spoke no further when the door to the back opened up and there stood Robin with Sogeking trying to pull her backwards. We are in trouble, gulped Sogeking. Robin-chan, I am so glad that you are okay, smiled Sanji. Is that Nico Robin? Sure looks like the girl in the wanted poster, said Frankie. Robin-chan, I will take care of these guys and then we will run away together. Robin had a cold look in her eyes as she crossed her arms. 2 arms grew on Sogeking's body and tossed him at Sanji, who leapt over the sharpshooter. Robin-chan, what are you doing? Yelled Sanji. It seems that words are meaningless to you people. Robin had a cold, emotionless look in her eyes. Sanji's eyes widened. Lucci started to laugh. Sogeking pointed at Frankie. Frankie-kun cut the 3rd car away. Why? To get away, yelled Frankie. Oi, what are trying to do? Demanded Sanji. Sogeking stood up. You should get away too, it will happen in an instant. Don't let Frankie get away, said Kaku pointing at Bluno. Sogeking drew a round object from his bag and slammed it onto the ground. Sogeking smoke star. The round marble hit the ground and a pink smoke filled the car. Khalifa and Bluno started to cough. What a stupid move, growled Kaku. In the confusion, Sogeking grabbed Robin and ran towards Frankie and Sanji. Nico Robin is coming with us, yelled Sogeking. Yosha, shouted Frankie and Sanji, disconnecting the 3rd car. The 3rd car drifted away from the first 2. What a way to retreat, said Frankie, a bit disappointed he didn't get a chance to fight. It just wouldn't be him if he didn't use some type of smoke attack, said Sanji. What a relief. Escaping without fighting those guys was the best way to accomplish our goal, said Sogeking as he kneeled down next to Robin. Sanji lit up another cigarette. That was too easy. Yeah, those guys weren't like the small fries. This feels wrong. Just after Frankie said that, thorn whips attached all over the car. There stood Khalifa with several whips in her hand. Bluno, she said, handing them over to him. Bluno nodded and started to use his incredible strength to pull the 3rd car back towards them. Grabbing hold of each car, Bluno used his strength to act as a gear holding them together. So it didn't work after all. Sogeking, guard Robin-chan with your life, said Sanji, running forward. Don't kill them, we have a promise to keep, said Lucci. Sanji hit Bluno right in the face with a kick, but the man didn't budge an inch. It's their weird fighting style I told you about, yelled Frankie. Spinning around rapidly, Sanji delivered a kick so powerful that Bluno almost released his grip on the cars. That kick was incredibly powerful, it almost broke through Bluno's tekai, said Kaku. Sanji jumped backwards and gritted his teeth. Don't let them make a fool out of you, Bluno, or they will cut your pay. He is only one man. Bluno tried not to show it, but that kick had hurt him more than they realized. Sanji was prepared for another attack when a screaming sound made him turn around. His eyes widened as Sogeking had been bound perfectly by 6 arms. Trace fleur clutch, Sogeking bent all the way backwards and a cracking sound filled the car. How many times do I have to tell you to stay out of my business? Yelled Robin. Hey, pay attention to where you are looking, said Kaku before delivering a kick to the unprepared Sanji. The sent Sanji flying into one of the seats at the back of the car. Frankie put both hands on the wall and started to push. Geez, you guys are so stubborn when it comes to your nakama. If you want to escape, now is your chance. Robin's eyes widened as the wall started to crack. Using all his strength, Frankie managed to separate the wall that Bluno had been holding onto to keep the cars close together. Frankie laughed as he landed in the second car on top of the collapsed wall. Why are you helping them? Frowned Lucci. You guys go ahead, I have a plan, yelled Frankie ignoring Lucci. Wait, I am not trying to escape, yelled Robin. These idiots, didn't they realize they would die if she stayed with them? What are you talking about? After we came this far, we know all about the situation, and even if we were attacked by the government's buster call, we can handle it. Why don't you just come with us, Robin-chan? Yelled Sanji. Her eyes widened as the sound of a door opening appeared behind Sanji. That buster call is a serious problem. Sanji slowly turned around to see Bluno behind him in a circular-shaped hole in the wall. Rankiaku. Sanji's eyes widened in pain as he got hit by the blue beam and was sent flying backwards before hitting the ground. What was that? He just appeared out of nowhere, gulped Sogeking. He looked at Sanji and gripped his slingshot. He had to do something or he would lose Robin. Sogeking, will. Wait, where did he go? Bluno was no longer there. The sound of a door creeping open was heard behind him. Sogeking slowly turned his head. It all happened too fast. Blood dripped from the point finger on Bluno's right hand while his other arm held Robin, who looked at Sogeking with wide eyes. Sogeking fell face forward to the ground out cold. Usopp. Bluno turned to see Sanji running at him. Tekai. The kick connected with his face but nothing happened. Bluno then grabbed Sanji's leg and slammed him face first into the floor.
Stop it. Multiple arms formed a chain around Bluno, preventing him from doing any more harm to Sogeking and Sanji. I won't run
away. This should be enough for you. They're the ones who started it, replied Bluno. Then let's go and get away from here. Robin turned to walk through the air door, but a voice made her pause. Wait, panted Sogeking. Everything is all right, Robin. It's okay, you're still hiding something. Right? She turned to look at him. I don't care, it's all right. But Nakama, they absolutely cannot leave the crew without the captain's permission. Her eyes widened slightly. That is why, have faith in Luffy. A sudden memory of Ohara, her home island, being destroyed flashed into her mind. She turned and without looking back stepped through the door. Robin-chan, wait, grunted Sanji. She cannot break her promise, said Bluno. Why do you say that? A long time ago, an island was destroyed. This island, it fell under the buster call sent by the world government, that burnt down everything from the ground. The only survivor from this island was the still young Nico Robin. Sanji's eyes widened. The buster call combines the 5 vice admirals and 10 battleships. For that woman, the buster call is a traumatism that she can never forget. That fear is now pointed towards her nakama. She has lost all will to oppose us. Don't tell me, knowing all this, you, Sanji clenched his fist. That much is evident, said Bluno walking towards the air door. All of you are rotten, yelled Sanji. It is for the sake of justice. The door closed just as Sanji delivered a powerful kick hitting nothing but air. Rocketman Naruto laughed a bit as Luffy and the frog wrestled against each other. Luffy sure did make those most interesting of friends. That frog had knocked them off track a bit, but it was okay as they would catch up soon enough. Just hold on, Robin-chan. I will bring you back. The light could be seen up ahead. Enies Lobby. Naruto grinned like a fox that had found its prey. Chapter 23. I am Sogeking from Sniper Island. Awesome. I have never met a real-life hero, yelled Luffy. Are you really a hero? Exclaimed Chopper. Naruto had a sweat drop as he stood in between Nami and Zoro. People say I have an overactive imagination. Zoro and Nami just nodded, not knowing what to say either. They couldn't believe that Chopper and Luffy were not able to tell it was Usopp. Frankie family had come across a car contained a beat-up Sanji and Sogeking, which is how they had reunited with their nakama and former nakama. I want you all to listen to me for a second, said Sanji, gaining everyone's attention. They all listened as Sanji told them how they used Robin by threatening to use a buster call against them. He explained that the island that Robin came from had been destroyed by the buster call. Naruto clenched his fists in anger as Sanji told them that Robin's mere existence is considered to be a sin. That is exactly what the people of Konoha thought of him. Robin and him were more alike than he had thought. Sanji released a cloud of smoke as he finished his story. That is how it is. Robin-chan is being manipulated by CP9. I am not trying to make excuses for failing to retrieve her, but as we enter enemy grounds, we can't be sure that she will come with us. Then we'll make her, said Naruto firmly. He had look of pure determination in his eyes. Even if we have to drag or beat some sense into her, we bring her back no matter what. She is our nakama. It doesn't matter, yelled Luffy. Robin doesn't want to die, so we will save her, nothing else matters. Didn't I just say that? Blinked Naruto, scratching the back of his head. Let it go, said Zoro. I'm gonna kick their asses. I have a new technique that I want to try, yelled Luffy. Yeah, but I demand to get the second strongest guy. Let Zoro and Arrow Cook get the weak ones, yelled Naruto, following Luffy. Zoro and Sanji hit Naruto over the head. Luffy had already laid claim on Lucci, and since Naruto had been the one to defeat Crocodile, he owed Luffy. Before they could leave, Polly stopped them. Take a look at this before you go. I once came here to fix the rails. He placed a piece of paper on table. This is an overall layout of the terrain of Enies Lobby. They all came around and took a look at the map. The Gate of Justice is located at the back of the island. You can get there by passing through the Judiciary Tower. Nami pointed. What is that black thing that surrounds everything? That is the waterfall, answered Polly. Waterfall? Blinked Luffy. I take it as instant death if we were to fall off the edges. Grows more exciting by the moment, grinned Naruto, growing anxious. Nami hit him over the head. Polly nodded. You'll understand better once we get past the gate. From the main gate to the Gate of Justice. If we don't get Nico, Robin and Frankie back by that time, we lose. Luffy frowned, not understanding. Luffy, I told you at Water 7. Past the Gate of Justice it leads to only two other places. Marine Headquarters and Impel Down. If Robin gets taken to either of those places, not even we will be able to save her, explained Nami seriously. It doesn't matter, grinned Naruto, she won't ever get past the Gate of Justice, we will get her before then. Hi, shouted Luffy. That is how it is. Besides, the only ones who stand a chance at defeating CP9 are you guys. That is why you will wait here for 5 minutes, then bash through the main gate with the Rocket Man, said Polly. Zambai spoke up. We will go ahead and clear a path for you. No matter what happens to yous, you must continue ahead. Even if we are all to fall, you must not stop. You must save Frankie and Ikki. Shouts of agreement came from all the other members of the Frankie family. We are there. Remember, get to them before the Gate of Justice opens even a tiny bit. Naruto's eyes widened. The Gate of Justice was bigger than the entire island. It could probably fit the entire island of Water 7 and Enies Lobby in it. This is no time to hesitate. Yash, we shall go ahead, yelled Zambai. Wait a minute, aren't those two with us? Yelled Zoro, pointing at Sogeking and Nami. The two were hiding over there with the Frankie family. Chopper looked around. Where are Luffy and Naruto? Everyone looked around, but they couldn't find them anywhere. On top of Rocketman, Luffy and Naruto stood side by side. They had large grins on their faces. Are you ready to go? Grinned Naruto. His skin started to ripple on his arms as bones started to emerge. Yash, Gomu Gomu no rocket. Naruto put a hand on Luffy's back, and as they were launched into the air towards the fence. Hon Hon no pole vault. A long 10-foot bone shot from Naruto's palm and he grabbed it as he let go of Luffy's back. Luffy grabbed onto the flagpole while Naruto dug the tip of the pole vault bone into the top of the main gate and used it to catapult forward at high speeds. He sailed through the air and landed on the ground. Naruto broke out in a run, bone handles popping out of his shoulders. Crossing his arms, he tore out the bone swords just as Luffy landed next to him and broke out in a run as well. They didn't stop as they could see at least 50 Marines ahead of them. Both pirates slammed into them, tearing through the Marines. Hon Hon no explosion, yelled Naruto. Bone spikes burst from every part of his chest, arms, back, and even face, firing off into the Marines. Luffy jumped into the air to avoid getting hit by the attack. Screams of pain filled the air as over 20 Marines were impaled by the sharper than steel bones. Naruto and Luffy finished off the remaining ones before continuing their run. They ran across a narrow strip of land only about 15 feet wide, and if one were to fall off the edge they would fall to their death. 10 more Marines waited for them at the next gate. Raising both hands, Naruto took careful aim. Hon Hon no Gatling gun. The barrage of 10 bone bullets a second took out the Marines in less than 5 seconds. Luffy stretched onto his arms to fling over the wall while Naruto ran straight up it using the bones coming out of his sandals to climb it. Naruto put on an extra burst of speed to catch up to Luffy. Both pirates came to a pause when they found themselves faced with at least 200 Marines and governmental agents. I bet I can take out more than you, grinned Naruto. Luffy smirked, let's do it. Break Spandam smirked as Lucci, Kaku, Bluno, and Khalifa entered the room. Finally, not only would he get the plans to the ancient weapons, but he would also get to pay back that bastard for what happened 8 years, all thanks to that apprentice Cutty Flam that he wore this mask over his face. Now he would have his revenge. It has been a long time, Chief, said Lucci. We have brought the criminals Cutty Flam and Nico Robin. They are both waiting on the other side of the door. It is great to see you again, smiled Spandam. The man sitting in the middle of the couch leaned backwards. He had a Japanese face with long black hair and a black goatee. It seems your impudent face hasn't changed at all, Lucci, smirked the man. Same goes for your stupid features, Jayabura, said Lucci. Jayabura growled and stood about to start something when Kaku stepped between them. That is enough, you two. There is no point in fighting when we just got back, said Kaku. Yoyoi, that is right, said Kumadori. Fukuru unzipped his mouth and formed into a ball before shooting towards Khalifa. She kicked and he glowed green before being sent at Bluno, who punched him, to Kaku, who elbowed him, to Lucci, who kicked him away. I knew you'd do it right from the start, Fukuru, said Lucci. 6-form style contest, said Fukuru. In a childlike voice he started to talk. An armed soldier's strength is around 10 Doricus. As for you, let's see, what is your strength? Khalifa, 630 Doricus. Bluno 820 Doricus. Kaku 2200 Doricus. Lucci, .4000 Doricus. What did you say? 4,000, yelled Jayabura. It is true. Everyone got stronger. I know Jayabura and Kumadori's strength too, so I understood who is stronger, said Fukuru. Weakest to strongest. Khalifa 630, Fukuru 800, Kumadori 810, Bluno 820. Jayabura 2100, Kaku 2200, Lucci 4000. Oi, don't get cocky, Kaku. A Doricus only counts the physical strength. With my devil fruit form I way stronger than you, yelled Jayabura. Whatever, I have no interest in such matters, said Kaku. That is right, pay no attention to stray dogs, said Lucci. Jayabura gained a twitch in anger. Spandam sighed, don't start fighting over the contest. Anything over by 500 Doricus is considered superhuman strength. Chapapa, Chief only has 9 Doricus, said Fukuru. Don't say that. I am the chief, the one who gives orders. I don't need to be strong, yelled Spandam angrily. Anyway, moving on. We shall receive great fame for bringing in Nico Robin and Cutty Flam. You have no idea how proud I am of you all now for your accomplishments. I have a reward for you, but first let me meet the criminals. I wish to see them. Spandam had a large arrogant smirk on his face. Outside the doors, Robin stood there quietly. Frankie stood several feet away with large chains wrapped around his body. A faraway look appeared in her eyes. An image of the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates appeared in front of her. They all smiled at her, yelling her name for them to come aboard the ship. All of them faded away and there he stood all alone. A large fox-like grin appeared on his face before he too slowly faded. Naruto and Luffy, hon hon no explosion, gomu gomu no Gatling gun. Marines and government agents flew around everywhere. Naruto and Luffy showed no mercy. They had only one goal in mind, and that was to save Robin. Nothing else mattered. Hon hon no claws. In a blur Naruto slashed through over 15 soldiers. Luffy swung his foot around, taking out another group of soldiers before heading to the roofs. Naruto started to run up the side of a building opposite to Luffy. Damn, guess they weren't kidding when they said this place had over 4,000 soldiers, grinned Naruto. Get out of my way, yelled Luffy, taking down another group. Naruto laughed before firing 10 bone bullets, taking out 8 soldiers. He then leapt onto the roof. His eyes landed on the tower in the distance. Damn, so close yet so far away. Oh well, still plenty of time. The grin never left his face as he charged into another group of Marines. They just never learned. CP9, insolent bitch. Don't you dare question me, yelled Spandam. Robin lay on the ground after being hit by Spandam. All she had done is ask why Admiral Aokiji had given him permission to use the Buster Call. It is thanks to me that your pitiful existence means anything. The evil blood of the Ohara runs through your veins. Robin's eyes widened as she heard that name. Painful memories of the past and how she had lost everything were brought to surface. Ohara had been the island she had been born on, an island of scholars who studied the past and were executed by the Buster Call of the world government because they wanted to keep the past secret. Spandam laughed before smirking widely as he looked down upon her as if she were nothing more than dirt. Listen well, from now on, you'll suffer so much pain that you will be wishing you had chosen death 20 years ago. I'll hurt you, I'll use you, and then I will cast you out to sea. He started to laugh all over again. Oh yeah, I got some news. A couple of idiots who want you back have come here. It's no big deal, they should all be captured by now. Robin sat up, eyes wide. No, they weren't supposed to be here. Straw Hat Luffy and his crew. Robin gritted her teeth. They were too damn stubborn. I plan on sending them to Impel Down along with Cutty Flam. A tear fell from Robin's eyes as Spandam smirked widely. Wait, isn't that different from our arrangement? She yelled. The deal is I cooperate with you and you let them go. Lucci, tell her the exact arrangement of the deal were, scowled Spandam. The man spoke emotionlessly. The 7 Straw Hats excluding Nico Robin would be able to set out of water 7 safely. That's right, there is no error in that, right? Said Spandam. Robin eyes widened in horror. Did they not leave water 7 safely and then come here? Frankie gritted his teeth in anger. How desperately dirty, you guys have no humanity in you. Spandam growled in outrage as he started to step on Frankie's head. We don't have to keep promises made to such trash criminals. He then turned and started to kick Robin. Luffy and Naruto and Luffy stood side by side as they looked up at the building that sat all alone on an island separate from the main island. Enies Lobby was written on the building. They had finally made it all the way through the main island. Walking forward, they kept their eyes on the building in front of them. Luffy leapt onto one of the courthouse pillars. Naruto did the same, leaping onto the one right of Luffy. Taking a deep breath, Luffy shouted, Robin. Inside building, Spandam's eyes widened as he heard the scream. Robin's eyes went wide. Frankie smirked. He's here. A marine came rushing out. Chief, a man is shouting from the top of the courthouse. It looks to be Straw Hat Luffy and with him is Uzumaki Naruto. Spandam started to shake in fear. Impossible. How could they possibly get to the courthouse? I received no reports, yelled Spandam, running to go see what had to be a lie. Frankie and Robin sat on the ground listening as Spandam had the Marines gather the CP9 agents. He also ordered the Marines to give CP9 the orders to kill all members of the Straw Hat crew. Raise your head, Nico Robin. Your Nakama have finally made it. This is an extreme thing to do, said Frankie. I already accepted that you only agreed to work with the government to save your Nakama. But that agreement was shamelessly broken by that Baka chief. Even if you get captured now, you won't be saving anyone. There shouldn't be any way for you now other than to accept their rescue and get out of here. Yet, you are wearing a grim face, as if you are still trying to run away from something by yourself. She turned to look at him. Are you scared that your Nakama will die? If you look away, they won't be able to save you. Robin turned away, not saying a word. From now on I will make sure you meet with Straw Hat. Her eyes widened, wondering what he meant. They further widened when suddenly, Frankie's ass inflated like a balloon. Spandam came out to order an immediate transport of Nico Robin when he saw the sight. What the hell is that? Frankie turned his head. Oh Spanda. I perceived my own life's end and I chose the path of self-destruction instead. What? Spandam's eyes widened in horror. I'll take you all down with me. With an explosion of 3 kilometers, I'm gonna close the curtain on my existence. Don't try to stop me, said Frankie. All the Marines ran away in fear as Frankie started to count down. Spandam grabbed his head and started to dance around like a monkey. Let's go, Nico Robin. His legs wrapped around the woman and he fell backwards so his ass was pointing upwards opposite of the wall. In a giant far he shot through the wall and out onto the balcony. Yash, my chains have broken as well, smirked Frankie. Naruto and Luffy looked towards the spot of the explosion and smiled. There stood Robin with that weird cyborg Frankie. Robin? Oi, I am glad you are okay, smiled Luffy. Wipe that cold look out of your eyes. Did you really think we wouldn't come? Answer me, Robin-chan, yelled Naruto. Stay there, we will jump right over, yelled Luffy. Robin gritted her teeth. Those idiots, they just couldn't leave her alone. Stop, Luffy looked at her confused while Naruto hardened his eyes. I've told you countless times. I won't come back to you anymore. Go back. I don't even want to see your faces anymore. Why did you come to rescue me? She yelled. When did I ask you to save me? Luffy had his arms returned to normal size and looked at Robin. I only want to die. Frankie was about to yell at Robin, but a kick to the face knocked him out cold. CP9 members poured onto the scene. Khalifa, Bluno, Kumadori, Fukuru, Jayabura, Kaku, and Lucci. They all stood on the balcony looking down at Luffy and Naruto. "Oi, Lucci, is that the one right there, the one that managed to keep up with you?" smirked Jayabura looking directly at Naruto. Lucci said nothing. "Aye, that is the one," nodded Khalifa. A predatory smirk appeared in Jabura's eyes. "That is the one he wanted." "You want to die?" asked Luffy. "That's right," replied Robin. Naruto stayed out of it because Luffy is the captain. Only he had the right to scold a nakama. Then again, he did have the right as well to some degree. Flashback: a week after left Sky Island, Naruto and Zoro stood across from each other heavily. Both had multiple cuts and bruises. Zoro charged forward and Naruto did the same. Each launched their final attack upon each other. It happened so fast that they weren't even seen until they stood across from each other back to back. They both fell to a knee as blood spurted from their chest. "Why are we fighting like this, Zoro?" panted Naruto. "What is the point?" "No choice. Only the second strongest person can be first mate. I may have been first to join the crew and that technically makes me the first mate, but I refuse to accept it based on that," panted Zoro. Luffy, Nami, Chopper, Usopp, Robin, and Sanji all watched the fight from the ship. Zoro turned to face Naruto, who stood tall. Each were breathing heavily, but Naruto seemed to be the one in better shape. "None of us have failed to notice how you are always protecting the merry and in your own idiotic way, keeping everyone in line. Your dream isn't just to have a great journey but to protect your nakama. That is a dream of a first mate. However, I cannot relinquish such a position to you until I know you are truly fit to take it." Crouching down, Zoro prepared his ultimate attack. "I understand. No personal grudges then, because I don't plan on losing," yelled Naruto, shooting forward. Zoro smirked as he too blurred forward. End flashback: from that day forward, he had become the official first mate of the Straw Hat Pirates. It is his duty to keep all his nakama in line and protect them. A duty he took seriously even when he wasn't the first mate. No matter what, he would bring Robin back and make sure everyone survived this. "Robin, don't die," yelled Luffy. Spandam started to laugh. That laugh didn't last long when a bone spike headed for his face. It hovered millimeters from his face, having been stopped by Bluno. Spandam gulped nervously as he looked down at Naruto, who gave him a look that could freeze hell. "The captain is talking. Keep your mouth shut or I fill it," ordered Naruto coldly. Jayabura shivered in anticipation. Yes, he would enjoy killing that man. "You know, Robin, we already came this far." The roof behind Naruto and Luffy started to rise up. It then exploded and all turned to see what was going on. Naruto laughed as he realized who had finally arrived to the party. In a blur, Naruto disappeared. He appeared between Chopper and Nami and caught them before landing back down on the roof. Then in a blur he reappeared on the pillar he had been on seconds ago, as if nothing had happened. Luffy continued talking, having not heard the roof exploding. "Anyway, we are going to save you, and then, if you still want to die, you can die after we save you." Sogeking flew through the air, having been tossed by one of the giants he made friends with during the battle through the main island. "I'll request this from you, Robin," said Luffy, still having no idea what was going on behind him. "Whether you want to die or not, I don't care what kind of thing you say. Say that kind of thing while you're by our sides." Sanji and Chopper yelled for Robin to come back. Naruto smirked as Luffy sure did have a way with words. "Leave the rest to us." Robin looked down at them and tears started to gather in her eyes. Soon every straw hat stood on one of the courthouse pillars. Each had a determined look in their eyes as they looked up at Robin. "Right now, in this place. If you trigger the Buster Call, Enies Lobby will be exterminated and so will all of you," said Robin, hanging her head. What are you talking about? As if we could be hurt by an ally attack," yelled Spandam. 20 years ago, it stole everything away from me while crushing a lot of people's lives. With a single strike, Buster Call, this attack has finally shown up. It's aimed at the nakama I love. The more I wish to be at your sides, the more my fate bears its fangs at you. No matter how long I travel at the sea, there's still that gigantic enemy that I can't shake off, because my enemy is the world and the darkness in it. With Aokiji, and this time too, I've involved you twice. If this continues forever, no matter how kind you are, someday you will see me as a burden, you'll toss me away, and that is what scares me most. That's why I didn't want you to come save me. I want to die here and now." Spandam started to laugh loudly. "I understand now. No one would want to continue to travel with you. Look at that flag, pirate scum." He pointed to the flag at the top of the building that had the symbol of the world government. That mark represents the unity of over 170 countries, dotting the 4 seas and the Grand Line. Do you understand how pitiful your existence is? Do you understand how powerful the organization is that is after this woman? I understand Robin's enemy very well, said Luffy calmly. Sogeking. Make that flag burst into flames. Roger that. My new weapon, the Great Pachinko, going by the name Kabuto, closely behold its great power. Sogeking held a green staff with over 5 bands. He pulled back the bands and announced the name of his attack, Hisatsu Firebird Star. A fireball turned into a burning phoenix and hit the flag, setting it on fire. All the Marines' eyes widened. To destroy a flag meant to declare war on the world government. You idiots, do you really think you can survive having the world as your enemy? Yelled Spandam. You wanna bet? Yelled Luffy. Tears started to fall from Robin's eyes. Robin, I still haven't heard it from your mouth. Say you want to live. Robin stared at them as tears continued to flow down her cheeks. I want to live. Take me out to sea with you, yelled Robin. A smirk appeared on Naruto and Luffy's face, as all the others smiled inwardly with a hard look of determination in their eyes. It was time to get back their nakama. Chapter 24. Spandam couldn't believe it. These idiots pirates had actually destroyed the world government flag. His eyes narrowed as he was about to hit Robin when he screamed in pain as something small as a bullet shot through his shoulder. Yo ugly, lay one hand on Robin-chan, and I blow your head off, grinned Naruto, pointing his finger at Spandam. Naruto-kun, whispered Robin. Oi, the drawbridge is lowering. The Frankie family did it, yelled Chopper. Yosh. Let's go, yelled Luffy. The drawbridge that connected to the island where they were holding Robin suddenly stopped halfway as a cannon hit it. It stopped, exclaimed Sanji. Bastards, you are getting in our way, yelled Luffy. Oi pirates, came Kokura's voice over the Den Mushi. What are you waiting for? Jump into the waterfalls with all your heart. The sound of the sea train whistle filled the air. Luffy smirked as he stretched out his arms and grabbed everyone before flinging them off the balcony. Frankie, it matters not, grunted Spandam, swearing to kill that pirate who shot him. With the CP9 they will fall. Then using Nico, Robin and Cutty Flam I will gain immense power to destroy all pirates and execute justice. A smirk appeared on Frankie's face as he held out a set of blueprints. Spandam's eyes widened as those were the blueprints to the ancient weapon, Pluton. It's the real thing. Do you believe me? He raised up the pages and they started to fall down one by one. Lucci, Kaku. You can tell, can't you? Lucci and Kaku's eyes widened as they knew those blueprints to be the real thing. You were hiding it inside your body this whole time? Said Kaku. Spandam's eyes lit up in delight as the power of the ancient weapon was mere feet from him. Nico, Robin. She turned to look at Frankie. I guess you really can't trust the rumors of society. I finally found out that you are not the devil that would put the weapon to use for no good. First, by the way, what the shipwrights inherited from generation to generation was not the blueprints. Yo Spanda, what Tom-san and Iceberg-san risked their lives for is, said Frankie as Spandam demanded them to be handed over to him. If the ancient weapon were to fall into the hands of an idiot like you and let loose, then a weapon would need to be built in order to resist that. To contain a reckless outbreak is what the designers wished. It's true, if you used Nico, Robin, you could revive the ancient weapons. Even if she doesn't mean to. But for her, she has nakama who look into the face of death with no fear. That's why I am gonna make a bet. At this moment, if there is one chance to fulfill this designer's dream, then there is only one thing I can do. Stop blabbering and give them to me, they're mine, yelled Spandam. Frankie raised up the designs. Taking a deep breath, Frankie blew out a stream of fire and right before Spandam's eyes, burned the blueprints to a crisp. Spandam fell to his knees, not wanting to believe what just happened. Now there is no way to resist the ancient weapon should it be revived. If Nico, Robin is taken by you, now, the world will end, but if the Straw Hats win, then you'll have nothing left. Personally, I'm betting on their victory. Suddenly cries from the Frankie family filled the air. Frankie couldn't believe his followers had shown up and started to cry tears of joy. Oi Straw Hat, Luffy looked up. It seems you have taken care of my subordinates. This time, one time only, Frankie will lend you his superpower. Do whatever you want, I am still pissed at you about. Usopp, yelled Luffy with Sogeking standing on his left. Frankie sweat dropped a bit at this. Spandam yelled angrily before pushing Frankie off the balcony. Break, don't you ever do that again, yelled Nami, punching Luffy in the head. They had got lucky and landed on the sea train as they fell, which crashed into the building where they held Robin. What are you screaming about? you were safely on Naruto's back, pointed Sogeking. Nami punched him in the head, that is besides the point, she turned and smiled at Naruto. Arigato Naruto-kun. No problem, grinned Naruto. Trying to steal my woman are you, glared Sanji. Nami punched the arrow cook over the head, calming him down. There are some stairs over there. Let's go, yelled Luffy. They all ran towards the stairs, but a childlike voice stopped them. Wait, all looked up to see one of the giant CP9 agents with the zipper mouth. Chipapa, even if you get to the last room, Nico Robin is not there. Lucci already took her to the gate of justice. Really, thank you for the valid piece of information, smiled Nami. Chipapa, I told them, it doesn't matter, you will not get to her as CP9 will not allow it. You guys will have to get through us to get to Nico Robin, said Fukuru. Oi, that is what we plan to do, said Luffy. Let me tell you one more thing then. Fukuru reached around inside his jacket before pulling out a key. It's the key needed to unlock Nico Robin's sea stone handcuffs. Just in case you are able to save Nico Robin. The sea stone is as hard as diamond. A bone spike shot straight towards Fukuru, but he disappeared. Seems all CP9 can use the same techniques. Good, then we know what to expect, smirked Naruto. Fukuru reappeared at the bottom far away. Chipapa, don't be so hasty, I haven't told you whether this is the real key or not. This caught everyone's attention. In this tower there are 5 other CP9 members that have a key, including me. Which one is the real one, who knows? You'll have to find it. Frankie didn't seem to pay attention as he started to do a dance to warm up. So unless we beat all the members we won't know when we have the real key, said Zoro. What a stupid way to gain time, grumbled Sanji, annoyed. In this situation Robin comes first. We have to get to her first and worry about the key later, said Nami. Luffy, you go after Robin. You wanted to fight that Lucci guy anyway, said Naruto, catching everyone's attention. The rest of us will hunt down the other members, then catch back up with you. Whenever one of us gets a key, we immediately head towards Robin until all the keys are gained. This is the most efficient way to do things. If not, even if we save Robin, who knows what they will do with the key just to prevent her from being freed. Oh, you're a smart one, said Fukuru. I planned on throwing the key into the ocean if you all left to get Nico Robin. Fukuru then disappeared after saying goodbye. Luffy went to chase after him, but Zoro grabbed him by the cheek. Wait Luffy, we will do as Naruto suggested, said Zoro. We can handle them. I have a score to settle with that long-nosed bastard anyway. 6 members of CP9 and 7 us. We will get the keys while you head after Robin-chan, agreed Sanji. It is a race against time, yelled Sogeking. Let's go, said Naruto. Hi. Luffy went in the opposite direction of everyone else. Straw Hats split up. Nami ran down the hallway searching for a CP9 member. She didn't really want to find one, but had to do what she had to do in order to save Robin, who had become like an older sister to her. Yo-yoi, so we finally meet in the 100th year, Pirate-san, exclaimed Kumadori, slamming his staff on the ground. It seems we are destined to do battle, Yo-yoi. He's so loud, blinked Nami. Sanji opened a door and found nothing inside of it. He frowned as he closed it and headed further down. The cook made his way down to a small open area that led up to a very large stairwell. A creaking sound as if a door had been opened filled the air. Sanji turned around to a large man with a beard and hair done like horns of a bull. The man stepped out of a door that had appeared out of thin air. I was hoping to get the chance to fight you. Been meaning to repay you for what you did to Robin-chan, said Sanji. You will go no further, pirate, grunted Bluno. Zoro. Kaku looked up from his seat on the comfortable recliner. Oh, drawing your blades already? A smirk appeared on Zoro's face. This must be his lucky day. They are groaning for some blood to taste, smirked Zoro. Sogeking quickly opened and shut a door. Please, no CP9, prayed Sogeking. A breath of relief escaped him as there was nothing in the room. He opened another door and nothing as well. His posture became more relaxed and he opened another door, this time leading into a large room that had grass and trees. In the middle of that room slept one of the CP9 members with a bottle of sake next to him. There on the ground in front of the man was a key with the number 1 on it. Oh, can I really be so lucky? Frankie, damn, I already wasted 2 bottles of cola. I can't fight CP9 with just 1 bottle, cursed Frankie, as he ran down the hallway. His eyes widened as he noticed a pile of food on the ground. Could this be a kitchen? Perfect. Those hopes were dashed when that large idiot from before appeared. Chipapa, it seems you have found me. I am gossip-loving man, known as the Silent Owl, exclaimed Fukuru. Frankie narrowed his eyes behind his shades. Damn. Naruto opening the door, Naruto walked into a Victorian-style room with a large bath in the middle of it. His eyes weren't on the room though, but on a pretty blonde-hair woman sitting at a small table for two. Hello. Why don't you relax and I will service some tea, smiled Khalifa gesturing to the empty seat. Sounds nice, but I am in a hurry, smiled Naruto. I don't really want to fight a woman, but you are keeping me from Robin-chan. So I will only say it once. He held out his hand and kept the friendly smile on his face. Give me the key or die. Chapter 25. The sound of metal clashing filled the room as Zoro and Kaku fought. Kaku gritted his teeth as he tried to overpower Zoro. Zoro wasn't having any of that and pushed Kaku backwards. Using Soru, Kaku disappeared and Zoro stabbed Kitetsu into the ground on his right to block Kaku's blade as he reappeared. Kaku quickly leaned back to avoid being cut in half by the sword in Zoro's mouth and used Soru to disappear again. So this is your true strength? What terrifying power. Power of a monster, smirked Kaku, this is fun. I don't have time to play games, said Zoro, then I guess you will just have to kill me, smirked Kaku. Sanji vs. Blueno. Sanji dodged out of the way as a Rankyaku tore through the area he had just been in. Blueno appeared behind him and Sanji spun around raising his knee as he blocked a punch. The two split apart and landed across from each other. You are no match for our fighting style. Surrender, and I will grant you a swift painless death, said Blueno. Sorry, but I have to save Robin-chan, said Sanji not in the least bit intimidated. He ran forward and Blueno remained still. Tekai. Poitrine shoot. Sanji delivered an upward kick right to Blueno's chest. A look of shock and surprise appeared in Blueno's eyes as he coughed up a bit of blood. Blueno skidded backwards looking at Sanji with wide eyes. Impossible, he wasn't this strong when I fought him on the train, thought Blueno. Taking a puff from his cigarette, Sanji gave Blueno a bored look. This is really going to piss me off if I came all this way to fight a shitty opponent like you. Blueno narrowed his eyes as he launched two Rankyaku at Sanji. With ease, Sanji dodged them and ran forward. He planted on his hands and spun delivered a series of kicks that sent Blueno flying into the far wall. Sanji hopped up waiting for Blueno to come up, but frowned when the dust cleared and the man was nowhere in sight. Door, said a deep voice. A pair of hands came out of the ground and pulled Sanji's leg into the ground before closing. Sanji's eyes widened when a door in the shape of Blueno appeared in front of him. What the hell? I ate the door no am I. I am a doorman. I can make a door out of anything I touch. Shigen? Blueno stabbed his finger into Sanji's shoulder. The cook gasped in pain before gritting his teeth. Blueno used Shigen several more times. The bull-looking man was about to go for a finishing blow, but in a display of power Sanji burst out of the ground, his foot coming up and connecting with Blueno's jaw. Blueno's eyes widened in pain. Spinning on his heel, Sanji delivered another devastating kick. Make a door out of anything, huh? Sanji's eyes lit up as he could just think of the possibilities. He could make a door straight to Nami or Robin-chan's rooms. Wait, now he was pissed because this bastard had that power. Naruto vs. Khalifa. Oh, you would really kill me? Smiled Khalifa, tilting her head to the side and resting it on her hand. Nah, I don't kill women, but I will kick your ass, grinned Naruto, scratching the back of his head. Khalifa smiled in a sexy, seductive manner. If you want the key, it is hanging on the wall by the door. She pointed behind Naruto. Naruto turned around and that is when she struck. Rankyaku. A blue beam hit Naruto, sending him into the wall. Looks like you came off to a bad start, smiled Khalifa. The dust cleared to reveal Naruto standing there with an annoyed look in his eyes. Her eyes widened as she realized he didn't seem to be injured at all. You must be the weakest of the group. I barely felt that even with my guard down, stated Naruto, removing his shirt. Looks like we fight. Soru. Khalifa disappeared. Naruto leaned back as a kick sailed over his head. As he bent all the way back, he planted on his hands and pushed himself into the air. Khalifa sent a Rankyaku at Naruto. To her surprise, 3 bone claws burst out of Naruto's hands between his knuckles and with a swipe he destroyed the Rankyaku. He touched back down on the ground, retracting his claws. Don't make me hurt you. I am in a whole other league than you, said Naruto. He wasn't bragging, it was just the truth. If she had been facing Sanji, she might stand a chance, as that man would rather die than harm a woman, but he didn't have that type of chivalry. An opponent is an opponent. Didn't matter if male or female. Khalifa disappeared again using Soru. Naruto didn't even move as she appeared in front of him. Shigen. Her finger dug right into his chest. Ah. A scream of pain erupted from Khalifa as she looked at her shoulder. Naruto's finger had a thin bone coming out of it that pierced completely through her shoulder and out the back. Looks like my poke hurt more, grinned Naruto, finding that funny. I told that pigeon bastard at the mansion such techniques don't work. What makes you think that a finger digging into my skin would hurt when I have bones that can be as thick as my arm coming out of my body? He slammed his palm into her chest, sending her flying backwards. She hit the ground, coughing up some blood. Slowly, she stood back up and glared at Naruto. Carefully, she pulled the bone out of her shoulder, gasping in pain before tossing it to the ground. No more playing around. I enjoy a good fight, but this is pushing it. Hand over the key, please, said Naruto seriously. He really didn't take any joy in beating her up. A sigh escaped him as she used Zoro to run towards him. He calmly ducked, sidestepped a punch before raising an eyebrow as her other hand touched his chest. He noticed that a strange feeling come from having her hand on his chest. A smirk played on her lips as she ran her hand up his chest, but that smirk didn't last long. Khalifa released a blood-curdling scream as she fell to her knees, her hand stuck to Naruto's chest. There, through the middle of her hand, a thick rib bone. Leaving your hand on a person's body who can manipulate bones for more than a second is highly dangerous. I am the worst possible opponent you could have faced with your techniques, said Naruto. She glared at him hatefully, but that glare didn't last long when a fist to the back of her head knocked her out cold. A minute later, Naruto had found the key on Khalifa. Typical, the seductress had it hidden in her breasts. He turned and left the room. There were still other keys. Sogeking, a devil fruit, screamed Sogeking in fear. He had tried to quietly get the key on the ground, but out of all things a rooster had shown up and ruined those plans. Now where there had once been a man, now stood an 11-foot-tall werewolf. This wolf man put bodybuilders to shame. Inu Inu no mi, model wolf. Don't worry, despite my appearance I don't like to torture, laughed Chiyabura. All I have to do is cut your windpipe and it will be over, then I can go looking for the one I truly want to fight. Sogeking started to shake in fear. For Robin, he pulled back the bands on Kabuto and prepared to fight. Oh, what's this you want to fight? You don't look very strong, smirked Chiyabura. It doesn't matter. I have to do this to help Robin, shivered Sogeking. Chiyabura was about to deal with the annoying pest when the ceiling started to crumble. The roof caved in and down fell a giraffe. Oh no, I only meant to become half giraffe, but I ended up transforming completely, exclaimed the giraffe. Chiyabura burst out laughing. Kaku, your new form is hilarious. A wolf? What is this place, a zoo? Said Zoro, falling to the ground. The Ushi Ushi no mi, model giraffe, ha 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 ha, laughed Chiyabura. The giraffe narrowed its eyes in anger. What is wrong with being a giraffe, man? I told you I happen to like it. That made Chiyabura laugh even harder. Sogeking hid behind the door in fear. Zoro is here. He must have fell down through the ceiling as well. Perfect, in the art of fighting 2-on-2. I will let him defeat them both, thought Sogeking. Sanji vs. Bluno. Bluno coughed up some blood as Sanji delivered a series of 10 kicks to his chest too fast to follow. He fell to a knee, coughing up some more blood while Sanji took a puff from his cigarette. Sanji had a number of bruises and cuts over his body, but Bluno was definitely the one who looked worse off. That shitty technique of yours doesn't work against me anymore, said Sanji. A door formed in the air behind Bluno and he quickly went through it. Sanji narrowed his eyes as he prepared for an attack. It could come at any angle, even straight above or under the ground. He needed to be careful. Rankyaku. Sanji flipped backwards as a blue beam came down from above, destroying the ground. He looked up but no one was there. Shigen. Sanji's eyes widened as a finger pierced through his back. His eyes narrowed and he gritted his teeth as he spun around, delivering a kick to Bluno's head. Not giving the man any time to recover, he continued his assault. Kick upon kick rained down upon Bluno as Sanji was relentless. This is for Robin-chan. One last kick to the top of the head sent Bluno face first into the ground. Bluno lay there unmoving. Sanji flicked away his cigarette before pulling out a new one and lighting it. Flipping Bluno over, he dug through the man's suit until he found the key. Perfect. Now to go find the others. Couldn't leave here until they had all the keys. Nami Nami ran down the hallway looking for the others. She had managed to steal the key from Kumadori. Then Chopper had shown up to fight him so that she could get away and meet up with the others. He had told her that Zoro and Sogeking had somehow got bound together with sea stone handcuffs. How did those idiots do that? Mumbled Nami, running up the stairs where she had been told they were. Her eyes didn't fail to notice that the place seemed to be toppling over. It as if something had cut through the entire Tower of Justice. She really hoped that everyone was okay. Be pointless if they saved Robin and in the process all of them died. Nami-chan. Naruto-kun? Nami looked up and smiled as she saw Naruto at the top of the stairs. He gave her a warm smile and waved. Naruto-kun, did you get a key? Naruto pulled out a key with the number 2 on it and tossed it to Nami, who caught it with ease. Yep, fought that blonde hair woman. Just don't tell Sanji, be a headache, grinned Naruto. Great, now that just leaves 3 more keys, smirked Nami, holding up the one she stole from Kumadori. It had the number 3 on it. Which reminds me, I need to get to Zoro and Usopp. Somehow they got locked together. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Lucky for them, you got the key they need to unlock the cuffs, smirked Nami. Right, frowned Naruto, having no clue what she is talking about. Just follow me until we find them, smiled Nami. Chopper versus Kumadori. Chopper collapsed to the ground. He could fight no longer. His strongest had failed to bring down the CP9 member, Kumadori. If he used another rumble, then who knows what would happen. The last time he had used 3 rumble balls, he woke up with no memory of what happened, and Doctorine had told him that he had almost destroyed an entire town. If he did defeat Kumadori, then he would become a danger to all his nakama. Yoyoi, it is time for your defeat, shouted Kumadori, slamming his staff onto the ground before raising it. Kumadori started to spin his staff around until the tip lit on fire. No choice, I have to help Robin, thought Chopper. Just as he was about to eat his 3rd rumble ball, a black blur kicked Kumadori in the face, sending him into the wall. Chopper's eyes widened as there stood Sanji. Sanji-kun. Tears of joy appeared in Chopper's eyes. You okay, Chopper? Said Sanji, glancing down at the reindeer. Hi, nodded Chopper. Sanji nodded. I'll handle things from here. Get yourself healed up, then go searching for the others. Take this. Chopper barely caught the key Sanji tossed to him. Yoyoi, who dare interrupt my battle? A new opponent, yelled Kumadori. I think I need to teach you to have a bit more respect for the kitchen, said Sanji, looking around. The whole kitchen had been destroyed and food lay all over the ground. Now that really pissed him off. There are a couple of rules he lived by. One of them was never waste any food. Kumadori spun his staff and the tip of it became on fire. She. Kababu. Fireballs shot at Sanji, who raised his leg and destroyed each one without breaking a sweat. The CP9's eyes widened in shock. Sanji ran forward, about to deliver a kick, when he quickly dodged out of the way as Kumadori's heir tried to grab hold of him. What the heck? Gritted Sanji, his arm becoming bound by the hair. Sanji-kun, watch out, he can control his hair, yelled Chopper. Thanks, said Sanji sarcastically. He watched as the hair started to form into hands as he struggled to break free. Shigan, shouted Kumadori, using his hair to deliver multiple Shigan. Sanji coughed up blood as he took multiple shots all over his body before flying into the wall. Yoyoi. The dust cleared and Sanji slowly stood up, gritting his teeth. This man has really started to piss him off. I am going to finish this in one attack. Sanji started to spin around at high speeds. Chopper had a dizzy look in his eyes as Sanji continued to spin with no stopping in sight. Sanji came out of his spin with his right leg glowing red hot. Diablo Hambi, said Sanji. Kumadori's eye widened in pain as Sanji blurred and slammed his foot straight into his stomach. Not only was the blow super powerful, but extremely hot. Kumadori flew through the wall and through the other room, slamming into the other wall. Chopper's eyes widened in awe. Awesome. Sanji lowered his leg and pulled out another cigarette before lighting it. He took a puff as he looked at Kumadori, who tried to stand. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, Sanji walked over to Kumadori with a lazy look in his eyes. I am defeated, coughed Kumadori. Sanji merely replied by raising his leg straight up, then slamming it down on the back of Kumadori's neck, face first into the ground. Kumadori went out like a light. Oi, Chopper, does he have a key on him? Asked Sanji, searching the man. No, Nami already stole it from him earlier, answered Chopper, snapping out of his awe. Nami Swan. Where is she? Smiled Sanji. Jayabura and Kaku versus Sogeking and Zoro. Zoro and Sogeking ran as Jayabura and Kaku tried to kill them. Rankyaku, shouted the 2 CP9 members, each trying to get the kill. Jumping out of the way, Zoro and Sogeking dived to the side. Damn it, stay still. I will cut off our hands so we can fight, yelled Zoro. No, yelled Sogeking, running, dragging Zoro with him. This prey is mine, smirked Jayabura, charging forward. Kaku was about to launch an attack of his own when laughter filled the room. The fighting paused and everyone turned to see Naruto standing the doorway laughing his ass off. "It's him," smirked Gyabura, a predatory look in his eyes. "Ah ha 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 ha. Zoro, tell me you're not getting your ass kicked by a giraffe," laughed Naruto, tears falling from his eyes. A tick appeared on Zoro's forehead. "Shut the hell up. Ha 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 ha. I can read it now. Roronoa Zoro, infamous swordsman, beat by giraffe." Naruto fell to the ground and Gyabura joined him. Sogeking quickly restrained Zoro from killing Naruto. Kaku narrowed his eyes. "What is wrong with being a giraffe, man? I like giraffes." Naruto laughed. "Of course you do. It doesn't make that nose on your face look so stupid." Gyabura burst out laughing with tears as Naruto continued to make fun of Kaku and Zoro. A clicking sound was heard and all turned to see Nami standing by Zoro and Sogeking having just removed the cuffs. "Good job distracting them, Naruto," smiled Nami, tossing the cuffs away. "Hee hee, it was too easy," grinned Naruto. "I am still going to kill you," glared Zoro. Naruto waved him off dismissively. "Later. First, we beat these two. By the way, no way am I fighting a giraffe. I got the wolf." Taking off his shirt, Naruto started to stretch out his legs and arms. Zoro flexed his arm, getting it loose. Having the cuff on him had made it a little stiff. "Don't take too long," smirked Zoro. "Fools, you really think you stand a chance?" frowned Kaku. "I have been waiting for you to show up. I am going to enjoy killing you," smirked Gyabura, crouching down. "I know you are strong, so I won't hold back. Level 1 Kai, hon hon no claws." Naruto crouched down and got into a fighting stance, ready to fight claw to claw with Gyabura. "Nami, Sogeking, go find the others. Zoro and I will deal with these two," he yelled. "Hi," yelled Nami and Sogeking, not needing to be told twice. "Best to let the monsters fight the other monsters." Gyabura fired a Rankyaku at Naruto, who took hit full force and flew through wall and out into the large stairwell. The wolf hybrid disappeared via Soru and appeared in th stairwell looking for Naruto. "Now we won't be interrupted by Zoro and the giraffe," grinned Naruto, getting up. "Just how I like it," smirked Gyabura. The two blurred, clashing halfway towards each other. Naruto swatted away a left hook and went to stab Gyabura in the chest with his right hand, but the wolf grabbed Naruto's wrist with his right. Gyabura gritted his teeth in pain as Naruto brought his foot up, and out of the bottom of his foot came a sharp bone that slashed him across the chest. A kick in the middle of his flip sent Naruto flying, but he managed to right himself and land on the wall. "So, you figured out the weakness to Tekai," smirked Gyabura. "Hi. It works perfectly against blunt attacks, but against my bones or katanas, which are as sharp as steel, Tekai barely reduces the damage," grinned Naruto, having fun. Gyabura laughed. "Finally a worthy opponent. Tekai Kenpo Ukami Hijaku, Iron Mass Fist Way, Wolf Bullet." Naruto tensed as Gyabura got into a stance that he didn't recognize and brought his hand together, palms facing towards him. Gyabura crouched a bit before using Soru to move at high speeds. Naruto matched that speed and they clashed, with Gyabura breaking inside Naruto's guard. A look of pain appeared in Naruto's eyes as Gyabura slammed his palms into his stomach. Gyabura smirked as Naruto flew all the way down into the wall 20 feet away. "Ha ha ha. You're fast, but I'm faster," laughed Gyabura. That laughter didn't last long when 5 small objects suddenly ripped through this skin. Gyabura's eyes widened as the dust cleared to show Naruto with his arm raised and fingers pointed right at him. "Hon hon no drill bullets." Naruto coughed up some blood as he pushed himself out of the hole in the wall. "Bullets? Impossible, my Tekai is too strong," growled Gyabura. "I said drill. By adding a drill bit-like head to my bones, I then spin them at high speed before firing them. It is even powerful enough to pierce your Tekai," grinned Naruto, firing several more, but Gyabura used Soru to dodge. He knew that wouldn't work more than once. Gyabura was too much of a skilled fighter to allow him another chance at using that technique. It had been a one-time use and he had used it well. Naruto soon disappeared as well and the two continued their fight. Lucci vs. Luffy. Lucci effortlessly blocked all of Luffy's punches before delivering a kick across the rubber man's face. Luffy flew into one of the many crates. "You will not pass here. Nico Robin is lost to you," said Lucci coldly. The crates burst into pieces as Luffy broke free. "I will save Robin. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Tekai." The fist collided with Lucci's face and did absolutely no damage. Luffy charged forward and sent a punch at Lucci. Lucci jumped up, blocking the punch with his left foot before bringing up his right foot and connecting with Luffy's face. "It is pointless. You cannot win, said Lucci with a slightly bored look. Luffy narrowed his eyes in anger. Pigeon bastard, move out of my way, Lucci smirked. Luffy tried again, but the result ended in the same way with Lucci easily beating him backwards. I see you just refuse to listen to reason, sighed Lucci. Getting into a sumo-like stance, Luffy prepared to use his newest technique. A technique that Naruto had helped him develop. The skin on his right leg became like a pump. Lucci raised an eyebrow as Luffy pumped his leg twice. Suddenly, smoke started to come off Luffy and his skin turned red. Gear second, in a blur, Luffy disappeared and reappeared with his fist in Lucci's stomach. Gomu Gomu no whip. Luffy swung his foot around connecting with Lucci's face, sending the man flying into the crates. A roar erupted from the crate and Luffy emerged in his hybrid leopard form. Interesting technique, I wonder how you were able to do it, smirked Lucci spitting out some blood. I am going to kick your ass, yelled Luffy. Oh, did you forget that last time in this form I beat you in a single hit, smirked Lucci. Yeah, about that. I was hungry. I had meat now, so I'm better, replied Luffy simply. In a blur the two powerful forces clashed. Naruto vs Jayabura. Rukaru Area Network, Wolf Hunt Area Network, Hon Hon no Claw Rampage. Naruto and Jayabura started to slash each other apart as they moved at incredible speeds. Each didn't even care to block or dodge attack. They were in full-out offensive mode, each ripping into another. 3 slashes ripped open Jabura's chest. Naruto didn't even flinch as 5 long nails ripped open his back. Blood sprayed everywhere as the two continued to fight like beasts. Ah, they yelled, stabbing their claws into the other. Jayabura pierced Naruto's right shoulder while Naruto buried his claws inside of Jabura's stomach. They glared at each other before kicking the other off. Both landed on their feet panting heavily and covered in blood. Each hand gashes all over their bodies as they panted heavily. Time to step it up. Hon Hon no spike armor. Short inch and half curved bone blades appeared up Naruto's arms and to his shoulders. Spikes grew out of his back and chest. Even his neck had small spikes running all around it. Now every blow you land will do damage to you as well. My counter to close combat. Specialists, grinned Naruto. Not bad, but you forget that I can fight at a distance as well. Rankyaku, laughed Jayabura, firing 2 beam blades at Naruto. In a blur, Naruto appeared above Jayabura and brought his claws down. Jayabura used Soru to disappear. Rankyaku, Koru, Storm Leg. Lone Wolf. Naruto's eyes widened as the Rankyaku skipped across the ground, making it harder to predict where it would hit. His eyes widened in pain as it hit his chest and sent him flying into the wall. Jayabura laughed as he prepared his ultimate Rankyaku technique. Rankyaku, Lupus 4, Storm Leg, 4 wolves. Waiting until Naruto emerged, he kicked his leg 4 times at blurring speeds. 4 Rankyaku in the shape of wolves flew towards Naruto, who just barely dodged out of the way in time. Naruto swung his claws, firing an attack that Zoro had taught him, 36-pound cannon. The attack sent Jayabura flying into the wall. Even with my claws, I can use sword techniques, as long as my bones are shaped in the form of some type of blade, grinned Naruto. He hadn't had a fight this good in a long time. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to enjoy it anymore. Robin still needed to be rescued. Luffy would not have an easy time with Lucci, who had to be twice the strength of the guy he is fight. Gomen, but I must end this fight. We are equals on this level, but it is time I take it to the next level, said Naruto, crouching down. Equals? Don't make me laugh. I am much stronger than you, Rankyaku Lupus 4, shouted Jayabura. Naruto didn't move as all 4 Rankyaku-shaped wolves hit him and sent him crashing 30 feet to the ground below in a giant crater. Jayabura smirked. No one could survive that, not even that boy. His eyes widened as the ground started to shake and the debris piled down on top of Naruto burst off him. Jabura's eyes widened as he looked down at the person who had emerged. There stood Naruto, but he looked nothing like he had before. His skin had gone from white to a dark brown. All his muscles were bulging and veins could be seen all over his arms. Gone were his blue eyes, and in their place were a deep crimson blood red surrounded by a sea of black. The spike all around his upper had become thicker, sharper, and longer by an inch. He no longer had his claws out and his hair had turned from a light blonde to a pale white. Hon Hon no release level 2. Naruto spoke with a surprisingly deep, demonic-sounding voice. Robin and Spandam, Golden Den Den Mushi, I must have hit the wrong one by accident, shouted Spandam. He shrugged it off, not in the least bit worried. Oh well, this would make sure the pirates didn't escape from the island. No, you activated the Buster Call, didn't I tell you, the Buster Call will destroy this entire island and everything on it, yelled Robin. Author's note: don't ask, because I am not even going to try to read the Zoro vs Kaku or Luffy vs Lucci fight out. All I would end up doing is butchering two of the best fights in the One Piece verse. So, yeah. Anyway, hope you enjoy. Smiley face, have a nice day. Chapter 26 inches. He did it, he finally managed to pull off that technique, smirked Naruto, as he watched Luffy perform Gear Second. It looked really cool. Man, he wished he could do something like that. You can too, idiot. Did you forget that your organs are made of bone? And you control any bone in your body? Growled Kyuubi. Naruto's eyes widened. Why hadn't he realized that? He had been the one to help Luffy come up with this new way to push past his current limitations. If he could pump his heart faster too, then he could do the same thing. You are thinking too small. Why just pump your blood faster like that rubber fool? With your ability you could pump more adrenaline and hormones through your body. It would be enhancement equivalent to a super dosage of steroids. Wouldn't that destroy my muscles? My organs are made out of bone, not the rest of me, frowned Naruto. My energy heals all and any injuries. Depending how long you keep your organs producing what you want, it could take anywhere from a few minutes to a day or two to heal you completely, answered Kyuubi. The only thing you would have to worry about is possibly a new appearance while in such a form and a high level of aggressiveness. The added testosterone and hormones will make you more violent, so if you hold the form to look, you could harm your friends as well as enemies. Naruto grinned. That last part didn't sound cool, but everything else did. Now he just needed to practice manipulating his organs to do as he wanted. Kyuubi could probably teach him the proper way to control his organs voluntarily, since the fox did live inside of him. Naruto vs Jayabura. Jayabura roared, Rankyaku Lupus 4 Rankyaku in the shape of wolves headed right at Naruto. In a single slash, Naruto cut through them all with a bone that popped out his palm. Jabura's eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto vanished. The sound of flesh being pierced was heard and Jayabura coughed up blood as Naruto stood in front of him with his sword in his stomach. Impossible, gasped Jayabura. Surrender, said Naruto. Never, howled Jayabura, grabbing Naruto's face and then slamming it down into the ground. He started to punch Naruto over and over again. Jayabura jumped backwards and fired several Rankyaku that bounced off the ground. They all hit Naruto, who just lay there taking it. Jayabura smirked. No one way he was still alive. Naruto slowly stood up and looked at Jayabura with an emotionless look in his eyes. Fear started to overtake Jayabura. I told you, we were equals on level 1. I have stepped up to level 2. My power has surpassed you. I had originally intended to use this power to fight that annoying pigeon bastard, but I am impressed you made me reveal it. Hand over the key, and no more harm shall come to you, spoke Naruto. Had to finish this quickly before his more violent tendencies started to show. The sound of metal hitting the ground was heard as Jayabura tossed his key on the ground. Take it and leave, Jayabura said, shaking in fear. Naruto nodded gratefully as he walked over to the key and kneeled down. A smirk appeared on Jabura's face as he struck. I got you now. Tekai Kendo Ukami. Jayabura never finished when Naruto vanished and appeared above him. A kick across the face sent Jayabura flying. Naruto reappeared behind Jayabura, kicking him in the back, shooting Jayabura up in the air. Jabura's eyes widened as Naruto appeared above. His eyes widened in pain as Naruto started to punch him non-stop. 25 punches later, Naruto delivered one final kick and Jayabura hit the ground, not moving a muscle. Jayabura reverted back to his human form. Naruto touched down lightly on the ground. He stared dispassionately down at Jayabura, feeling no remorse. He had gave the man a chance to surrender. Robin-chan, I am coming. Bridge of hesitation. Come you bitch, move on your own, yelled Spandam, dragging Robin by her hair. She gritted her teeth as he dragged up the stairs. Naruto-kun, Luffy, where are you? Please, I need your help. She grunted in pain as Spandam tossed her to the ground. He started to laugh as he kicked her. Look, Nico, Robin. We are finally here on the Bridge of Hesitation. Robin looked up and her eyes widened. There in front of her is the Gate of Justice. Not only that, but it had been opened at least a foot. Soon, I will become the world's hero for turning you in. Once the bridge is raised and connected to the Gate of Justice, your sinful existence will come to an end. Spandam laughed. No, they will come. He will come. I just have to buy some more time, thought Robin, slamming her head into Spandam's chin, then making a run for it. Zoro vs Kaku. Zoro panted heavily as he managed to survive that last attack. Naruto may have laughed at Kaku being a giraffe man, but there is no denying this CP9 member's power. He smirked. It looked like that he had got a strong opponent after all. It is pointless. You cannot win. I have the power of a giraffe, and am a master of the 6 forms. Speed, power, and strength. There is no way I can lose. Yantryu attack, 4 swords attack. Kaku shot forward swinging his 2 large katana and using his legs as swords as well by combining it with Rankyaku. Kaku pushed Zoro back moving at such speeds that all Zoro could do is block. Zoro's eyes widened in pain as he received several cuts. Kaku didn't relent in the least and continued his attack. A dark aura suddenly surrounded Zoro and an image of a god with 6 arms suddenly appeared. What was that just now? He looked like a fierce god with 6 arms, thought Kaku. Panting heavily, Zoro's eyes became shadowed by his bandana. You said too much. Oh, did I offend you? That's too bad. Using my most powerful Rankyaku, the same one I used to slice the tower in half, I will finish this fight, said Kaku. He placed one hand on the ground started to spin around as Zoro stood still. Idiot, said Zoro looking up, you're the one that should give up. The air around Zoro suddenly exploded away from him and he held out his swords in front of him as a dark aura surrounded him. Demonic Spirit Kyutoryu, 9 sword style, Asura. Zoro grew 2 extra arms on each side of his body and a head pointing east and west. He now wielded 9 swords. Kaku's eyes widened. That is the demon from before that he saw. You're too late, said Kaku ready to perform his attack. You're the one who is too late, said Zoro coldly. Kaku narrowed his eyes and released a huge Rankyaku. Zoro crossed his blades as the Rankyaku hit him and then gritting his teeth he swung all 9 blades dispersing the attack. He then charged towards a stunned Kaku. The giraffe man had no time to dodge. Asura Ishibugen. Kaku screamed as blood sprayed off 9 different cuts. The CP9 member hit the ground barely conscious before passing out fully. Zoro walked over to him and found the key in the jacket pocket. Bridge of hesitation, ha ha ha. Finally this is where I will become a hero, come on you idiots take her, laughed Spandam. Robin bit her lips as she was about to be handed over to the guards and pass through the gate of justice. Was this it? Would she not be saved after all? Hurry up you idiots, this is my moment. Spandam never finished when something hit his back and exploded. The Marines and Robin's eyes widened. Something hit Spandam-sama, yelled a Marine guard. 3 more Marines were taken out by explosions until they all looked towards the Tower of Justice. There standing on the top of the tower is none other than Sogeking with his kabuto. No way. He is sniping at us from such a great of distance with the wind against him. Who is that? Yelled a Marine. Long-Nose-kun, whispered Robin, a large smile forming on her face. They had come after all. She took off in a run heading back across the bridge. Spandam stood up and his eyes went wide as he saw Robin running away. Nico, Robin is escaping. Stop her, he yelled. The Marines all raised their guns and fired at Robin. She saw it coming and closed her eyes waiting for death. The sound of metal bouncing off something she didn't recognize made her open her eyes and look up. She gasped as there stood Naruto in front of her with a cold look in his eyes. Tears of joy spilled down her face as he looked down and gave her a warm smile. What you so scared for? Didn't you know I was coming for you, Robin-chan? Grinned Naruto. Naruto-kun, cried Robin burying her head into his chest. He wrapped his arms around her rubbing her back gently not knowing what else to do. Stay behind me Robin-chan, I have some business to take care of, whispered Naruto. She nodded before gasping as 2 white objects unfurled from around her body. Naruto stood there with 2 angelic-looking wings on his back. When she took a closer look, she realized that he had made wings out of his bones. That meant he had flown here. Naruto walked right past her and she looked at his back that was dripping with blood. It was then she realized that he must have put himself in a great deal of pain to create such a structure with his bones. Does it ever hurt when you create your arms or other parts on someone? Asked Naruto curiously. Robin shook her head, not a bit. Why? Man, I wish when I created things with my bones that it didn't hurt, but to tell the truth, it hurts like a bitch, grinned Naruto. It doesn't look like it hurts. I have never seen you complain, said Robin surprised by such knowledge. Naruto hit his chest. Would you show pain to your enemies or friends? It just makes them worry or gives your opponent an advantage. Haha, I am a man. If I can't handle a little pain to protect what's important to me then I don't deserve to have my powers in the first place. Robin laughed lightly. You are an interesting one Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto grinned proudly. Naruto-kun, how much pain did you suffer because of me? Thought Robin with tears streaming down her face. Stop with the tears already, it makes you look weak, and the Robin-chan I know isn't weak, said Naruto before grinning widely. Robin smiled, wishing she could wipe the tears from her eyes. Oh, am I late? Yelled Frankie, running up the stairs. Naruto grinned as he pointed his finger at Spandam. I warned you not to touch Robin-chan. It seems I need to teach you a little respect. No one harms my precious people. A scared look appeared in Spandam's eyes as he looked at Naruto. Some would say he looked like an angel, but to Spandam he is a devil with wings. A predatory look appeared in Naruto's eyes as he shot forward. He soon paused when an explosion destroyed the fence. Robin's eyes widened. The Buster Call had begun. Chapter 27. Naruto, Robin, and Frankie all turned to see the upper half of the Justice Tower fall down into the waterfall. The Buster Call had started. The Marines had already opened fire and destroyed the fence. Now they had destroyed a large portion of the Tower of Justice. Oi, Frankie. Long Nose is okay. That idiot managed to jump off the top of the tower just in time. We are going to head towards you. All now, said Zoro over the Den Mushi. A relieved look appeared in all three eyes. Right, I hope this works, said Frankie, trying out the keys that Naruto and Sanji gave to him, not to mention the one he had got from defeating Fukuru. A clicking sound was heard and the cuffs around Robin fell to the ground. Spandam's eyes widened as he saw Robin had been freed. Shoot them, don't let them escape, he yelled. It seems you fail to understand the situation, grinned Naruto, his wing coming down in front of him, easily blocking all the shots. He walked forward, not even bothering to set up a counterattack. This fight is already over. Hon hon no wing shot. The wing in front of him swung in an arc, firing 6 bone spikes that quickly reformed on the wing. Each bone traveled at high speeds, taking down 6 Marines with incredible accuracy. In a single leap, Naruto jumped up into the air, his wings flapping, keeping him afloat. Spandam started to shake in fear. Bet you never seen a human fly, huh? It really isn't as hard as it looks. All I had to do is hollow out my bones like a bird and my body becomes light enough for me to fly, grinned Naruto before blurring out of existence. He reappeared in the middle of a group of Marines and spun around his wings, taking them all out in a single go. Yet they are still harder than steel. Plus, I am so light now that I can move at incredible speeds, that is even faster when in level 1 by a considerable amount. A scream came from the Marines and they were flung aside like rag dolls. Get them funk freed, yelled Spandam, swinging his sword. It transformed into a giant elephant that charged towards Naruto. Naruto formed a pistol with his point finger and thumb. Hon hon no drill bullet. A small finger digit bone in the shape of drill shot through the air at high speeds, piercing right through the elephant's skull. That slowed it down, and that is all Naruto needed to shoot forward and finish the job. A sharp scythe-looking blade popped out of the tip of his right wing. Hon hon no wing scythe. Naruto reappeared on the other side of the elephant. He looked right at Spandam as the elephant fell to the ground with the front and left hind leg cut off from the rest of the body. Spandam's eyes widened in horror as he ran away. Where do you think you are going? A scream of pain erupted from Spandam as a bone pierced through his back and out his stomach. He was then lifted into the air and flung backwards. Spandam started to cough up some blood as Naruto looked down upon him coldly. Blood dripped from the blade in Naruto's hand. Naruto narrowed his eyes upon the man. Did you really think I would let you escape? You who almost took Robin-chan from me, I am going to rip you to shreds. Spandam started to crawl backward, but several arms burst out all over his body, holding him in place. I will deal with him, said Robin coldly. Naruto relaxed a bit and nodded as the sound of more Marines coming was heard. Weapons left. Frankie fired at the Marines, causing explosions that sent them flying off the bridge. Please, save me, yelled Spandam as the hands started to bend him backward. Robin narrowed her eyes. Trace fleur clutch. A sickening cracking sound filled the air as Spandam bent so far backwards that his head was at his feet. His spin had been completely shattered with that single move. Shit, said Naruto, as he looked out over the ocean. There, sailing towards them, were 10 battleships that had come even closer. Frankie and Robin came up besides him. The battleships opened fire and started to destroy Enies Lobby. Buildings on the main island started to crumble to the ground as they were hit by the cannonballs that were continuously fired. Naruto took a seat on the ground and started to meditate. Oh, what are you doing? Yelled Frankie. I need time to recover my energy. Meditating helps me, answered Naruto, taking a deep relaxing breath. What are you planning, Naruto-kun? Said Robin, knowing how his crazy mind worked. A smirk appeared on Naruto's face. Once my strength returns a bit, I plan on flying over to those ships and taking out as many as I can. Robin's eyes widened while Frankie smirked, starting to like this crazy bastard. Until then, I'll let you all deal with the remaining Marines. Super. Frankie boxing, smirked Frankie, starting to rain blow upon the Marine forces. Their bullets bounced harmlessly off his steel body. Naruto closed his eyes and started to meditate, ignoring the world around him yet able to perceive everything going on. Robin smiled. It is just like him to play the role of the hero. That idiot, never concerned with his own life, always worried about others. She would just have to have faith in him, as he had always had faith in her. Crossing her arms, she started to help Frankie deal with the Marines. Luffy versus Lucci. Lucci smirked as he looked down at the Straw Hat Pirate. You no longer have your little power boost. Do you think you can defeat me without it? Luffy panted heavily as he glared at the man. Not to mention the tunnel is flooded with water. Your Nakama will never reach you. They will die in the Buster Call. The tunnel may be flooded, but somehow they will survive, but I am not taking my eyes off you because you will kill my Nakama if I don't defeat you. If I can't beat you, then I can't protect anything, yelled Luffy. Lucci smirked. Luffy raised his hand and bit his thumb on his left hand, making it bleed. A curious look appeared in Lucci's eyes, wondering what the fool had planned. Some people just never learned that no matter what, they could not win. It is time for my most powerful attack, smirked Luffy. Gear 3rd. Taking a deep breath, Luffy blew into his thumb, inflating his body. Gear 3rd. Hi, it transfers my power from one bone to another. Luffy channeled all his power to his left hand and it grew so large that it took up the entire half of the room. This is the arm of a giant. Lucci activated his tech eye. Your bluffs won't work on me. Luffy threw his fist forward. Gomu Gomu no giant pistol. The giant fist slammed into Lucci, whose eyes widened in disbelief and pain as it broke right through his tech eye. It carried him right out of the building, and the Marines on the battleship that had made it that far were all wide-eyed in awe as a giant fist came out of the building. Lucci felt himself losing conscious and knew if he landed in the water he would be done with. Fortunately, he landed on the Marine battleship. Tunnel, run, yelled Nami. Zoro, Sogeking, Chopper, and Sanji's eyes widened in fear as they saw Nami, Kokura, Chimney, and Ganbei were running away from a large amount of water. All three turned and started to run too. We have to get out of here, yelled Sogeking. You got a plan, shithead? Yelled Sanji. Both of you shut up and run. Ah, too late, the water swallowed them all up and washed them away in a powerful current. Marine battleship's Marines scattered as the main mast of Ship 6 had been sliced in half. The mast fell onto Ship 7, causing heavy damage. Hon hon, no explosion. Bones rained down from the sky, killing and severely injuring many Marines. Naruto flew at high speeds, taking out a group of 9 Marines in a single pass before landing on the deck, 2 bone swords in hand. Combined with his wings that seemed to be acting independently, the Marines were eliminated one by one, though it seems as if he were taking out 3 at a time. Swinging his sword, Naruto sliced through the remaining 2 masts on Ship 6, watching as they toppled onto the ship. He then shot into the air and flying over to Ship 7. They tried to shoot him out of the air, but he moved too swiftly. His bone swords sliced through the sails, preventing them from sailing anything further. Tsubaki no Mai, Naruto landed on the deck and performed his signature sword strike. He didn't just perform it with one sword, but with each wing as well, taking out a group of 20 Marines. You should have not come here, pirate. Naruto quickly dodged out of the way as a long sword slammed down where he had just been standing. It cut right through the deck and Naruto flew into the air. You're no average Marine, smirked Naruto, floating in the air. He stared at the tall man that was completely bald except for a thin, thick strip of black hair that traveled down the length of his forehead and down his back. The man wore an all-white Marine uniform with a coat hanging from his shoulders. Vice Admiral Momonga is here. He'll stop that pirate for sure. You won't escape here, pirate, glared Momonga, pointing his sword at Naruto. Naruto grinned. I already took down 2 ships. 1 ship, my ship still stands, replied Momonga. True, but what is the point of a ship when most of its men are down? This is a battleship, right? Don't you need a certain amount of hands to continue your assault? Grinned Naruto. Momonga's eyes widened as he looked around to see that his entire crew had been taken out or killed. He looked up to see Naruto flying to the next ship. Later, Admiral San, yelled Naruto, waving at the man. A look of pure anger appeared in Momonga's eyes as he knew that he had failed. Naruto flew towards the next set of Marine battleship that were firing at the Frankie family and Galila workers. Now they just couldn't be allowed. Those 2 groups had really helped them out. Time to repay the favor. With a flap of his wings he burst forward, a determined look in his eyes. Brat, stop this. You're pushing your body too much. After using level 2 you need to rest at least. For an hour, yelled Kyuubi, I won't ever stop until all my friends and Nakama are safe. I will protect them no matter what. Naruto landed on the next battleship and began his assault. Even as bullets hit his chest faster than he could heal, he continued his assault. Only one thought on his mind: protect his friends. Straw Hat Crew, is this it? Thought Zoro, unable to do anything but hold his breath for as long as possible. Sanji floated next to him, just after we saved Robin-chan. A voice reached all of their ears before they were grabbed. Hang in there. I won't let you die. Their eyes widened as they were pulled. Sanji turned his head and his eyes widened. Could I be dreaming? There in front of them was a mermaid. It is just like the sailors say, as they lose consciousness they see an elegant fin tail. Looking up they see long, flowing hair. Such a beautiful form, like a dream. Mermaid legends. Hurry up or we'll die, laughed Kokura in her mermaid form. Sanji's eyes went wide in horror. This is not the mermaid he had envisioned. Frankie and Robin looked over the edge of the ship with a worried look in her eyes. Naruto had taken off all on his own. That idiot. Why did he have to be so damn noble? Soon a smile appeared on her face. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be him. Maybe that is why she cared so much for that fool. Alright, the former convoy ship is now our escape ship. Now all we have to do is wait for the rest of the Straw Hats, smirked Frankie. Hi, smiled Robin. The water started to bubble and she looked down. Frankie heard it too and came over to the edge. Much to their shock, Kokura burst out of the water carrying the Straw Hats. They all landed on the deck. After a few minutes, the Straw Hat crew started breathing again. Kokura laughed as she explained to them she is an ice fish mermaid and how at 30, all mermaids' tails split in two, allowing them to live on land. Sanji pretended as if Kokura wasn't a mermaid at all, not wanting to ruin his dream of mermaids being incredibly beautiful creatures. Robin stood there with a small smile. They were all safe. Robin Schwan, yelled Sanji with a heart in his eye. He started to run towards Robin, but ended up hitting the mast as Nami and Chopper hugged Robin. Robin, I am so glad that we made it in time, cried Nami. Hi, we were so worried, cried Chopper. Yes, all because of you. Thank you, smiled Robin. Zoro walked up to the bridge of hesitation and looked upon Enies Lobby. The island was burning in flames. The main island had been completely destroyed. His eyes swept over the ocean and he frowned. Oi Robin, I thought you said there are supposed to be 10 battleships, yelled Zoro. Sanji, Sogeking, and Frankie came up besides the man. Huh? I only count 8 and one isn't moving or doing anything, blinked Sogeking, counting them. Luffy had destroyed one in his fight with Lucci. Robin gave them a worried look. Naruto-kun went to help the Frankie family and Galila. He is the one attacking the marine battleships. Frankie's eyes widened because he had thought that Naruto had just went to find Luffy. The other's eyes widened as well. He left here after saving me and headed back to the main island. That idiot, yelled Nami, a worried look in her eyes. They didn't say anything more when several explosions went off in the distance. A voice came over the Den Den Mushi. Help, a monster has just destroyed Vice Admiral Strawberry and his ship. It's one of the Straw. Another explosion went off. The voice spoke no more. Zoro smirked. That must be Naruto. Yep, sounds like him, said Sanji, lighting a new cigarette. An explosion occurred in the first tower at the end of the bridge of hesitation. What was that? Gasped Sogeking. That is where Luffy and that pigeon bastard, Rob Lucci, are fighting, said Frankie. We need to. No, Rob Lucci is no ordinary man. The situation is far too dangerous to get involved. We haven't been attacked, which means they want Robin alive. They will come back for her and it is our duty to protect her. Here is where we will wait for Luffy, said Zoro. The others stay silent, not going to argue with the swordsman. Frankie family, Galila, and Giants, all their eyes were wide in disbelief. No one said a word as they watched as the 3 battleships explode and sink to the sea in flames. A single man landed on the ground looking like a demon. He destroyed 3 battleships, gasped Zombie. Such power, stuttered Tilestone. Scary, shivered Kiwi and Moku. Even the Giants trembled in fear in the presence of such power, and they were from Elbaf, the home of the greatest giant warriors. Naruto stood there, blood spilling down his mouth. There were cuts all over his body along with bullet holes. One of his wings had been destroyed by cannon fire. His eyes and body started to return to normal as his level 2 form faded away. Is it over? Thought Naruto, his vision swimming. He could no longer move his body. That Vice Admiral Strawberry had been much stronger than he had originally assumed. Not to mention, very smart having his men at strategic locations to attack him during their fight. It had forced him to go into level 2 and that cost him. His strength was completely gone. He fell to his knees, barely able to stay conscious. Coughed Naruto, a large quantity of blood spilling from his mouth. The blood was black, showing that he had kidney damage. "It's done for you," said Kyuubi. Was it Naruto's imagination or was there respect in the fox's voice? "Frankie family," panted Naruto with the last of his energy. "Frankie is safe." Tears of joy appeared in all their eyes. "Must get away from this island." Those were his final words before the remaining bone wings shattered into thousands of tiny bone fragments. Naruto's eyes went wide before collapsing to the ground. There on his face was a smile. Bridge of hesitation. All remaining ships surround the enemy. The Straw Hat crew watched as 4 marine battleships surrounded them. They had finally finished destroying Enies Lobby. The impenetrable government island had been completely destroyed by the Buster Call. Zoro put his hand on the hilt of his sword. "They have come for Robin." "We won't let them have her," yelled Nami, spinning her staff around. "Oi look," yelled Sogeking. All turned to look past the destroyed part of the bridge of hesitation to see Luffy, his skin red and smoke coming off his body. Across from him stood Rob Lucci in his leopard hybrid form. "Luffy-kun, over here," yelled Sogeking. Luffy turned his head and looked up to see Sogeking along with Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie all looking at him. Everyone managed to get to the bridge safely. "Everyone is fine," yelled Frankie. "There's no need to worry about us, Luffy-kun," yelled Sogeking. "We saved Robin-chan too," yelled Sanji. Luffy continued to breath heavily as he looked at his nakama. "Now you just beat him," yelled Frankie. "Beat him, Luffy," yelled Zoro, and together, yelled Sogeking. "Let's go back," finished Sanji. Slowly, a smile appeared on Luffy's face and he nodded his head. "It seems, just as you said, they all managed to survive," said Lucci. "I am impressed. But let's see how long you can keep this up. Evil will not prosper in this world." Up on the bridge, Zoro, Sogeking, Chopper, and Frankie all prepared to fight. "Captain and commanders, 200 of the elite. Get them," yelled a Marine Vice Admiral. Zoro drew his blades and Frankie started to stretch his arms. Sogeking started to shiver in fear before realizing something. "Where is Sanji?" Sanji was gone. "I will not be captured again," said Robin, preparing to fight. She would not be separated from her nakama a second time. They had sacrificed everything for her and she would do the same in return. The attack commenced with the Marines charging into battle. These were no ordinary Marines, all were captain or commander level. They were the reason why Naruto had to use so much power in order to beat them. "Hold him until Luffy gets here," yelled Zoro, spinning like a tornado and taking out 5 Marines. "Thunder tempo," yelled Nami, a bolt of lightning striking down at the Marines from a cloud she created in the sky. Her eyes widened as more came charging down the steps towards the convoy ship. Suddenly the Marines were grabbed by hands that grew all over their body and were brought down. "Robin. I am a Straw Hat too, we will fight together," smiled Robin. "Weapons left," shouted Frankie, firing his mini cannonball launcher. A large smirk appeared on his face as he started to take down the Marines in groups. Sogeking managed to take down around 10 Marines before running to the edge of the destroyed bridge to check on Luffy. His eyes widened as he saw Luffy lying face down in the ground with a small puddle of blood around him. He never saw the Marines sneaking up behind him. Luckily, Zoro took them down. "What are you do, Zoro's?" Eyes widened as Sogeking removed his mask, revealing himself to be Usopp. A fact they had all known except for Chopper and Luffy. Lucci versus Luffy. Lucci panted heavily as he stood over the fallen Luffy. His ultimate attack, Rokuogen, had finally finished off the annoying pest. Luffy lay on the ground, blood pouring from a cut over his right eye. He no longer had the energy to move. "Luffy, what are you doing? Get up!" shouted Usopp. Usopp continued to scream Luffy's name. Weakly, Luffy turned his head and looked to see someone he had not seen for what seemed like an eternity. "Usopp, you came too?" said Luffy. He could barely stay conscious. Don't get me wrong, I just came to save Robin, I didn't come to see you or anything," yelled Usopp. He put his kabuto onto his shoulders. "Oi you, CP9's boss cat. I'll be your opponent, come and get me." Lucci slowly turned his head and glanced at Usopp, who took a step back in fear. "That's right, I am your opponent. Listen closely, I am a warrior among warriors with 8,000 men, Captain Usopp-sama." Lucci stared at the man, not showing any emotion and not in the least bit afraid by Usopp's claim. "If you dare, then come and fight me." that caught Lucci's attention, whose eyes narrowed in anger. He turned to face Usopp completely. Lucci started to walk towards the hole in the wall. Oi! You! Stop it, you! Stay away from him, said Luffy. I have no business with you now that you are defeated. I'll kill them no matter what. You can watch from there, said Lucci dismissively. Yosh, come on boss cat, said Usopp trembling. Are you stupid? Luffy coughed up some blood. Stop it Usopp, he'll kill you. Shut up. Then what the hell are you gonna do when you are so close to death? Yelled Usopp. Luffy gritted his teeth. I am going to kick his ass. Then stand up. Stop looking like you are about to die. It's not like you. Luffy coughed up some more blood. Even though it's been blackened by explosions, we can still see the sky. We can still see the sea. This place isn't hell. Stop looking like you're going to die, you bastard. Tears poured down Usopp's face. Lucci reached the edge. Are you finished? Then prepare yourself. Usopp's eyes went wide. Got it. Lucci's eyes widened. Behind him, Luffy was in a crouch with his right fist on the ground and his head hanging. This isn't hell or anything. Luffy, beat him so we can all go back together, yelled Usopp. Lucci turned around as Luffy raised his head with a determined look in his eyes. No matter what, yelled Luffy. I'm not going to give up. Until I defeat you, I'm not going down. I'm tired of your interference. I'll defeat you in a single powerful blow, said Lucci. Luffy continued to pant heavily as the smoke coming off him grew heavier. Don't worry about your Nakama Straw Hat. Just as you wished, I will allow you all to be together. I'll send every one of them to hell with you. Lucci used Zoro to move at incredible speeds. Luffy roared as he punched with both hands, blocking Lucci's punches. They gritted their teeth as they pushed against each other. Fists started to fly as the two each tried to defeat the other. Bridge of hesitation. Zoro and Frankie stood back to back as they finished taking down a group of Marines. The Marines' numbers were growing thin, but so was their strength. Where the hell is that bastard Sanji? Are you Roronoa, Zoro? Zoro turned his head to see a tall Marine wearing some type of shawl across his face. What if I am? I will defeat you, said the Marine. The Marine ran forward as Zoro swung Maitu Yubashiri, the sword that used to belong to that sword shopkeeper at Loguetown. To his surprise, the Marine caught the blade in his hands. In seconds the blade rusted and turned to ashes. Zoro's eyes widened as he leaned back, avoiding being grabbed by the Marine. I am a rust man. I ate the sabi no mi. You cannot defeat me, said the Marine. Shit, Yubashiri was, cursed Zoro. I will rust all your swords. Zoro sheathed his remaining two blades along with what remained of Yubashiri. Interesting, go ahead and try. He picked up a Marine sword and charged forward. A slash, and Zoro frowned as the blade rusted into nothing like Yubashiri. Do you understand? You cannot defeat me with a sword. The Marine shot forward and Zoro raised his arm. The Marine grabbed his arm and Zoro's arm started to rust. I can't move. I've rusted all of your joints. Now I will rust your entire body, smirked the Marine from behind his shawl. Zoro cursed. Certain Death Star. A firebird slammed into the Marine, knocking him away from Zoro. Zoro's arm and body returned to normal. Are you alright, Zoro-kun? Smirked Usopp. The Marine lay on the ground, knocked out cold. Luffy vs. Lucci. Gomu Gomu no jet pistol, yelled Luffy. Lucci's eyes widened in pain as the fist slammed into his chest. Recovering quickly, Lucci used Geppo to bounce around in the air, dodging more attacks. He suddenly appeared behind Luffy with both arms stretched form and his fist about an inch apart. I won't fall for that again, yelled Luffy, jumping backwards. Luffy's eyes widened as he found himself bound by Lucci's tail. Lucci placed his fist right over Luffy's chest. Rokuogen, the ultimate attack only available to those who truly master Rokushiki, the fighting style of the CP9 members. Luffy's eyes widened in pain as a force so powerful tore through his body, not just striking the outside but hitting inwardly as well. The blast continued past him and made a hole in the wall 10 feet away. Lucci released Luffy and started to walk past him. Luffy stumbled around, barely able to stand. Just as he was about to fall, he managed to catch himself and coughed up some more blood. A scream erupted from Luffy. Lucci turned around and gritted his teeth in anger. Why wouldn't this damn piece of scum die already? Luffy had a hard look in his eyes. Gomu Gomu no Tekai. Luffy started to punch forward at speeds so fast that Lucci could not hope to dodge in his current condition. Jet. Multiple punches hit Luffy, breaking right through his Tekai. Gatling gun, yelled Luffy. Lucci's eyes widened in pain as he was pushed back to the wall, and Luffy continued to punch him using all that is left of his strength. The wall exploded as Luffy delivered on final punch that sent Lucci flying. Luffy lay on his back as a marine voice over a loudspeaker announced that Rob Lucci had been defeated by him. He panted heavily, unable to move a muscle. It's over. Taking a deep breath, let's go back together, Robin. His voice carried over the ongoing battle. Robin turned her head and tears appeared in her eyes and a beautiful smile. A large smile appeared on Luffy's face. Break, I had heard stories, but I had never guessed that the Buster Call would be like this, said Lulu looking at the burning island of Enies Lobby. It doesn't matter. Now that this place is destroyed, they won't be coming after Iceberg San anymore, said Polly, lighting his cigar. He, Lulu, Tilestone, and Zombie sat on top of the puffing Tom, a sea strain as they left the island. They all watched as Enies Lobby burned to the ground. A yawn came from besides them. They all turned to see Naruto sitting next to Zambia with a tired look in his eyes. His chest and arms were bandaged heavily. He had his long white hair, all traces of blonde gone, in a ponytail. I am bored, stated Naruto. They all face-faulted. Bored? Spluttered Zombie. Hi, are there no more enemies to fight? Asked Naruto with a hopeful look. They all sweat dropped. He had beat CP9, fought hundreds of marines, and destroyed 3 battleships along with a vice admiral, yet he wanted more. It is official. This man is a complete and utter monster. I'm sorry, everyone is defeated, said Tilestone with a large smirk. Naruto stretched out his arms and released a loud yawn. He scratched the back of his head and smiled. I guess that isn't so bad. I used up all my energy climbing up here anyway, grinned Naruto sheepishly. Idiot, they shouted. Are you worried for your Nakama? Asked Polly. Nope, grinned Naruto. They are safe. Mary is protecting them. That earned him a curious look from the others. They all wondered the same thing. Who is Mary? A sad smile appeared on Naruto's face before he closed his eyes. Arigato Mary. Gomen for not taking better care of you. A tear fell down Naruto's cheek as he knew that he would never hear Mary's voice again. Chapter 28. Ow. Ow. OWWW. Stop acting like a baby, smiled Robin, as she redressed Naruto's bandages. They were all staying at the inn. Naruto gave Robin a light glare as he sat on the bed. Baby, you know what, next time I'm not saving you. Is the so? Said Robin with an amused look. He nodded, turning his head away from her. Yep, I am going to sleep or take a vacation or something. Don't need to be saving someone who calls me names. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Robin and she giggled. A light blush heated Naruto's cheeks as Robin wrapped her arms around Naruto and rested her cheek against his. Her hands ran down his chest and her impressive bust pressed against his back. If I remember correctly, you swore to kick my ass back at Iceberg Sands Mansion. If you promise to save me if I ever get captured again, I'll let you kick my ass all you want, whispered Robin seductively. I promise, Robin laughed before gasping in surprise. Naruto grabbed her and pulled her into his lap, wrapping his arms around her slim waist. She smiled, relaxing in his grip and leaning back into his strong chest. I missed you, he whispered. His grip tightened a bit. This time Robin was the one to blush lightly. I missed you as well. She turned and they looked like they were about to kiss until the doors to the room burst open. They both turned to see Chopper and Sanji enter the room. I'm back. I brought. Sanji stopped talking as he saw Naruto and Robin. He didn't fail to notice Robin sitting comfortably in Naruto's lap and his arms wrapped around her. Are you keeping a close eye on Robin-chan, Naruto-kun? Smiled Chopper, looking at the two. Yes, a very close eye, grinned Naruto. Robin laughed lightly. You bastard, I'll key. He never finished when Nami hit him over the head. Quiet, I am not going to let you ruin this for them, glared Nami. She then smiled at Naruto and Robin, giving them a wink. Naruto and Robin smiled gratefully. Nami was in a much better mood once those innkeepers came back with their 100 million berry and her tangerine trees. The doors burst open again as Kokura, Chimney, and Ganbei entered the room. Hello everyone, laughed Kokura. Chimney and Ganbei greeted everyone in their usual cheerful manner. Hi, they all replied. For the third time in a couple of minutes, the doors burst open. Damn, we are never going to get a moment of peace, grumbled Naruto. Robin smiled as rest her head against his and enjoyed the peacefulness of the moment. She had everything she had ever wanted in Nakama, plus, a person she could honestly say she had fallen in love with, though she wasn't ready to admit it yet. For the first time in her life, she was truly happy. Frankie and the twins entered the room in their usual extravagant manner. Frankie, what are you doing here? Asked Naruto curiously. Hi Naruto-kun, smiled Kiwi and Moku. Naruto smiled at them and waved. they had been very affectionate towards him ever since he saved their lives back on Enies Lobby. Everyone listen closely, I have something to tell you. Frankie took a seat on the floor with the twins on either side of him. He then started to speak, ignoring the fact that he had just barged in here demanding something of them. There's an island constantly at war. Since the war started, if a person were to try living on that island under that rain of shells, the people would die, the town would die. They would be cremated with their ruins. There was something still standing, a sturdy tree. No matter what happened, it wouldn't fall. People gathered around the tree, building a city, then a country. There are only a few in the world. The name of that strongest tree is the treasure wood atom. A tree? So what? Replied Chopper. I got to say, this story seems kind of pointless, admitted Naruto. Frankie looked at everyone seriously. In our roots, having even a piece of that tree is extremely rare. I wanted it, but it's an item that cost 200 million berry. But I couldn't touch it. Then what should appear before me? A bunch of pirates carrying a ton of money. Is that what you used to spend our money on, you bastard? Yelled Sanji. Let me finish, yelled Frankie, slamming his fists on the ground. He bowed his head and continued to talk. A long time ago, I swore never to build another ship, but before long, to catch up to the man I admired, and to reach my own goal, I drew up the blueprints of a ship. My dream is to use that treasure wood and for one last time make a ship able to sail any sea. I am going to make a dream ship. I already have the wood and the blueprints. With this I can make it. So when it is done, would you all sail in the ship I have created? So you mean you'll give us that ship? Spluttered Sanji. Naruto's eyes lit up. I'll sail in it, yeah. Only people I like sailing in it will make me happy, smirked Frankie. The only other ship on this sea that ever sailed around the world, Gold Roger Zoro Jackson, was made from this wood. I'll definitely show you, this amazing ship. Kokoro laughed as Tom and Frankie were identical. She could see Tom clearly in Frankie now. The Straw Hats minus Luffy, who was still asleep, and Zoro, who is out sulking about his destroyed sword, all celebrated. Finally they would have a brand new ship that could sail the entire Grand Line. Their celebration didn't last long when the wall behind them exploded. Naruto jumped away and kept his back to the wall so that debris hit him, not Robin. He then released her and prepared to fight despite still being extremely weak. Are you the Straw Hat Pirates? There's some men here that want to meet with Monkey D. Luffy. A large man appeared wearing a dog mask. Marines, Sanji, Chopper, and Naruto prepared to fight. Luffy continued to sleep and a smirk appeared on the man's face. As careless as always, in a blur the man shot past them with Naruto aiming a punch at the man but missing due to his reflexes being slow to his injured body. Wake up, yelled the Marine, punching Luffy in the head. Luffy screamed in pain. It hurts, it hurts. What? It was a punch. You are a rubber man, a physical blow shouldn't have hurt you, gasped Sanji. This Marine, he was no average Marine. No one can dodge a fist of love, laughed the man as he took off his mask. I heard you were being reckless, Luffy. A man with white hair and a white goatee smiled widely. Grandpa, yelled Luffy in surprise. A Marine Vice Admiral is, started Chopper. Grandpa, they all yelled. Zoro narrowed his eyes as he saw that the Marines had arrived here before him. This isn't good at all. Without hesitation he drew his swords and charged through the Marines. He started to take them out one by one. That is until a Marine with long blonde hair showed up wielding a pair of kukuri knives. Kukuri knives? That is an unusual weapon, smirked Zoro. A pink-haired kid charged at him, but Luffy blocked his path, throwing a punch. Zoro, the Marine with pink hair, disappeared. Luffy's eyes widened as that technique is the same as the one CP9 used. Turning around, Luffy grabbed the pink-haired Marine by the shirt and slammed him to the ground, just as Zoro disarmed the one with blonde hair. Garp smirked before turning to look at Naruto. A large smile appeared on his face as he looked at Luffy's first mate. How come you didn't enter the fight? Robin-chan threatened to tighten my bandages if I dare join a pointless fight, gulped Naruto as Robin smiled sweetly. I really wanted to fight. Nami laughed, loving how Robin had Naruto wrapped around her finger. Robin smiled back at Nami, glad that Naruto had listened. He needed to rest as his injuries were more severe than he cared to admit. Haha, laughed Garp. Luffy soon found out that the pink-haired Marine is none other than Kobe, the kid he had met at the beginning of his journey, a former cabin boy of Alavada's pirate crew. The blonde that had been beat by Zoro had been Helmeppo, the son of Captain Axehand Morgan. The Marine captain Luffy beat up in order to get Zoro to be his nakama. They had a short reunion, where Kobe and Luffy confirmed their friendship despite being on opposite sides. That wasn't the only surprise. While fixing the wall that Garp had destroyed, Garp revealed that the man that had saved Luffy's life at Loguetown had been none other than Dragon, his father. The man labeled as the world's most dangerous criminal is Luffy's father. What a family lineage. Monkey D. Garp, hero of the Marines who fought Gold D. Roger countless times, and Dragon the leader of the Revolutionary Army were both related to Luffy. Break, so did you all pass through Reverse Mountain to get into the Grand Line? Smiled Luffy. No, smiled Kobe. Luffy tilted his head in confusion. It is a secret, but the Marines have ships that are able to travel through the Calm Belt. Kobe, he is a pirate, yelled Helmeppo. Nani? But there are sea kings larger than battleships. They really messed us up when we went there, said Luffy. Kobe laughed a bit. Well, the bottom of the ships are coated in sea stone. It is a mineral with the same energy as the sea. With this on the bottom, the sea kings can't sense our presence, though they can still see us if they were to look up. Nami had secretly placed a Den Den Mushi by the trio and her eyes widened as she listened it. That explained so much. The one responsible for all of Marine Headquarters' scientific achievements is definitely Dr. Vegapunk. He is amazing, said Kobe. Helmeppo nodded in agreement. He's the one who realized the powers of that devil fruit you ate. And he invented a new technology that allows objects to eat devil's fruit. Kobe, Helmeppo, and Luffy continued to talk for an half-hour before Kobe and Helmeppo needed to head back. The two young Marines stood in front of Luffy. Chopper and Sanji sat on the porch behind Luffy while Zoro leaned in the doorway listening in. Oi, do you really have to go already? Said Luffy. Hi. We are enemies, Luffy-san, so we can't stay friendly. Kobe smiled as he decided to tell them one more thing. Luffy-san, do you know what the second half of the Grand Line is called? Further beyond the Red Line, the sea becomes vast. That final sea is known as the New World. Luffy smiled, liking that name, the New World. A sea where an era of new things has begun. The sea that the Pirate King ruled. Luffy-san, we will definitely meet again there, and next time we meet I'll be even stronger and capture you. I'll become a Marine Admiral, yelled Kobe. His eyes shook and he soon started to apologize, knowing he shouldn't say such things when he is still so weak. Kobe, you going to fight me? That you are going to have to be that strong, smiled Luffy. A stunned look appeared in Kobe's eyes. Next time we meet we will be even stronger, even more amazing. Kobe's eyes started to water as Luffy believed in his silly dream wholeheartedly. What's that? Still a crybaby are you, Kobe? Smirked Zoro. I'm truly grateful to have met you again. I will see you again in the New World. Let's go, yelled Kobe, running off. Oi, you two better prepare yourselves. We have the guts to surpass you, yelled Helmeppo before chasing after his friend. Pool. Later afternoon, the Straw Hat crew had decided to hang out at the pool the rest of the day. Sanji started to barbecue some food. Nami is swimming in the pool with Kokura, Chimney, and Ganbei. Naruto was lying on one of the fold-out lawn chairs with his arms wrapped around Robin, who was lying on him reading a book. Those two had become almost inseparable since they had reunited at Water 7. The only one who didn't seem happy by this is Sanji, who had lost a beautiful woman to that ramen-loving bastard. Nami Swan, I finished cooking some delicious for you, yelled Sanji. Oi, I'll be there in a sec, yelled Nami from the pool. Delicious, smiled Chopper and Luffy as they ate the food. Hi, delicious, smiled Sogeking. Sogeking, when did you get here? Yelled Zoro. Oi, Straw Hat-san, you are awake? Yelled Zombi. Luffy waved at them. Yeah, come and join us, Frankie family. Frankie family yelled as they came running down there to get some food and party. Soon the two King Bulls showed up, as did the Giants and Galila Company, including Iceberg. Even Frankie showed up. Alright, let's get started, yelled Sogeking from on top of a high platform. I'll sing. Robin smiled as she got up to get something to drink. Hey Robin-chan, can you get that beach ball over there? Yelled Nami with a large smile. She nodded as she walked over to the wall surrounding the pool. Just as she picked up the beach ball, a familiar voice filled her ears. Nico, Robin, listen from right there. Her eyes widened as she looked down at her glass and saw it frost over. Aokiji. Why didn't you escape like you always do? If you were alone you could have easily escaped from CP9, said Aokiji on the other side of the wall. Robin narrowed her eyes. That's because this time was different. To just let them be killed, I just couldn't do that. The giant that fought at Ohara 20 years ago, Jaguar D. Sol, he was my closest friend, admitted Aokiji. Robin's eyes widened. That day I respected his wishes and spared your life, so, I feel I have a responsibility to watch out for how your life turns out, but after 20 years without a place of your own, I felt it was too dangerous to let such a dangerous bomb continue to roam freely. I felt you finally had to die. This time, I wanted to finally finish off with what had happened at Ohara. Of course, there was no way I could have expected that CP9 would have been defeated. Have you finally found your place? Hi. What Saul told you, whether it was wrong or right, from here on, will you show me that answer? I intend to. In that case, live strong, said Aokiji about to leave. A bone pierced through the wall and right through his heart. He looked down at it curiously. Robin looked stunned as Naruto looked at the wall as if he could see Aokiji clearly. Should you ever come after Robin-chan again, know that I will find a way to beat you, said Naruto coldly. He received no reply as Aokiji disappeared by crumbling into a pile of ice. Naruto left his sword in the wall and turned to face Robin. She gave him a warm smile. To challenge a Marine Admiral, you are truly a fool. Guess I am, can you live with that? Smiled Naruto. Robin walked up to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Hi, she said before kissing him. The party continued well into the night with fireworks and everything. The whole city of Water 7 celebrated that night with the Straw Hat Pirates. Break Iceberg carried his tools over to the scrap island where he saw Frankie working on the ship he promised the Straw Hat crew. He came up towards Frankie as the twins sat on a pile of lumber. Oi Aniki, Iceberg-san is here, said Kiwi. Oh, Baka Berg, what are you doing here? Came to interfere, said Frankie, as he continued to work. Actually, I came to offer my help. You are building a ship for Straw Hat-san, are you not? Said Iceberg. A surprised look appeared in Frankie's eyes. Your skills have dulled from dismantling, haven't they? Show me your blueprints. The giant frog, Yokozuna, came over carrying a large piece of wood. All of Tom's workers are present, smirked Polly. Standing next to him were Lulu and Tilestone with their tools. Even if we have to build a ship in this empty place. Oi, this is for Straw Hat-san, yelled Tilestone. Taking care of such a rushed job alone is going to be tough, said Lulu. Are you okay with building a ship here? Smiled Iceberg. Polly smirked, it is the least we can do. Our lives and your life was saved by those guys. Besides, their ship burnt down. He spoke of the Mary that had been given a Viking funeral. It fell apart after saving Luffy and the others. They had all said their goodbyes except Naruto before burning the ship because the seafloor is a dark and lonely place and they didn't want to have their precious nakama down there. A week later the entire Straw Hat crew was inside the Galila building. Sanji had just come back an hour ago and had told them of what he had saw. So Usopp wants to come back? That's great, let's go get him. Smiled Luffy about to run off. Chopper was about to run off with Luffy when Zoro shouted. Wait, all turned to look at Zoro. What is it? Asked Luffy. You can't bring Usopp back, said Naruto answering the question. Nani? Why not? He is a close friend and nakama of ours, yelled Luffy. Hi. Why can't he come back? Frowned Nami. Naruto and Zoro both had hard look in their eyes. Usopp may be a friend, but he is no longer our nakama. Don't forget that he just didn't leave us, he challenged our captain to a duel. Luffy may be an idiot, but he is still our captain, started Zoro. If you allow him back without him saying sorry first, then I will be the next one to leave. Nami was about to shout but Sanji cut her off. The Marimo is right. A surprised look appeared in Nami's eyes. Hi, I agree, nodded Naruto. It doesn't matter why Usopp left, but the fact is that he left refusing to obey an order from Luffy. Like Zoro said, Luffy may not be the smartest or wisest person, but he is still our captain. When he makes a decision we follow it. Usopp didn't just disrespect Luffy, he challenged him to a duel. A man must dedicate himself to the outcome of any duel. Unless Usopp makes an apology, he cannot be allowed back. He must come to us truly remorseful. Otherwise, I leave as well. The two of them were unwavering in their decision. Luffy gained a hard look in his eyes and nodded. Okay. Luffy, said Nami. There is still time before our ship is built. I am sure he will come around by then, smiled Luffy. Break Naruto stretched out his arms and legs. He had spent the last couple of weeks resting or partying that he forgot to keep up with his training. Well, no more. Today is the day that he got back into shape and trained to become even stronger. Just as he was about to start training, Kiwi and Mozu ran right past. And past Robin who had came outside with a cup of tea. What are they in a hurry for? Blinked Naruto. I wouldn't know. I came out here to tell you that we are heading towards Merman Island. That is the next island that Log Pose is pointing towards, smiled Robin taking a seat on the porch. Really? That sounds cool, grinned Naruto. He took a deep breath and got into his stance. I am more excited to see our ship though, it is going to be awesome. Robin took a sip from her tea. I must admit I am anxious to see it as well. Naruto performed a high kick before jumping in the air and delivering a spin kick. Yep, it'll have the spirit of Mary in it. He grinned as he started to punch the air. Robin smiled warmly as she watched Naruto train. That training didn't last long when a loud yelling made him stumble a bit. Straw Hat-san. Naruto and Robin looked up to see Zombai running towards them with a large group of the Frankie family behind him. Luffy and the others heard the screaming and came outside to see what was going on. Frankie family, blinked Nami. Oi, what are you guys doing here? You're out of breath, said Luffy. They all came to a stop in front of the Straw Hat crew breathing heavily. To be honest, we just heard about it ourselves. Did you see the wanted posters? Wanted posters? Luffy had no clue. You have been given an unexpected bounty, Straw Hat-san. Also everyone else has one as well, said Zombai. Me too, yelled Sanji excitedly. Me too, gasped Nami in horror. Me too, gasped Chopper curiously. Instead of talking, see it for yourselves. Zombai pulled out a stack of wanted posters. All 8 of you now have bounties. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, 290 million berry. Luffy's eyes lit up before yelling in joy. Devil's Angel Uzumaki Naruto, 220 million berry. Naruto started to dance with Luffy. Pirate Hunter Zoro, 120 million berry. Zoro smirked before glaring at Naruto, who sent him a victorious look and flashed him a peace sign. Burglar Cat Nami, 5 million berry. No, screamed Nami with wide eyes. Cotton Candy Lover Chopper, 1 million berry. Chopper eyes went wide. 1 million is so large, he thought. The Devil's Child Nico Robin, 80 million berry. Robin smiled. The next picture to come up was a crude drawing of Sanji. Naruto and Zoro burst out laughing with tears in their eyes. Sanji just stood there with his jaw hitting the ground. Black Leg Sanji, attempt to take photo failed, 55 million berry. Luffy smiled, extremely happy by these events. There was even one for Sogeking at 30 million berry. I know these were your motives and you have many things to say to each other, but please wait. What we are requesting is here. Please look at this. Zombai pulled out a 9th wanted poster. Frankie, said Luffy. Cyborg Frankie, 44 million berry. This is terrible. Aniki has a bounty on his head, said Kiwi. Terrible, screamed the twins. That is right. We somehow managed to avoid it, but Aniki couldn't. Aniki's life will be in danger if he stays here in Water 7. If he gets caught, we won't have the power to save him. Surely, Aniki must be worried about us and doesn't want to leave this island. That's why we all came to talk to you. I beg of you, Straw Hat-san. Even if it is against his will, please take Aniki out to sea with you. Luffy said nothing. Please, Straw Hat-san, we beg of you, Frankie family. A large smile appeared on Luffy's face. You don't have to say it. I already decided to make him our shipwright. The Frankie family cheered in joy and soon left. Naruto laughed evilly as he appeared behind Nami. Oh, Nami-chan, you realize you have a low bounty, right? That means almost all bounty hunters will aim for you first, thinking you to be the weakest. You're going to have to be extra careful. Nami fell to her knees with eyes wide in horror. An evil laugh escaped Naruto as he finally had his revenge against the woman who is always punching him. Naruto-kun, you won't let anything happen to Navigator-san, right? Smiled Robin sweetly. He opened his mouth to argue, but Robin continued to smile. Hi, grumbled Naruto, defeated. Nami felt much better and hugged Robin. Devil's child indeed, mumbled the young man. Robin laughed lightly as she linked her arms with Naruto's and pulled him inside so they could get their things. According to Kiwi and Mozu, their ship had finally been completed. They no longer needed to stay on this island. Sanji just sulked, yelling about the crudely drawn picture that was supposed to be him. It didn't help that Naruto kept laughing every time he saw it. Scrap Island, ooh, look, there is something big over there. Is that it? Yelled Luffy. They all started to run towards the large thing covered by an even larger cover. Luffy started to scream for Frankie, but instead Iceberg is the one that answered. Oh, you finally showed up, did you? Smiled Iceberg. Where's Frankie? Asked Luffy, looking around. Unfortunately, Frankie isn't around. However, the ship is complete. I will show it to you, smirked Iceberg, walking towards the ship. This ship is amazing. In this ship, sailing to the end of the Grand Line won't just be a dream. The Straw Hat crew more excited by the moment. Iceberg grabbed the sheet and with a single tug, it flew off, revealing the ship to all. Their eyes widened as they looked upon the ship. It's so huge and cool, yelled Luffy. Awesome, gasped Naruto in awe. Are you really going to give this to us? Said Chopper with stars in his eyes. It's triple the size of Mary, said Zoro. What a big sail, is it a sloop? Smiled Nami. Kitchen. Show me where the kitchen is, yelled Sanji. A splendid ship. I wonder what kind of big flower is on the ship's bow, smiled Robin looking at the front where that strange flower ornament hung. Well, I was sure it was a lion, blinked Iceberg. Awesome, the inside is so cool, yelled Luffy. It's a lawn deck, it feels so soft. Naruto grinned, this is perfect to train on. While the others explored the ship, Luffy walked over to the railing to speak with Iceberg. Yo Iso-san, where's Frankie? It seems he doesn't want to see you, answered Iceberg. Luffy tilted his head in confusion. You want to ask him to be your shipwright, don't you? Hi. I have already decided he will be my shipwright, smiled Luffy. Iceberg smiled a bit, that might be a problem. Oh, he doesn't want to come? No, in fact I believe if you were to ask him face to face he would say yes. That is why he went to hide. I believe perhaps his true feelings are to go to sea with you guys. You must know pretty well how much this dream ship he gave to you means to him. Frankie really has a liking for you all from the bottom of his heart, but he has always thought of staying on this island as a duty. Duty? Enma, it is more like a stupid obsession. If you really want him to go with you, then the only method to make him agree is to use force, yelled Iceberg. A few minutes later an explosion started to come from the town. Naruto walked up next to Luffy rolling his neck as he did. Looks like someone realized the same thing as you Ice-san. So what do you say, Luffy? Let's go get our shipwright, hey? Naruto grinned widely. Hi, yelled Luffy as they ran towards the town. Water 7 back streets. Give me back my pants, yelled Frankie running through the town naked except for his loose red shirt. The people all started to scream pervert and throw things at him. He ignored it all as he took down his subordinates one by one trying to get his pants back. Strong right. His fist shot forward taking down the last one who held his pants. He smirked as he would finally get his favorite pair of pants back. Throw them here. The destroyer looked up to see Luffy standing on the roof with a large smile. With the last of his strength, he tossed the pants up to Luffy. Luffy caught the pants and started to leap from roof to roof as Frankie gave chase on the ground. Straw Hat, how did you like the ship? Yelled Frankie. It is amazing, the best ship ever. Of course, it was made with all my special super features. Did you see the special soldier dock system? Not yet, you'll like that one the most. How about the pond? Yeah, it is so cool. You can put the fish you catch into there and save them for later. That way you can always eat your fish fresh. I look forward to it, grinned Luffy. Frankie took aim with his left arm, weapons left. A mini cannon shot out and blew up the roof. Luffy flew through the air and tossed the pants to Chopper. Frankie cursed as he turned the corner. His eyes widened as a large cannon was in the middle of the street. Naruto and Zoro grabbed Frankie's arms and stuffed him into the cannon. What is going on? Yelled Frankie trying to get out. Target Scrap Island. Super Frankie cannon fire. Frankie screamed as he was shot through the air. Galila, Kiwi, Mo, Chimney, Ganbei, and Kokura all looked to see Frankie head first into the ground in nothing but his birthday suit. Frankie yelled as he broke free. Oi Frankie! The cyborg turned around to see Luffy standing on the ship he had built. I want to thank you for the ship, it is amazing. You're welcome, smirked Frankie. If you want your pants back, then you have to become our nakama, yelled Luffy. Author's note. The reason I made Chopper's bounty so high is because he actually helped fight the 200 Marine captain and commanders that were sent at the Straw Hats. Also, Nami is lower because she didn't beat any of the CP9. Where Sanji may have defeated 2 of the weaker members just like Frankie, which lowered Sanji's bounty. I hope you all enjoy the chapter, and if you're upset because I didn't put in the Mary burning chapter, well yeah. Have a nice day smiley face.